Chapter 1. The Unwelcome Truth of Chengbai. Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing realms and awakening the guardian spirit system. Whose voice is that? Xiao Yu awoke in a haze, surveying his surroundings. He found himself seated at the bar counter, leaning upon the tabletop. The pulsating music, the frenzied crowd, the alluring women, the reckless men, the clinking of glasses, the uncontrollable laughter, all intermingled with the intoxicating scent of smoke and alcohol. These sensations were saturated with noise, exhilaration, temptation, and intoxication. How did I find myself in a nightclub? Xiao Yu was bewildered, caught off guard, and utterly disoriented. Before he could grasp the situation, an overwhelming tide of memories surged forth. Like a relentless tide, they flooded into his consciousness. Xiao Yu, 22 years old, born in Bin City, had enrolled in the People's Police University of Long Country at the age of 18. 3 months prior, he had graduated and, having successfully passed the entrance examination and completed new officer training, was assigned to the criminal investigation team of the Chaoyang Branch Bureau in the capital, becoming a probationary police officer. The day after tomorrow marked the official commencement of his police duties. Had he truly traversed realms? As reality dawned, a chill ran down his spine. The new memories revealed to him that he had not only crossed into a world reminiscent of Earth, but had also entered a realm known as Long Country. I never anticipated that. Even in this new life, I would be unable to escape my fate as a police officer. Xiao Yu sighed. In his previous life, he too was a criminal investigator. He graduated from the same police academy and began as a probationary officer. However, his path in law enforcement was not a choice of his own. It was determined by his parents, both of whom were police officers. Their family was a veritable dynasty of law enforcement. Why am I in a nightclub? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, scanning the vicinity. He spotted 2 familiar figures on the dance floor as classmates from this life. The destinies of individuals diverge. Not every graduate of the police academy becomes a police officer. After much effort, one discovers that the chasm of fate is insurmountable. Today marked the final gathering of 2 friends with whom he had developed a close bond. Tomorrow, they would part ways. That a question arose in Xiao Yu's mind. Who had just spoken to him within his consciousness? It seemed to respond to him, and the eerie voice echoed once more. Ding! Guardian Spirit System Task activated successfully. System Task, Extreme Protection. Task Duration, 1 day. Task Reward, Combat Expert. Reward Note. Upon the emergence of a system task, system capabilities will grant the host an advance reward. Task Instructions. The host is to protect Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, who are on the verge of being kidnapped, until all kidnappers are apprehended. A completion prompt will follow. Task Regulations. Should the host successfully complete the task, the system rewards will be permanently retained. Failure to complete the task will result in the retraction of rewards, and the Guardian Spirit System will be permanently deactivated. The host is urged to complete the task within the stipulated time frame. Task Countdown initiated. Xiao Yu was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. A system? To think that upon entering this new realm, he would be bestowed with such a system. Suddenly, a series of bizarre events unfolded once more. Countless memories, data, skills, and techniques pertaining to the art of combat inundated Xiao Yu's being like a torrential flood. In an instant, his mind, body, marrow, and cells were imprinted with innumerable marks related to martial arts. These imprints encompassed a vast array of fighting disciplines: martial arts, Sanda, Muay Thai, combat dance, wrestling, karate, taekwondo, and free fighting, among countless others. Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the system transformed him from an ordinary individual into a formidable entity well-versed in myriad fighting styles. He never anticipated that the system he awakened would be so terrifying. Truly, it was nothing short of a horror beyond imagination. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu remained unaware that his very demeanor had been irrevocably altered by the abilities bestowed upon him by the system. He radiated an aura of suppressed intensity, a sharpness that seemed on the verge of eruption, difficult for the average person to perceive. This edge carried a palpable sense of danger that instinctively evoked fear, compelling others to keep their distance. At that moment, Xiao Yu no longer appeared as a mere human. He had transformed into a weapon of lethal potential. Human weapon. In the next moment, he shook his head, and all traces of shock and agitation vanished without a trace. Yet, the memories of combat and the imprints upon his body remained undeniably real. Xiao Yu exhaled sharply, pondering his next steps. The system's mission awaited him. In 2 lifetimes, with 2 sets of memories and experiences as a police officer, he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge and practical experience. Through the system's prompts and mission requirements, he swiftly assessed his current predicament. The system's tasks were imperative. Failure to complete them would not only result in the revocation of his abilities, but also the permanent closure of the system. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was not one to speak fancifully. Otherwise, he might have found himself cursing the system's female entities, such as, "Mother, could it be that you are displeased?" Suppressing all negative emotions, he took a deep breath, forcing his mind to calm. Only a composed mind could foster clarity of thought, ultimately leading to rigorous reasoning. The system's task involved extreme protection. Specifically, the subjects of protection were Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. Xiao Yu blinked. Both names unmistakably belonged to females. However, this detail was not the crux of the matter. The critical question was kidnapping. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Whether in his previous life or this one, as a police officer, his duty was to confront all crime, combat it, and prevent it. Even without the system's directive, he would not hesitate to take action upon encountering a suspected kidnapping case, as his moral compass from his past life remained intact. Donning the police uniform meant upholding justice and quelling evil. What purpose would he serve otherwise? An inquiry emerged in Xiao Yu's mind. Where were Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu now? The system merely provided their names for protection. He did not know them, nor did he have their photographs. How could he locate them? Suddenly, a sultry yet slightly petulant voice echoed nearby. "Qiu-chan, over here." The mention of Qiu-chan sent a tremor through Xiao Yu, prompting him to turn towards a round table at the bar on his left. Approximately 3 meters away sat a girl. To refer to her merely as a girl seems inadequate. She ought to be called an enchanting beauty. Chapter 2. My apologies for the intrusion. Xiao Yu's gaze was vacant as he beheld the exquisite maiden before him. She was striking yet refined, alluring without being lascivious, possessing a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes that not only enticed, but also exuded a beguiling charm. If one were to encapsulate her essence in precise terms, it would be as delicate as a blossoming flower, radiant like the lotus. She moved with an ethereal grace, an embodiment of earthly beauty. At this moment, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with delight as she waved towards the entrance of the bar. Unconsciously, Xiao Yu turned to follow her gesture. A woman clad in opulent attire, dressed in a chic office ensemble, approached with elegant steps. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yu was momentarily struck dumb. For this woman, too, was a vision of beauty, transcendent beauty one might describe as nation-toppling in ancient times. Yet, she radiated an aura of a cool, celestial being. Her features were flawless, her skin smooth as jade, her figure graceful and alluring, exuding an air of noble elegance. Her presence bore the weight of a queen, instilling in Xiao Yu an indescribable sense of pressure. Autumn-chan? Yi Qiu-chan? Could it be her? Xiao Yu regained his composure and turned to the other enchanting beauty. She must be Hua Qingwu, he thought. As expected, the approaching beauty in office attire flashed a smile. "Qingwu, you arrived quite early," she said, her voice taking on a softer, more feminine tone, diminishing her previously frosty elegance, bestowing upon Xiao Yu the impression of an ice beauty brought to life. "Well, of course, I've been waiting for you for ages." Hua Qingwu playfully rolled her eyes at her sister. "It's my first time in a place like this." Yi Qiu-chan's voice was cool as she settled beside her sister. Who would have thought Zhou Lingling would choose this venue for a gathering? Hua Qingwu puffed her cheeks and narrowed her eyes alluringly. "They're all old classmates. It's rare for her to visit the capital, and we occasionally come to a bar. It's no big deal." The two women exchanged banter while they awaited their companions. The IT must be them, Xiao Yu thought, withdrawing his gaze, feeling a slight headache. The system's task demanded he protect them. Since protection was paramount, the best course of action was to approach the two ladies. "Suddenly, bro, look at those two lovely ladies," exclaimed a voice. Two figures settled beside Xiao Yun, slender, the other tall, both of average looks, his classmates. The taller one, named Guo Chong, gazed eagerly at Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu from a distance. "Women of their caliber are beyond our reach," remarked the leaner classmate, Lu Shuyong, adding, "It's clear they're older than us, especially with that air about them they must be. Either affluent or noble, and surely wouldn't deign to look at us. True enough, they wouldn't spare us a glance," Gu Chang scoffed, glancing at Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu is different. Indeed, he was. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a handsome visage and an upright posture, Xiao Yu exuded a refreshing charm with every movement. Not to mention his physique, more commanding than that of a male model, even his strikingly handsome face was enough to captivate countless women. Absolutely. Lu Shuyong gazed at Xiao Yu with a peculiar expression. "My friend, given your appearance, why not forego the police work and simply indulge in the pleasures of life as a charming gentleman? Get lost, get lost." Xiao Yu retorted with a laugh. "I am a man of dignity. I cannot utter such words as auntie. I wish to avoid effort." Ha! Lu Shuyong and Guo Chang burst into laughter. However, Xiao Yu grinned. With such beautiful women around, wouldn't it be reasonable to take a chance? He was troubled, seeking an excuse to approach the two ladies. He feigned an attempt at casual conversation, hoping to get closer and stand by to protect them. Perfect. Yet, the laughter abruptly ceased. Both old classmates stared at Xiao Yu in utter disbelief, as if he had just committed an outrageous act in public. In their minds, despite Xiao Yu's striking appearance and tall stature, he had always been rather introverted, rarely speaking, let alone making flirtatious remarks. The Xiao Yu before them seemed like a completely transformed individual. Not inclined to explain himself, Xiao Yu rose and made his way towards the two women. It was imperative that he reach them quickly, for a kidnapping could occur at any moment. Upon arriving before the ladies, he pondered a crucial question: how to initiate conversation. To his dismay, he realized that in both his past and present lives, he remained a solitary figure. In his previous life as a police officer, he had been too occupied with solving cases and had not married by the age of 34. In this life, he had only just graduated from the police academy, where the scarcity of females was well understood, leaving him still single. He had no experience in courting women or making advances. Ye Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu had paused their conversation and turned to face Xiao Yu, surprised by the striking youth before them. Indeed, the term handsome was more often used to describe women, and if applied to a man, it was evident how extraordinary Xiao Yu's looks were. However, to the two ladies, he resembled merely a big boy, uncertain whether he had even graduated from university. Boys of Xiao Yu's age appeared to them as nothing more than innocent pups. Hua Qingwu blinked, her smile radiant, while Ye Qiu-chan regarded him with keen interest, waiting for him to speak. "Good evening, ladies," Xiao Yu remarked with a semblance of casualness, earnestly producing his phone. "If you scan this code to add me on WeChat, you will receive 2 complimentary snacks and 2 drinks from our establishment. Would you be interested?" The two women exchanged puzzled glances. Initially, they thought Xiao Yu was there to flirt. However, he seemed to be a representative of the bar. Yet, something felt amiss. The way they scrutinized his attire suggested he hardly resembled a bar employee. "Your approach to flirting is rather creative," Hua Qingwu remarked, her brow furrowing, her enchanting eyes narrowing. "Are you suggesting that once we add you on WeChat, you'll use that as an excuse to invite us for a drink?" Caught off guard, Xiao Yu quickly improvised, "No, I'm not here to flirt." "Not flirting?" Ye Qiu-chan inquired with curiosity, her cool gaze sparkling. "I'm here too," Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. "I wish to ask if you are married?" Hua Qingwu, Ye Qiu-chan. The Xiao Yu's unexpected boldness left them utterly unprepared. Is this how modern flirtation unfolds? A swift advance, with marriage proposed outright? What a surprise, what an unexpected turn. Xiao Yu flashed a grin. Little did he know, Hua Qingwu, regaining her composure, bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Let's marry." "Xiao Yu, sister, why are you deviating from the script? Are you still entrenched in the nightlife? Why are you silent?" Hua Qingwu playfully tousled her disheveled hair, a faint dimple appearing. "My apologies for the intrusion." Xiao Yu was nearly in tears of frustration. Puffed. The two women erupted in laughter, their mirth causing them to sway. Xiao Yu's lips twitched, feeling a wave of awkwardness that nearly left him feeling utterly humiliated. Chapter 3. The embarrassment of exploding in place. Hua Qingwu's laughter was so delightful it almost took one's breath away, her eyes sparkling with mischief and joy. Ye Qiu-chan also smiled, her gaze curving at the corners like 2 crescent moons. What should happen next? Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if he might explode on the spot. How could one be so adorable? With a smile playing at her lips and a teasing glint in her eyes, Hua Qingwu invited him to sit. Yu Qiu-chan shot a disapproving glance at her close friend, but refrained from voicing her discontent. Little brother? Rolling his eyes. Xiao Yu plopped down between the two young women, internally grumbling. Do you believe I could scare you to death if I revealed my true self? You seem quite young. What do you do? Hua Qingwu inquired, her starry-eyed gaze sparkling with curiosity. A police officer, Xiao Yu replied candidly. What a joke. The two women were momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying disbelief. Firstly, Xiao Yu appeared far too youthful, resembling a mere university student. Secondly, it seemed implausible for a police officer to frequent a nightclub, lest they face disciplinary action. I'm not officially on duty yet. I came out to socialize with classmates. Xiao Yu added with deliberate humor, seeking to broaden his horizons. Is that so? Hua Qingwu chuckled lightly. Have you truly broadened your horizons? Not quite. Xiao Yu shook his head, sensing that this venue was ill-suited for him. Upon hearing his words, Hua Qingwu's surprise was palpable, her flirtatious gaze softening. The previously stern Yu Qiu-chan's expression gradually softened as well. With their life experiences, they could tell Xiao Yu was not lying. Moreover, his simple attire did not suggest a penchant for nightlife. Since it's unsuitable for you, you should refrain from visiting in the future. It's really not a good place, Hua Qingwu remarked, signaling to the bartender, prepare a drink for my brother. Who is your brother? Xiao Yu looked at Hua Qingwu. My name is Xiao Yu. Could you please refrain from calling me little brother? Xiao Yu? Hua Qingwu smiled gently. I'm Hua Qingwu. My name is derived from the ancient text Mo Shangzhang, a reference to a fairy descending to the mortal realm, dancing gracefully upon flowers. Yet, to Xiao Yu, Hua Qingwu did not resemble a fairy. Rather, she appeared more like a beguiling enchantress. Suddenly, a woman approached them. Qiu-chan, Qingwu, I've arrived. Xiao Yu raised his eyes to see an ordinary-looking woman, somewhat plump, in her late 20s. Lingling, Hua Qingwu and Yu Qiu-chan stood up and waved. It was evident that the three women were quite familiar, embracing one another with squeals of delight. After a brief reunion, the woman named Zhou Lingling turned her gaze towards Xiao Yu, her surprise evident. And this is just a little brother I've recently met. Hua Qingwu said, playfully patting Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Call me little brother again, and I might just turn hostile. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded at Zhou Lingling. Hello. She scrutinized him intently, a fleeting coldness flashing in her eyes before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Oh, there is something off about this woman, Xiao Yu noted, his pupils narrowing. To excel as a police officer, one must first learn to read the room. To comprehend the psychological workings of criminals, some detectives even delve into the study of psychology, including the nuances of microexpressions. The human visage serves as a conduit of communication, a vessel for the transmission of emotions. Often, fleeting expressions can unveil the innermost feelings of an individual. A smile devoid of warmth, with unwrinkled eyes and a tightly furrowed brow, indicates more than mere pretense. The clenched nose typically signifies disdain. Such was the countenance of Zhou Lingling when she cast her gaze upon him. An intriguing conundrum arises. Despite their status as strangers, she greeted him with a false smile while harboring evident distaste. What grievances could exist? Xiao Yu squinted, pondering the absence of animosity that might explain Zhou Lingling's aversion to an unfamiliar face. But wait, in the realm of microexpression psychology, a faint smile coupled with a wrinkled nose might suggest that someone is undermining her interests, provoking such a reaction. What mischief could I have wrought upon her? A whiff of intrigue akin to a palace drama wafted through Xiao Yu's mind. Then, a possibility emerged. Kidnapping? Could it be her? He scrutinized the trio of women engaged in light-hearted banter. Through careful observation and expression analysis, he discerned that Zhou Lingling feigned warmth towards Hua Qingwu and Yu Qiu-chan. Maintaining her insincere smile, it became increasingly clear that something was amiss with this woman. Little brother, we are off to sing, Hua Qingwu chimed, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as she asked, will you join us? May I? Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Zhou Lingling's demeanor shifted, her facade cracking as she feigned a smile. Qingwu, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring him along while we sisters enjoy our time, would it? What do you think? Qiu-chan? Yu Qiu-chan, with a frosty expression, remained silent. Hua Qingwu tilted her head, her lips curling in a playful manner. Oh, it's perfectly fine. I quite like this little brother and wish to include him in our fun. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? Xiao Yu felt a tremor of apprehension. Young men must uphold their virtue and safeguard themselves, lest they fall prey to the charms of a siren. Zhou Lingling, her expression shifting to one of reluctant acceptance, nodded, then let us go together. The four departed the nightclub, hailing a taxi. As for his classmates, Xiao Yu had no time for them at present. His primary focus lay on the system task and the kidnapping case. He would reconnect with his classmates later. In Chaoyang District, at Windsor KTV, the quartet entered the establishment, securing a spacious private room. Throughout their journey, Zhou Lingling had led the way. During this time, Xiao Yu noted a lingering exchange of glances between Zhou Lingling and a waitress, sensing something was amiss. Inside the private room, while Hua Qingwu and Zhou Lingling excused themselves to the restroom, Xiao Yu turned to Yi Qiu-chan beside him. Sister Qiu-chan, are you well acquainted with Sister Zhou? Qingwu is my childhood friend. We attended Tsinghua and Peking University together, Yi Qiu-chan succinctly replied. Ah, I see, Xiao Yu remarked, his eyes narrowing. Isn't Sister Zhou originally from the capital? Indeed, Yi Qiu-chan replied thoughtfully. What are you curious about? I find it rather peculiar, Xiao Yu articulated carefully. How does an outsider possess such familiarity with a KTV in the capital? We frequently visited this establishment during our university days, Yi Qiu-chan clarified. But something still felt off. Xiao Yu shook his head. Moments ago, he had observed Sister Zhou exchanging glances with a waiter, their silent communication laden with implications. Such furtive glances seldom bode well. Yi Qiu-chan furrowed her brow, on the verge of voicing her concerns when, quite abruptly, a waiter approached, balancing a tray laden with drinks and snacks. Serendipitously, this very waiter was the one Xiao Yu had just noted sharing those meaningful looks with Zhou Lingling. The man appeared to be in his 30s, adorned with tattoos upon his hands. Upon sighting the ink, both Xiao Yu and Yi Qiu-chan instinctively knitted their brows, sensing something amiss. A man of that age, working as a waiter? The situation grew increasingly peculiar as the man delivered the drinks and snacks, his grip on the tray unsteady, causing the items to be haphazardly arranged on the table. His demeanor lacked the professionalism one would expect. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu scrutinized the waiter, not for his appearance, but for the telltale signs of his hands. The right hand, particularly the area between the thumb and index finger, drew his attention. Upon noticing it, Xiao Yu barely managed to suppress his expression. An ominous realization struck him. Trouble was imminent. Chapter 4. There is a phrase that I ponder whether it is appropriate to voice. The waiter's calloused hands elicited a change in expression from Xiao Yu. This was not merely a common callus. It bore the mark of a gun callus. This unique callus is formed from the frequent grip of a gun, who, one might wonder, would hold a firearm consistently over the years. Commonly, such individuals include police officers, soldiers, or those in specialized roles. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, such people would typically lack tattoos. From the tattoo on the waiter's hand, Xiao Yu discerned that it was not a recent addition but had existed for an indeterminate number of years. This ruled out the possibility of the individual having been a police officer, soldier, or even a person in a specialized position. The origin of the gun callus on the waiter's palm raised further questions. Where had he acquired a gun that left such a mark? As autumn descended, bringing with it a slight chill, Xiao Yu found himself drenched in cold sweat. In his past life, he had been a police officer, frequently handling and practicing with firearms. Yet he had never developed a gun callus. The waiter before him, however, did possess one. Wouldn't you feel apprehensive? Watching the waiter depart after setting down drinks and snacks, Xiao Yu's expression grew increasingly somber. Anxiety and a tinge of fear regarding the system's tasks and the potential for a kidnapping case began to take root in his mind. He even began to suspect that should a kidnapping occur, the abductors would likely be armed with guns. The abilities granted by the system as a combat expert were undoubtedly formidable, but what could mere martial skills accomplish against firearms? It was imperative that he devise a means of self-preservation. With a grave expression, Xiao Yu retrieved his phone. At that moment, Hua Qingwu and Zhou Lingling emerged from the restroom of their private booth. Upon seeing Zhou Lingling, a sharp glimmer flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes as he returned his phone to his pocket. In the act of putting his phone away, he had already dialed 110, keeping the volume at its lowest setting. Is the alcohol here? Zhou Lingling failed to notice Xiao Yu's expression or actions. She picked up a bottle of beer that the waiter had opened and poured it into several glasses. After filling them, she first handed a glass to Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, then placed another glass before Xiao Yu. Something felt amiss. A sensation akin to icy serpents creeping up Xiao Yu's spine sent a chill through him. He glanced at the glass, then at Zhou Lingling. Reflecting on the fact that the drinks had been brought by the waiter and the bottle cap had also been removed by him, he noted that, although there had been no overt signs of irregularity, Zhou Lingling's overly attentive service in pouring drinks for everyone was indeed suspicious. Earlier, in the nightclub, her gaze had been cold and disdainful towards him, yet now, in the KTV, She seemed overly eager to serve him. Did she not find this behavior questionable? At that moment, Xiao Yu's mind raced like ants on a hot skillet, desperately formulating a strategy. The call to 110 must have connected by now. If the operator realized there was no one on the line, they would undoubtedly sense something was amiss. The 110 dispatch center has clear regulations. Upon detecting an anomaly, they must investigate thoroughly until they ascertain that no threat exists. Many are aware of this principle. Aside from accidental dialing, any call made to 110 surely indicates a problem. After dialing 110 without uttering a word, the implication was unmistakable. One was rendered speechless. Such a blatant anomaly at the emergency response center would warrant immediate scrutiny. Otherwise, they would be unfit for their duties. Consequently, Xiao Yu's mobile phone's location had already been presented before the authorities. The police would subsequently trace the signal to the nearby communication tower to ascertain the precise location. It would not be long before they arrived at this KTV, ready to locate them. At this moment, Xiao Yu's priority was to buy time and safeguard Yu Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu while awaiting the arrival of the police. However, come, let's toast to our reunion, dear classmates. Zhou Lingling raised her glass, directing her gaze towards Yu Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu, ultimately resting her eyes on Xiao Yu. Without hesitation, Yu Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu lifted their glasses. When the three women noticed that Xiao Yu remained motionless, not raising his glass, their brows furrowed in unison. Brother, aren't you drinking? Hua Qingwu's tone was a blend of allure and playful teasing. Drink your sister. Xiao Yu's lips twitched. He felt a surge of indignation that he could hardly contain. If you won't drink, we shall, Zhou Lingling stated. Her eyes glinting with mischief as she cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yu, smiling at the two women. Yu Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu also giggled, preparing to sip their drinks. Wait, Xiao Yu interjected. The three women's actions came to an abrupt halt as they turned to him in curiosity. Yet, what Xiao Yu did next left them momentarily speechless. He reached out, grasping the hand of Hua Qingwu that held the glass, then took the cup and placed it before the dazed Zhou Lingling. Since we are drinking, you may start, Xiao Yu commanded, pointing to the glass that originally belonged to Hua Qingwu, addressing Zhou Lingling with a cold demeanor. You should drink this first. Zhou Lingling's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Indeed, there is something amiss. Xiao Yu smirked. Why the hesitation? Is it fear of drinking? Or perhaps the drink itself is tainted? His words rendered Zhou Lingling pale, her face flushing with distress. Yu Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu exchanged puzzled glances, both looking toward the glass on the coffee table. Simultaneously, Yu Qiuchan slowly set down her glass, her beautiful eyes gradually turning cold and complex as she scrutinized Zhou Lingling. Meanwhile, Hua Qingwu maintained her enchanting smile, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she bit her lip, gazing intently at Xiao Yu. What do you mean by that look? Xiao Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing himself akin to a naive rabbit under the predatory gaze of a she-wolf. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Lingling snapped back to reality, her expression dark and menacing as she glared at Xiao Yu. Her current demeanor reeked of both indignation and a hint of guilt. To Yu Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu, Zhou Lingling's demeanor spoke volumes, prompting them to shake their heads in unison. Why? The poised and aloof Yu Qiuchan exuded an air of authority as she coldly regarded Zhou Lingling. What do you mean, why? Zhou Lingling's complexion paled, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Lingling, during our university days, I truly regarded you as my sister. The charm and smile that once adorned Hucking's delicate face have vanished. As I gazed into Zhou Lingling's eyes, I pondered whether Autumn Chan and I had wronged you in any way. In an instant, Zhou Lingling's complexion turned ashen, as if all the blood had been drained from her face. Her eyes were filled with terror, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and three men entered. Among them was the waiter who had just been here moments ago. Upon seeing these three men, Xiao Yu's expression grew grave. The inevitable had indeed arrived. Chapter 5. Stay still. Upon entering the private room, three men immediately turned their gazes towards Hua Qingwu and Yu Qiuchan. It was evident that these men had come specifically for them. Xiao Yu realized he had committed a grave error, without understanding the identities of Yu Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu. He had rashly involved himself in this kidnapping. What manner of beings were these two women? If one were a kidnapper, whom would they choose to abduct? Surely, only the affluent or the esteemed would be deemed worthy targets. This led to a significant realization. The identity of the kidnapped would directly influence the strength of the abductors. Could ordinary kidnappers ever dare to seize someone of the stature of Irma Yuan? At that moment, Xiao Yu shifted his gaze from the waiter's hands to those of the other two men, his breath quickening. He, too, Discern the telltale signs of gun calluses on their palms. As previously analyzed, individuals possessing such calluses were undoubtedly formidable. At the very least, they rivaled elite special forces or trained marksmen. Judging by their tattoos, Xiao Yu surmised that the firearms they were accustomed to were not sourced from the Dragon Kingdom. If they were not from the Dragon Kingdom, it suggested an international origin. This realization sent a wave of indescribable dread coursing through him. If he was correct, even the arrival of ordinary police would be tantamount to a death sentence. Xiao Yu stiffly turned his neck, inching his gaze towards Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. What kind of backgrounds did they possess that could attract such terrifying kidnappers intent on abducting them? Suddenly, a shift occurred, initially planning to incapacitate them and whisk them away. Zhou Lingling's expression transformed into a sinister smile as she glanced at her two close friends. Gradually, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Yu, who was currently bowing his head, and spat with venom. It's all this little brat's fault for ruining our plans and preventing you from drinking. But it matters not. You shall drink this cup, or face dire consequences. As if in sync with Zhou Lingling's words, the waiter raised his arm, revealing a pitch-black handgun that ominously pointed at Xiao Yu. This peculiar firearm bore a strange design, with a cylindrical object at its muzzle. A silencer. Wait. Yi Qiu-chan suddenly interjected, her voice eerily calm. At that moment, all eyes turned to her, and an odd expression crossed their faces. They realized that throughout this ordeal, Yi Qiu-chan maintained an unsettling serenity, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the three men or the gun. Not only that, but Hua Qingwu beside her also exuded an air of tranquility, her enchanting visage adorned with a gentle smile. What emboldened them to remain unperturbed? Questions flooded the minds of all present, including Xiao Yu. What are you waiting for? Zhou Lingling glared intently at Yi Qiu-chan, dismissing Xiao Yu entirely. Yi Qiu-chan's gaze was frigid as she spoke softly. This is the capital. Your intentions concerning me and Qingwu are clear. If you were to take a life, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. The tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is unnecessary. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey? Indeed, at this moment, Xiao Yu was the chicken in question. The waiter seemed intent on eliminating Xiao Yu, seeking to instill fear in Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, compelling them to drink the tainted wine and leave with him. Yet, this notion was effortlessly discerned by Yi Qiu-chan. What a clever woman, Xiao Yu thought, his curiosity about Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu's identities deepening. Since you wish to avoid any trouble for him, you should drink the wine obediently, Zhou Lingling sneered. At that instant, the armed waiter shifted his arm, aiming the gun at the two women. Suddenly, Xiao Yu, who had been keeping his head down, sprang from the sofa, launching himself forward. The latent power within him erupted at that moment. No words could adequately describe his speed. As he lunged forward, he resembled a hunting cheetah, and in an instant, he stood before the startled waiter. His hand struck down upon the wrist that gripped the firearm. Crack! The waiter's wrist bent unnaturally, dislocating. An expert in combat, Xiao Yu executed a joint lock technique. With his wrist dislocated, the waiter could no longer maintain his hold on the gun, which fell to the ground. At that moment, a hand deftly caught the firearm, Xiao Yu's hand. Before the waiter could utter a sound of agony from his injury, the dark muzzle of the gun was thrust into his mouth, and with a forceful push, his anguished cry was silenced within. The waiter's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only he, but all present were stunned that Xiao Yu dared to take action. Even more shocking was that Xiao Yu pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out as a bullet penetrated the back of the waiter's skull. The shattered bone, accompanied by a spray of red and white matter, sent the bullet careening into the eye of another man. Blood and brain matter splattered forth. The bullet not only obliterated his eye, but also pierced his brain. The man emitted no sound, his head struck as if by a mighty hammer. The waiter and that man collapsed like two puddles of mud onto the floor, plunging the entire private room into silence. This scene was both chilling and horrifying for the onlookers. Before they could recover from the terror, Xiao Yu was already before a third man, whose mouth had fallen agape in shock at the grisly display. A bloodied gun barrel was thrust into his mouth. Hold it. Don't move, Xiao Yu said, flashing a grin, or it might just shoot something. The man's expression was one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally exhaled, having killed two men and subdued a third. The entire sequence of events from initiation to conclusion spanned no more than 3 seconds. As swift as a flash of lightning, it was, indeed, a stroke of fortune, coupled with Xiao Yu's relentless determination, that made it all possible. He was acutely aware of the terror that these three men embodied and was even more cognizant of the grim fate that awaited him should they regain their composure. Thus, From the very outset, he feigned cowardice, masquerading as an ordinary individual, a mere lamb, to lower their guard. He understood that once he struck, there would be no opportunity for them to react. However, Xiao Yu was also aware that he could not eliminate them all. He needed to leave one alive. Yet, in his calculations regarding the three men, he had forgotten one crucial individual. Caution! The piercing scream of Hua Qingwu echoed from behind him. Instantly, Xiao Yu felt the hair on his body stand on end, a chill coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched down. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bullet whizzing perilously close above his head. Indeed, Xiao Yu had overlooked someone. In his scheming against the three men, he had completely forgotten about Zhou Lingling. He had never once considered that she might be armed. Chapter 6. The Year of the Legs. Xiao Yu was fortunate to have heeded Hua Qingwu's warning, narrowly escaping a life-threatening crisis. However, the peril was far from over. In an instant, as he crouched down, Xiao Yu turned his head, his arm twisting back, poised to use his handgun to injure or possibly eliminate Zhou Lingling. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. A powerful thigh struck his gun-wielding hand. Bang! The pistol was sent flying from his grasp, courtesy of the third man who had just appeared. You little bastard, I will ensure your demise. The adversary spoke with a peculiar accent, his Mandarin heavily flawed. He was not a local. Xiao Yu squinted, taken aback by the astonishing sight before him. Within his line of vision, Zhou Lingling held a petite pistol, but she had lost the opportunity to fire a second shot. An exaggeratedly long leg delivered a swift sidekick, striking her wrist where she held the weapon. At the sight of that long leg, Xiao Yu recalled a tale about an ant that relished playing with legs. One day, it encountered a centipede passing by and exclaimed, "Oh wow, I could play with those legs for a year." Thus, the phrase "the year of the legs" was born. Ah! Zhou Lingling cried out in pain as the gun was knocked away, stumbling backward. However, the owner of that long leg resembled a fierce leopard, advancing with a powerful front kick to her chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of her ribs fracturing echoed as she was propelled against the wall of the private room. Collapsing like a limp rag doll, unconscious, Xiao Yu stood frozen, gazing at the figure whose leg was slowly retracting. Yi Qiu-chan, an exquisite beauty proficient in combat, and fiercely aggressive, truly formidable. Any man fortunate enough to marry her must heed one significant piece of advice: beware of being beaten to death. At that moment, another long leg swung towards Xiao Yu's cheek. Watch out! Hua Qingwu, who had already risen from the sofa, cast a worried glance at him. Yet, Xiao Yu disregarded the incoming kick, smiling broadly at Hua Qingwu. His left arm was already positioned defensively at his side, his right hand pressing against it. An impeccable defensive stance. With the martial arts expert ability bestowed by the system, his combat prowess had reached an unfathomable level. Bang! The thigh struck his arm but was expertly blocked. Just then, Yi Qiu-chan glanced over, preparing to rush forward. No need, Xiao Yu shook his head. It is time to showcase true technique. The man lunged at him with remarkable speed. A fist raised, striking towards Xiao Yu's face with lightning speed. In the next moment, Xiao Yu mirrored the motion, countering with a punch directed at the man's fist, not head-on, but targeting the joints, aiming for his fingers. Bang! Their fists collided with no embellishment. The man's expression shifted dramatically as pain shot through his fingers, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. In the moment of retracting his fist, the fingers of the left hand twisted grotesquely. Astonishingly, 3 of the 5 fingers were shattered by a single blow from Xiao Yu. Before the man could react, Xiao Yu's thigh swung horizontally like a battle axe. The formidable force generated a powerful gust of wind as his thigh descended. An act of sheer brutality infused with an aesthetic beauty. The 2 women watching this spectacle had their eyes glimmering with awe. Many females might fear the violence, savagery, and ferocity of men, yet at times, they secretly long for a touch of that roughness. The man, taken aback, raised his arms defensively. Thud. The battle-axe-like thigh struck his arm with ferocious intensity. The overwhelming force slammed into his arm and collided with the side of his face. His body trembled, as if struck by a colossal hammer, staggering backward under the pressure of this violent onslaught. Before he could retreat even a half-step, 2 hands shot forth with lightning speed, clasping his head. Following swiftly, a knee magnified before him. Bam! It crashed into his face. A wave of excruciating pain mixed with agony engulfed him. His nose shattered, and the upper row of his teeth was unrecognizably broken. The skin on his face became a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. As Xiao Yu released his head, the man swayed, collapsing like a limp rag doll, teetering on the edge of consciousness. Breathing out deeply, Xiao Yu felt an inexplicable realization of the terrifying power granted by the system. This was, after all, his inaugural use of martial arts expert, and he had not fully mastered it. Yet, he had incapacitated his opponent effortlessly. If he were dealing with an ordinary person, such prowess might not be noteworthy. However, the truth was that his adversary was far from ordinary. The capabilities in combat should be beyond the imagination of many. Regrettably, he had encountered a foe so inept that retaliation was impossible. "Wow, so handsome," cheered Hua Qingwu, her exuberance palpable. Just moments ago, she had exuded a sultry elegance. But now, she resembled an infatuated maiden, her porcelain-like face tinged with a rosy hue, alluring and captivating. Yi Qiu-chan's bright eyes sparkled, astonished by Xiao Yu's martial prowess. Her heart raced, and internally she mused, so strong. She was indeed well-versed in combat, capable of taking on several robust men without breaking a sweat. Yet, witnessing Xiao Yu's recent display, she confronted an unsettling truth. The combat strength of this young man could very well overpower her tenfold. Xiao Yu, however, did not glance back at the two women. Instead, he stood rooted in place, puzzled. Something was amiss. Why had there been no completion notification for the system task? He recalled the system's original words. "Please, host, proceed to the side of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. Protect the two until all kidnappers are apprehended, and a task completion notification will follow." The three suspected kidnappers had been dealt with, and Zhou Lingling lay unconscious. If the task was complete, where was the system's notification? Could it be that there were still kidnappers unapprehended? Suddenly, the door to the private room was violently flung open. Two armed police officers burst in. "Don't move." "Huh?" The police officer, taken aback, gazed upon the two lifeless bodies on the ground, their heads shattered and eyes obliterated, his expression shifting dramatically. Another officer, upon observing the two handguns lying on the floor of the private room, was struck with horror. The rookie officer from the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Division, badge number 0324, introduced himself. "I am Xiao Yu." The two officers exchanged peculiar glances, as if they had encountered a specter. After scrutinizing Xiao Yu for a prolonged moment, they gradually lowered their firearms. One of them spoke, introducing himself as Su Hui, the deputy captain of the 6th team of the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Division. Xiao Yu, bewildered, shared a similar expression of astonishment, realizing they were on the same side. "You must have called the police, right?" Su Hui gestured towards the corpses and the handguns with a stern demeanor, demanding to know the situation. Without further ado, Xiao Yu recounted the details of the suspected kidnapping incident. The two officers exchanged glances, immediately turning their attention to Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. The implications of their identities dawned on Xiao Yu, just as they did on the officers. However, before they could grasp the full context, two young men entered the room. Sporting short hair and clad in black administrative jackets, they exuded an aura of military discipline. Upon their entrance, their sharp gazes immediately fixated on the firearms held by the two officers. One of them reached into his jacket, producing a black identification booklet emblazoned with a golden national emblem and 3 distinct characters, investigation certificate. The expressions of Xiao Yu and the two officers transformed in unison. Chapter 7. The car turned unexpectedly. Xiao Yu and the two police officers were taken aback upon seeing the credentials. Indeed, the identity represented by the investigative certificate was formidable. While ordinary people might be oblivious, the police were well aware. Typically, it denoted one of 3 special identities, the most common being military personnel, followed by state security, and lastly, the Security Bureau. Individuals possessing any of these identities were beyond the purview of police inquiry. In the capital, it was virtually impossible for someone presenting an investigative certificate to be of the first category. State security? The Security Bureau? A wave of trepidation washed over Xiao Yu, who almost felt compelled to feign trembling. As he tucked away the credentials, the two buzzcut officers approached Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. Xiao Yu's expression shifted instantly as he positioned himself protectively in front of the two women. Was he mad to confront someone who held an investigative certificate? No. He was not insane. First and foremost, the task assigned by the system remained unfulfilled. Secondly, he could not allow anyone to approach the women until all the kidnappers had been apprehended. The two officers halted in their tracks, their gazes momentarily lifting to regard Xiao Yu. The calmness and indifference in their eyes carried a sharpness akin to that of unparalleled warriors, eliciting a peculiar sting in Xiao Yu's own eyes. Cold sweat rapidly drenched his entire being. I must be out of my mind. Xiao Yu felt an involuntary tightening within him. Suddenly, a soft, jade-like arm looped through his own. Come, let me take you to my sister's house to play, Hua Qingwu said, scrunching her nose adorably, exhibiting a youthful air that belied her age, which was considerably greater than Xiao Yu's. Yet, her demeanor seemed entirely fitting. Xiao Yu couldn't help but recall a popular internet term, adorable yet formidable. The two officers exchanged glances, the sharpness in their eyes dissipating. They refrained from advancing towards the women and instead turned their attention to the two serious-looking police officers. Su Hui and his colleague were left dumbfounded. Did they dare to provoke someone Xiao Yu could not? Let us not make a scene. Xiao Yu glanced at Hua Qingwu beside him, then at the composed Yi Qiu-chan, and finally at the two officers, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. However, he wished to spare his allies any embarrassment and was aware of the protocols governing police investigations. There are still two living witnesses, Xiao Yu stated. I will escort them home first, and I will return shortly to report on the subsequent matters. The two police officers exchanged perplexed looks. What could they possibly say? What right did they have to speak? With those two officers present, they were acutely aware it was against protocol. Yet, they dared not voice any objections, nor could they impeach Xiao Yu, fully cognizant that the two women might possess terrifying identities. Ultimately, Su Hui could only nod in resignation. With a wry smile, Xiao Yu led Hua Qingwu outside, with Yi Qiu-chan following closely beside them. They exited the KTV, where a business vehicle awaited them at the entrance. The two officers opened the car doors, and Xiao Yu, along with the two women, entered the vehicle. Little brother, I never expected you were truly a police officer, Hua Qingwu exclaimed inside the car, still linked to Xiao Yu, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Who would have thought a policeman would flirt with girls? What a ridiculous attempt at flirtation. I am merely safeguarding your well-being. Xiao Yu could only express his exasperation, remarking that even police officers are human and deserve companionship. Haha. Hua Qingwu, with a radiant smile, conceded, all right. I suppose you are right. She giggled incessantly like a little hen. How did you discern that something was amiss with the beverage? Asked Yi Qiu-chan, her demeanor poised and aloof. I am a police officer, Xiao Yu replied dismissively. Yi Qiu-chan's beautiful eyes scrutinized him for a moment before she refrained from further inquiries. Minutes later, the business vehicle rolled into the Chaoyang district, specifically the military compound. Xiao Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. No, it should be referred to as the military base street. Such areas are inaccessible to ordinary folk, guarded by soldiers at the gate and armed personnel patrolling the grounds. It was evident that the two women possessed identities capable of instilling fear. Upon entering the compound, the vehicle traversed for approximately 7 or 8 minutes. In that brief period, Xiao Yu was nearly blinded by the sights before him. Within this compound, he observed a kindergarten, a school, a hospital, office spaces, service areas, and recreational zones. It resembled a self-contained microcosm. Ultimately, the business vehicle halted in a residential area before a private courtyard. Oh no, exclaimed Hua Qingwu, her enchanting eyes darting towards a Hongqi sedan outside the courtyard. Father is home today. Qiu-chan, we must flee. Xiao Yu was taken aback, thinking, what kind of absurdity is this? Why is a daughter so terrified of her own father? Yi Qiu-chan appeared equally apprehensive, instructing the driver with a buzz cut. To my Sihiyuan. Understood, the driver replied, accustomed to such circumstances. They frighten me. Hua Qingwu patted her chest, visibly shaken. Her voice was truly unique, sounding as if it belonged to a captivating enchantress. It was sweet yet laced with a hint of alluring charm, unmistakably the voice of a siren. Xiao Yu remained silent, feeling an odd sense of being ensnared by the two women. After the business vehicle exited the compound and traveled for another 20 minutes, they entered the second ring road and arrived at a spacious alley. 5 minutes later, they stopped outside a Sihiyuan. This evening, Xiao Yu's eyes were opened to new experiences. A military district, a Sihiyuan, any unit within the second ring is valued at a minimum of 10 million, with most surpassing 100 million. Moreover, owning such a property is not merely a matter of wealth. Sometimes, it symbolizes status and identity. As everyone disembarked, a driver with a buzz cut opened the courtyard gate. Hua Qingwu once again linked her arm with Xiao Yu's, leading him inside. What could he possibly say? He felt utterly helpless. They traversed the bluestone path, entering the main hall of the 3-section courtyard. The living room exuded an ancient charm, with furniture that appeared antiquated yet was undoubtedly valuable. Once seated, the two drivers departed, and an elderly maid emerged, bringing a teapot to serve water to the trio. Drinking tea late at night, are you so confident in your sleep quality? Xiao Yu gazed at the cup before him, his teeth aching. Yi Qiu-chan looked at him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of it. Why do you approach us? It seems you are aware of what will transpire tonight. Xiao Yu stood frozen, his mind in turmoil. How did she discover his intentions? What a foolish child. Hua Qingwu giggled sweetly, her enchanting peach blossom eyes casting a glance at him. You are certainly not here to flirt with us. How can you be so certain? Xiao Yu asked, his voice strained. The reasoning is quite simple, Hua Qingwu said as she suddenly leaned closer. Instinctively, Xiao Yu recoiled. Look, she said, her brows lifted in delight as she settled back onto the sofa in a relaxed position. If you were here to pursue a girl, to strike up a conversation, why would you shy away when a girl approaches you? Moreover, throughout this journey, you have instinctively tried to distance yourself whenever someone takes your arm. If it were those mischievous boys, they would relish the attention from girls, wouldn't they? Xiao Yu silently buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed. This turn of events had caught him completely off guard. Chapter 8. Just act for me. Xiao Yu has never underestimated women. As Zhang Wuji's mother wisely remarked, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she may be. Take Hua Qingwu, for instance. She is as radiant as a flower, captivating and enchanting, seemingly devoid of care, akin to a lovely vase. Yet, unbeknownst to you, she might just dig a pit to bury you. Then there is Yu Qiuchan, another formidable woman. The regal aura she exudes as a figure of authority begs the question of its origin. Such an aura is not an innate gift, but rather a cultivated trait, honed through experience and trials at a certain pinnacle. Underestimating women, particularly those of exquisite beauty, could lead to your untimely demise without you ever realizing it. And now, setting aside the flirtations directed at us, it is evident that you are connected to the events of this evening. A broader smile graced Yi Qiuchan's flawless and delicate face. Am I right in my assumption? Xiao Yu, please cease your gruesome imaginings. He has always been a child adept at weaving lies, concocting a story in the blink of an eye. In truth, while at the nightclub, I wagered with my classmates that I could strike up a conversation with you. But my intentions were not to pursue you. Xiao Yu earnestly fabricated a tale. What transpired subsequently was merely coincidence, instigated by the disapproving gaze of your old classmate, Zhou Lingling, who seemed to harbor a strong aversion towards me. Can you discern psychological insights from another's expressions? Yi Qiuchan appeared somewhat skeptical. Have you ever heard of micro-expression psychology? Xiao Yu shrugged, offering an explanation. The two women were astonished. Hua Qingwu retrieved her phone and searched for micro-expression psychology, then, bewildered, nodded towards Yi Qiuchan, indicating she understood more than anticipated. Yi Qiuchan inquired playfully, while we were at the KTV, how did you discern that something was amiss with the drinks? The explanation is rather intricate. Do you recall the tattooed waiter? Upon Yi Qiuchan's nod, Xiao Yu elaborated confidently. First, his age was suspicious. A man in his 30s working as a waiter is unusual. Additionally, his hands bore tattoos and calluses at the web of his thumb, indicative of someone accustomed to firearm handling through extensive training. In our country, only police officers, military personnel, and certain specialized individuals have access to firearms. Moreover, how could someone in such professions possess tattoos? I surmised that this individual likely hailed from abroad. Perhaps a soldier or of another identity. Only such a deduction seemed plausible. Yet, what kind of person in such a position would stoop to being a waiter when they could earn far more elsewhere? Furthermore, the disarray of the drinks and snacks on the coffee table suggested a lack of professionalism. He opened the bottles without our consent. Surely, a waiter should have learned proper serving etiquette? Is it not common knowledge that one cannot open drinks without the guest's permission? The presence of an individual who had no business being at the KTV, lacking basic serving skills, and audaciously opening drinks raised too many red flags. Thus, I found myself questioning the waiter's intentions and the authenticity of the beverages. Upon their return, Sister Qingwu and her companions found Zhou Lingling directly pouring drinks for us, even serving me a glass. As I had previously mentioned, Zhou Lingling's gaze towards me was filled with disdain. If she truly harbored such animosity, why would she offer me a drink? Coupled with my initial suspicions regarding the waitress and the beverages, I recalled my earlier observations of Zhou Lingling exchanging glances with the waitress. This led me to suspect that her act of pouring the drink must have a hidden agenda. Doubting the safety of the drink, I decided to test the waters by handing her sister Qingwu's glass, urging her to drink from it. At this point, Xiao Yu raised his hands in surrender. The outcome was evident. She was indeed involved in something nefarious, clearly in cahoots with the waitress. If my deductions were correct, the drink likely contained some sort of sedative aimed at incapacitating you all for abduction. Wow, you are quite impressive, Hua Qingwu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Xiao Yu. Yi Qiuchan mirrored her complex expression. All the peculiarities aligned perfectly, fitting together like a well-crafted puzzle. Through Xiao Yu's deductions, the two women realized the alarming intelligence of this young man. merely by observing subtle, unnoticed anomalies. He had unraveled so much and ultimately validated his conclusions. Zhou Lingling and the waitress were indeed compromised. What kind of mind is this? Xiao Yu chuckled, bemused by Hua Qingwu's address of him as little brother. I have a name, and besides, calling a man little brother is quite derogatory, you know? Really? Hua Qingwu feigned shock, her expression exaggeratedly pale. You should just play along with it. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, honestly. Fine, then I'll call you. Hua Qingwu grinned mischievously. Little bro? Xiao Yu sighed. All right, little bro it is, better than little brother. As for the potential future between him and the two women, he thought it absurd. After all, they belonged to entirely different worlds. One should not force themselves into a realm that is not theirs, lest they degrade themselves for the sake of others. Why do you feel the need to protect me and Qiu-chan? Hua Qingwu leaned closer, her voice sultry and enticing. Was it love, affection, or merely a sense of duty? The expression on her face suggested a dramatic concoction of emotions. Xiao Yu stared at her in disbelief. Are you perhaps unwell? He felt an urge to retaliate, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to a goddess exploiting a backup. The playful banter between the childhood friends drew an uncontrollable laugh from Yi Qiu-chan. You're infuriating. Hua Qingwu, embarrassed and furious, lunged at Xiao Yu, grabbing him by the neck and shaking him. You are the one who's sick. Your entire family is sick. She continued to squirm and thrash about, resembling a playful child. All right, I admit I'm unwell. Is that enough? Xiao Yu surrendered, frozen in place, seeking mercy as Hua Qingwu clung to him like a koala. Not satisfied, Hua Qingwu suddenly lowered her head, planting a kiss on Xiao Yu's neck. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze, and the expressions of all three individuals became rigid. Yi Qiu-chan gazed at her dear friend in a moment of bewilderment. Xiao Yu widened her eyes in confusion. Hua Qingwu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her lips hovering indecisively between biting and releasing. Xiao Yu was the first to regain her composure. Gently embracing Hua Qingwu's slender waist, she chuckled, Sister Qingwu, you must be born under the dog sign, am I right? Go away, go away. Hua Qingwu released a soft laugh, playfully punching Xiao Yu's chest with her tiny fist. Yi Qiu-chan also snapped back to reality, glancing between her childhood friend and the young man, shaking her head with a smile. The trio seemed to agree to disregard the recent awkwardness. To alleviate the tension, Xiao Yu feigned seriousness, stating, I suspect someone is plotting to abduct you, and the mastermind remains at large. Her words elicited expressions of uncertainty on the faces of the two young women. What kind of joke is that? Chapter 9. Can we still salvage this? If I am not mistaken, Xiao Yu inquired with a tone of unwavering certainty, you must have bodyguards when you go out, correct? No, not bodyguards, but rather security personnel. For instance, those two with surveillance permits sporting crew cuts. The two women nodded slightly. You went to the nightclub today at the behest of Zhou Lingling, did you not? Xiao Yu scrutinized their eyes, feigning that they were merely ordinary individuals without their guards, so as not to reveal their true identities. Is that so? The two women felt a shiver run down their spines and nodded again. Moreover, in order to conceal their identities from Zhou Lingling, they had not only omitted bringing their security but had also deliberately dressed down and refrained from driving. Primarily, they sought to enjoy a simple reunion as close friends without any extraneous complications. Did you ever consider, Xiao Yu articulated each word deliberately, that I have long known your identities are anything but simple, and there is even a possibility that someone has been arranged to keep an eye on you? In that instant, the expressions of the two women shifted dramatically, as if a realization dawned upon them. Yi Qiu-chan also glanced at the teacup on the coffee table, lost in thought. Is it the maid from earlier? Xiao Yu suppressed a smile. Indeed. Yi Qiu-chan sighed deeply. A year ago, we met Zhou Lingling, and she mentioned a relative in the capital who was unable to find work as a nanny, which was quite pitiful. At that time, Qingwu kindly suggested that I take her in, so I arranged for her relative to clean the courtyard and become a maid. I even instructed this maid not to disclose our identities to Zhou Lingling. Hua Qingwu's face drained of color, her small countenance turning pale. What had started as a good deed had unexpectedly turned into a scheme orchestrated by Zhou Lingling, aiming to exploit them. How revealing. Xiao Yu observed the tea on the table. Does that mean the tea you just consumed? The expressions of the two women shifted once more, seemingly validating Xiao Yu's assertion. The two women swayed slightly, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was quick to react, extending his arms to catch them. Embracing them tightly, seeing that they had merely fainted, he exhaled in relief. Have you enjoyed the spectacle enough? While holding the two women, Xiao Yu fixed his gaze towards the kitchen. A cold snort echoed from the kitchen, and the earlier maid sauntered out leisurely. The middle-aged woman had a somewhat portly figure, her muscles slack, her forehead adorned with wrinkles, and her eyes, which seemed to squint, glimmered with a chilling light. As she entered the living room, she looked at Xiao Yu with a cold stare. "Did you not drink any tea?" "I have poor sleep quality," Xiao Yu replied, feeling fortunate that he never drank coffee or tea late at night. "Fortunate indeed," the woman sneered. "Too bad you're about to die," Xiao Yu scoffed. "Have you incapacitated the two crew-cut gentlemen outside as well?" "Sharp," the woman grinned with pride, though she pondered that taking them down would not be easy, given they were security personnel. However, even the mightiest of guards must eat and drink. I have known them for a year, and they have let their guard down around me. It is quite simple to make them slumber. Have you lost your mind?" Xiao Yu found himself grappling with confusion as he glanced at the two women in his arms. Their identities, were they truly someone you would dare to provoke? He pondered the implications. If someone were to target Yu Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, both women of military pedigree with protective guards, could the entire dragon country tremble at the repercussions? Why was there such trepidation? The woman's laughter was chilling. By the time others discovered their predicament, we will have already vacated the capital, swiftly departing from the dragon country. Even if their parents wielded significant influence, they could not extend their reach beyond the borders. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon Xiao Yu. His heart raced. Thus, this was not merely a kidnapping. It was the work of foreign spies. This notion corroborated his earlier suspicions, particularly regarding the server and the peculiar calluses on the hands of the two men. He even entertained the thought that they had undergone training abroad, noting the strange accent of one of the men speaking Mandarin. Damn it! Xiao Yu felt a twinge of fear. As an ordinary individual, he too could experience terror. Initially, he believed the system's task was simply to safeguard the two women, imagining it to be a straightforward abduction. He never anticipated that this case would entwine itself with espionage and the progeny of powerful figures. Such matters were far beyond the purview of ordinary law enforcement, truly daunting. Xiao Yu's complexion paled as he sensed the profound malice emanating from the system. The abilities bestowed upon him were formidable, terrifying, and grotesquely exhilarating. Yet, correspondingly, the missions assigned by the system were perilous, frightening, and could very well cost lives. At that moment, two imposing figures strode into the living room. The two men, of Asian descent and appearing to be in their 30s, were particularly noteworthy for the firearms they wielded, silenced handguns. A surge of uncontrolled fear washed over him as they approached the woman, raising their weapons to point directly at him. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Xiao Yu swiftly regained his composure. There was still a chance for rescue. He must find a way to save himself. Suddenly, he felt a slight sting in the arm that held the two women, particularly the one around Yu Qiu-chan. A shiver coursed through him as he realized that someone was gripping his arm from behind. The location of the pressure was precisely behind Yu Qiu-chan. Was she not unconscious? Indeed, she hadn't drunk any tea moments ago. What a terrifying woman, she was feigning sleep. Moreover, as he gradually moved his hand, he felt a soft palm and encountered something else, something cold, palm-sized, thick, and rigid. A handgun. Xiao Yu was taken aback. She had a firearm? No. That was the crux of the matter. The seemingly comatose Yu Qiu-chan had quietly placed the handgun into his hand and disengaged the safety. Damn it! Xiao Yu nearly cursed aloud. His adrenaline surged, his mind racing at breakneck speed. He had a method of self-rescue now. He had to give it a try. To struggle against the impending doom. You little rascal, now you can. The woman's sinister laughter echoed ominously, but her words were abruptly cut short. The woman, accompanied by two armed men, noticed a peculiar change in Xiao Yu's expression. His eyes widened dramatically, displaying a visage of sheer terror. He was fixated on something behind them, as if a dreadful entity had materialized, resembling a person witnessing a ghost. Humanity is inherently curious. It is an innate trait that remains irreversible without specialized training. For instance, when someone suddenly calls out another's name from behind, curiosity compels the individual to turn around and ascertain who is calling. In that moment, Xiao Yu's expression ignited a sense of curiosity among the three. The woman and one of the men could not contain themselves and turned their heads. At that precise instant, a gunshot erupted from Yu Qiu-chan's waist. The man who had not turned around was struck in the chest. Chapter 10. Are you truly a devil? The middle-aged woman and another man were startled by the sound of gunfire. As they quickly turned their heads, they not only witnessed their companion collapse, struck by a bullet, but also saw a figure hurtling towards them. Xiao Yu had sprung into action. In that fleeting moment, all his strength was directed into his legs, propelling him forward like a cannonball towards the woman and the man. Previously, he had feigned terror to deceive them into looking away. Unfortunately, the gun that Yiqiu-chan had provided him contained but a single bullet, leaving him with only one shot. The peril of life and death loomed. Yet everything had reached its conclusion. Xiao Yu's form leapt with the agility of a leopard, soaring over 2 meters high. His thighs, like whips, swiftly encircled the woman's neck. With a sudden, forceful contraction and a twist, a sharp crack echoed as the woman's neck contorted into a grotesque angle. Her head, twisted unnaturally, faced backwards, revealing expressions of horror, confusion, and disbelief. It was as if she could not comprehend why her eyes were beholding the scene behind her. Darkness descended. Her pupils dilated, and breath ceased. In the interim, Xiao Yu, suspended in the air, released his grip on the woman's neck. One arm had already extended, seizing the man's wrist, which held the firearm. With a swift motion, he executed a joint lock, snapping the man's wrist with astonishing speed. Before the man's handgun even touched the ground, Xiao Yu had gracefully landed, akin to a cheetah pouncing, crashing into the man's embrace. With a resounding thud, his elbow struck the man beneath the armpit. The man gasped in pain, his face contorting grotesquely. The armpit, a particularly vulnerable point in human anatomy, remains defenseless, regardless of one's training. The instant excruciating pain radiated from that area. Most individuals succumb to weakness, and this man was no exception. His body twisted instinctively, yearning to cry out and evade. Yet Xiao Yu had already seized one of his arms, pivoting swiftly and hoisting him onto his shoulder, applying relentless downward force. A sharp crack resounded as the man's arm shattered under the violent pressure. Unable to withstand the agony, he let out a pained wail. Just as his cry began to escape, Xiao Yu pivoted once more, his arm slicing through the air, his palm striking like a blade. With a decisive snap, he severed the man's throat, silencing his scream abruptly. Xiao Yu then unleashed a lightning-fast kick towards the man's knee. A crack echoing as the man's left calf bent in the opposite direction, causing him to shrink in stature and topple sideways. Yet before he could fully descend, Xiao Yu grasped his head with both hands, raising his knee. With explosive force, his knee collided with the man's face. The sound of bone fracturing accompanied by a spray of blood. The man fell, lifeless, without uttering a sound, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. Gazing intensely at the unconscious man sprawled on the ground, Xiao Yu released a heavy sigh of relief. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. It was then that he realized his clothes were completely soaked with sweat, as if he had just emerged from a deluge. One could only imagine the extent of his tension in that fleeting moment, the force he had unleashed, which left Xiao Yu feeling utterly drained. Reclining on the ground, he lacked the energy to move. Suddenly, a distinct voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Extreme Protection mission. System reward: permanent preservation. Please look forward to the next system task. Farewell. Damn it. Farewell? Are you a devil? Amid his heavy breaths, Xiao Yu felt a surge of frustration. Thankfully, the system task was finally completed. It truly rang true that to attain something, one must be willing to sacrifice. The rewards from the system were substantial, but they came at the cost of one's very life. One misstep could lead to demise. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? A perfect figure gracefully approached Xiao Yu, slowly squatting down before him. Thank you. On Yiqiu-chan's face, the aura of nobility and coldness had vanished. A gentle smile graced her exquisite features, embodying a feminine charm. Gazing at her breathtaking beauty, Xiao Yu couldn't help but reflect on how unapproachable and aloof she had always seemed, maintaining an air of divinity that lacked any warmth, leading to inevitable solitude. He was unsure why he felt compelled to voice such thoughts, but he sensed a profound loneliness in the woman before him. Yiqiu-chan's silence seemed to resonate with a tender spot in her heart. Indeed, she felt lonely and isolated, with few friends, due to her upbringing. She could not live or socialize like an ordinary girl. She appeared to be a queen with an icy exterior, yet within her resided a deep-seated solitude. Calmly observing the young man's face, Yiqiu-chan unexpectedly sat beside him. She extended her arms and cradled his head, resting it on her straight, long legs. Startled, Xiao Yu stared at her, bewildered by the sensation at the back of his head. You are right, Yiqiu-chan said, lifting her gaze. Her eyes dreamy as she looked at the sofa, where Hua Qingwu was peacefully asleep. We are both so lonely, so isolated. Xiao Yu, taken aback, thought, why are you telling me this? Are you implying that you are in need of companionship? Before he could spiral further into his musings, a group of individuals burst into the living room. Clad in Zhongshan suits or formal jackets, all sporting crew cuts, they wielded an array of firearms and tools. Upon seeing that Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu were unharmed, their tense, cold expressions began to ease. However, when they noticed Xiao Yu resting on Yi Qiu-chan's lap, their faces contorted into peculiar expressions. "You might be in a bit of trouble now," Yi Qiu-chan remarked, regaining her queenly composure as she looked down at Xiao Yu. "But it's all right. Just remember, do not speak what should remain unspoken, or neither I nor Qingwu will be able to protect you." He wore an expression of perplexity, akin to the furrowed brow of a bewildered individual. In the very next moment, he comprehended the reason behind Yi Qiu-chan's warning. Two men with closely cropped hair approached, hoisting him from the ground and carrying him away. Xiao Yu exclaimed, "What on earth are you planning to do?" Subsequently, he was escorted out of the courtyard and into a commercial vehicle. Within half an hour, not only was he shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, but he was also taken to an undisclosed location. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in a room resembling an interrogation chamber. To be frank, the entire ordeal nearly sent Xiao Yu into a state of panic. What sort of place is this? Before he could gather his thoughts, a middle-aged man entered the interrogation room. He regarded Xiao Yu with a cold gaze, scrutinizing him for a full minute. The intensity of the stare sent shivers down Xiao Yu's spine, and he inwardly screamed, "What do you intend to do with me?" At that moment, the middle-aged man uttered a peculiar phrase. "Why are you so formidable? Could you elucidate?" Chapter 11. Not a fool. Xiao Yu's pupils contracted. What could he possibly explain? Would he disclose that he is a time traveler equipped with a system? If he dared to utter such a claim, would they not promptly hand him over to the state, allowing researchers to toy with him, perhaps even dissect him for examination? Noticing Xiao Yu's silence, the middle-aged man chuckled. "Name? Xiao Yu. Place of origin? B City, Province L. Occupation? Probationary police officer." A sudden darkness crossed the middle-aged man's expression. "So, you are a police officer? Is there something wrong with being a police officer?" Xiao Yu frowned at the man's attitude. Does he believe his status surpasses that of a police officer? The man's countenance shifted immediately, a derisive sneer played on his lips. Xiao Yu locked eyes with him, challenging. "What is your status, then? How dare you?" The middle-aged man regarded Xiao Yu as though he were a monster. After a prolonged silence, he coldly declared, "I am also a police officer, National Security Police." Xiao Yu was taken aback. Although he had surmised that the man's identity was peculiar, he had not anticipated it would be so intimidating. However, considering those who sought to abduct Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, it seemed plausible that they might be spies. National security specifically targets individuals of that ilk, a perfect match. Yet, even if the man were part of national security, what difference would it make? Xiao Yu had committed no offense, nor had he violated the law. Quite the contrary. He had thwarted a significant kidnapping plot. Being a police officer, he would likely receive recognition and commendation for his actions. "You have yet to answer my question." The middle-aged man's eyes were as dark as a deep well. "What are you referring to?" Xiao Yu feigned ignorance. "The KTV shooting that left 2 dead and 1 severely injured." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "In the courtyard, another was shot, 1 killed and 1 maimed. What gives you the audacity to commit such acts?" "Because," Xiao Yu's dark eyes glimmered as he stated earnestly, "I possess skills in martial arts." The middle-aged man was taken aback. Then, he suddenly grinned. "Very well, even if you're skilled. Can you explain why a mere rookie, fresh from police academy and not yet a full officer, would dare to kill, and so many at that?" Xiao Yu's lips twitched in a faint smirk. The pressure was mounting, targeting the suspect's psyche. He was well versed in this tactic from his previous life as a police officer. Was it not absurd to play such games with him? "Explain what?" Xiao Yu seemed unfazed by the pressure, his expression serene. "If your national security wishes to apprehend me, do not concoct so many excuses. Furthermore, I am 22 years old and have lived in Longwu for 22 years. If there were any unsavory dealings, you would have uncovered them long ago." The middle-aged man erupted in laughter, his gaze on Xiao Yu growing more peculiar. "So, you were just a naive youth." "Naive youth?" Xiao Yu replied with a grin. "And what, pray tell, are you?" The middle-aged man's smile faltered, and he stared blankly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu gazed intently into the face of his opponent, locking eyes with him. At that moment, the air itself seemed to crystallize. 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on one another, clashing in silent confrontation. "Do you think you are quite formidable?" The middle-aged man sneered, his arrogance bordering on madness. "Indeed." Xiao Yu replied earnestly, nodding his head. "I am quite capable. Do you dispute that?" The middle-aged man was rendered speechless, unable to respond. This was beyond mere naivety. One might even question his sanity. "Are you unwell?" The man's expression darkened. "That is a question I ought to pose to you." Xiao Yu coldly regarded him. "I have committed no offense and, in fact, have performed my duty as a police officer." I fail to comprehend why you would employ such tactics reserved for criminals against me. In relation to tonight's suspected major kidnapping, not only am I innocent, but I have also rendered service. The man's approach to handling offenders had indeed provoked Xiao Yu's ire. Your national security agency may be impressive, but such prestige is conferred by the state. Without that distinction, who do you think you are to act so superior? The middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words once more. I care not for your intentions or objectives, Xiao Yu stated with a frigid tone. I am not a criminal and detest being interrogated. Furthermore, I currently hold the position of a probationary police officer. As he spoke, he raised his hands, adorned with handcuffs, gesturing towards his shackled feet. Though not the traditional type of shackles, such treatment was typically reserved for murderers, which was what incensed Xiao Yu the most. But I intend to interrogate you in this manner, the middle-aged man retorted, his irritation evident, a sneer of disdain crossing his features. What will you do about it? Suddenly, Xiao Yu, bound by handcuffs and shackles, sprang from the interrogation chair with extraordinary agility. In the blink of an eye, he leaped over the table and stood before the middle-aged man, driving his knee into him. The man was taken aback, terror washing over his face as he instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. The impact was thunderous, a forceful blow that sent him reeling backward. But Xiao Yu was not finished. His cuffed hands encircled the man's neck, pulling him in, as he delivered another knee strike to the man's face. Despite Xiao Yu's restraint, blood erupted from the man's nose as dizziness enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, the interrogation room's door was forcefully flung open. A group of buzzcut officers rushed in, their firearms aimed at the rampaging Xiao Yu. Do you think that being part of national security gives you the right to act recklessly and without consequence? Faced with the multitude of guns, Xiao Yu remained unyielding, his gaze fixed on the fallen middle-aged man. Without that layer of identity, I could take on 10 of you. What are you national security agents worth? Both the man on the ground and the surrounding officers stared at Xiao Yu, stunned into silence. A great question mark arose in their minds. Has this lad gone mad? Ding, the task of the Guardian system has been successfully activated. System task, battle against the king of soldiers, task duration, none, task reward, beast form, reward note. When a system task appears, the system's abilities will be granted to the host in advance. Task hint, engage with the elite special forces of the national security and defeat them. Task rules, should the host successfully complete the task, the system's reward will be permanently retained. However, if the host fails, the system will reclaim the granted rewards. The host is urged to complete the task promptly within the stipulated time frame. Xiao Yu, what is happening? Suddenly, a mocking tone, half smiling, echoed from the doorway of the interrogation room. So arrogant. You need not defeat all 10 of us. Just conquer me. Chapter 12. The form of beast at 3 in the morning, the moonlight filtered through the dense clouds, casting a fleeting glow over a small square. Brought to this square, Xiao Yu experienced an intense chill, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar, his entire being engulfed in coldness. He was startled by the recent system task notification. Engage in combat with a war king? In his 2 lifetimes, he had heard many legends about war kings, yet he had never witnessed the true visage of one. Why would the national security have a war king? In his previous life as a police officer, Xiao Yu had overheard several seasoned detectives recount tales concerning the national security. The national security is one of the 5 major police forces, referring to ordinary national security officers. Within the entire national security system, there exist numerous specialized departments and unique professions, such as the special operations. This profession has been known by many names in the past, including agents, spies, and secret police. Could an ordinary person fulfill the duties of a special operations agent? The answer is a resounding no. It is said that many operatives in the national security are primarily drawn from the military and undergo extensive training before they can be deemed capable of special operations. This adequately explains the existence of a war king within the national security. Engaging in a duel with a war king? Xiao Yu wore a face marked by skepticism regarding his own life choices. Fortunately, the system granted him another ability, the form of beasts. Upon acquiring this ability, the powers of 100 wild beasts infused themselves within Xiao Yu's body. He recalled a childhood animated series where the protagonist possessed 4 extraordinary abilities: the eagle's eyesight, the wolf's hearing, the bear's strength, and the leopard's speed. With just these 4 abilities, the protagonist resembled a superhuman. Now, however, Xiao Yu not only had these 4 extraordinary abilities, but he had also surpassed the animated hero by an additional 96 powers. This was a truly celestial phenomenon. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu felt his heart race and his blood boil, realizing the terrifying potential of the system. At that moment, Around the square stood 2 or 3 dozen individuals with crew cuts, all members of the national security. Yet, Xiao Yu paid them no mind. His gaze was fixed upon a man standing 5 meters away. This man appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an intangible aura that inspired an indescribable reverence. Standing at 182 meters, he possessed a physique that was perfectly proportioned, not overtly imposing, yet his body, concealed beneath his attire, radiated strength. His entire being was taut like a straight spear, poised for action. Xiao Yu sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from him. However, he gazed at the man's face with a hint of confusion, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. "My name is Yi Hong." The man spoke in a hoarse yet calm voice. "Did you not just claim that our national security is insignificant, asserting that you could take on 10 of us? Come then. If you can bring me down, the national security shall indeed be but a trifling matter in your presence." Xiao Yu felt as though he was a supporting character caught in the throes of bravado, now under the scrutinizing gaze of the protagonist, poised to face an unrelenting backlash. Instinctively, he felt a surge of resistance, a clear indication of his own insecurity. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to maintain his faade, tears notwithstanding. Xiao Yu extended his hand, beckoning with a finger, "Then come at me." Yi Hong. The onlookers. They had encountered many arrogant individuals in the past, but none as audacious as Xiao Yu. Did he truly not fear the consequences? In an instant, Yi Hong surged forth like a released arrow, covering a distance of 5 meters in the blink of an eye, standing before Xiao Yu. His hand shot out like lightning, aimed at Xiao Yu's face, generating a pressure that momentarily left Xiao Yu breathless. Yet, Yi Hong's grasp met only air. Xiao Yu sidestepped with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Yi Hong's eyes gleamed. Surprised yet undeterred, he closed the distance. His right hand swung like a hammer, aiming for Xiao Yu's temple. Without hesitation, he sought to deny his opponent any chance to counter. His left hand, legs, and feet transformed into weapons, launching a relentless barrage. Xiao Yu was astounded, for the onslaught was executed with the precision of a machine. There were no flashy moves, no drawn-out theatrics. Every strike was lethal, manufactured with the sole purpose of destruction. The attacks flowed with a mechanical efficiency, all sacrifices made to enhance speed and lethality. His adversary had become a true killing machine. Xiao Yu summoned all his strength, initiating a furious defense. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed across the square. Not only did Xiao Yu successfully block all of Yi Hong's attacks, but his speed also surpassed that of Yi Hong, his power even more ferocious. The spectators were left in awe, for Yi Hong was renowned as the top fighter in the National Security Agency, a combat instructor no less. Yet, this formidable figure could not subdue the audacious youth. The incredibility of the situation struck them. Xiao Yu displayed mastery in various martial arts: Chinese Kung Fu, Sanda, Muay Thai, boxing, karate, taekwondo. His flamboyant fighting style matched Yi Hong's, nearly blinding the onlookers with astonishment. What kind of monster was this young man? Suddenly, bang! The two fists collided without flourish. Both men staggered back a half-step. Xiao Yu, his entire body aching, bore an expression of exhilaration, extending his tongue to lick his lips, reminiscent of a wolf satiated after a meal. After this battle, he had adeptly embraced the persona of a fighting expert. Pain, yet joyfully embraced. However, Yi Hong's expression had shifted to one of grave concern, his eyes fixed on Xiao Yu as though he were gazing upon a terrifying beast. "Now it's my turn." Xiao Yu grinned. An uncanny scene unfolded as he suddenly lunged towards the ground, adopting a quadrupedal stance akin to a leopard. In an instant of contact with the earth, as his limbs exerted force, Xiao Yu's body propelled forward like a cannonball, employing both hands and feet in a swift, unyielding advance. Such a running posture not only imbues his movements with an extraordinary explosiveness but also renders his body remarkably agile, allowing him to pivot and change direction with the support of his hands and feet. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu had reached the astonished Yi Hong. Yet, Yi Hong, the king of the military, demonstrated an astonishingly swift reaction. Before Xiao Yu could strike, he preemptively delivered a kick, transforming defense into offense. However, at the very moment his foot launched forward, Xiao Yu, who had been charging towards him, abruptly halted. The transition from a furious sprint to an instant standstill created a surreal perception for Yi Hong and the onlookers. It seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere human. For the human body cannot defy the laws of inertia and mechanics. It is akin to a car traveling at 100 kilometers per hour suddenly coming to a complete stop. Impossible, one might think. Yet, Xiao Yu achieved it. From a furious dash to a tranquil pause, he calmly observed Yi Hong's foot sweep past the tip of his nose. With a grin, he extended his hand and, with a swift motion, seized the ankle of that powerful leg. Employing the 100-beast form, bare strength, Xiao Yu gripped Yi Heng's ankle with one hand and, with a mighty swing of his arm, effortlessly hurled the imposing figure of over 80 kilograms into the air. Chapter 13. How did I end up with a boyfriend? Suspended in midair, Yi Heng experienced despair for the first time. In the air, no matter how strong or powerful one may be, their strength is rendered useless. Yet, this was not the most despairing moment. When he beheld the swift ascent of Xiao Yu before him, Yi Heng could only manage a bitter smile. It's over. At that moment, Xiao Yu, still suspended, exerted force at his waist and twisted his body. One leg arced gracefully, resembling a war axe, and descended upon Yi Heng with lethal intent. Thud. The kick struck Yi Heng at his waist, sending him crashing down from the air to the ground. Boom. Yi Heng's robust figure slammed heavily onto the earth. Xiao Yu, having landed lightly, propelled himself back into the sky. In midair, his legs bent, and his knees extended outward, descending like a battering ram. Am I going to die? Lying on the ground, Yi Heng managed a wry smile. He never imagined that someone who had triumphed over all challengers would meet his end at the hands of another. The old adage rings true, those who can swim often drown. How utterly frustrating it is to realize that he was vanquished not by a master of combat, but by a terrifying monster. No. A shrill scream suddenly pierced the air. Caught up in the thrill of combat, Xiao Yu jolted back to reality, recognizing the voice. Yiqiu-chan? Why does her voice sound so helpless, almost sorrowful? No. As he plummeted towards Yi Heng, a wave of horror washed over Xiao Yu. Oh no, am I about to kill him? As he neared his target, Xiao Yu's mind raced like an overloaded CPU. What should I do? In that fleeting moment, a spark ignited in his eyes. Beast form, cat spirit. Instantly, his body became as agile as a leopard, limbs extending gracefully. Thud. His hands and feet brushed against Yi Heng's body, colliding with the ground. However, Xiao Yu could hear the sickening sound of bones cracking. He felt the searing pain radiating through his hands and feet. With a bitter smile, he rolled over beside Yi Heng. Blood flowed from his hands, where the bone was exposed. At that moment, Xiao Yu's expression shifted, and he finally understood why Yi Heng seemed familiar. The resemblance to someone else was striking. Yi Heng? Yiqiu-chan? So that's it. Xiao Yu realized with sudden clarity. No wonder her cries were so filled with despair. She was family. A delicate figure darted forward like a startled deer. Yiqiu-chan stood before Xiao Yu, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Xiao Yu grinned. I'm quite obedient, aren't I? He spoke deliberately, knowing that this would help him win her favor. True to form, upon hearing his words, Yiqiu-chan's gaze grew even more intricate. When she noticed Xiao Yu's bleeding hands, her expression changed. She quickly knelt, disregarding the onlookers, and embraced him, softly asking, Does it hurt? It hurts. Xiao Yu feigned the look of a pitiful stray dog. With a blink of her eyes, she appeared pitiful. Hey, Qiu-chan, I am your brother. Yi Heng, sitting up, wore an expression of fury. I was injured too, and nearly met my demise at the hands of that brat. Lacking any capability, how dare he call for help? Yiqiu-chan cast a disdainful glance at Yi Heng before her gaze shifted to Xiao Yu. Let us go treat your wounds. Xiao Yu, no longer pretending, grimaced as he stood up. It was not an act. His hands and feet throbbed with pain. He still felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for Yiqiu-chan's shout, he might have truly committed a grave mistake. It had been said before that when an individual suddenly acquires immense power, it becomes exceedingly difficult to control oneself, often leading to reckless abandon, particularly in combat. Without professional training, one could easily become blinded by rage. This was indeed true. Hey, little sister, you cannot take him away yet. Yi Heng glared at Yiqiu-chan, insisting that the matter was not yet resolved. What else is there to investigate? Yiqiu-chan's expression remained icy. If it were not for Xiao Yu, both Qianwu and I might have been kidnapped. He is a policeman, not a criminal. Have the police ever rescued the wrong person? Do you truly wish for Qianwu and me to be abducted? Yi Heng stammered, unable to articulate a response. It was painfully clear that his sister was defending that young man, even though she knew Xiao Yu was not entirely right. With Yiqiu-chan's protection, he could not touch him. Otherwise, once his sister reported to their parents, he would face dire consequences. Suddenly, a sleek sports car drove into the small square. Halting before the crowd, the door swung open, and Hua Qinwu emerged, clad in loungewear, her smile radiant as she surveyed the surroundings. What are you all doing? As she spoke, she approached Yiqiu-chan and nestled against Xiao Yu, her demeanor cheerful as she gazed at everyone. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Heng's expression shifted dramatically, mirrored by the other national security personnel who also looked taken aback. Oh dear, how did my boyfriend's hand get injured? Hua Qinwu exclaimed. seemingly discovering a new world as she grasped Xiao Yu's bewildered hand. Her enchanting eyes filled with tears as if she were deeply pained. Boyfriend? Xiao Yu thought, bewildered. When did I become her boyfriend? Why was I not informed? Beside him, Yi Qiu-chan's lips twitched, as if suppressing a laugh. However, the expressions of Yi Hong and the others shifted yet again, darkening significantly. Even those of lesser intellect could discern the apprehension the national security personnel felt towards Hua Qingwu. Whether it was due to her identity or some other reason remained unclear. Xiao Yu's heart raced once again, for at that moment, Hua Qingwu resembled a fairy, snuggling in his embrace, as if declaring to all that she was his girlfriend. May we depart? Yi Qiu-chan inquired of her brother. Yi Heng remained silent. The three then approached the sports car, with Yi Qiu-chan at the wheel, Xiao Yu in the passenger seat, and Hua Qingwu perched on his lap. As there were only 2 seats available, with the national security personnel watching, the sports car sped away. What do we do now? A national security officer inquired of Yi Heng. Have you investigated? Yi Heng wore an expression of exasperation, replying, yes, I have checked, and he is quite clean. The officer remarked, his 22 years of life appear as immaculate as a blank sheet of paper. It is unlikely he is associated with those individuals. Furthermore, he is about to become a police officer. So, does that mean there are no issues? Yi Heng rolled his eyes. I've already boasted about my prowess. We will truly become mere tools in his presence. The onlookers lowered their heads, stifling laughter. What is there to laugh about? Yi Heng's face flushed with embarrassment. Get lost. Once his subordinates had departed, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Dad, I've looked into it. There are no major concerns. Only that his temper is rather volatile. If it weren't for Qiu-chan's intervention, I might have been severely beaten. By the way, it seems both Qiu-chan and Qingwu have taken a liking to him. Chapter 14. Go to hell. How embarrassing ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the Warrior King Challenge. The system rewards you with permanent preservation. Please anticipate the next system mission. Farewell. I, Lu Jiaming, found myself with no choice. Xiao Yu was playing a clever trick in his mind. Indeed, there was no option. The system tasks were mandatory. Failing to complete them would not only result in the forfeiture of rewards, but also the permanent closure of the system. Fortunately, each task completed bestowed remarkable abilities. No. They were terrifying. The expertise in combat was one thing. Being able to engage a warrior king without faltering, or perhaps even exceeding them, was another. The beast form was exceedingly abnormal, granting the host the capabilities of 100 wild beasts. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, the synergy of these 2 abilities was unparalleled. One could not merely defeat a warrior king, even 10 could be vanquished with ease. At this moment, Xiao Yu had assumed the 100-beast form, Salamander. This ability allowed for extraordinary healing, restoring the body at an alarming rate. As long as his head remained intact, and he had sufficient time, he could regenerate. Xiao Yu could distinctly feel his injuries mending rapidly. Then, he mentally chastised himself for being foolish. Within the 100-beast form, there was also a power, Rhino Defense. When fighting Yi Hong, had he employed this defense, injuries would have been a non-issue. This indicated that Xiao Yu had yet to fully master the 100-beast form. Surely, in the future, it would be nearly impossible for him to sustain injuries. This was akin to cheating. What are you laughing at? A sweet and charming voice chimed in. Oh dear, I had forgotten about them. Xiao Yu's smile froze on his face. Only then did he remember there was a lovely fairy in his embrace. Hua Qingwu shot him a glance, her lips curling into a smirk. You are now my boyfriend, you know. What the hell, boyfriend? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Yu lamented, sister, we've known each other for less than a day. Is that so? Hua Qingwu feigned a pout, glaring at him. I am currently sitting on your lap and lying in your arms. You still won't admit it? Humph, you really are a bad man. Isn't it because there's no room in the car? Do you think I wanted this? Xiao Yu chuckled helplessly. Sister Qiu-chan, don't you think so? Yu Qiu-chan, who was driving, raised the corners of her mouth, her glistening eyes glancing at him without uttering a word. You see? Even Qiu-chan won't help you, Hua Qingwu declared triumphantly as she leaned closer, teasing the young man. In a playful tone, she asked, my little boyfriend. Do you want to give me a kiss? Her teasing was relentless. She found Xiao Yu quite amusing. Under normal circumstances, any man in such a situation would seize the opportunity, yet Xiao Yu remained still, his body tense with nervousness. You can't be a virgin? Hua Qingwu teased with a playful glint in her eyes. Goodness, watch your words. Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, nearly losing control of his expression. I am not. Aha. Hua Qingwu erupted into laughter in his embrace, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. Even Yu Qiu-chan, who was driving, couldn't help but suppress a smile. Some individuals have met their demise, their bodies rendered limp, yet their mouths remain perpetually stiff. The thought of death is utterly shameful. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's face flushed a deep crimson. He felt so embarrassed he could hardly contain himself. Would it be permissible for your sister to be your girlfriend? Hua Qingwu continued to tease. Do you believe I might do something to you right now? Xiao Yu stretched out his hand, pulling Hua Qingwu tightly into his embrace. He then lowered his head, gradually leaning closer to her delicate, flower-like visage. As a result, Hua Qingwu's face instantly bloomed with a rosy hue, a mixture of irritation and shyness, leaving her somewhat flustered. Despite her earlier bravado, she was, in truth, quite timid. Xiao Yu was not much different. They were both equally bashful. Just then, they arrived at the hospital, and the three disembarked. Inside, the doctor attended to Xiao Yu's wounds and examined his body. Aside from some injuries to his hands, there were no significant issues, and no fractures were found. Xiao Yu felt a tremor in his heart, astonished by the terrifying self-healing capabilities of the beast form. After leaving the hospital, they returned to Yi Qiuchan's courtyard. It was already 5 in the morning. Hua Qingwu had fallen asleep in Xiao Yu's arms. He gently placed her on the bed in a bedroom. Upon returning to the living room, Xiao Yu felt somewhat dazed from fatigue. Who would have imagined that on the very first day of his transmigration, he would encounter 3 life-and-death crises? First at the KTV, then in the courtyard, and finally battling the national security elite. The physical exhaustion was overwhelming. As he collapsed onto the sofa, Xiao Yu found himself too weary to move. I need to eat something before sleeping. Yi Qiuchan glanced at him from the side. Xiao Yu murmured, I have to return to the dormitories soon. Dormitory? Yi Qiuchan inquired, puzzled. The day after tomorrow. No, actually tomorrow. Xiao Yu replied weakly, I need to report to the police team. On the first day, I must wear the uniform. And my clothes and onboarding paperwork are in the dormitory. I'll have someone bring them over. You can rest here. Yi Qiuchan nodded. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Is that really all right? Xiao Yu opened his eyes in surprise. You are, after all, the savior of both me and Qingwu. Yi Qiuchan looked at him. Her eyes as clear as tranquil waters, filled with playful mockery. And yet, you are still Qingwu's boyfriend. Xiao Yu, boyfriend? That was merely her teasing me. Huh. Only a fool would believe that. Not long after, someone delivered breakfast. Xiao Yu struggled to rise and found the food delightful. After the meal, Yi Qiuchan led him to a room with an ensuite bathroom. Once Xiao Yu had washed up and emerged in a bathrobe, he collapsed onto the bed. In his dreams, he felt an itch in his nose and faintly heard laughter. Realizing someone was teasing him, he mumbled, Let me sleep a little longer. As he spoke, he extended his arm and embraced a soft figure. Amidst the startled exclamations, he held her tightly and continued to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, he was jolted awake. His face was nestled in a soft embrace, being held by someone. He could hear the gentle rhythm of breathing above him. In astonishment, Xiao Yu lifted his face from that warm embrace, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful countenance. Hua Qingwu, perhaps due to her deep slumber, her tousled, voluminous hair cascaded around her, exuding an air of languid allure. Her fair visage appeared remarkably sweet. With immense willpower, Xiao Yu forced himself to divert his gaze. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he buried his face once more into her embrace and closed his eyes. It was uncertain how long he had slumbered. Upon awakening, it was already evening, and Hua Qingwu had vanished. Rising to wash and don his attire, he made his way to the living room, only to discover that both women were absent. However, the coffee table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, their colors and aromas tantalizing. Famished, with his stomach pressing against his back, Xiao Yu sat down and began to feast. During his meal, he noticed several items resting on the sofa, a police uniform, a police cap, and employment documents. Presumably, they had been retrieved from his dormitory by Yi Qiuchan. Gazing at these items, Xiao Yu momentarily lost his thoughts. He stood, raised his hand, and rendered a military salute. A radiant smile, akin to the sun at its zenith, illuminated his face. In 2 lifetimes, he would don the badge once more. This feeling was truly wonderful. Chapter 15. Is your story for real? The laughter and chatter emanating from the entrance brought Xiao Yu back to reality. Turning his head, he spotted Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu entering the hall, each carrying several fashionable bags. After changing into slippers, the two approached him. Awake now? Hua Qingwu plopped down beside Xiao Yu, grinning mischievously. You looked utterly adorable while you were sleeping, like a little child nursing. Please just explode on the spot. Xiao Yu retorted, rolling his eyes. The thought of being a towering man at 185 centimeters, yet sleeping like a child in the embrace of a girl, filled him with a sense of shame so intense he wished he could dig a hole to hide in. "Oh, are you shy?" Hua Qingwu laughed, making a silly face at him. Xiao Yu chose to remain silent, dismissing her antics. "I bought you a few things," Yi Qiuchan said, handing him several fashion bags. "For me?" Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise, glancing inside. A watch, a smartphone, leather shoes, and a complete outfit awaited him. After enduring a kidnapping and a fight yesterday, his watch and phone were damaged beyond repair, his shoes were falling apart, and his clothes had several tears, rendering them unwearable. "Thanks, I'll take the clothes," Xiao Yu said. Shaking his head slightly, he couldn't accept the watch and phone. The smartphone was a high-end domestic model worth over 10,000, while the watch was a Richard Mille all-black skull design. Those who understood watches knew that such a piece started at several $100,000. If it were a limited edition or a collectible, it could be worth millions. Xiao Yu was taken aback by the women's generosity. "This is quite extravagant. They must be wealthy," he mused. Moreover, police officers shouldn't wear luxury items. It affects the image of civil servants. It's not like you're expected to wear them at work. Yi Qiuchan, with a graceful smile that brooked no refusal, fastened the watch onto Xiao Yu's wrist. "I don't understand why you men want to be police officers or soldiers. This is unacceptable, and that is too." Hua Qingwu was busy unboxing the new phone, extracting the SIM card from Xiao Yu's broken device and inserting it into the new one. "That's a bit much," Xiao Yu shot her a glare. "Becoming a police officer or soldier is a dream for many boys." He glanced at the watch, then at the phone Hua Qingwu had handed him, suddenly feeling as if he were being spoiled. His inner thoughts were tumultuous. It was clear that if he refused, the two would immediately turn against him. "Yes, yes. You are the best," he conceded reluctantly. Hua Qingwu scrunched her nose playfully. "Since you're so formidable, have you found a girlfriend yet?" Xiao Yu responded with silence. "Let's not discuss girlfriends. We are still good friends. I'll introduce you to someone in the future." Hua Qingwu linked her arm with his, half-jokingly stating, "If you can't find one, then I will be your girlfriend." Xiao Yu's lips twitched in amusement. "You are truly a wonderful person. Tell me about your family." Hua Qingwu inquired with genuine curiosity, as if she were conducting a census. "My parents are very loving, though my mother can be a bit domineering," Xiao Yu chuckled. "My dad says that it was my mom who pursued him back in the day." "Your mother is quite impressive," Hua Qingwu exclaimed. "How did she do it?" Yi Qiuchan added, equally intrigued. Reflecting on the new memories following his time travel, Xiao Yu wore a peculiar expression. During their university days, his father was undeniably handsome, while his mother possessed only average looks. Initially, his father harbored no affection for his mother. However, everything changed when his father was hospitalized after a beating one day, and it was his mother who tirelessly cared for him. Moved by her devotion, his father eventually fell in love with her, leading to their marriage after graduation. It was only later that his father learned that it was his mother who had orchestrated the attack against him. The two girls erupted in laughter. As Xiao Yu reminisced about the parents from this life, a smile spread across his face. Perhaps, in a way, traveling through time was indeed a stroke of fortune. As their conversation stretched into the late hours, their bond deepened. The two girls began to view him as a younger brother, while Xiao Yu gained two older sisters. Their personalities were quite intriguing. Hua Qingwu exhibited a chameleon-like quality, alternating between a seductive queen and a whimsical fairy, at times embodying the innocence of a child. Yi Qiuchan, on the other hand, spoke little, exuding an air of aloof royalty, her presence commanding and formidable, almost palpable in its authority. As they chatted, Hua Qingwu grew weary, leaning against Xiao Yu like a lazy little piglet, murmuring for him to carry her to bed. Xiao Yu found himself at a loss for words. Just yesterday, it was she who had carried him back to his room. Irritated, Hua Qingwu playfully kicked him with her delicate foot, pouting, "During the day, you were asleep in your sister's embrace, indulging in her company." Enough. Xiao Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Fearing the mischievous fairy might utter something scandalous, he promptly scooped Hua Qingwu into his arms and nodded at Yi Qiuchan as he headed toward the bedroom. Listening to the carefree laughter of the fairy in his embrace, Xiao Yu inexplicably felt a surge of impulse within him. Yi Qiuchan observed Xiao Yu's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with unspoken thoughts. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Yu placed Hua Qingwu gently on the bed. The mischievous fairy, now silent, adopted a sulky demeanor, pouting as if she were a wronged maiden. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, urging her to sleep. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he moved toward the door. "Are you leaving already?" Hua Qingwu feigned annoyance. "What do you wish to do?" Xiao Yu paused, turning his back to her. "You were still," Hua Qingwu said plaintively. Xiao Yu sighed, fully aware of her theatrics. Despite knowing she was merely pretending, he felt an irresistible urge to be deceived. Perhaps this was akin to how ancient kings felt when faced with a beauty's playful pouting. Reluctantly, Xiao Yu turned to face her. Hua Qingwu dropped the act, showcasing her exquisite features, her eyes narrowing playfully. What is it? Xiao Yu asked, exasperated. Lull me to sleep, she replied, covering her mouth with one hand as she exaggeratedly yawned. After a moment's thought, Xiao Yu climbed onto the bed and lay beside her. Tell me a story, she said, taking his arm and resting her head upon it. I don't know any, Xiao Yu replied, feeling a headache coming on. I don't care, Hua Qingwu insisted, wiggling her body and adopting a cute, playful demeanor. Who could possibly resist that? Xiao Yu sighed. Let me think. Once upon a time, there was a princess of extraordinary beauty, whose loveliness incited jealousy in the queen, prompting her to plot against her. Snow White. Are you listening? Yes. Upon receiving the news, the princess fled under the cover of night, seeking refuge in the abode of the 7 dwarfs. And what transpired next? The queen, filled with rage, took it upon herself to pursue the princess, only to encounter a prince along the way. Surely, she would not dare to harm the prince, would she? No, instead, she found herself enamored with him, and thus began a life filled with happiness and joy. As for the princess, she too lived blissfully among the 7 dwarfs. Hua Qingwu wore a bewildered expression, murmuring, is this story even serious? Whether it is serious or not remains uncertain, yet does it not seem quite reasonable. Xiao Yu cast her a glance, remarking that the prince was being kept by an older woman, while the princess maintained 7 suitors, truly a perfect arrangement. Hua Qingwu responded with a skeptical look, while Xiao Yu appeared contemplative. Suddenly, Hua Qingwu playfully bit his neck, commanding him to leave. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yu rose and departed. Once outside the room, he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. I am but a man of desire without the courage to act, he mused to himself. His main concern was the presence of Yi Qiuqian outside. He preferred to avoid any live broadcasts of his predicament. Returning to the living room, he found Yi Qiuqian had vanished. Left alone, Xiao Yu languidly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone until dawn broke. After changing into his police uniform and gathering his documents, he pinned a note on the coffee table. Sister Qiuqian, Sister Qingwu, I have departed. May our paths cross again. Chapter 16. When did I become so famous? It was early, around 7 a.m., in the gentle embrace of October's golden autumn. The sun radiated warmth while a cool breeze caressed the face, creating an exquisite sensation. At the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team, in front of the undercover unit's office building, stood Xiao Yu, adorned in his police uniform, gazing at the emblem of the police force suspended above the entrance. In a moment of reverie, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life, to the day he graduated from the police academy. He vividly recalled his classmates, gathered together, proclaiming with fervor, we shall undoubtedly become police officers. With a bemused smile, Xiao Yu strode confidently through the doorway. As the oath he took upon entering the police force echoed in his mind, I solemnly swear to become a people's police officer. Inside the conference room, a haze of smoke enveloped the air. A dozen or so plainclothes detectives bore furrowed brows, their faces etched with fatigue. It was evident that they had spent the night awake. Each held a stack of case files, their bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the words inscribed upon the pages. On the night of October 10th, just 3 days prior, the Chaoyang 110 emergency response line received a distressing call. The caller, identifying himself as a resident of Chaoyang District, reported having witnessed a horrifying decomposed corpse. Prior to the alarming discovery, he had been jogging in Haidang Park. As he ran, a sudden scurry of mice startled him. To his shock, upon reaching the spot where the mice had fled, he stumbled upon bloodstains. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously ventured into a small grove within the park, illuminated by the light of street lamps and the moon. There, he beheld a human-shaped figure lying within a drainage ditch. Initially, he assumed it was merely a drunken individual sleeping. However, as he approached, terror seized him. He found a corpse, ravaged by rodents, with much of its body grotesquely decayed. The sight was ghastly, blood and flesh a horrific blur. Overcome with fear, the caller collapsed onto the ground, screaming in terror. Regaining his senses, he scrambled to his feet and fled the grove to report the incident. The 110 dispatch center promptly mobilized nearby officers to investigate. The task fell to the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team's undercover unit. 2 on-duty detectives arrived at the scene with remarkable haste, only to be horrified by the sight of the body. Within 20 minutes, the entire team of detectives had gathered. The captain and instructor personally directed the officers in examining the scene and searching for clues. After a thorough search of the grove and the park, They discovered that the area was not only devoid of surveillance but also yielded no murder weapon or any relevant traces linked to the case. Upon the arrival of forensic experts, they conducted a meticulous examination of the scene and subsequently transported the corpse to the forensic center for autopsy. Based on skeletal analysis, the deceased was determined to be a male, aged between 35 and 40, with an approximate height of 1.7 meters. The estimated time of death was around 4 days prior, with the cause attributed to a severed jugular vein and respiratory tract, leading to suffocation, excessive blood loss, and organ failure. Due to the extensive damage inflicted by rodents, identifying the deceased's features proved impossible. The forensic team prepared to utilize advanced technology to reconstruct the deceased's likeness, to ascertain the murder weapon responsible for the cause of death, and to reconstruct the deceased's appearance. A 3D modeling technique was employed. Through cranial reconstruction simulations, the facial features of the deceased were roughly restored. Subsequently, a comparison was made against the police's extensive database to seek and validate the identity of the deceased. Ultimately, 3 individuals with similar profiles were identified. The first, aged 26, was deemed too young. The second, a basketball coach, was ruled out due to height discrepancies. The third, named Xiao Yu, stood at 1.71 meters and was 35 years old, with a physique that matched closely. Investigations revealed that Xiao Yu worked as a deep-sea sailor in coastal regions of another province. Following this, detectives visited Xiao's residence, confirming he had returned home for a vacation 2 weeks prior and left for work 5 days ago. The forensic team then compared the deceased's DNA with that of his parents, ultimately confirming that the victim was indeed Xiao Yu. The forensic examination yielded significant findings. A reconstruction of the body indicated that Xiao's neck bore marks consistent with being mauled and torn by a beast. Additionally, saliva was extracted from the shredded flesh of the neck, which lab analyses identified as originating from a member of the canine family, and intriguingly, not from an ordinary dog. Further analysis by experts revealed that this saliva belonged to a hyena, a family that comprises only 4 species: the spotted hyena, the brown hyena, the striped hyena, and the aardwolf. Thus, it became evident that Xiao Yu's demise was the result of an attack by one of these formidable creatures. A perplexing question arose. How could a wild beast exist within the confines of a city? As the capital, how could Beijing permit the average citizen to harbor such animals? Moreover, the notion that a wild beast could enter the city unnoticed seemed utterly implausible. Compounding the mystery, apart from the crime scene, only the victim's footprints were discovered, with no other suspicious tracks or traces, not even those of a wild animal. The detective squad promptly visited the nearby zoo in Chaoyang, reviewing surveillance footage from the entire facility, yet found no indication of a hyena being removed from the premises. Thus, the question persisted: how was Xiao Yu fatally attacked by a hyena? This situation was truly surreal. Even seasoned detectives were left bewildered by the case. In the ensuing days, the undercover team worked tirelessly, day and night, in pursuit of leads, but the bizarre nature of the case yielded no results. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the conference room door. Captain Zhou's skin furrowed his brow and coldly called out, "Come in." The door swung open, and a police officer entered, escorting a trainee officer into the conference room. A trainee officer refers to a student currently studying at a police academy or a novice officer undergoing practical training. This particular trainee was Xiao Yu. "Here's your assigned young colleague," the officer said with a smile, gesturing towards Xiao Yu, who appeared quite spirited. In an instant, the attention of Captain Zhou and over a dozen detectives converged on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stood upright, saluting the assembled crowd. "Reporting." A voice exclaimed in surprise. It was the squadron instructor, a middle-aged police chief named He Yong. At the same moment, the captain, Zhou Xianghua, altered his expression. His gaze fixated on the young cadet before him. "You are Xiao Yu? When did I become so renowned?" Xiao Yu was utterly baffled, his mind clouded in confusion. "Is Su Hui referring to him?" Another voice erupted in astonishment. Soon after, the detectives in the conference room began to scrutinize Xiao Yu, as if he were a rare specimen in a zoo, subjecting him to an unrelenting gaze. Xiao Yu felt utterly exposed, as if the world harbored a malicious intent towards him. "What on earth have I done?" Chapter 17. The King of Guns Su Hui? The image flashed in Xiao Yu's mind. The night before, he and 2 women encountered kidnappers at a KTV and called the police. One of the arriving officers was named Su Hui, a deputy from the 6th team of the Chaoyang Task Force. Could it be him? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Due to the varying configurations of agencies across regions, a criminal investigation division typically comprises 3 to 10 task forces, each consisting of 3 to 10 teams, with each team staffed by 25 to 50 officers. For instance, the undercover team where Xiao Yu interned could be referred to as the third team. The teams maintain close relationships, often collaborating. If one team finds itself in a predicament, others are likely to be aware of it to some extent. Furthermore, given Xiao Yu's actions the previous night at the KTV, where he not only neutralized 2 kidnappers but also injured another, followed by further confrontations in a courtyard, this explosive incident would undoubtedly have spread throughout the entire task force. It would be difficult for him to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, this kidnapping case, suspected to involve espionage, would likely be taken over by the National Security Agency. Ordinary police officers typically lack the jurisdiction to engage in such matters, which is why it did not directly lead back to him. His subsequent experience involving being taken to the National Security Agency and later being picked up by the 2 women made sense in retrospect. Otherwise, he would have still been at the National Security Agency, missing today's report. Realizing all this left Xiao Yu feeling somewhat awkward, and in turn who had not even officially reported for duty had already stirred up such significant trouble. This was hardly a commendable situation, as it might lead to a reduction in the leader's perception of him. After all, no unit appreciates an individual who tends to create disturbances. That young man shows promise, the team leader Zhou Xiangwo remarked with a smile, recognizing Xiao Yu's potential for merit. Indeed, he had earned it. And it was no small feat as someone who had directly participated in the kidnapping case and had successfully neutralized 4 kidnappers while apprehending 3 criminal suspects. He had proven himself to be a valuable asset. He could easily secure a third-class merit even with his eyes closed. And a second-class merit was not entirely out of reach. As for a first-class merit, that was merely a dream. In the military and police professions, there is a saying, a third-class merit is awarded standing, a second-class merit lying down, and a first-class merit is claimed by family. This suggests that individuals who receive a third-class merit typically have not encountered significant adversity. Securing a second-class merit often requires severe injury or disability, while those who earn a first-class merit are few and far between. Though some bigwigs may flaunt multiple first-class merits while seemingly thriving, one must consider the perilous situations they have faced to earn such honors. Each first-class merit is born from a life-threatening case. This is no jest. You flatter me, Xiao Yu replied, donning an endearingly naive smile, feigning the demeanor of a youthful rookie, remaining humble and composed. Instructor Hiyong nodded approvingly, indeed. With both the team leader and deputy team leader praising him, the other detectives regarded Xiao Yu with cheerful expressions. However, none of them mentioned the previous day's kidnapping case. Due to the sensitive nature of cases involving national security, confidentiality regulations were strictly upheld. They were all law enforcement officers. They understood the rules well. If anyone dared to inquire further, would they not be invited for a chat with the National Security Agency shortly thereafter? With a newcomer among us, shall old he say a few words? Zhou Xiangwa cast a glance at his team. No need for formalities, Hiyong replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. We have no such rigid customs in our squad. Let's forego the police induction ceremony. Old Wu at that moment, an older detective approached, a tall figure with small eyes, wearing a smile that resembled that of a cunning tiger. His name was Wu Chong, a seasoned detective with 12 years of experience, holding the rank of third-level police supervisor and serving as a squad leader. You'll be in charge of mentoring him, Hiyong indicated toward Xiao Yu, addressing Wu Chong. This one is quite the talent. Do not let him go to waste. In essence, the mentorship here involved seasoned officers guiding newcomers, akin to a master instructing a disciple. However, all present were acutely aware of the extraordinary capabilities of Xiao Yu, who was no mere talent, but rather an extraordinary prodigy. With bare hands, he had single-handedly confronted 2 groups of armed kidnappers, resulting in the deaths of 4 and the capture of 3. Upon hearing this rumor, the others had been left dumbfounded. Grappling with disbelief, they even pondered, could this possibly not be a scene from a movie? After all, how else could one explain the existence of such a formidable individual in reality? Due to the case's sensitivity involving national security, no one dared to speak of it. They could only feign ignorance and treat Xiao Yu as a newcomer. Yet, none present truly dared to regard him as such. Why? Because killing 4 kidnappers was tantamount to taking lives, a momentous affair. What bewildered them further was that Xiao Yu could still report to the plainclothes team. Shouldn't he be under investigation by national security? Thus, a rather disconcerting question arose. How could Xiao Yu, who had dispatched 4 kidnappers, managed to emerge from national security so swiftly? As they regarded Xiao Yu, their gazes took on an unusual intensity, rife with suspicion regarding his potential connections. Yet, if he indeed had significant backing, why would he choose to become a police officer, and more so, a detective? Their minds raced without yielding any clarity. Fortuitously, Zhou Xiangguo beckoned Xiao Yu over, handing him a case file. Here, coincidentally, our third squad has encountered a case that has left everyone stumped. Come take a look and lend us your insights. Engaging a newcomer for their opinions. Was that not absurd? This was a test. Zhou Xiangguo sought to gauge the young man's capabilities and determine what he had learned at the police academy. As the old adage goes, a horse is identified when taken out for a walk. If you possess the merit, others will regard you as one of their own. Should you lack the requisite skills, then at the end of your internship, the message is clear: go back from whence you came. To become a police officer, you must prove your worth. Do not mistake this for cruelty. Being a police officer is not a role for everyone. Without the necessary intellect and investigative acumen, one could easily endanger both oneself and others. The third squad has never tolerated idleness. Freshly arrived and already expected to contribute to a case, Xiao Yu felt somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure and accepted the file. The others observed this moment with newfound interest, beginning to take a liking to the young man. After all, if one hesitates as a police officer, how can they effectively combat crime? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Police God System task activation successful. System task: investigating the bone to uncover the murderer. Task deadline: 3 days. Task reward: King of Guns. Task hint: the host must solve the current homicide case within 3 days. Task rules: if the host successfully completes the task, the system will reward the host with a permanent reward. Should the host fail the task, the system will revoke the granted reward. Task countdown begins. Xiao Yu, truly worthy of the police god system, having just encountered a case, a task is immediately assigned. In the next moment, a deluge of information regarding firearms, shooting techniques, and marksmanship flooded into Xiao Yu's being, imprinting him in an eerie fashion. This is utterly surreal. Xiao Yu was taken aback. He felt as though he had transformed into a deity. The God of Guns. Chapter 18. Whose young master is this? Regaining his composure, Xiao Yu endeavored to suppress the tumultuous excitement within as he gazed at the case file in his hands. To unravel any case, one must first investigate the crime scene, then peruse the file, and ultimately seek out clues. Only by comprehending the entirety of the case can one trace back to the source and ultimately solve the mystery. At this moment, Xiao Yu's mind was wholly absorbed in the file. The case unfolded as follows. A night runner stumbled upon a corpse. Yet the police could not ascertain how the body had come to rest within the park's drainage ditch. The crime scene bore no discernible evidence. It was as if a body had materialized out of thin air within the park's drainage system. Most perplexing was the fact that, following the forensic examination, the deceased was determined to have succumbed to fatal injuries inflicted by a wild beast. In the capital, someone had been killed by a hyena. Was this not a touch too fantastical? Furthermore, the most bizarre and uncanny detail: the location where the body was found happened to lie within a surveillance blind spot. Even if it were indeed a blind spot, what are the surrounding areas? If someone had disposed of the body or used the hyena to inflict harm, they would have had to traverse this blind zone. Surely, such an act would have been captured by the cameras outside this area? Yet, after thorough investigation by the undercover team and scrutiny of the park surveillance, no suspicious individuals were identified. Can you believe it? Did this body truly just appear out of nowhere? To be frank, Xiao Yu, possessing prior experience in law enforcement, found himself utterly bewildered upon reaching this juncture of the file. Was this some sort of supernatural occurrence? How else could one explain it? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he furrowed his brow, coolly inquiring, "Have we investigated the person who reported the incident?" At this moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the case. Oblivious to the peculiar tone he had adopted, he sounded less like a novice and more akin to a leader. Upon hearing his words, several detectives lifted their heads to regard him, including the captain and the instructor, whose expressions turned curious. Amusement flickered across their faces as a senior detective spoke up. "We have looked into it. The only footprints at the scene belonged to him. We considered whether the reporter might be the one who disposed of the body or even the perpetrator. However, after investigation, we have ruled out his involvement." Surely, if Xiao Yu could conceive of such possibilities, these seasoned detectives would not have overlooked them. Not only had they scrutinized the reporter, but they had also examined the family and friends of the deceased, eliminating them from suspicion as well. This only deepened the strangeness of the matter. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. A corpse could not simply materialize out of thin air. In the capital, a hyena committing murder was far too esoteric. The entire case was steeped in an inexplicable eeriness. Unable to fathom the truth, he concluded that he must visit the crime scene. All cases, after all, are recorded in the file, but the primary focus must always be the location of the incident. Those well-versed in criminal investigation reasoning are often aware of a particular principle, the law of local material exchange. Whenever objects come into contact, there is inevitably a transfer of material. In layman's terms, this means that if a perpetrator has committed a crime, they will invariably leave behind clues and evidence at the crime scene, whether consciously or unconsciously. This law has yet to be broken. Thus, a crime scene is bound to harbor clues. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder, jolting Xiao Yu awake. Glancing around, he realized it was already noon and decided to grab a bite to eat. The speaker was Wu Chang, who wore a cheerful smile as he looked at him. Only then did Xiao Yu notice that the conference room was already deserted. "Master," Xiao Yu said with a smile, not in a hurry, and took out a cigarette to smoke. As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette box from his pocket and offered it to Wu Chang. When addressing him as master, he recalled his previous life as a police officer, where he had a formidable mentor. However, due to his mentor's explosive temper and unyielding sense of justice, he never ascended the ranks, spending his life as an ordinary criminal investigator, eventually retiring due to severe injuries from a case. The cigarettes were a gift from Yu-Chio-chan. Upon discovering Xiao Yu's smoking habit, she had unearthed 2 boxes of cigarettes from somewhere. These 2 boxes were intriguing, both adorned with golden packaging and red inscriptions. "Yao Yu Tai, exclusive for state guests." Wu Chang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the box. Many were aware of a type of cigarette referred to as special supply. The commonly circulated white skin, red skin, military supply, and exclusive supply were all fabrications. The genuine special supply consisted of only 3 kinds: Panda, De Chiamin, and Jiao Yu Tai. The green Panda cigarette needs no introduction. Many have heard of it, though few have seen it. De Chiamin was a particular favorite of a certain powerful figure, custom-made by a specific cigarette factory. As for Jiao Yu Tai, it reigned supreme over the green Panda. Available in both canned and boxed forms, representing the pinnacle of special supply cigarettes. It was rumored that this cigarette had ceased production. So, how did a discontinued cigarette find its way into the hands of a young man? Wu Chang's face turned pale, fear gripping him. After a long moment, he regained his composure and scrutinized Xiao Yu, casually inquiring, "This cigarette looks quite impressive. Where did you acquire it?" Xiao Yu replied with a smile. "A sister gave it to me." "Sister?" Wu Chang's eyes twitched uncontrollably, realizing he had just acknowledged 2 foster sisters. Xiao Yu explained nonchalantly. He opened the cigarette box again and offered Wu Chang another one. This time, Wu Chang accepted, albeit with trembling hands. After lighting it, he squinted and took a puff. As a seasoned smoker, he concluded, it wasn't counterfeit. The realization that it was genuine sent Wu Chang's heart racing. Seeing his mentor smoking, Xiao Yu casually placed the cigarette box in his hand. It was essential to maintain social niceties. Nurturing relationships would ease future work challenges. Wu Chang, holding the cigarette box, was momentarily stunned. He turned to glance at Xiao Yu again, hesitated for a long time, and cautiously tucked the cigarette box into his pocket. He marveled internally. The team had a remarkable presence, likely someone from a prestigious family, perhaps here to experience life among the common folk. There had been talk in the past. The capital city was described as a shallow pond teeming with turtles. Someone once remarked, if a billboard were to fall one day, striking 10 individuals, at least 5 would be officials, 4 would be wealthy or noble, leaving only 1 ordinary person. Is this an exaggeration? Perhaps sometimes. The stark reality is even more outrageous than one could imagine. The 3rd squad possesses a dedicated mess hall, where the fare is rather unremarkable. As Xiao Yu accompanied Wu Chang to the dining area, he observed the squad members indulging in their meals and engaging in lively discussions. Among the 5 new recruits assigned to the plainclothes 3rd squad, Xiao Yu was included, while the other 4 were closely following their respective mentors. During the meal, Xiao Yu found himself somewhat distracted, his thoughts consumed by the case at hand, nearly causing him to misdirect food towards his nose on several occasions. After dining, Xiao Yu made a rather audacious request to Wu Chang. "Master, may I visit the scene of the incident?" Typically, newly appointed recruits are not permitted to access crime scenes due to a multitude of considerations. However, upon hearing Xiao Yu's inquiry, Wu Chang fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall take you there shortly." Chapter 19. Suspected malfeasance in the Haidang Park of Chaoyang District. On an autumn afternoon, sunlight filtered through the branches of verdant trees, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. The warm and gentle rays evoked an overwhelming sense of comfort and serenity. Xiao Yu, clad in shoe covers and gloves, squatted before a drainage channel with a solemn expression, while Wu Chang, his face a mixture of emotions, observed his apprentice. Not far away, two criminal investigators stood outside the cordoned-off area, gazing curiously at Xiao Yu, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. They were puzzled as to why Wu Chang had brought a newly assigned cadet to the crime scene, a deviation from standard protocol. Wu Chang was aware of the impropriety of his actions. When he approached the captain and the instructor, offering each a cigarette provided by Xiao Yu, the leaders of the third squad were taken aback. Their initial thought mirrored Wu Chang's. Who was this young master? However, upon further reflection, they reconsidered. This young man had recently subdued 4 kidnappers, which scion possessed such prowess. If he could indulge in state guest-grade cigarettes, he must surely have some notable background. Frankly speaking, beneath the ministerial level, few had the privilege to smoke such fine tobacco. Since Xiao Yu wished to inspect the scene, they deemed it harmless, after all. Could he truly unravel the case? Yet, after merely 10 minutes of investigation at the crime scene, an uncanny expression overtook Xiao Yu's face. Akin to someone who had encountered a specter, he slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky, murmuring, "Is this truly how it unfolds? What has been discovered?" Wu Chang, who had been closely observing Xiao Yu, felt a spark of intrigue. Still uncertain, Xiao Yu replied, returning his focus to the drainage channel. The evidence within was starkly visible, with remnants of putrefied bodily fluids and oily stains left behind. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Xiao Yu's keen eyes fixated on the edge of the drainage channel, constructed of concrete blocks. Due to years of neglect, cracks and signs of weathering had emerged. Those versed in civil engineering understand that poorly mixed concrete or shoddy workmanship can lead to a significant reduction in strength, rendering it brittle. When heavy objects collide with such concrete, it may crumble, crack, or shed dust. At that moment, Xiao Yu's gaze landed on a distinct area of fracture. A trace of blood was visible, a remnant of human blood. The fracture suggested an impact. He then posed a critical question. During the forensic examination, were there any indications of fractures on the corpse? Wu Chang paused, recollecting. It is worth noting that initial forensic reports are not typically included in the case files, although a summary exists. However, their records did not detail the specifics of the autopsy, nor did they mention any fractures. "Master, please inquire," Xiao Yu said, his expression a blend of complexity and peculiarity. The forensic expert may have been negligent. In an instant, Wu Chang's countenance shifted dramatically, for Xiao Yu's words were profoundly alarming. Dereliction of duty implies negligence and a lack of responsibility. In contemporary times, the vast majority of forensic experts are police officers. Should a police officer exhibit dereliction of duty, the repercussions could be exceedingly grave. Within mere minutes, Captain Zhou Xianghua, Instructor He Yong, and several seasoned detectives arrived at the scene. "What has transpired?" Zhou Xianghua inquired, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Chang. The others also turned their attention to Wu Chang, as if he were a celestial being. "You should inquire with Xiao," Wu Chang suggested, his demeanor resembling one in distress. The collective gaze of the group shifted toward Xiao Yu. Without further ado, Xiao Yu raised his hand and pointed towards the traces he had just uncovered in the drainage ditch. "Look here." Instantly, their attention was drawn to the drainage channel, where they beheld streaks of blood and signs of fragmentation. "I tested it earlier." Xiao Yu crouched down, extending his hand, and after forming a fist, struck a section of the concrete in the drainage channel several times. Ordinary force would be insufficient to shatter this concrete. Its load-bearing capacity exceeds at least 50 kilograms of impact. "What does this mean?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. "Observe," Xiao Yu directed, his finger once more indicating the blood-stained fractures. "This is a fresh mark, suggesting that the fragmentation occurred no more than a week ago, including the days since the body appeared in the drainage channel. We can boldly hypothesize that this fracture coincided with the day the body was present." In that instant, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They finally comprehended the implication of Xiao Yu's assertion. "Are you suggesting?" Instructor He Yong struggled to accept the notion that this mark was a result of the body colliding. "Indeed, that is my hypothesis," Xiao Yu affirmed. However, curiously, under normal circumstances, when a body falls, the impact from various parts of the body would not reach 50 kilograms. This is, in fact, quite understandable. Although a human body can easily exceed 50 kilograms, only through a punch, a kick, or at concentrated weight can one generate an impact exceeding 50 kilograms. A typical fall, where various body parts collide with the surface, would not yield such force unless it involves a direct drop from a height. If this is the case, another question arises. If the human body indeed reaches an impact of 50 kilograms, it is certain that it has surpassed the limits of muscle and bone endurance. This would likely result in muscle injuries, tears, fractures, or breaks. If such an impact occurs while in a state of unconsciousness, it would inevitably lead to fractures and broken bones. The crowd's expressions shifted once more as they regarded Xiao Yu, awaiting his elucidation. Regardless of how we investigate, the ultimate conclusion seems to suggest that the body materialized here inexplicably, yet we all recognize that this is impossible. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, his voice grave. However, if we eliminate that possibility, I can only conceive of one alternative: flying from the heavens. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. You know that materializing out of thin air is impossible. Why would you even suggest such a thing? Flying and appearing out of nowhere are akin to the mystical. Could that truly be feasible? As I previously mentioned, Xiao Yu pointed towards the drainage ditch. This could very well have been created by a human impact. Now, if it were to have fallen from above, do you think that could be a possibility? From the sky, the crowd turned pale, instinctively raising their gazes towards the heavens. How could this be? Initially, I too found it implausible. Xiao Yu offered a wry smile, reflecting. I suppose the forensic expert will provide us with the answer we seek. Chapter 20. An awe-inspiring revelation. Why would the forensic expert provide an answer? Should Xiao Yu's assessment prove accurate, the deceased must have plummeted from a great height, landing upon a drainage channel. Statistically, the body would exhibit irreversible fractures and bone splintering. This effectively elucidates why no additional traces were present at the crime scene. After all, how could one discern any evidence when a body descends from the sky? As Xiao Yu presented this conclusion, the minds of those present were struck as if by a tidal wave, each face displaying an expression of sudden understanding. A perplexity that had confounded the entire third team for 3 days was, at this moment, wholly unraveled. In the capital, in Chaoyang District, at the Forensic Identification Center. Within the autopsy laboratory, a chill pervaded the air as Xiao Yu and Captain Zhou Xianghua entered the dissection room. The strong scent of disinfectant was palpable, and upon inhaling it, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Amidst these odors, he discerned the metallic tang of blood and the foul stench of decaying flesh. In the center of the room lay 5 autopsy tables. On the one in the middle rested a highly decomposed corpse. 2 forensic specialists, accompanied by 2 assistants, gestured towards the body as if elucidating some vital information. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to the cadaver, his pupils constricting suddenly. The body could readily be described as having been dismembered. Surrounding it, metallic trays held the deceased's internal organs. Finally, Xiao Yu's attention was drawn to the autopsy instruments: scalpels, bone saws, dissecting knives, craniotomy saws, scissors, tweezers, hammers, and organ scales. In his 2 lifetimes, even having witnessed autopsies in his previous existence, the grotesque scene before him, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse dividing fresh meat, still unsettled his stomach. Many may find the audacity to commit murder for various reasons, yet few possess the courage to witness a forensic dissection. The repugnant and spine-chilling spectacle would haunt any sane individual's dreams. Who are you? A forensic expert suddenly inquired, directing his gaze at Xiao Yu and Zhou Xianghua as they entered the autopsy room. At that moment, a police officer in a white uniform approached from behind them, a third-level police inspector. Upon seeing him, both forensic experts and their assistants exclaimed in unison, "Director." The officer in white regarded them coldly, then shifted his gaze to the body on the autopsy table, the remains of the victim, Zhao Dikao. Who conducted the autopsy report? The officer in white demanded sharply. The 2 forensic specialists removed their masks, their expressions shifting. "It was I," murmured a forensic expert in his 30s. "Was it a comprehensive autopsy?" The officer pressed again. "Yes." The expert replied. "A full autopsy." "Humph." The officer in white scoffed. "I shall observe as you conduct a re-examination." In that instant, the countenances of the 2 forensic specialists and their assistants paled. Any re-examination inherently cast doubt upon the validity of the previous autopsy. To question the forensic pathologist's autopsy work is to imply an unacceptable oversight. It is akin to doubting one's abilities while maintaining faith in their expertise. The directive comes from the esteemed head of the Forensic Identification Center, the ultimate authority. If one were to disregard such an order, would they not be signaling their unwillingness to continue? The 2 forensic pathologists exchanged glances, bracing themselves to commence the autopsy. At that moment, Xiao Yu interjected with a smile. suggesting they forego other examinations and focus on the skeletal remains, particularly the cranium and leg bones, to ascertain any fractures or cracks. Initially taken aback, the two doctors soon widened their eyes in alarm, their faces paling as a chilling realization struck them. This was their responsibility, and they were acutely aware of whether the skeletal remains had been thoroughly examined for fractures. The presence of the head of the department, accompanied by two police officers, evidently investigators from the current case, foreshadowed that something significant had been uncovered, undoubtedly linked to the bones. Thus, negligence loomed ominously. The pallor of the pathologist's faces deepened, mirrored by expressions of shock and fear on their assistants' faces. Xiao Yu and Zhou Xianghua, seasoned in law enforcement, along with the officer in the white shirt, recognized the gravity of the situation reflected in the faces before them. Apologies were offered as the officer in white sighed, turning to Zhou Xianghua and Xiao Yu with a look of contrition, acknowledging the forensic department's blunder that had caused considerable inconvenience to their team, assuring them that a thorough explanation would follow. The disturbances had been far more than mere inconvenience, having perplexed the third team for 3 days, leading them to suspect supernatural occurrences, as the inexplicable emergence of a corpse in the drainage canal defied logical explanation. Had it not been for Xiao Yu's keen observation and identification of this vital clue, the investigation might have stagnated in futility. Hence, the forensic department was indeed obligated to provide an explanation. Otherwise, the third team would demand accountability. Your concern is appreciated, but there is no need for such severity. Zhou Xianghua replied with utmost courtesy. We are all law enforcement officers, serving our nation and its people. As long as we clarify matters without delaying our investigation, that suffices. With that, the forensic team proceeded with the autopsy anew, and within half an hour, a conclusive finding emerged. The autopsy revealed fractures in the right knee and lower leg bones, consistent with injuries likely caused by high-velocity impact. A breakthrough had arisen, prompting Xiao Yu and Zhou Xianghua to exhale in relief. They wasted no time and returned directly to the crime scene, unconcerned with how the forensic department would rectify their missteps. Upon arrival, Zhou Xianghua relayed the new evidence to the gathered team, and the gazes directed at Xiao Yu transformed markedly. The scene resembled a frozen tableau, with the atmosphere thickening in silence. Initially, Wu Chang and the first and second leaders of the team had presumed Xiao Yu to be merely a privileged scion indulging in a temporary experience. Yet, they discovered he was, in fact, a formidable investigator, uncovering such a significant lead on his very first day. Reflecting on the fact that Xiao Yu had already solved a significant case suspected of involving espionage before his arrival, one cannot help but wonder about his origins. He is truly remarkable. The situation is clear to all. Minister Zhou surveyed the assembly and declared, I wish for Xiao Yu to join the task force. Are there any objections? Everyone smiled and shook their heads in dissent. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Xiao Yu appeared bashful and awkward, as if he felt it was against protocol. After all, he was merely a trainee officer and had no qualifications to participate in such a case. Stop playing the innocent, smiled Instructor He Yong, patting him on the shoulder. If we say you're capable, then you are. Even if issues arise, our team will face them together. Xiao Yu was taken aback. He glanced at the instructor before shifting his gaze to the captain, and finally, he looked at the seasoned detectives present. Each face wore a smile, their eyes radiating warmth towards him. Strangely, a wave of warmth surged within Xiao Yu's heart. He found himself quite fond of this team. Exceedingly fond. Chapter 21. Quite extravagant, isn't it? Xiao, since it was you who discovered the clue, I trust you have a means to track down the perpetrator? Zhou Xianghua gazed at Xiao Yu, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Let us not keep it to ourselves, share with everyone. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd toward Xiao Yu shifted dramatically. It was akin to a desperate draven, cornered and hunted, spotting Soraka, or like a barely surviving Hoi seeing a fully empowered Kaiwenchi. I'm merely a trainee officer. You cannot impose upon me pressures beyond my station, Xiao Yu humorously mused internally, while outwardly he remarked. It is certain that the deceased fell from the sky, but it raises a question of altitude. Nods of understanding rippled through the crowd. This was a notion everyone grasped. If the height were excessive, the body would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp, or even shattered into fragments. When the authorities discovered the corpse, apart from being gnawed by rodents, there were no significant signs of impact. This suggested that, despite the fall, the height could not have been too great, thereby eliminating the possibility of a descent from an aircraft. Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings, yet the park offered no structures suitable for such a high-altitude disposal. The crime scene was nestled within the park, where tall edifices were few. So what means could allow for a high-altitude corpse disposal? Man-flying apparatuses, Xiao Yu concluded. Such an operation exists. The crowd momentarily stood in stunned silence, their minds racing. One must understand that man-flying devices come in various forms: hot air balloons, gliders, parachutes, wingsuits, aerial skateboards, and the like. Discovering leads would not pose a significant challenge. Xiao Yu remained composed while the crowd seemed bewildered. First, we can dismiss hot air balloons. Operating one in the capital requires a flight route application. He elaborated. Similarly, other flying devices necessitate prior notification for use. If someone were to fly with a corpse, their range would inevitably be limited. The rationale is straightforward. Most flying apparatuses are designed primarily for single occupancy, with very few accommodating two. For instance, the weight limit for a glider rarely exceeds 90 kilograms. If the body exceeds this weight, it cannot ascend. Of course, this is not absolute. Hypothetically, if someone were to launch from a great height using a glider, even exceeding 90 kilograms, they could still manage to fly a certain distance. If they were to jettison some heavy objects mid-flight, they could maintain normal flight thereafter. However, should the flying apparatus exceed its weight capacity, the range would be severely curtailed, necessitating a high launch point. In other words, Zhou Xianghua lifted his gaze toward the tall buildings beyond the park. Did they leap from those heights to dispose of the body and then take flight? My reasoning aligns with that, Xiao Yu affirmed. We should inspect nearby structures that could accommodate flying devices. Zhou Xianghua gestured to the surrounding officers, issuing commands. Proceed. Yes. A multitude of detectives dispersed, heading toward the nearby high-rises to commence their investigation. Once they departed, only Xiao Yu, Zhou Xianghua, and He Yong were present at the scene. The two leaders of the team cast peculiar glances at Xiao Yu. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Xiao Yu felt a pang of unease. Do you have a cigarette? He Yong asked with a smile. Caught off guard, Xiao Yu nodded, producing a pack of cigarettes, Guobing fishing platform. Upon seeing the cigarettes in the young man's hand, the expressions of both men grew exceedingly complex. Damn, another pack? Such cigarettes were beyond the reach of ordinary people, let alone possessing them. The young lad had already given a pack to Wu Chong and now produced another. What could one deduce from this? Zhou Xianghua and He Yong exchanged a glance, their thoughts unspoken yet understood. Accepting the cigarette offered by Xiao Yu, the three stepped beyond the perimeter and began to indulge in smoke. After a while, Zhou Xianghua casually inquired, Xiao, I've reviewed your file. You hail from Bin City, correct? Indeed, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Bin City is a wonderful place, with mountains, rivers, and the sea. He Yong sighed in reminiscence. By the way, do you have relatives in the capital? No, Xiao Yu replied, bewildered. He could not fathom why the instructor posed such a question. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong exchanged glances, refraining from further inquiry. They doubted Xiao Yu's words, believing he simply preferred to remain reticent. Given the circumstances, they dared not press further, aware of the potential for complications. 2 hours swiftly passed. Suddenly, Zhou Xianghua's phone rang. After answering, he listened intently for a moment. His expression shifted abruptly. He glanced at Xiao Yu and declared in a low voice, "We found it." Xiao Yu maintained a tranquil demeanor, entirely unsurprised. A significant achievement. He Yong regarded the young man before him, surprised that a newcomer outperformed their seasoned detectives. Truly. It echoed the old adage, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the former waves perish upon the shore. How was he to respond to that? Xiao Yu merely twitched his lips, choosing to act as if he hadn't heard. Minutes later, the trio arrived at a commercial building, entering and taking the elevator to the top floor, ultimately reaching the rooftop. There, Wu Chong and another detective stood in a serious posture, pointing at the ground upon their arrival. What had they discovered? Footprints and signs of tools having been placed. From these traces, it was not difficult to surmise that the timing of the footprints and traces likely coincided with the appearance of the body in the park's drainage ditch. Moreover, this building stood approximately 140 meters from the park's disposal site, a distance suitable for a gliding tool. If an individual were to descend from this height with a corpse, they could manage to maintain a safe altitude while gliding over the park. During this process, it would be entirely feasible for the perpetrator to dispose of the body in the park and subsequently escape via the flying apparatus, thereby evading detection and leaving no opportunity for the police to trace any leads. This clearly indicated the perpetrator's strong anti-surveillance awareness. Had it not been for Xiao Yu's keen observation, it could have been surmised that the perpetrator employed aerial means, utilizing the elevated structures outside the park. Who could have fathomed that the assailant would resort to such a bizarre method for disposing of a body? Retrieve all the surveillance footage from the entire building. Zhou Xianghua issued another command, If his deductions were correct, the murderer should be concealed within this commercial edifice. Such reasoning seemed utterly commonplace. Xiao Yu nodded. After all, only individuals affiliated with this building could gain access. It was inconceivable for anyone else to ascend to the rooftop. What surprised him, however, was that by nightfall, the detectives of the third squad had failed to identify any suspicious individuals or suspects. This culprit was rather flamboyant. A glacial glimmer flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. If you wish to engage in this game, then I shall gladly partake. Chapter 22. Am I being used as a tool? It was 7 p.m. and the entire 3rd Division was working overtime, having skipped dinner to conduct a thorough search of the commercial building. On the rooftop, the first floor housed shops, a reception area, a leisure zone, a monitoring room, and a property management office. Floors 2 to 4 were occupied by a fitness center, while floors 5 to 10 contained office spaces. Floors 11 to 15 were designated for a certain company's offices, and floors 16 to 18 included conference rooms, a demonstration hall, and negotiation rooms for another company. The 19th to 23rd floors were home to a scenic hotel with guest rooms, while the 24th floor served as the office for the building's owner. The 25th floor held the elevator machine room, a cleaning supply storage area, a utility room, and a security guard lounge. The entire commercial building was equipped with 3 elevators, 2 for public use and 1 for freight. Surveillance cameras were installed in all elevators and along the corridors on each floor. However, after a thorough review of the surveillance footage, we found no suspicious individuals or any signs of someone entering the building with flying equipment. A detective reported on the internal situation of the building, noting that we had also examined the only entrance to the rooftop, finding no traces of anyone having accessed it. Yet, inexplicably, suspicious footprints and signs of flying equipment were discovered on the rooftop. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. The absence of suspicious persons or suspects was baffling enough, but the lack of evidence at the rooftop entrance raised further questions. How could someone have accessed the rooftop? Did they fly up? The building stood 25 stories tall, nearly 100 meters high. How could one possibly fly? This was utterly perplexing. Their inability to understand did not imply that others were equally stumped. In an instant, the seasoned detectives turned their gaze towards the silent figure of Xiao Yu. This case, from beginning to end, had revealed all its clues through the keen observations of this young officer, whether acknowledged or not. It was clear that Xiao Yu possessed a sharper intellect than the rest. The seasoned detectives felt a mix of embarrassment and anticipation, eager to see if this young officer could devise another solution. Xiao Yu, the floor was yours. Instructor He-Yon watched him with a smile. Aren't I being used as a mere tool? Xiao Yu nearly chuckled. He knew he could not fly to the rooftop. Everyone paused, thinking, isn't that stating the obvious? Yet, in the next moment, their hearts raced. No, they were all seasoned detectives, and their deductive skills were not to be underestimated. Xiao Yu's words clearly posed a question. How could a normal person access the rooftop without leaving any trace? That was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that this person had to carry a body during the ascent to the rooftop. It was no joke. Even if one were to summon the world's greatest climbing master and have them bear a weight of 65 kilograms, they would still be unable to scale a 100-meter-high rooftop. 65 kilograms was the weight of the victim, Zhao Dekao's body. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was that he must have accessed the rooftop from within the building. Xiao Yu's mentor, Wu Chang, with a glimmer in his eyes, articulated the collective speculation of the group. Yes, but also no. Xiao Yu gazed toward the edge of the rooftop, meticulously examining the traces along its perimeter, hoping to uncover strands of rope fibers. His words struck the assembled crowd like a thunderbolt, illuminating the situation with clarity. It became evident that someone had ascended to the rooftop beforehand, utilizing a rope to hoist the body upwards. If ropes were indeed employed, the rooftop's edge would certainly bear the marks of friction. The very thought of this deduction spoke volumes of one's intellect. The onlookers' gazes toward Xiao Yu shifted, akin to observing an enigmatic creature, perhaps even a monstrosity. A dozen detectives commenced their investigation at the corners of the rooftop, with particular emphasis on areas where a rope could be anchored. Soon, one of the officers exclaimed in astonishment as the crowd gathered around. Their eyes fell upon a section of the metallic guardrail. The guardrail, constructed from white steel pipes, showcased a smooth surface. Years of exposure to the elements had left it marred by corrosion from rain, weathering, and oxidation, resulting in rust marks. The presence of such deterioration suggested that any rope used would have likely left conspicuous traces, perhaps abrasions or remnants of fibers scraped against the rusted steel. One detective, drawing from experience, speculated that the suspect was likely male and possessed considerable physical strength, indicating that the body had not been transported from an excessive height. The group nodded in agreement, as this reasoning seemed sound. Typically, women lack the strength necessary to maneuver a body weighing 65 kilograms onto the rooftop. Regardless of one's physical prowess, there are limits to one's strength. Asking an individual to pull a weight of over 100 pounds from a height of 100 meters would be an insurmountable task, even for the strongest of champions. Thus, the originating floor must be in close proximity to the rooftop, certainly not exceeding 10 stories. This was the pinnacle of human capability. Before long, the detectives identified the suspicious floor, the 21st, within a viewing hotel, specifically a guest room. Upon entering, they approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, noticing drag marks on the glass. Evidence of an object having been pulled across the surface, leaving behind traces of dust. However, upon further investigation, an eerie revelation emerged. This particular guest room had not been occupied in the past 12 days. The absence of occupancy indicated that no one had entered. At this juncture, all detectives, including Xiao Yu, felt a growing sense of bewilderment. What manner of perpetrator possessed such an exceptional ability to evade detection? The mere act of disposing of the body had ensnared everyone in a perplexing web of intrigue, verging on the horrific. A renewed investigation into the surveillance of the guest rooms and staff was promptly ordered by Zhou Xianghua, his voice stern as he commanded the coroner to come forth. Should this guest room indeed be confirmed as the site of the body's transport, it was certain to yield some form of evidence. Once 2 detectives departed, the remaining individuals observed Xiao Yu standing calmly to the side. "Have you made any discoveries?" Yong inquired, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yu. "Not yet. But it is indeed peculiar," came the response. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow and shook his head. Given the intelligence of the adversary, why would they leave such conspicuous clues? Whether in this life or the last, he had always loathed cunning criminals. It was evident that the perpetrator behind the current case possessed a remarkably high intellect and an intricately devised plan. However, the most common pitfall for the astute is to be ensnared by their own cleverness. Individuals of such caliber often complicate matters while attempting to outmaneuver others, leveraging their ingenuity to devise elaborate schemes. What should be a straightforward task becomes convoluted through their machinations. In this process, or at any stage, the likelihood of oversight becomes significantly heightened. Suddenly, Xiao Yu raised his head sharply, his countenance darkening. No, it was clear that someone had deliberately led us here. Chapter 23. The most difficult affection of a beauty. It was all wrong, utterly wrong. Xiao Yu closed his eyes, and his mind began to race like a high-speed CPU. Engaging in an all-out effort to recall the case files he had reviewed earlier that day, along with the myriad of information and clues contained within them. As the information coalesced and the clues began to interconnect, various doubts emerged, gradually clarifying his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yu entered a certain state of analysis, uncovering several previously overlooked points of suspicion. 1. Why did the perpetrator choose to dispose of the body in a park? A rational person, after committing murder, would typically seek to handle the body discreetly. Public places, such as parks, are highly trafficked and easily monitored, making them prone to discovery. How could someone, having just taken a life, wish to attract attention? Yet, the perpetrator chose to act contrary to logic and abandon the corpse in a park. If not due to sheer foolishness, what could possibly motivate such a decision? 2. Why did the perpetrator opt to dispose of the body from the rooftop of a commercial building using aerial means? This aspect puzzled Xiao Yu even more. It was implausible to suggest that such an elaborate method was employed merely to avoid detection. There exist numerous simpler ways to conceal a body. With the intelligence demonstrated in the meticulous planning of the crime, how could the perpetrator overlook the obvious? If he were aware of the risks, why resort to such a convoluted and easily exposed method? Indeed, exposure was inevitable. It was common knowledge that a body could not simply materialize in a park's drainage system. Eventually, law enforcement would deduce that the corpse had fallen from above, leading them to the commercial building. Then, a thought struck Xiao Yu, a possibility he had just articulated. Someone deliberately intended to mislead the police into investigating the commercial building. If Xiao Yu's deduction was accurate, then every element of the body disposal, the planning, everything, was orchestrated to direct law enforcement's attention to the commercial building. Should this reasoning hold, a third point of suspicion arose. 3. What was the perpetrator's objective? Every action is driven by intent. Based on Xiao Yu's past experiences, the purpose and motivation behind a crime are essential components of its very nature, except for the deranged. Every criminal act is executed with a specific aim in mind. What, then, was the perpetrator's goal? What did he hope to achieve by luring the police to this commercial edifice? Let's head downstairs for a bite. Zhou Xiangguo's voice broke through his reverie. Xiao Yu realized it was already past 9 in the evening, and everyone had skipped meals while engrossed in the investigation. If they did not eat something soon, their strength would wane. What would you like to eat? It's on me, Wu Chang inquired with a smile. No, it is I who should treat everyone. Xiao Yu replied with a grin, about to say more when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Who is it? He asked curiously upon answering the call. Of course, it's your sister. A melodious and sweet voice, tinged with flirtation, chimed through the receiver. You heartless little one, not a single call to check on your sister all day. Hua Qinwu. Xiao Yu chuckled. I'm at work. When would I have time to make a phone call? What time is it? And you're still working? Hua Qinwu exclaimed, thinking of treating him to a late-night snack. What late-night snack? My colleagues and I are just ordering some takeout to tide us over, Xiao Yu replied, his mind elsewhere. Do you have something else to attend to? If not, I'll hang up. I'm busy. Don't eat takeout. That food is filthy, Hua Qinwu teased. Where are you right now? Sister will bring you something delicious. Stop joking. I am truly working. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll be upset. I'm really hanging up. Just as Xiao Yu was about to end the call, Zhou Xiangguo beside him inquired, is there something going on? A sister of mine heard I hadn't eaten, and she's offering to bring me something. Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly. I said it's unnecessary. There is nothing to worry about. Your sister? Zhou Xiangguo's expression turned peculiar, and he teased, well then, let your sister bring something over. The captain was bewildered. Little did he know. Zhou Xiangguo genuinely wanted to see his sister, as Xiao Yu had mentioned to Wu Chang that the 2 boxes of Gobin Dio Yutai were indeed gifts from his sister. All right then. Since the captain has spoken, I'll tell her, Xiao Yu said, holding his phone. Qinwu, are you really bringing me food? Of course. How many of you are there? I need to know how much to bring. Hua Qinwu chattered excitedly. About 20 or so. Xiao Yu's smile was peculiar. Can you really manage food for so many people? You underestimate your sister, Qinwu. Hua Qinwu pouted and provided the address. Xiao Yu relayed the address, and the call ended. In less than half an hour, a sports car and a business vehicle arrived outside the office building. Hua Qinwu and Yu Qiuchan stepped out of the sports car. Upon seeing Xiao Yu standing among a group of police officers, the detectives nearby were rendered speechless, staring at Hua Qinwu and Yu Qiuchan. One was strikingly elegant, akin to a celestial maiden from a painting. The other exuded a bewitching charm reminiscent of a reborn Daji. How could such exquisite women exist? As Xiao Yu approached, Hua Qinwu beamed and waved happily. Standing beside the sports car, Yu Qiuchan maintained an elegant demeanor, her lips slightly curved. From the business vehicle emerged 2 young men dressed in administrative jackets, carrying substantial bags of food, weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds. Are you happy to see your sister? Hua Qinwu linked her arm with Xiao Yu's, feigning a pitiful expression as she whimpered, they haven't eaten yet. And they still have to bring you food. How unfortunate. Observing the enchanting woman beside him, Xiao Yu, fully aware of her playful act, chuckled. Indeed. No one is as unfortunate as my sister Qinwu. He then turned to Yu Qiuchan. Thank you for your trouble, Qiuchan. Not at all, Yu Qiuchan replied softly, casting him a glance and gently shaking her head. That gaze made Xiao Yu's heart skip a beat, prompting him to avert his eyes, only to meet the alluring gaze of Hua Qinwu's enchanting peach blossom eyes. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to maintain eye contact with the 2 women any longer. Fearing that her eyes might fall in and become irretrievable, she accepted the 2 food bags offered by the young men, smiling and expressing her gratitude for their efforts. The 2 youths remained expressionless, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Remember to call your sister when you finish work, she reminded, raising her small fist in playful threat. Or else I'll have to deal with you. Inside the bags were a carton of cigarettes and a pack of boxed cigarettes. Yu Qiuchan handed her a tote, saying, share the carton with your colleagues. The boxed ones are for you. Just remember to smoke less. It's not good for your health. Xiao Yu's mouth slightly agape. He paused for a moment before responding with understanding. Well then, we shall take our leave. Please be cautious while working. The 2 women waved goodbye, returning to their sports car and departing. The business vehicle followed closely behind. They were all aware that Xiao Yu was busy with work and chose not to intrude further, a testament to their upbringing and maturity. Watching the departing sports car, Xiao Yu's expression shifted, lingering in thought for a considerable time. With the food bag in hand, he made his way towards the detectives of the 3rd squad, inexplicably reminded of a saying, the greatest burden is the kindness of a beauty. Chapter 24. Come. Let us hurt each other, is it those people? Zhou Xiangguo inquired softly, chewing his food. Indeed, He Yong replied with a silent nod. The guards. They had just caught a glimpse of Xiao Yu's sister. The two beautiful women were stunningly charming, even breathtakingly exquisite. Their sports cars were the epitome of high-end luxury. Yet, in the capital, such things hardly held significance. The attention of the two leaders was not directed at such superficialities, but rather at the two buzz-cut men accompanying the women. What level of personnel possesses bodyguards? Zhou Xianggu mused with a wry smile. Department level. He Yong's lips twitched. Are they department level? It was evident that they were not. Then the two men fell silent, resuming their meal. However, when they glanced towards Xiao Yu not far away, their expressions turned complex and refined. Just moments ago, Xiao Yu not only brought back dozens of pounds of food but also 5 barrels of premium cigarettes. Each barrel contained 50 sticks. Specially supplied for state guests at Dio Yutai. Those in the know understood that this brand had long been discontinued, once regarded as the highest grade special supply. The fact that someone could still procure them, all appearing as new stock, signified something profound, something that ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetimes. How should they treat him? Zhou Xianggu set down his lunchbox and sighed. Young master, let things unfold as they may. As long as he remains silent, we shall feign ignorance. He Yong sighed in agreement. If he acts out, we can only let him leave. We cannot afford to serve him, nor can we evade him. Gazing at the 5 barrels of state guest supply cigarettes before them, his expression resembled one who had ingested a fly, overwhelmed by complexity. With their intellect, how could they not deduce that these 5 barrels of cigarettes were specifically prepared for them by the two beauties? Ostensibly, it seemed as if Xiao Yu was offering them to foster camaraderie. In reality, it served as a stern warning. Do not dare to bully Xiao Yu, for the consequences would be dire, terrifying. However, Zhou Xianggu inhaled deeply, recognizing the young man's impressive investigative aptitude. Indeed, He Yong's eyes sparkled with realization, perceiving him not as a novice, but rather akin to a seasoned detective. Should Xiao Yu merely be an ordinary individual, they would need to conduct a thorough investigation. Yet, now, no matter how peculiar Xiao Yu appeared, they dared not pursue inquiries. Doing so would be tantamount to courting disaster. It could be said that Xiao Yu was fortunate. Were it not for Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qinwu, his eccentricities might easily attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. He wouldn't even pass through the national security scrutiny. At this very moment, Xiao Yu was absent-mindedly eating, blissfully unaware of the headaches he was causing for the two leaders. His mind, however, was fervently engaged with the case at hand. Solving a case, particularly a mysterious one, resembled untangling a ball of yarn. When the yarn is in disarray, it must be meticulously sorted, with each loose thread identified. One must locate the correct thread to unravel the entire situation. This process is akin to performing subtraction in an arithmetic problem. One must meticulously subtract erroneous elements or certain figures, leaving only the most accurate numbers to arrive at a definitive answer. Previously, Xiao Yu had identified 3 points of suspicion: the location of the body disposal, the commercial building, and the perpetrator's motive. According to his reasoning, the assailant discarded the body in the park to attract the attention of the police. Subsequently, by diverting the investigation towards the business building, the intention was to lead the authorities on a wild goose chase. The ultimate aim, one could surmise, was to manipulate the police into uncovering results stemming from the commercial premises. Such a chilling calculation. Xiao Yu felt a twitch in his eyelid. This criminal had the audacity to use the police as mere pawns in his game. Through various tactics, he ensnared the detectives, leading them by the nose. Most crucially, even when one perceives the direction in which he intends to steer events, there remains an obligation to follow the meticulously laid traps he had orchestrated. The police, compelled to solve the case, must relentlessly pursue the investigation. Therein lies the conundrum. Xiao Yu mused, a frigid smile gracing his lips. Rather than feeling anger, he exhibited a sense of exhilaration. He had never favored adversaries lacking intellect, yet he also did not wish for opponents to be overly feeble. Let the games of mutual harm commence. Who is afraid of whom? Suddenly, a breakthrough emerged. A detective rushed before the group, reporting to the captain and instructor that 8 days prior, a cleaner in the 21st floor viewing guest room area had lost a master access card. This card functioned similarly to a universal key, capable of unlocking all rooms on the 21st floor. Coincidentally, 5 days ago, the surveillance cameras in the guest area inexplicably malfunctioned for 3 hours. It could be inferred that 8 days prior, the perpetrator likely pilfered the cleaner's universal card and subsequently disabled the surveillance through certain means 5 days prior, allowing for the transport of the body to the guest room. Thereafter, the body was presumably moved to the rooftop for disposal. The group nodded in agreement. This deduction was quite plausible. Based on this premise, locating the card thief would undoubtedly lead to the perpetrator. Was there an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the card's disappearance? Zhou Xiangwo inquired. The cleaner stated that on the day in question, while she was tidying the guest room, the master card was left in the card holder within the room, only to vanish inexplicably. The detective replied, I have also scrutinized the surveillance from that day, yet found no evidence of anyone entering the room while the cleaner was present. The group exchanged sardonic smiles. Bring the cleaner here for questioning, Zhou Xiangwo commanded. If no one entered the room to steal the card, then it must have simply vanished into thin air. If not, it surely indicates an issue on the cleaner's part. After all, being seasoned detectives, how could they overlook such a possibility? Soon, the cleaner was brought before the detectives. She appeared to be in her late 20s, of modest height, slender build, and possessing an unremarkable appearance. Faced with the detectives, the cleaner exhibited signs of panic and anxiety. Why was she so frightened? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. As the old adage goes, those who harbor no guilty conscience fear not the knocking of ghosts. The seasoned detectives present recognized her demeanor as indicative of guilt. I shall ask you only once. Zhou Xiangwo personally interrogated her. 8 days prior, how did you misplace the universal room card you possessed, or rather, into whose hands has it fallen? The housekeeper's face turned pale, devoid of any inner conflict or resistance. She candidly confessed that the universal room card had been sold by her for the sum of 10,000 yuan. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. A stranger had contacted her, expressing interest in purchasing the universal room card she held. He warned her against notifying the authorities, revealing her home address and her husband's workplace. To further instill fear, he sent her a photograph of her daughter via multimedia message. Faced with such threats, the housekeeper was utterly terrified and refrained from reporting the incident. Complying with the stranger's demands, she delivered the universal room card to a fire hydrant located in the underground parking lot of a commercial building. Within the hydrant was the 10,000 yuan he had promised her. She placed the card down and took the money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The trail had gone cold. Chapter 25, Shadows of Doubt. The interruption of clues is due to the perpetrator's exceptionally high intelligence and meticulous planning. It is utterly improbable that such a significant lead would be left for the police to pursue. As anticipated, investigations revealed that the phone number used to contact the cleaner was unregistered. Additionally, there were no surveillance cameras near the fire hydrant in the underground parking lot, making it impossible to trace the identity of the suspect. One thing is certain, this individual is intimately acquainted with the entire office building and well aware of the front desk services. Knowing that the cleaner possesses a master key card, it is highly likely that they are an insider within the business complex. However, the trail has gone cold, making further investigation seem impossible. This was the consensus among the group. Yet, the clues have not vanished. Observing the distressed faces of those around him, Xiao Yu offered 2 hints, the corpse and the flying apparatus. The body was found in a relatively intact state. Upon death, a human body becomes rigid within 4 to 6 hours, with rigor mortis spreading throughout. It peaks between 12 to 24 hours and begins to ease after 24 to 48 hours, requiring 3 to 7 days for complete resolution. During this period, the body remains in a state of rigidity. The victim, Zhao Dikeo, stood at a height of 171 centimeters. A detail that is self-explanatory regarding human surface area. In a state of rigor mortis, moving the body to the 21st floor would present significant challenges. If the perpetrator intended to transport the body, climbing the stairs would be out of the question. Imagine carrying a corpse up to the 21st floor. Moreover, the stairwell is monitored, making it far too conspicuous. Logically deducing, the only option left would be to take the elevator. However, the elevator is also under surveillance. Xiao Yu surmised that the perpetrator must have employed some method to shield the elevator's cameras. As for the flying apparatus, Xiao Yu speculated about items such as a delta wing or a parachute, among others. Regardless of the specific tool, once disassembled, it would still possess a considerable size. Entering the building with such a bulky object would render using the stairs impractical, making elevator transport the most likely scenario. Thus, is the key in the elevator? The crowd gasped, turning their gazes towards Xiao Yu. Indeed, a grin spread across Xiao Yu's face, to transport the corpse along with the flying apparatus. The elevator was the only feasible option. If not, it would be utterly unfathomable. However, after the criminal investigation team examined the elevator surveillance, the results revealed that within a week, no one had transported any object exceeding 171 centimeters in height, nor had anyone moved any oversized items. Not only the elevator footage, but even the stairwell cameras had been scrutinized. Could it be that the body flew into the building? Xiao Yu's expression froze. This is impossible. Wait, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck in Xiao Yu's mind, illuminating all the fog. It seems we have overlooked something crucial. What? Asked Zhou Xianghua, with others also looking at Xiao Yu. Why must it be a corpse? Xiao Yu's tone was unusually assertive. Why could it not be a living person who entered this business building? The faces of the crowd momentarily froze, forgetting to breathe. Indeed, why must it be a corpse? Could it not be that the victim walked into this commercial building only to meet their demise, with the body discarded in the park? However, if we pursue this line of reasoning, a terrifying conclusion emerges. The forensic examination has confirmed that the victim, Xiao Yu, was killed by a hyena. How could a hyena possibly be hidden within a commercial building? The criminal investigation team has thoroughly searched the entire building, and it is inconceivable that a hyena could be concealed there. Thus, the explanation falls apart entirely. We must re-examine the commercial building, leaving no corner unchecked. Xiao Yu turned to the captain, instructing him to retrieve all surveillance footage and utilize big data to scan for the victim. Zhou Xianghua cast a deep glance at him and issued orders to his subordinates, declaring that Xiao Yu would now command the operation. Competent individuals must be in charge, while those lacking ability should step aside. Since the captain is unable to lead his team to solve the case, let the capable take command. There is no need to concern ourselves with the distinction between rookie and seasoned officer, whether it is a black cat or a white cat. A good cat is one that catches mice. Indeed, the detectives echoed in unison. Although they had only interacted for a single day, Xiao Yu's capabilities had already garnered the recognition of the entire team. It could be said that since his arrival, he had been at the forefront of the investigation. Is it shameful for a rookie to lead a group of seasoned detectives? There is nothing shameful about it. Xiao Yu himself belongs to the undercover team. The third team operates as a cohesive unit, and should the case be solved, all shall share in the glory. Who would stand in the way of such accomplishments? If anyone dared, the captain and the instructor would swiftly intervene to remove them from the third team. In any workplace, those who do not fit in ultimately face dire consequences, without exception, as Xiao Yu issued his orders. All detectives from the undercover team embarked on a second exhaustive search of the commercial building. Simultaneously, 2 technical personnel from the third team began to investigate the surveillance footage from the building's entrance and elevators. Using big data technology, they compared the appearance of the victim, Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu had entered this commercial building and appeared within the surveillance range, he would undoubtedly be located. At 5 in the morning, on the rooftop of the commercial building, Xiao Yu took a drag from his cigarette, gazing at the horizon. The morning mist wafted through the air like a dream, splashing the transparent dawn light. He blinked, his eyes tinged with faint bloodshot from a sleepless night. Tossing aside the cigarette, but Xiao Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness of the air, and his spirits lifted. A sound of footsteps approached. Zhou Xianghua walked up beside Xiao Yu. No traces of hyenas were found within the building, correct? Before Zhou Xianghua could speak, Xiao Yu preemptively provided the answer. Indeed. Zhou Xianghua's expression was peculiar as he glanced at Xiao Yu. Since the young fellow already anticipated this outcome, why insist on having everyone recheck the commercial building? Because I wish to confirm one thing. Xiao Yu flashed a grin, hence the need for a re-examination. Zhou Xianghua nodded, reluctantly accepting this explanation. At that moment, the instructor approached briskly, his expression filled with excitement as he stood before the two. We have made a discovery, he stated. The victim, Xiao Yu, was found to have entered the commercial building 5 days ago. It is essential to note that the team has already conducted an investigation with the victim's family. According to their accounts, the victim left home for work 5 days prior and subsequently went missing. This timeline coincides precisely with the inexplicable malfunction of the hotel surveillance cameras for 3 hours 5 days ago. Now we have traced the victim's entry into the hotel on that same day. All the anomalies align perfectly. The crowd turned to Xiao Yu, awaiting his next command. One question remains. Why did the victim, Xiao Yu, come to this commercial building? Xiao Yu articulated each word carefully. Shouldn't he have been heading to work in another city after leaving home? In an instant, a tumult of emotions surged within everyone present. Indeed, why? Chapter 26, Secrets Within the Business Building. Xiao Yu, age 35, a native of the capital, was engaged in labor outside his province. Holding his phone, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, this does not add up. A man with a wife and children who can provide for his family is unlikely to abandon them for work in distant lands. The profession of a deep-sea sailor demands a level of effort commensurate with the rewards. The inherent dangers and physical demands of such a job are not suited for individuals from large cities, particularly those from the capital. Investigate the shipping company where Xiao Yu was employed, Xiao Yu commanded. The detectives of the 3rd Squad reached out to the police in the province to inquire about a certain labor company. At 10 a.m., the provincial police provided their findings. Indeed, Xiao Dikao had signed a labor contract with a shipping company 5 years prior. However, since 3 years ago, he had not returned to work. And there were no recorded travels outside his province. Travel records, which include identification cards, bank transactions, online payments, and transportation, such as flights, ships, and trains, are mandated to be real name verified. Nowadays, every journey, regardless of the mode of transport, generates a record of consumption for necessities like food and lodging. The absence of any travel or consumption records indicates 2 possibilities. 1. Xiao Dikao has not ventured outside his province for the past 3 years. 2. He has been traveling under a false identity and making cash payments. Which scenario could it be? Can the surveillance footage from the business building be reviewed from 5 days ago, or even earlier? Xiao Yu inquired. The response was that they could only confirm that the victim, Xiao Dikao, was seen in the business building 5 days prior, with no evidence of an earlier appearance. Zhou Xiang was sighed. The surveillance system retained footage for only 26 days, and anything older had been overwritten. Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. Typically, the preservation duration for surveillance footage is as follows: residential areas for 7 days, entertainment venues for 15 days, financial institutions for 26 days. While banks and government departments may retain footage for no more than 3 to 6 months. Those in the know understand that while formatting files is not catastrophic, recovery is still plausible. However, once files have been overwritten, recovery becomes exceedingly challenging. Surveillance video files are subject to multiple layers of overwriting, making recovery nearly impossible. Investigate Xiao Dikao's whereabouts over the past 3 years, Xiao Yu instructed, gazing intently at the business building, emphasizing the need to scrutinize this location. After hours of investigation. By afternoon, no results had emerged. The past 3 years of Xiao Dikao's life appeared as an inexplicable void. How could someone simply vanish without a trace for 3 years? Xiao Yu scoffed. This could only imply he was hiding away, possibly in a secretive location, or perhaps employed in a clandestine job. If it were the latter, it would certainly entail remuneration commensurate with the work. Just as some individuals find employment in remote locations, where the compensation is often substantial. If Xiao Dikao were indeed working in such a place, his earnings would likely be considerable. The police swiftly uncovered the banking details and daily expenditure of Xiao Dikao and his family. Luxury cars, opulent residences, and the victim's wife incurred monthly expenses exceeding 5 digits. Adorned in extravagant designer attire. Although the visible savings were modest, the sheer scale of their vehicles, properties, and consumption far exceeded that of an ordinary class. With such wealth, what has Xiao Dikao been engaged in over the past 3 years? Xiao Yu extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips without igniting it, murmuring that in criminal cases, 90% involve financial motives. The most prevalent offenses, theft, robbery, prostitution, gambling, and drug trafficking are all intrinsically linked to money. Numerous other cases also bear the same connection. Could it be due to financial motives? Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. His gaze fixated intently on the business building before him. Someone had deliberately directed the police to investigate the commercial edifice, and it was now discovered that the victim had entered this very structure, presumably meeting their demise within. The manner of death was shockingly gruesome, having been torn apart by hyenas. Yet, there were no traces of hyenas within the business building. Could it be possible that the building harbored some hidden secret? Xiao Yu pondered aloud, his thoughts replaying the case repeatedly, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. When one path seems unclear, it is prudent to adopt a different perspective. With all evidence and clues pointing towards the business building, it could only imply that something was amiss within its walls. With this thought, Xiao Yu resolved to personally inspect the commercial building. Without hesitation, he commenced his search from the ground floor, diligently examining and investigating. He proceeded to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. By the time he reached the top floor, it was already midnight. To no avail. What have I overlooked? Xiao Yu began his examination anew, under the scrutinizing gazes of the other detectives who regarded him as if he were deranged. He initiated a second round of investigation, which extended into the early hours of the next morning. However, as Xiao Yu prepared for a third round of inquiry, he was interrupted. Enough. Captain Zhou Xianghua grasped the bloodshot-eyed Xiao Yu firmly, urging him to rest, pointing out that he had not slept for 2 days and nights. One is not a machine. Continuing to toil without rest could lead to a fatal collapse. Xiao Yu nodded in acquiescence. He retreated to a guest room within the business building, collapsing onto the bed and swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. This sleep lasted a full 12 hours. After a brief wash and a light meal, his mind was entirely alert. The weariness evaporated. Standing within the building, Xiao Yu commenced his third investigation, this time adopting a different approach. The interior of the building had been thoroughly examined twice by the police and twice by himself. Issues seemed unlikely to arise. In this instance, Xiao Yu focused specifically on the stairwell and elevator, as such areas are often the most easily overlooked. In a previous case, Xiao Yu had uncovered a crime where an offender constructed a hanging shed in the stairwell of a residential building to conceal a body. He began his ascent from the first floor, step by step, towards the 25th floor. As he perspired profusely, he reached the 21st floor and came to an abrupt halt. Huh? He paused, gazing at the stairway. In office buildings, the width of stairwells should not be less than 4 meters, and the height of each step must not exceed 0.16 meters. The staircase consists of 11 to 13 steps leading to a landing. From this landing to the upper level, it similarly requires 11 to 13 steps. Consequently, one must ascend a total of 22 to 26 steps, accompanied by one landing, to traverse from the lower to the upper level. The height between these two levels ranges from 3.5 to 4 meters, which is the standard indoor height for each floor in a commercial building and serves as the standard height for stairwells in such edifices. However, the stairwell connecting the 20th and 21st floors surprisingly contains 35 steps, each approximately 0.22 meters in height. Calculating this gives us 35.022.7 meters. If we subtract this from the expected height of 4 meters, we find ourselves with a discrepancy of 3.7 meters. This implies an astonishing additional height of nearly 4 meters beyond the normal floor levels. Xiao Yu's expression turned peculiar at this realization. If the height of the stairwell is indeed 7 meters, then the corresponding heights of the 20th and 21st floors must also reflect this measurement. Alternatively, the difference of 3.7 meters must be accounted for across these two levels. This reasoning seems sound, does it not? Following this, Xiao Yu proceeded to inspect both the 20th and 21st floors. An eerie revelation awaited him. The indoor heights of both levels were uniformly 4 meters. The 3.7 meters of discrepancy had seemingly vanished into thin air. Chapter 27. Is life finally going to take action against me? At this moment, Xiao Yu felt as if he were participating in a game of werewolf. A commercial building stood before him, yet it had vanished into a space of 3.7 meters. Isn't that intriguing? However, before Xiao Yu could delve deeper into the mystery of the disappearing space, his phone rang. It was Captain Zhou Xianghua, requesting him to come downstairs. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Xiao Yu paused. In the lobby, several police officers clad in white uniforms stood. To wear such attire, one must be at least a police inspector, with the highest rank being senior police director. Among the 3 officers in white shirts, 2 were third-level inspectors, and 1 was a second-level inspector. Additionally, there were 10 officers of varying ranks from sergeant to inspector. The moment Xiao Yu exited the elevator, countless eyes turned towards him in unison. With a serious expression, Zhou Xianghua introduced the 3 inspectors, stating, "This is Comrade Xiao Yu, the leader of our special task force and overall commander of this case." Xiao Yu thought to himself, "Wait a moment, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I should take the brunt of this?" His misunderstanding was not unwarranted, as some cunning bureaucrats often orchestrated scenarios where subordinates bore the blame. Is life finally going to take action against me? Xiao Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Zhou Xianghua, what kind of joke is your undercover team playing? One of the third-level inspectors pointed at the insignia on Xiao Yu's shoulder, questioning why a mere trainee was appointed as the commander for the third team. This was not a favorable remark. As expected, the expressions of the entire criminal investigation team changed dramatically. Was this an attempt to stir up trouble? Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. "Deputy Director, you seem to be misunderstanding the situation." He Yong smiled. "Although Xiao Yu is a trainee in our third team, his capabilities are exceptional, and his investigative skills are commendable. He has received full recognition from our team. Moreover, he has been instrumental in this case from its inception. And we have already uncovered some leads." The instructor's praise for Xiao Yu was exceedingly high, indicating strong support. He was subtly informing the higher-ups. "This individual was selected by our third team. If any issues arise, I will take responsibility." Surprised, Xiao Yu thought, "Am I really that impressive?" A warm current flowed through him. Instructor He Yong was quite protective of his subordinates. The term protective is not difficult to comprehend. It signifies a leader standing up for his juniors, regardless of right or wrong, and shielding them from potential repercussions. In an era where many adopt a not-my-problem attitude, Being able to work alongside such a leader is indeed fortunate. You have found some leads? Another inspector chuckled. Then it would be appropriate for your third team to transfer the case to our criminal investigation department, allowing us to continue the investigation. Instantly, the air grew tense. In the realm of law enforcement, there exists a significant taboo. Interference from other departments in ongoing investigations is strictly prohibited. This involves many intricate matters, such as accountability, credit, and jurisdiction. If a case arises and all units converge to investigate, wouldn't that lead to chaos? What, then, is the purpose of jurisdiction and departmental oversight? Upon witnessing the swift resolution of another's case, one might seize the opportunity to claim credit with alarming ease. Is it conceivable that a police supervisor, particularly one in a position of authority, is oblivious to such principles? If he is aware, why would he dare to overstep boundaries? Zhou Xiang's countenance darkened. Was he jesting? The individuals involved hailed from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Chaoyang District Bureau. Although they held a superior rank, their jurisdiction did not extend to the Criminal Investigation Team. The direct superiors of the third team were the Brigade and the General Bureau, even the Municipal Office. Did this Criminal Investigation Division truly intend to meddle in a case belonging to the third team, or was it merely a farcical endeavor? Xiao Yu found the situation increasingly intriguing. What could possibly motivate an entity to risk transgression in order to interfere with another's investigation? This was a question both he and Zhou Xiangguo, along with Yi Yang, could readily ponder. Moreover, the case remained in the investigative phase, devoid of accolades to be appropriated. Yet, curiously, the opposing party sought to take over the investigation. Wasn't that peculiar? Or perhaps, during the course of their inquiries, the third team had inadvertently stepped on someone's toes, prompting an individual to react with indignation and deploy the Criminal Investigation Division? What were they attempting to conceal? Xiao Yu felt a surge of anger. The system had allotted him a mere 3 days to complete his task, and now, with 2 days elapsed and less than a day remaining, the prospect of failure loomed ominously. Should the case remain unresolved, not only would his previously granted abilities be revoked, but the system itself would be deactivated. Could he endure such a fate? Absolutely not. If they sought to claim his case, they would find no passage. Upon our arrival, we had already conferred with your deputy brigade leader, a second-level police supervisor remarked coldly, asserting that the third team would not disobey orders from superiors. The words sent shockwaves through Zhou Xiangguo, Yi Yang, and the many detectives of the third team, their expression shifting to one of outrage, resentment, and helplessness. As the leader of the third team, Zhou Xiangguo sighed, preparing to call for the entire team to withdraw. Suddenly, Xiao Yu interjected, "Wait a moment." With an air of calm, he inquired, "May I make a phone call?" His request momentarily stunned those present. The 3 supervisors from the Criminal Investigation Division regarded Xiao Yu with bemused expressions, akin to watching a jester. Zhou Xiangguo and He Yang's eyes lit up with realization. Xiao Yu had already produced his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Little brother?" The call connected, and the sound of Hua Qingwu's laughter resonated through the receiver. "Missing me? Sister?" "There's a matter of importance," Xiao Yu responded soberly. "Is Qiu-chan beside you?" "Humph," Hua Qingwu retorted playfully. "You only think of your Qiu-chan sister. Don't you care about your Qingwu sister?" "That is not the case. This is serious, no jesting," Xiao Yu replied, his tone grave. "If you continue this way, I will hang up." All right. What else with the attitude?" Hua Qingwu huffed, calling out to Qiu-chan over the phone. "Qiu-chan, Xiao Yu is looking for you." Moments later, Yi Qiu-chan's voice came through. "What is it?" "Big sister." Xiao Yu glanced at the 3 police supervisors nearby and flashed a grin. "Someone is bullying me. They wish to play unfairly, do they? Very well, let us see who truly lacks decorum." His words echoed in the ears of all present. Especially the 3 police inspectors from the Criminal Investigation Department laughed, gazing at Xiao Yu as if he were a simpleton. What could a mere elementary-level officer do to intimidate you? However, Zhou Xiangguo and He Yang's expressions shifted dramatically, revealing sheer terror. They recalled Xiao Yu's sister and, more importantly, the 2 security personnel. An involuntary shiver coursed through their spines, and goosebumps erupted across their bodies. A glance exchanged between the 2 revealed their pale faces, signaling an impending crisis. Xiao Yu whispered a few words into his phone before concluding the call. Then, with a beaming smile, he surveyed the crowd from the Criminal Investigation Department. Someone was about to approach, expressing a desire to meet with him. The members of the Criminal Investigation Department exchanged bewildered glances. The 3 police inspectors shook their heads, chuckling. What could an elementary-level officer possibly bring? They were genuinely curious to see who it was. 20 minutes later, a sedan slowly pulled into the temporary parking lot outside the business building. When the crowd beheld this vehicle, particularly its license plate, their expressions shifted dramatically. Jingga. The Jingga signifies a license plate from the capital, while GA is an abbreviation for national security, indicating a special plate. For instance, Jingga JW, Jingga GF. JW stands for guard, and GF stands for defense. National security, guard, and defense are the three most formidable departments in Longhua. As the car door swung open, a man in his 30s emerged, surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting Xiao Yu, he strode forward. The newcomer was none other than Yi Hang, the elite soldier from national security who had previously clashed with Xiao Yu, and the elder brother of Yi Qiuchan. Chapter 28. The Clash of Titans. Yi Hang halted his steps, standing before Xiao Yu. Anyone could discern the pallor on his face, his eyes shimmering with a sharp, peculiar glint. The gaze bore a striking resemblance to that of a wild boar attempting to uproot one's prized cabbage. Xiao Yu inquired, "Have I consumed your rice or blocked your sunlight? Are you casting such a look at me with the intention of confrontation?" However, he was aware that Yu Qiuchan had summoned Yi Hang to assist him. He chose to endure it. "Qiuchan sent me to observe," he added. With a brusque tone, Yi Hang questioned, "What has transpired?" Xiao Yu, without further ado, recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing the account, Yi Hang's expression shifted dramatically. He turned his gaze towards the three criminal investigation officers. As the director of the 9th Bureau of the National Security Department of Longhua, Yi Hang's responsibilities closely resembled those of a police officer, albeit in a different capacity. His qualifications for leading the 9th Bureau were self-evident. When it came to criminal investigations, surveillance, counterintelligence, and monitoring, his skills surpassed those of ordinary police by a considerable margin. From Xiao Yu's narration, he swiftly discerned the issue at hand. The 3rd Brigade was conducting an investigation, and someone was attempting to forcibly seize control of their case. To put it plainly, there were individuals obstructing the 3rd Brigade's pursuit of the investigation. This matter involved a homicide. The 3rd Brigade had already unearthed several leads, tracing them to the commercial building before them. Just as they were poised to delve deeper, they were thwarted. What would one deduce from this? Yi Hang's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, akin to a block of ice. The sharpness in his eyes transformed, becoming as keen as a blade, sweeping over the faces of the three officers. Strictly speaking, police cases did not fall under the jurisdiction of national security. However, if national security deemed certain events to implicate national and public safety, they could initiate their own inquiries. The death of a civilian, particularly under gruesome circumstances, allegedly by the jaws of a hyena, surely posed a threat to public safety in the capital. This was an undeniable fact. If Yi Hang were to disregard protocol, he could easily intervene forcefully. Yet, he refrained from doing so, fully aware of the ramifications that such interference could entail, having matured beyond the impulsiveness of youth. Nonetheless, Yi Hang's presence today was prompted by his sister's involvement. Moreover, the Yu family owed Xiao Yu a significant debt of gratitude. Xiao Yu had previously rescued Yi Qiuchan, a favor of immense magnitude, surpassing the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Thus, he had come to lend support to Xiao Yu. From the 9th Bureau of National Security, Yi Hang produced a black identification booklet, showcasing his investigative credentials. He then fixed his gaze upon the three visibly shaken officers. His tone icy, "Provide me with a reason as to why you would forcibly usurp the case from the 3rd Brigade at such a critical juncture." The three officers fell into silence. Yet, if they failed to furnish an explanation, it was evident that this director of national security would be compelled to offer them one instead. Was there perhaps a misunderstanding? The forehead of the 2nd-level police inspector glistened with perspiration. Yi Hang's gaze was icy as he declared, "I believe there is no misunderstanding here." The inspector sighed, explaining that a superior had urged them to expedite the handling of this case to avoid disturbing the normal operations within the office building. An office building? A superior? Yi Hang frowned. It became apparent to him that one must possess considerable strength, capability, and background to construct a 25-story commercial edifice in the capital, particularly in the Chaoyang district. Furthermore, the 3rd Division had sealed off the entire building due to the investigation, indeed disrupting the normal order and operations within. Lastly, is it unreasonable for someone of such stature and formidable connections to know a few leaders? Thus, while this explanation may seem plausible, does it truly hold water? None present were fools. They recognized the absurdity of the reasoning provided. Yi Hang disregarded the 2nd-level inspector completely and turned to Xiao Yu, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" This simple 5-word question left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. especially the three inspectors who had initially dismissed Xiao Yu as a mere clown, their expression shifting dramatically as if they had seen a ghost. Why would the esteemed director of national security heed the words of a mere junior officer? Or rather, how could a junior officer summon the director of national security? It was only at this moment that the three inspectors grasped the gravity of the situation. Alas, it was too late, for Xiao Yu was grinning at them, his gaze reminiscent of how they had previously regarded him, like a jester. Investigate, Xiao Yu breathed, raising his finger at the three inspectors. Leave no stone unturned. This proclamation struck like a thunderclap upon all present. Even Yi Heng's expression shifted as he stared at Xiao Yu in astonishment. How ruthless! The three inspectors initially stood dumbfounded, but fury quickly surged to their faces. Yet, in the next moment, a chill coursed through them as they witnessed Yi Heng raise his hand to signal. Suddenly, a business vehicle sped into view, screeching to a halt. The door swung open, and 6 young individuals clad in administrative jackets emerged like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Please assist the national security in their investigation, Yi Heng commanded coldly, fixing the 3 inspectors with a steely gaze. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Upon hearing this, the 3 young men swiftly drew handguns, disengaging the safeties, and aimed at all the police present. Meanwhile, the other 3 approached the now pallid inspectors, their eyes cold and unyielding. Any inappropriate movement from the inspectors would inevitably invoke a tempestuous response. The 3 inspectors were ushered into the business vehicle. The remaining officers from the Criminal Investigation Department were filled with trepidation yet dared not make a move. In Longhua, they, as ordinary police officers, had no standing to challenge the national security. Remember, this is a one-time occurrence. Yi Heng fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu. From this point forward, we owe each other nothing. Xiao Yu's lips twitched as he thought. I feel as if I've missed out on a fortune. Please extend my gratitude to Sister Chiao-chan. Shouldn't you thank me? Yi Heng nearly laughed in exasperation, wearing an expression that conveyed. I feel as if you were mocking me. Was it not I who assisted you? Are you disputing this? Xiao Yu retorted with a cold smirk. If you disagree, we can settle this with another bout. Yi Heng merely rolled his eyes, leaving without uttering a word. He certainly wished to teach Xiao Yu a lesson, but alas, he was no match for him. Once the national security personnel departed, Xiao Yu turned to address the remaining members of the Criminal Investigation Department. Do you require my assistance in escorting you out? The faces of the detectives paled, and they exited the business building hastily. The onlookers from the 3rd squad, having witnessed the entire spectacle, gazed at Xiao Yu as if he were a celestial being. Indeed, they had just observed a clash of titans. With the national security agents having made an appearance, who could possibly remain unperturbed? Xiao Yu, uninterested in further explanations, addressed the 3rd squad with a statement that left them in awe. I have uncovered the secret within the business building. Chapter 29. What nonsense is this? You say that 7 meters of space has vanished within the office building? Upon hearing the secret uncovered by Xiao Yu, everyone was stunned and gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? The building stood there, its area and volume evident for all to see. How could 7 meters of space simply disappear? The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, as if questioning Xiao Yu's integrity. Indeed, the minds of individuals often remained disconnected. Xiao Yu offered no further explanations. He led everyone to the 20th floor and entered the stairwell. After remeasuring the height and distance between the 20th and 21st floors, the group was left in astonishment. As they grasped the gravity of the situation, they were profoundly shaken. They turned to Xiao Yu, their eyes filled with incredulity. Their expressions were as if they could fit 10 eggs in their mouths. It was indeed true. A space of 7 meters had vanished. Yet the question remained, how could it disappear? It was impossible for it to have vanished. It must have been concealed. Xiao Yu's smile faded, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this was the reason why some were intent on halting our investigation. The expressions of the others shifted as they recalled the Criminal Investigation Department's eagerness to seize the case. Had Xiao Yu not called for assistance, the National Security Bureau would not have detained 3 officers for questioning. Consequently, the entire 3rd team would have been ousted, and the case would have fallen into the hands of the Criminal Investigation Department. As seasoned detectives, they could hardly fathom the core of the issue. Their investigation had inevitably begun to unearth other secrets. Certain individuals, cornered, resorted to desperate measures to obstruct the 3rd team's inquiries. At that moment, as Xiao Yu unveiled the mystery of the missing 7 meters within the office building, it became evident that this vanished space was the greatest secret of the entire structure. Every anomaly had found its explanation, rendering it all reasonable. Two detectives hastily departed to summon civil engineering experts. Within half an hour, the experts arrived and commenced comprehensive measurements of the interiors, exterior walls, and heights of the 20th and 21st floors. The final results corroborated Xiao Yu's deductions. A space of 3.7 to 4 meters had indeed vanished. Moreover, this space was located between the two floors. A secret chamber? Xiao Yu nearly chuckled. In this day and age, who still indulges in such things? However, after thorough investigation by the detectives, no entrance to this secret chamber was found on either the 20th or 21st floors. To gain access, one would need tools to breach the floor and ceiling. Xiao Yu had no time to squander. The deadline set by the system was dwindling to less than 20 hours. Having discovered the secret chamber, he was certain an entrance existed. While dispatching someone to procure wall-boring tools, he began his own search for the entrance. Given the height of the 20th floor, entry from the exterior was impossible. Therefore, it could only be from within. Since neither the 20th nor the 21st floors harbored an entrance, it indicated that the access point was located elsewhere, yet still within the confines of these two floors. The confines of this area are limited to the corridor, stairwell, and elevator. The corridor is often the most overlooked space, as individuals frequently traverse it without paying much heed. Upon investigation, Xiao Yu discerned no anomalies within the corridor, nor any entrance leading to a secret chamber. Subsequently, he meticulously examined the stairwell, yet still found no entryway. Finally, Xiao Yu, accompanied by others, entered the elevator. After ascending from the 20th to the 21st floor and making several back-and-forth trips, his expression suddenly morphed into one of peculiarity. He had discovered something. In a typical elevator's operation, the duration for traveling between floors is approximately 2 seconds, averaging 2 meters per second. However, the ascent from the 20th to the 21st floor consumed a full 4 seconds. The vanishing 3.7-meter space corresponds to the height of a single floor. An additional 2 seconds of delay posed no issues. Xiao Yu's gaze fixated intently on the elevator's control panel, lost in contemplation. If his deductions were accurate, certain individuals must have exploited the elevator to access the secret chamber. Yet, the control panel appeared entirely normal, revealing no peculiarities. How, then, had they accessed the hidden chamber? An elevator technician was summoned. After a cursory glance at the exterior of the elevator's operating panel, he reported no irregularities. However, upon opening the control panel to inspect the interior, he paused, murmuring, "Something's amiss." What had he discovered? Xiao Yu fixed his gaze upon the technician's eyes, inquiring coldly. Under normal circumstances, the wiring of an elevator follows a specific pattern. The technician pointed to the control circuitry and the circuit board, his face contorted in disbelief. "This isn't right. There are 2 additional wires and 1 circuit connected to the 21st floor. Speak plainly, use language I can comprehend." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. The technician rolled his eyes, indicating that the button for the 21st floor was suspicious. Typically, this would result in a short circuit, yet it had not. While speaking, he pressed the button marked 21. The elevator doors closed. In the next moment, he quickly pressed 21 again, but there was no response. He continued to press it repeatedly. Suddenly, the light on the 21 button, which had been illuminated, extinguished. Xiao Yu's expression shifted abruptly. Common knowledge dictates that once an elevator button is illuminated, it cannot be cancelled unless one reaches the designated floor, at which point the light would extinguish. However, the bizarre occurrence unfolded before them. Not only had the button light extinguished, but the elevator continued its ascent without halting. What did this signify? Xiao Yu's expression transformed because, at that moment, only he and the technician occupied the elevator. The mysterious anomaly in the elevator's buttons led him to contemplate ominous possibilities. Abruptly, the elevator came to a halt. The ascent time of 2 seconds indicated that it had not reached the 21st floor. If it had not arrived at the 21st floor, where could it possibly stop? Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. The unsettling scenario Xiao Yu had anticipated had indeed come to fruition. As the doors parted, the moment arrived. Outside the elevator stood 4 imposing figures, their expressions fierce, wielding machetes, axes, and 2 daggers. The moment the doors opened, they surged into the elevator, aiming their weapons at Xiao Yu. What a stroke of misfortune! Xiao Yu chuckled. It was not he who was unfortunate, but rather the 4 intruders. Ever since Xiao Yu acquired the system and its capabilities, his life, physique, and strength had undergone a profound transformation. Particularly, the abilities of martial arts expert and beast form had elevated his body beyond human limits, transforming him into a living weapon. A humanoid weapon. almost instantaneously. As the four burly men rushed into the elevator, Xiao Yu sprang into action, lunging at the first assailant like a leopard. Chapter 30. Kindness cannot command soldiers. Goodness cannot serve as guardians like a cheetah. A swift figure materialized before the first burly man. Xiao Yu's hand seized the man's head, pulling down while his knee shot up with lightning speed. Bam! Accompanied by a thunderous crack and the sound of breaking bones, blood erupted upon the man's face. The impact of the knee strike shattered and caved in the burly man's visage. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu retracted his leg and surged forward, colliding with tremendous force. Bam! The ferocity of his assault sent the burly man flying, crashing into three others behind him. Alone, Xiao Yu burst forth from the elevator, confronting four imposing figures. Beast form, bear strength. In his wild charge, Xiao Yu grasped the dagger from the first burly man's hand. As he barreled through, he wielded the dagger with ferocity. Stab, stab, stab. 3 strikes. One plunged into the man's abdomen, another pierced his neck, and the final thrust drove from beneath his jaw, ascending into his throat. In the face of life and death peril, Xiao Yu had never been a merciful soul. His mentor from his previous life as a police officer imparted a crucial lesson. One must be more ruthless than the wicked and possess a heart colder than theirs. Only then would they fear you, granting you the chance to apprehend these irredeemable villains. Otherwise, how could one capture a person who is more malevolent than oneself? Kindness cannot command soldiers. Goodness cannot serve as a guardian. The righteous are ill-suited for the role of a police officer. Boom. Xiao Yu slammed a lifeless body and 3 burly men against a wall. Indeed, a corpse. With merely 3 strikes, he had ended the life of the burly man. At that moment, something even more horrifying transpired. As he forcefully crashed the men against the wall, one of their machetes fell to the ground, which Xiao Yu swiftly retrieved. With a flourish of his arm, the blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, descending upon the 3 burly men. Crack, crack, crack. Each stroke came in rapid succession, too swift for the naked eye to follow. Xiao Yu severed their hands and similarly cleaved through their tendons, rendering their limbs useless in under 3 seconds. A chilling wail of agony erupted from the 3 men. Xiao Yu discarded the machete. The crisis was averted. Inside the elevator, the maintenance worker stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. From his vantage point, he witnessed the entire massacre, the sudden eruption of violence, the brutal savagery, the cold-blooded methods. A shiver coursed through him. When he regained his senses, he realized his pants felt warm. He had been so terrified that he lost control. For minutes later, the elevator doors opened once more. Zhou Xianghua, He, and a group of armed detectives surged out. Upon encountering the scene that resembled a slaughterhouse, 3 men shrieking in pain and a lifeless body, they were taken aback. They swallowed hard, their gazes toward Xiao Yu transformed, as if they were looking at a savage. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu's eyes regained their clarity as he looked at the crowd with a grin, exclaiming, "Your movements are rather sluggish." The group rolled their eyes, but in an instant, their expressions brightened with astonishment. They had located the secret chamber. "Search," commanded Minister Zhou, and the detectives commenced their meticulous examination of the hidden room. Half an hour later, the faces of all present turned pale once more. They discovered that this concealed chamber within the office building was, astonishingly, a vast prison. Not only did it contain numerous cells, but it also held 5 captives. Moreover, there were storage rooms, a dog kennel, a torture chamber, and a pool for body dissolution. At that moment, Xiao Yu stood outside the dog kennel, gazing inside. A fearsome beast lay on the ground, growling at him ominously, a hyena. Observing the hyena, Xiao Yu's expression grew complex as he recalled the cause of death of the victim, Zhao. As for the body dissolution pool, it contained a half-filled vat of royal water. This potent substance, also known as king acid, is an exceedingly corrosive liquid composed of a mixture of concentrated hydrochloric and nitric acid in a 3:1 volume ratio. There had been an experiment where a pig was tossed into royal water, and within 20 minutes, its flesh and blood were completely eroded, leaving behind only a skeletal structure riddled with cavities. Envisioning such a horrifying scene is unsettling enough. Imagine the outcome of placing a human body into that vat. At this moment, Xiao Yu's expression was as frigid as ice, his gaze fixed intently on the royal water pool, where he discerned some skeletal remains that had not yet been entirely corroded, human bones. A grave situation had arisen. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong's expressions transformed into ones of profound horror and dismay. For it was evident to the naked eye that the remains of at least 10 human skeletons lingered in the pool, indicating that a minimum of 10 lives had been extinguished or 10 bodies obliterated. almost erased from existence. What a chilling case this was. Furthermore, the secret chamber held 5 prisoners. The most terrifying aspect was that this incident had occurred in the capital city. Can one fathom the ramifications? Aside from Xiao Yu, the entire third squad was nearly paralyzed with fear. According to protocol, what should be done next? Xiao Yu turned to the leaders of the first and second teams. Secure the scene and report to superiors. He-Young chuckled wryly. This case is far too significant, beyond measure. Our third squad lacks the qualifications to investigate. Initially, a body was discovered in the park, marking 1 life lost. Now, within the body dissolution pool, 10 skeletal remains had been uncovered, likely representing another 10 lives extinguished. Adding to this, Xiao Yu had eliminated a violent criminal. This amounted to 12 lives lost. Since the founding of Longhua, there have only been a handful of cases involving more than 12 fatalities. Indeed, this was a major case. Such a case could not possibly be handled by a single criminal investigation team, let alone one located in the capital. It was highly probable that Zhou Sheng was side. This will need to reach the highest authorities. No unexpected outcomes awaited them. After reporting the discovery of the secret chamber and the body to superiors, the city bureau leaders arrived within 20 minutes. Following closely behind was Yi Heng, the director of the National Security's 9th Division, who once again presented himself before Xiao Yu. "Why are you here?" Xiao Yu inquired, his expression laden with confusion as he regarded the esteemed director. "In the capital, this matter involves 12 lives," Yi Heng replied. His gaze intricate. "What do you think brings me back?" "It was my folly." Xiao Yu felt a surge of frustration within. The capital is, after all, a city of peculiarities. The national security not only safeguards the nation but also the safety of its citizens. Should a case of this magnitude unfold without the presence of the national security, it would indeed be preposterous. "I have disowned something." Yi Heng's demeanor shifted as he scrutinized the younger man before him. "What is it?" Xiao Yu maintained his composure. "Why is it that every time I encounter you?" Yi Heng articulated each word with precision. "I find myself amidst calamity. The first time I met you was due to a suspected espionage kidnapping, where I nearly lost my life. The second time, 3 police inspectors were taken away. The interrogation was secondary. The primary concern was having offended someone. The third encounter was amidst a heinous murder case. 12 lives lost. In total, we have met thrice, and each time has been fraught with disaster. This is truly extraordinary. I swear upon my integrity, your misfortune is not my doing." Xiao Yu shrugged, asserting, "I am but a humble officer." "Humble, indeed? You seem to have a misapprehension of the term." Yi Heng nearly laughed in exasperation. "From this moment forth, you shall remain by my side." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yu feigned ignorance. "Because from now on," Yi Heng succinctly stated, "this case has been taken over by national security." Xiao Yu's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of regret flickered within. Indeed, it appeared that higher authorities had intervened. There were influential figures at play. Chapter 31. The final assassin. On the 21st floor of a commercial building, a certain guest room had been transformed into a makeshift interrogation chamber. 3 assailants, whose limbs had been severed by Xiao Yu, received emergency medical attention. However, due to their grievous injuries, they were exceedingly weak, teetering on the brink of death. "How ruthless you are," Yi Heng remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Yu. Just days prior, a suspected spy kidnapping case had unfolded. This young man had killed 4 individuals and severely injured 2. Now, he had claimed another life and incapacitated 3 more. In the span of 3 days, 5 had perished and 5 suffered grave injuries. Xiao Yu shot him a sidelong glance. "Let us expedite the investigation. I am pressed for time." Indeed, time was of the essence, as the deadline for the System S task loomed with only a few hours remaining. It was imperative to complete the task swiftly. Without further ado, Yi Heng followed Xiao Yu into the adjacent room, where 5 individuals awaited. These were the people rescued by the police from the clandestine prison within the commercial building. Upon interrogation, it became evident that the identities of the 5 were quite extraordinary. 3 hailed from the business sector, 1 from politics, and another had come to Beijing to petition. All had been abruptly abducted and transported to the secret prison for confinement. What instilled terror in them was the knowledge that they were not the only captives. Others had also been imprisoned, and those unfortunate souls had met with brutal fates. This explained the presence of over a dozen human skeletons in the concealed ossuary. After receiving medical care, the 3 gravely injured assailants, under the scrutiny of national security officials, divulged the truth. They were merely the guards of the secret prison, following orders to oversee, release, or execute prisoners. The bones in the ossuary were once those of individuals they had slain. They recounted that each victim was either affluent or influential, or had incurred the wrath of certain individuals, leading to their incarceration, with very few managing to escape the prison alive. When questioned about the murder of Xiao Yu and the subsequent disposal of his body in the park, the assailants provided an answer that astonished everyone except for Xiao Yu. The victim, Xiao Yu, was, in fact, their accomplice and the ringleader responsible for managing the secret prison. Consequently, national security launched a series of arrests. The head of the commercial building and all individuals linked to the case were apprehended. Additionally, all those acting as protectors for the criminal network were also taken into custody. Through interrogation, the apprehended individuals confirmed that the secret chamber within the commercial building was indeed a prison, a den of iniquity. This criminal organization primarily assisted certain bigwigs in eliminating troubles. Historically, there has always existed a profession that thrives on the misfortunes of others, profiting from the misdeeds of adversaries, competitors, and petitioners. Kidnapping, detaining, and even murder were employed to reap profits. With the testimony of the criminal organization's leader, national security was able to arrest another batch of noble figures. The sheer number and high rank of those involved left even national security officials somewhat taken aback. Was the case thus concluded? Yes, the case was resolved. Yet, the system task remained silent, indicating that the mission was far from complete. The title of the system task, identifying the bones to uncover the murderer, was unmistakably clear. Only by locating the perpetrator through Xiao Yu's corpse could the system task be fulfilled. In a commercial building, within a makeshift interrogation room, that fateful night we ventured out for entertainment. Xiao Yu and another guard were tasked with watching over the secure room. Upon our return, both Xiao Yu and the other guard had vanished. We later learned that Xiao Yu had met his demise in the park, having barely had time to flee before the police arrived at the commercial building. We, a few of us, concealed ourselves in the secure room, contemplating our escape once the authorities departed. What transpired next was harrowing. A suspect, his limbs brutally severed, gazed in abject terror at the pensive Xiao Yu, as though he were staring into the eyes of a demon, trembling uncontrollably in fear. One can only imagine the psychological torment inflicted upon him by the presence of this young officer. Xiao Yu's countenance remained impassive, his mind racing with analysis. Through the suspect's revelations, it became evident that Xiao Yu had been slain by the guard named Lu Shiliang. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Lu Shiliang hailed from another province. His travel records indicated that he had arrived in Beijing 3 years prior. A deeper inquiry unveiled that Lu Shiliang's father had come to Beijing to petition 3 years ago, after which he had mysteriously vanished. Petitioning? Xiao Yu pondered, murmuring to himself about the secure room prison. Could it be that Lu Shiliang's father was abducted and murdered for coming to Beijing to voice his grievances? Might the very criminal organization they were investigating be responsible for such an atrocity? If so, what compelled Lu Shiliang to join their ranks? Was the murder of Xiao Yu an act of vengeance? This possibility lingered in Xiao Yu's thoughts as he envisioned a narrative. Lu Shiliang searching for his missing father, eventually discovering that his father had likely fallen victim to foul play. He then encountered the criminal organization responsible for his father's death and, for reasons unknown, became an accomplice, driven ultimately by a desire for retribution. Thus, had he indeed taken Xiao Yu's life? Was this reasoning sound? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu concluded it was indeed plausible. If that was the case, Lu Shiliang sought not only vengeance for his father, but also aimed to see the entire criminal organization brought to ruin. Thus, he had deliberately discarded Xiao Yu's body in the park, orchestrating a diversion to lead the police to the commercial building. Every action was meticulously calculated to exact revenge, ensuring that those involved in the criminal enterprise would meet a grim fate. Yet, why did he not report the crime directly, creating such convoluted circumstances? Xiao Yu scoffed at the thought. Had he forgotten the 3 detectives in the criminal investigation unit? Had it not been for his call to Yi Qiuchan? With Yi Heng arriving at the scene, this case might have remained forever unsolved. Lu Shiliang was well aware of this, cognizant of the connections, capabilities, and influence wielded by the criminal organization. To report the crime would likely have put his own life in jeopardy. This was evidenced by the high-ranking officials apprehended by the national security forces. Yi Heng, who had been closely following Xiao Yu, listened to the younger man's analysis with a newfound respect. To deduce such intricacies was no ordinary feat. Is there some vendetta against me? He quipped. Why else would you constantly belittle me? Xiao Yu shot a disdainful glance at Yi Heng, remarking, it was merely a single altercation. Must you harbor a grudge like a scorned woman? How infuriating! Yi Heng exclaimed, his anger stemming from something far deeper than that. What is it then? Xiao Yu asked with keen interest. It's... Yiheng abruptly fell silent, choosing not to divulge further. Is it about Sister Qiu-chan? Xiao Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. You overestimate me. I am neither a young fool nor worthy of being your brother-in-law. Sister Qiu-chan and I are merely like siblings. Yiheng looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment, pondering whether the young man had misconstrued something. Let us go, Xiao Yu said, turning towards the door. We should seek out Lu Shiyang. Yiheng's expression shifted, filled with uncertainty. Do you know where he is? Not exactly, Xiao Yu replied, shaking his head. But I am certain he is nearby. Yiheng stood frozen, disbelief washing over him. How could that be? Chapter 32. Did I allow you to run? Outside the business building, Yiheng remained perplexed. How could a murderer, who had committed heinous crimes, dare to linger near the scene of the crime? One must not allow intelligence to constrain imagination. Xiao Yu observed the bewildered expression of the national security officer. Yiheng, I suspect you are mocking me. And your evidence is indeed irrefutable. Is Lu Shiyang truly nearby? Yiheng glared at his younger companion with indignation. I already mentioned this to you. Xiao Yu nodded, his reasoning suggesting that Lu Shiyang's actions were motivated by a desire for vengeance against his father. The murder of Zhao Dekeo could very well be a consequence of Zhao Dekeo having slain his father. Disposing of the body in the park was his attempt to attract the police's attention, directing their focus to the business building, which he indeed accomplished. The case was nearing its conclusion, akin to someone hosting a grand feast and inviting friends and family to the banquet. As the host, how could he not be present? Xiao Yu smirked. This was a classic manifestation of criminal psychology. Some offenders derive satisfaction from witnessing their own handiwork, relishing the perfect finale before their very eyes. Criminal psychology encompasses the myriad psychological factors that shape a criminal's intent and govern their actions. Many investigative officers rely on criminal psychology to deduce the mental processes of offenders. Only by comprehending a criminal's psychological state can one anticipate their next move and apprehend them. Yiheng felt a prickling sensation upon his scalp. He still failed to grasp the crux of Xiao Yu's words, rendering him particularly dim-witted and rather foolish. The awkwardness nearly left this national security director in a state of mortification. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to a nearby high-rise. It was another business building, approximately 20 stories tall, directly facing the scene of the crime. Should the police appear on the rooftop of the crime scene or in the guest room, a single telescope would suffice to observe the entire investigative process. If I were him, I would certainly be in that building. Xiao Yu mused. Gazing at the business structure, is it the rooftop? The remnants of the sunset cast a gentle golden hue across the horizon, reminiscent of a shimmering veil being shed. Gradually, it morphed into a fiery crimson, beautiful and intoxicating. Lu Shiyang stood atop the building, gazing at the resplendent city beneath the setting sun. Only in this moment could he feel a trace of warmth from the world. He slowly approached the edge of the rooftop, spreading his arms wide, closing his eyes, as if to embrace the world. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. He sensed the presence of another. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. Lu Shiyang's tone dripped with sarcasm, as though mocking both others and himself. I initially intended to seek you out directly. A magnetic voice resonated from behind him. But since you led us to the business building, I was intrigued to uncover the secrets hidden within, which is why I did not come to you immediately. Lu Shiyang's expression subtly shifted as he slowly turned his head. He beheld a tall and handsome young man. Xiao Yu was also assessing the individual before him, approximately in his 30s, standing at 1.70 meters. He was rather unremarkable in appearance. However, he emanated a certain somber aura. When his eyes narrowed, they resembled the eyes of a venomous snake, cold and devoid of emotion. Xiao Yu never anticipated that someone capable of finding him would be so youthful. Lu Shiyang let out a cold laugh. Neither had Xiao Yu expected it. He gazed intently at Lu Shiyang, reflecting on how an ordinary person could not only avenge his father, but also dismantle a criminal organization, bringing down a cadre of significant figures. Lu Shiyang smirked, a hint of pride flickering across his face. Impressive, isn't it? Indeed, it is. Xiao Yu approached him step by step. A cold glimmer flashed in Lu Shiyang's eyes, his gaze indifferent and stern, fixated on Xiao Yu. He watched as the latter drew near and sat down on the edge of the rooftop. Shall we converse? Xiao Yu produced a pack of cigarettes, extracting one and offering it to Lu Shiyang. After a moment of silence, Lu Shiyang sat down and accepted the cigarette. With a snap, Xiao Yu ignited the cigarette for him using a lighter, lighting one for himself as well. The two inhaled and exhaled clouds of smoke. After a while, Xiao Yu inquired calmly, aren't you going to share your story with me? What is there to discuss? Lu Shiyang scoffed dismissively, asserting that as a son, avenging his father was a matter of course. Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded, yet you have committed a crime. If it were you facing those individuals. Lu Shiyang gritted his teeth, his expression chilling. Can you truly exact vengeance without breaking the law? Xiao Yu fell silent. After another moment, he continued, after I located them, joined their ranks, and devised a plan. Lu Shiyang exhaled a long plume of smoke, his tone weary, already contemplating the consequences, including a peculiar smile graced Xiao Yu's face, his gaze teasing, jumping off. I still wish to await the others to accompany me in death. Lu Shiyang chuckled lightly, stating that without witnessing their demise, his heart could not find peace. Then come with me. Xiao Yu extinguished his cigarette, somewhat lamenting. Where else could I go? Lu Shiyang responded with self-deprecation. Surrendering is your only path forward. Xiao Yu gazed towards the distant sunset, contemplating that at least in his final moments, he could live a bit more comfortably. Lu Shiyang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying incredulity. They were both astute individuals. How could he not discern the implication in Xiao Yu's words? Xiao Yu was offering him a chance to surrender, promising that he would not suffer before being sent to the execution ground. Such an opportunity was rare for any death row inmate. Lu Shiyang uttered 2 words. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Why has there been no notification of task completion from the system until now? Although I appreciate your gesture. Lu Shiyang's face broke into a strange smile. I must take my leave. Leave. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Lu Shiyang opened his arms wide and leapt down. He jumped. How dare he? Xiao Yu was somewhat dazed, unable to fathom that the other had indeed jumped. In that instant, Xiao Yu's mind suddenly illuminated with an ingenious idea, a flying apparatus. He observed Lu Shiyang, who was leaping from the rooftop, hastily retrieving a backpack and securing it onto his back. With a swift motion, he yanked at the backpack, which erupted with a magnificent parachute, more accurately, a glider. Truly, what a remarkable talent. Xiao Yu felt a surge of admiration. At that moment, Lu Shiyang, suspended in midair, directed his gaze towards the commercial building. A mocking smirk graced his face as he looked at Xiao Yu on the rooftop, as if to taunt him. You think you can catch me? Dream on. Non-violent non-cooperation. Indeed. Xiao Yu's anger flared. His chest roiled with pent-up rage, his limbs trembled with an uncontainable fervor. This was not fear, rather. It was a surge of adrenaline, elevating his spirits to a heightened state of exhilaration. In such moments, humanity often succumbs to impulsiveness, a state colloquially referred to as being hyped up. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated beneath Xiao Yu's feet as he leapt into the air. In an instant, he activated 3 beastly abilities: the lion's leap, the agility of the cat, and the aerial prowess of the eagle. The leap of the cougar could reach an astounding 6 meters, while the leopard cat was renowned for its unmatched nimbleness. The falcon's ability to soar was equally unparalleled in the skies. These 3 formidable powers converged upon Xiao Yu, creating the illusion that he was gliding gracefully through the heavens as he descended from the building. Lu Shiyang, who had once been mocking Xiao Yu, found his expression frozen in disbelief. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yu's legs landed on the glider. In swift succession, a live figure flipped downwards, seizing the glider's harness. I have indulged you far too much, granting you opportunity after opportunity to show off, Xiao Yu declared, his demeanor icy as he looked down upon the astonished Lu Shiyang. Did I permit you to flee? Chapter 33. The fault lies with this world. Have you lost your mind? Lu Shiyang exclaimed. His face drained of color as he gazed at Xiao Yu. We are all going to die. Indeed, we are, Xiao Yu replied grimly. The parachute was incapable of supporting the weight of 2 individuals and was plummeting rapidly. At this moment, they were at least 16 or 17 stories high, approximately 50 to 60 meters above the ground. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly result in a gruesome demise. Cursing inwardly, Xiao Yu was startled by his own impulsiveness. The national football team had yet to conquer the world. Would I meet my end before witnessing that? Hoping for their triumph was as futile as expecting men to bear children. Xiao Yu activated all the abilities of the beast transformation. However, he was still human, not a bird. Despite his capabilities, he could not achieve flight. Simultaneously, the parachute, due to his recent footfall, altered its course, veering towards a nearby high-rise building. This is absurd, he lamented as the building's exterior approached with alarming speed. Activating the beast transformation, Rhino Defense. Boom. The parachute, bearing the 2 of them, collided violently with the building's facade, producing a deafening roar. Fortunately, Xiao Yu possessed the Rhino defense at that moment, sustaining only excruciating pain without any serious injury. Lu Shiliang below was not so fortunate. He broke an arm upon impact, the violent collision nearly rendering him unconscious. In an unexpected turn, Lu Shiliang, face contorted in agony, roared at Xiao Yu, "I won't let you capture me, even if it costs me my life." In his fury, he used his uninjured hand to tear at his backpack. Crack! The backpack detached from Lu Shiliang's body, plummeting away. Is this society so cruel? Xiao Yu felt a lump in his throat. Yet, whether it was a case or a system mission, if the other party perished, everything would be in vain. Damn it! Xiao Yu cursed vehemently, releasing his grip and allowing his body to fall. He knew he could not catch up to Lu Shiliang at this speed. Suddenly, he pushed off the wall with his thigh. With a thud, his descent transformed into a lightning-quick drop. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Shiliang. Slap! Xiao Yu seized Lu Shiliang's clothing with his left hand while swiftly swinging his right hand, activating the beast transformation, bear strength, tiger claw. Bang! Xiao Yu's palm grasped the building's exterior, shattering bricks, penetrating the insulation, and gripping the concrete wall. In that moment, a fierce pulling force surged through him, the impact of their high-speed descent nearly tearing his arm asunder. Despite his system abilities, the intense pain coursing through his arm made him draw a sharp breath. It hurts. Let me go? Lu Shiliang, suspended in midair, struggled violently, howling in distress. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Yu felt a surge of indignation, shivering with rage. Is it not good to be alive? My life is over, utterly finished. Lu Shiliang screamed in despair. Am I to blame for that? Xiao Yu chuckled in frustration. But the pain in his arm intensified, threatening to overwhelm him. He glanced down, calculating their altitude. They were still over 30 meters above ground, with concrete beneath them. Even if the system prevented his death from a fall, he would likely be left incapacitated. Lu Shiliang, an ordinary person, would not survive such a fall. Such a fatal fall from such a height is quite ordinary. However, he was fortunate to have seen a group of people rushing towards him, along with a few firefighters who brought an inflatable cushion. The process of inflating the cushion takes time. The status of your life is unclear to me. Xiao Yu shouted, since you seek revenge for your father with such conviction, why do you run away? Lu Shiliang was momentarily taken aback by the question. Wasn't that a rather pointless inquiry? If he did not flee, would he merely await capture by the police and face execution at the gallows? Lu Shiliang's gaze was somber as he looked at Xiao Yu, as if to say, have your studies rendered you foolish? You claim you wish to witness those people die alongside you. Xiao Yu coldly regarded him and added, is it true that you cannot find peace unless they perish? Lu Shiliang's body shuddered slightly, a chilling smile crossing his lips. Indeed, I have stated such. Then why do you still wish for death? Xiao Yu mocked. If you fear not even death, what is there to fear about imprisonment or execution? Or are you merely pretending? Perhaps you are a psychopath who relishes killing, and avenging your father is simply an excuse. Otherwise, having avenged your grievances, why do you still flee? Lu Shiliang. His expression shifted, his thoughts momentarily derailed. Initially, his objective had been to eliminate those responsible for his father's demise and to perish alongside them. Now, Zhao Dekeo had been slain by his own hand, and the criminal gang had been eradicated by the authorities. His vendetta had been fulfilled, his aspirations realized. Even if he were to run, where could he escape? If he were to die, he would miss the sight of those villains perishing with him. In an instant, Lu Shiliang pondered an overwhelming torrent of thoughts. With a wry smile, he inquired, can you tell me, am I truly repulsive? It is not you who is repulsive. Humanity itself is quite distasteful, Xiao Yu replied, gazing intently at him. He sighed. The ugliness of human nature lies in the fact that while harboring selfish desires, one seeks the magnanimity of others, having committed wrongdoings. One fears exposure, while possessing a dark heart. One yearns for the light. Each day, humanity tramples upon life yet pretends to be virtuous, desiring peace in the world. Humans are indeed the most loathsome species on this planet. Is that so? Lu Shiliang chuckled. Whose fault is it then? Xiao Yu could not offer an answer, for he could no longer maintain his grip. The two plummeted from the heights. Yet, both Xiao Yu and Lu Shiliang wore expressions of tranquility, until, with a thud, they landed on a vast inflatable cushion. They lay there serenely, gazing at the sunset, watching the dying rays of the sun, and observing countless people rushing towards them. Thank you, Lu Shiliang sighed, grateful that Xiao Yu had spared him from death, and thankful for the police who had aided him in his quest for vengeance. This time, indeed, there were no regrets. 2 national security officers pulled him up, handcuffed him, and took him away. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the quest to identify the perpetrator. Xiao Yu paid no heed to Lu Shilong's gratitude, nor to the notification from the system. His eyes remained fixed on the sunset, contemplating a deeply paradoxical question. Why does evil exist in this world? And whose fault is it? Is Lu Shilong wrong for avenging his father? As a police officer, is he wrong for apprehending criminals? No, none of them are at fault. The true wrongdoers are those despicable villains, the criminals. Yet, even some good individuals, if given the right circumstances, may one day transform into wrongdoers, evildoers, or criminals. This brings to mind a classic line from an animated film: the true error lies within this world. Are you interested in joining our national security team? Yiheng gazed at Xiao Yu with a complex expression, his eyes ablaze with fervor, not out of desire for his physique, but rather for his remarkable skills. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Xiao Yu leap from a building, akin to a madman, capturing the thrill of the chase with a reckless abandon. Would a film dare to depict such audacity? Ultimately, he beheld Xiao Yu's astonishing prowess, clinging to the outer wall of a skyscraper. At that moment, he pondered, can humanity truly achieve such feats? Reflecting on his own illustrious background as a soldier, he recalled how Xiao Yu had bested him effortlessly just days prior, nearly costing him his life. Yiheng's gaze towards Xiao Yu was filled with a wariness reserved for the extraordinary, as if appraising a creature of myth. National security? Xiao Yu opened his mouth, gasping for breath, feeling an ache in his heart. As a police officer, I nearly sacrificed my life. How perilous must it be in national security, where one could lose their life in an instant? Brother, spare me, I am but 22, without even a girlfriend. Allow me to find a partner, marry, and secure my future before considering a path in national security. Would that be acceptable? Haha. Yiheng chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he tentatively proposed. How about this? I introduce you to my sister to be your girlfriend, and you join us in national security? Xiao Yu, is this a jest taken too far? Yet, despite knowing Yiheng was merely testing him, he could not dismiss the stirring feelings within him. Stop joking. Xiao Yu sat up, glancing at his right arm, which dangled limply like a noodle, grimacing in pain. If you do not take me to the hospital, my hand may become useless. Ha ha. Yiheng erupted in laughter, helping Xiao Yu to his feet. Once you're healed, brother, dinner is on me. You are truly a good person. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. Why become a police officer? Yiheng inquired with a smile. It's a dream, Xiao Yu replied, grinning. Is a reason necessary? Yiheng nodded in agreement. Not at all. The two exchanged smiles, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. Indeed, dreams require no justification. And neither does the choice to become a police officer. Pursuing dreams, one thrives in the light of hope. The case has come to a close. Chapter 34. Is this not madness? Night, 8 p.m. The Capital Medical University Affiliated Hospital. In a single patient room within the inpatient area, Xiao Yu, clad in a hospital gown, lies on the bed with his right arm encased in a plaster cast. He gazes cheerfully at the detectives surrounding him. Among them are Zhou Xianghua, He Yong, and several officers from the plainclothes third team, all crowded into the small room. You will stay here in the hospital for a few days to rest properly. I have arranged accommodation for you in the dormitory. You can move in directly after your discharge, He Yong explains, assuming the role of the team leader responsible for the officers' lodging arrangements. Must police officers reside in the dormitory? Xiao Yu inquires. Indeed, it is mandatory. Police officers are required not only to be on duty, but also to be on standby, ready to respond to calls at any moment. Particularly for unmarried officers, they are all required to stay in collective dormitories and must check in by 10 p.m. every night. Of course, if circumstances are special or if one is married, one may apply for external accommodation. However, one must be available at all times. If there are more than 2 instances of absence during night shifts, dismissal will follow. Thank you, instructor, Xiao Yu replies with a smile. I appreciate your assistance. What trouble? You have achieved a significant feat this time, Zhou Xianghua chuckles. Our entire team benefits from your success. Indeed, Xiao Yu has accomplished a monumental task, solving a major case. Such high-profile cases were previously beyond the scope of the criminal investigation team, which would require at least a division-level or specialized task force to handle. In this instance, even the National Security Bureau has become involved due to the gravity of the situation, as it pertains to the loss of numerous lives, truly alarming. However, the plainclothes third team has performed admirably in the preliminary stages, earning them the first credit. In the realm of merit-based rewards, the third team will receive substantial recognition. At the very least, a collective second-class merit award. A first-class collective merit award is not out of the question. As for individual accolades, Xiao Yu may be eligible for a first-class merit award himself. having led the investigation and personally apprehended the main suspect. Given the case's severity, involving multiple lives and a criminal organization with ties to influential individuals, it would be unfathomable for him not to receive such recognition. Moreover, team leader Zhou Xianghua and instructor He Yong have jointly submitted a report requesting special approval for Xiao Yu's formal appointment as a police officer, bypassing the one-year internship requirement. Although the internship period is a strict guideline, Xiao Yu's circumstances are exceptional. He has solved a case right after starting his duty and even tackled a special case, demonstrating capabilities surpassing those of many seasoned detectives. To continue treating him as a trainee would be a disservice to his talents. The police force also has regulations that allow for promotion in recognition of outstanding contributions. If any other detective had achieved what Xiao Yu has, they would have been easily promoted. Elevating Xiao Yu from trainee to formal officer is a mere formality. Once he is discharged and returns to duty, his official status as a police officer is all but assured. By the way, Xiao Yu, have you joined the party? Zhou Xianghua gently inquired, if you are not admitted. Both Lao He and I would be glad to act as your introducers. Completing the party membership application requires 2 formal party members as sponsors. Those entrenched in the system understand that only after joining the party can one ascend the ranks. Without party membership, one may find themselves stagnating within the bureaucratic confines for a lifetime. I am in, Xiao Yu nodded, recalling his 3.5 years of party affiliation. His mind reminded him that his predecessor had joined at the tender age of 18. I shall not disturb your rest any further. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong smiled as they rose, wishing him a swift recovery. You are too kind. Xiao Yu attempted to rise to see them off, but was gently pressed back into bed by Wu Chang. We are all family now. There is no need for formalities. Xiao Yu nodded, watching as the group departed the hospital room. Once he was alone, he exhaled deeply. It had only been a few days since his arrival in this world, yet he had encountered 2 major incidents and suffered injuries twice. Glancing at the plaster cast on his right arm, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Thanks to his ability to transform into a beast, his healing capabilities were rather extraordinary. Despite a fracture, he felt as though his arm was already on the mend. Have I become a Superman? Xiao Yu chuckled to himself. With the cases concluded and the specter of life and death behind him, he could finally immerse himself in contemplation of life's profound questions. Having traversed into another realm, how should he arrange his future? What a trivial thought. Xiao Yu reassured himself. As long as his neighbor was not surnamed Wang, life would be peaceful, and he could simply focus on being a good police officer. No, he must also find a girlfriend. Remaining single was no longer an option. Suddenly, the hospital door creaked open. Xiao Yu's eyes widened as he beheld 2 stunning beauties entering the room, approaching him. What brings you here? Little brother, injured again? Hua Qingwu languidly settled into a chair beside the bed, her delicate lips pouting. Have you missed your sister? One could not deny that the enchantress exuded a beguiling charm, with every smile and frown. What do I miss you for? Are you trying to seduce me? Xiao Yu internally scoffed, mustering considerable effort to divert his gaze from Hua Qingwu to Yi Qiuchan. Equally breathtaking, Yi Qiuchan's beauty was not one of seduction, but rather of ethereal grace and nobility. Thank you for the last time. Xiao Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without Yi Qiuchan calling for Yi Hang, the case from the 3rd Division would have been seized by the Criminal Investigation Department. Although it ultimately fell under the jurisdiction of the National Security personnel, at least the case was resolved. Indeed, Yi Qiuchan responded softly, her eyes warm and inviting. Noticing Xiao Yu's indifference, Hua Qingwu playfully exclaimed, "How annoying. You don't even acknowledge me?" She then reached out, teasingly pinching Xiao Yu's neck. Sister has been so good to you, and even let you hold her while sleeping. You ungrateful little rascal. Xiao Yu felt his face flush, internally lamenting. Must we mention sleeping? He felt guilty, as he indeed had shared a slumber with her. Allowing Hua Qingwu to grip his neck without resistance, he secretly pouted. Enduring the humiliation. Stop bullying him. Yi Qiuchan could no longer bear to witness this and shot a glance at her dear friend, reminding her that he was a patient. Oh, are you concerned for him? Hua Qingwu tilted her head, grinning like a mischievous little fox as she gazed at her companion. Yi Qiuchan remained silent. Having grown up together in their childhood, clad in split-crotch pants, they knew each other too well. There was no need to engage further with her childish demeanor. She picked up a food bag and retrieved a box of delicacies. Let us eat first. Xiao Yu glanced at the meal and, without any hesitation, began to eat. This ward is rather shabby, Hua Qingwu remarked, pouting her rosy lips slightly. You shouldn't even be hospitalized. As Xiao Yu consumed his food, Hua Qingwu's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her lively and beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Then let us go home. Home? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Let us return to the courtyard. Hua Qingwu wrapped her uninjured arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder, resting her head against him, and laughed sweetly. You have no idea. Ever since that incident where I almost got kidnapped, both Qiu-chan and I have been so frightened that we can't sleep well. And then? Xiao Yu found himself at a loss, bemused by the situation. How is this related to me? How can it not be? Hua Qingwu giggled. You can protect us. Protect you? You have security personnel for that. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. Yet, Hua Qingwu would not take no for an answer and dashed out of the ward to handle the discharge procedures. Xiao Yu and Yi Qiu-chan exchanged silent glances, both sighing inwardly, feeling inexplicably exhausted. Was she always like this? Xiao Yu struggled to comprehend Hua Qingwu's childish antics. It's even worse than this. Yi Qiu-chan replied with a wry smile, exuding a touch of classical elegance. When she goes wild, even her parents are afraid. Goodness, isn't that just madness? Xiao Yu's expression paled, and a thought of escape crossed his mind, feeling that fleeing would pose a lesser risk than remaining by Hua Qingwu's side. Half an hour later, a bemused Xiao Yu found himself escorted to the courtyard by the two women. This is truly testing my patience. Chapter 35. Kneeling before the big boss in the living room. How old is Sister Qingwu this year? Xiao Yu sat on the sofa, watching Hua Qingwu skip joyfully to fetch him a drink, finding it quite amusing. A woman's age is indeed a closely guarded secret. Yi Qiu-chan sat elegantly, engrossed in a tablet. Do you not feel any shame in saying such things? Xiao Yu's lips twitched. Is it merely the fear of being perceived as older? Yet, judging by the appearances of the two women, they seemed to be only in their early 20s. How much older could they possibly be? Xiao Yu glanced at the tablet screen, momentarily taken aback. Stock market trends? He casually inquired, Sister Qiu-chan, what is your line of work? I run a company. Yi Qiu-chan replied succinctly. Impressive, Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise. Given Yi Qiu-chan's background, she must be driving a supercar. Her company must be quite substantial. Impressive? Not really. Yi Qiu-chan set down her tablet, her tone nonchalant. I'm just passing the time. Xiao Yu was taken aback. People establish companies to earn profits. Yet you merely do it to occupy your time? Excuse me, does the esteemed boss need any trinkets on his lap? Hua Qingwu, now clad in pajamas, approached with 3 bottles of juice. Xiao Yu's gaze lingered. A woman of considerable age was adorning herself in adorable SpongeBob pajamas. Strangely, there was no sense of incongruity. In that moment, Hua Qingwu appeared rather endearing. Upon receiving the juice, he attempted to open a bottle, only to discover that Hua Qingwu was struggling to twist off the cap in frustration. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he offered to assist. Women are indeed curious beings. They may struggle with a bottle cap, but can easily twist the minds of men when angered. You're so nice. Hua Qingwu beamed as she settled comfortably on the sofa, her demeanor transformed with joy. Xiao Yu opened another bottle and handed it to Yi Qiu-chan. Thank you, she replied. Her voice soft and melodic, her previously cold gaze now warm and luminous. Little brother, why did you choose to become a police officer? Hua Qingwu inquired, leaning closer. Her body relaxed against him. I've mentioned it before. It's a boy's dream. Xiao Yu attempted to distance himself slightly. Yet, recalling that he had not only held her but also shared a bed, he decided there was no need for pretense and allowed her to lean against him. How conceited. Hua Qingwu pouted, as if suggesting that girls had no dreams of their own. Then, Sister Qingwu, what is your dream? Xiao Yu teased. I wish to become a big star, Hua Qingwu declared earnestly. Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless, staring at her as if she were a fool. A star? Surely. That must be a sign of some delusion. After all, she was clearly a privileged second generation with a bodyguard at her disposal. How much false bravado would one need to entertain the notion of becoming a celebrity? Moreover, given Hua Qingwu's age, wasn't he at a tad late to aspire to stardom? Oh, you're insufferable. What kind of look is that? Hua Qingwu lunged at him, instinctively reaching for his neck. She ended up sitting on his lap, throwing a playful tantrum, her demeanor turning coy and petulant. All right, you will surely become a great star. Xiao Yu, with a pained expression, clutched the waist of Hua Qingwu as she danced lightly, terrified she might fall. Meanwhile, he shot a look of desperation towards Yi Qiu-chan, who was gripping his neck. Hua Qingwu had long harbored dreams of stardom. Yi Qiu-chan teased, though you possess striking beauty, it is unfortunate that you are rather foolish. Your acting skills are lacking. Your voice is subpar, and you possess no innate talent. You are the foolish one, Hua Qingwu retorted, redirecting her ire towards her dear friend. You cannot sing either. But my voice is not that of a sheep, Yi Qiu-chan countered with a playful glint in her eye, unlike someone who speaks in a whiny tone. This description was quite apartment. Xiao Yu stifled a laugh, silently agreeing with Yu Qiuchan's assessment. Indeed, Hua Qingwu's voice resembled a high-pitched squeak. Her speech tinged with an endearing lilt. However, it was not an affectation but rather a natural quality. Such a voice would not attract a broad audience when it came to singing. Recalling his past life, Xiao Yu remembered two prominent figures known for their sheep-like voices. One was the tough and resilient Tai Ku, whose song Lionheart was painfully catchy. The other was the ear-piercing Demi, whose offering of love was an explosive auditory experience. Their vocal talents were truly remarkable. Xiao Yu envisioned Hua Qingwu singing, and he nearly erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? Hua Qingwu, noticing his suppressed chuckles, felt a surge of indignation. She began to kick her legs, delivering a flurry of mock martial arts strikes. How can one laugh without permission? Xiao Yu chuckled, unable to contain his amusement as he grasped her feet. I am trained. I will not laugh, no matter how funny it is, unless I cannot help it. I don't care. You are mocking me. Hua Qingwu feigned tears, pouting. You and Qiuchan are both bullying me. Xiao Yu was taken aback. It was merely jest. Yet her tears struck a chord within him. He realized he had been too harsh. What right did he have to mock others? I'm sorry, he said softly, wrapping his arm around Hua Qingwu's waist, comforting her like a child. Actually, your voice is quite lovely, gentle and delicate, exuding charm that easily wins the affection of boys. Precisely what they adore. Really? Hua Qingwu, sniffling, brightened at his words, her vanity swelling with delight, her face beaming. Of course. Who says a sweet voice cannot sing? Xiao Yu reassured her. I have heard many beautiful songs that would suit you perfectly. I am certain you would sing splendidly. Yes, I am indeed the best. Hua Qingwu giggled, her joy radiating as if she were a hen that had just laid an egg. Unconsciously, she leaned into Xiao Yu's embrace, playfully making faces at Yu Qiuchan. Yu Qiuchan observed the couple with a peculiar expression, sensing an air of romance between them. Was it merely an illusion? Yet, Xiao Yu's words astonished her. He had heard many songs suitable for Qingwu. After all, she had once assisted a childhood friend in finding songs and even commissioned someone to write one. However, there are far too few songs suitable for Hua Qingwu's delicate dance. Well, there are many. Xiao Yusen appeared somewhat distracted. At this moment, Hua Qingwu not only sat on his lap, but also nestled in his embrace. This situation seemed slightly amiss. Oh? Yu Qiuchan's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation, her smile graceful, resembling a dignified goddess. Why not sing a song for us to listen to? Yes, do sing for your elder sister. Hua Qingwu's charming visage radiated with joyous delight as she raised her small fist, urging him to sing. Hurry, sing. If it's not pleasant, I shall scold you. This. Xiao Yu regained his focus. Moments ago, he had merely been indulging Hua Qingwu with playful banter. He certainly did not possess the actual ability to sing any melodious tune. In his previous life, he enjoyed listening to music and had heard many songs, as well as sung a fair share. As for songs suitable for Hua Qingwu, gazing at the adorable expression of the beauty in his arms and noticing the expectant gaze of the enchanting lady beside him, inspiration struck him. Xiao Yu recalled a sweet melody, perfectly fitting for a little darling. Clearing his throat, he began to sing softly. Oh baby, don't cry, there is no need for doubt. My love for you is true. I'm not so cruel. I won't keep you waiting. You are my desire, my most cherished dependence. No more confusion. Let us revel in a future that belongs solely to us. Chapter 36. Let your own fart be smelled by others. The song was exquisite, truly delightful. The two young women had never witnessed anyone sing like this before. Yu Qiuchan gazed at Xiao Yu with astonishment, her eyes wide in surprise. Hua Qingwu's beautiful eyes sparkled, fixated on him as if he were a treasure trove. Not only was he tall and handsome, but he was also a police officer. He could vanquish formidable foes in the military and sing beautifully. He was both cultured and martial, seemingly adept at everything. The closer one drew to him, the more surprises he unveiled, igniting an insatiable curiosity about the secrets he might harbor. They yearned for more delightful revelations. Exchanging glances, the two women communicated silently. Hua Qingwu declared, I like him. Yu Qiuchan replied. Hua Qingwu continued, we are sisters. If I like him, you must too. Yu Qiuchan responded. Hua Qingwu added, we promised as children to always be together. Yu Qiuchan finally conceded, I understand. Xiao Yu concluded his performance. The sweetest love song was one he had cherished in the past. Although it was a duet, the female voice suited the melody perfectly. Wow, it's so beautiful. Hua Qingwu exclaimed, embracing his neck with eyes glistening, radiating allure. It's truly enchanting, Yu Qiuchan readily affirmed. As Xiao Yu contemplated, He gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms, thinking he might gift her the song if she liked it. From the expressions of the two women, it was evident that his song was unparalleled in their world. Having just made Hua Qingwu cry, he decided this would serve as a fitting compensation. Really? Hua Qingwu's body stiffened suddenly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with surprise. A delightful blush spread across her lovely face as she could hardly contain her joy and excitement. Suddenly, she leaned down, parting her soft, pink lips to capture Xiao Yu's. Xiao Yu. Indeed, there are too many audacious women nowadays. One moment of inattention and one could find themselves ensnared. After the initial thrill, Hua Qingwu quickly regained her composure, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Not only was she alluring, but also sweetly bashful, like an ostrich burying her face in Xiao Yu's neck, utterly embarrassed. Xiao Yu's face also turned red. As he averted his gaze, Yi Qiu-chan, Xiao Yu, winky face, his expression was rigid, his embarrassment palpable, as he nearly dug a hole into the ground with his foot. Let us take a break, Yi Qiu-chan suggested, standing up and heading toward the back bedroom. Hua Qingwu suddenly sprang up, darting away like a fawn. This left Xiao Yu bemused and speechless, silently covering his face. Clearly, it was I who was kissed, and who had been taken advantage of. Why, then, do I feel so awkward? Upon entering the bathroom, Xiao Yu prepared to freshen up, only to encounter a dilemma. With his right hand encased in a plaster cast, even the simplest tasks were a challenge. Just as he scratched his head, contemplating whether to remove the cast, the door swung open. Yi Qiu-chan stepped into the bathroom. Xiao Yu, is your hand inconvenient? She inquired, her countenance serene and ethereal. Allow me to assist you with your ablutions. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile, declining the offer. A pair of delicate, fair hands reached out to grasp a toothbrush. After moistening it with warm water and applying toothpaste, she handed it to him. As he looked at the toothbrush before him, Xiao Yu felt a slight tremor in his heart as he accepted it, obediently brushing his teeth. His arm, encased in a cast, could not be exposed to rain or immersed in water. Yi Qiu-chan approached the bathtub, filling it with water while inquiring, "Can you undress?" As he spat out the frothy toothpaste, Xiao Yu was about to nod in agreement, but, upon glancing at his cast, he forced a bitter smile. "Let me help you," Yi Qiu-chan said, a smile gracing her lips as she gently pushed him towards the bathtub. Raising her delicate hands, she began to unbutton his shirt. However, as she removed the garment, she found herself momentarily stunned. Before her was a sculpted torso adorned with 8 chiseled abdominal muscles, exhibiting an astonishingly low body fat percentage. Each defined muscle showcased a masculine beauty that would leave any woman breathless. Gazing at his athletic physique, complemented by his handsome visage, a question mark floated in Yi Qiu-chan's mind. How many women could withstand the allure of such a form? Suddenly, a sweet, melodious voice called from outside the bathroom. "Qiu-chan, where have you gone?" At the sound of the voice, Yi Qiu-chan snapped back to reality. A sense of unease washing over her as she hastily pushed Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, taken aback, fell backward but managed to grasp her wrist, causing them both to tumble into the bathtub. In the warm water, they exchanged silent glances, a moment of wordless communication. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qiu-chan knelt and pulled Xiao Yu up from the water. They shared another silent exchange, the tension palpable. "How about we take a bath together?" Xiao Yu suggested, the words escaping his lips before he could stop himself. Instantly, he felt like a rogue for uttering such an audacious proposition. Yi Qiu-chan stared at him in astonishment, never anticipating that Xiao Yu would speak such shameless words so boldly. A flicker of coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. "What do you take me for?" Realizing he had overstepped, Xiao Yu fell silent, feeling like a deer caught in headlights. "The more you explain, the more guilty you appear," she remarked, observing the flustered expression on his face, which caused her heart to soften slightly. Gently placing her hand on his chest, she pushed him back against the bathtub's ledge. Xiao Yu thought, is she attempting to reverse the roles? A surreal sensation washed over him. Yet he soon realized he was overthinking the situation. Yi Qiu-chan picked up a towel from the edge of the bathtub and began to dry his body, bathing him as one might care for an injured younger brother. "How foolish I am," Xiao Yu chastised himself inwardly, feeling a mix of small emotions, both touched and impulsive, as he grasped her hand. Yi Qiu-chan furrowed her brows. In truth, Xiao Yu released her hand, allowing his left hand to rest on the cast that encased his right arm. Beast form, bear strength. With a swift motion, he crushed the cast and splint with a single hand, revealing his unscathed arm. "I did not wish to deceive you," Xiao Yu said earnestly, looking into her eyes. "My arm has healed. A revered master once stated, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. However, Yi Qiuchan's visage was shrouded in frost as she cast a frosty glare in his direction. She was incensed, the kind of anger that could not be soothed. Xiao Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Wasn't sincerity supposed to be the ultimate weapon? Previously, he had only believed that fairy tales were deceitful. Now he realized that one could not trust everything on the internet. How foolish of me. Sister Xiao Yu obediently cradled his head. Assuming a posture that signaled his readiness to endure punishment, would a gentle strike suffice? Suddenly, the formerly stern Yi Qiuchan could no longer contain herself and erupted into laughter. She raised a fist and playfully struck his chest, warning, "If you dare deceive me again, I shall strike you down." Understood. Xiao Yu chuckled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The storm had passed, and the sun shone brightly. How could things improve so swiftly? Yi Qiuchan's delicate hand rested upon his robust arm, her expression a blend of curiosity and confusion. Perhaps each individual possesses a unique constitution, Xiao Yu mused earnestly. I am somewhat extraordinary. Yi Qiuchan rolled her eyes as she stood up, her entire form drenched as she exited the bathtub. It was only at that moment that Xiao Yu truly appreciated her exquisite physique, standing over 170 centimeters tall, with a waist that could be grasped with a single hand and legs of remarkable length. His gaze swept over her upper body. Xiao Yu felt as though he had been blinded. It was as if he had encountered the legendary nuclear bomb. Such a chest defied the laws of nature. Do you dare to pluck out my eyes? Yi Qiuchan narrowed her luminous eyes, half annoyed, half playful, her beauty radiating vibrantly. Absolutely. Xiao Yu dutifully lowered his gaze. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, it was a strategic retreat, embodying the mindset of an adult. Mutual respect was essential. Observing the seemingly timid young man, Yi Qiuchan found herself stifling laughter once more. With him, her daily joy exceeded that of the past year. Hurry and finish your wash, lest you catch a chill, she instructed before stepping out of the bathroom. Xiao Yu slipped, submerging himself once more in the water. He pondered, questioning his own integrity. He had promised Yi Heng not to pursue his sister. What about the trust between individuals? Never mind. Let the consequences be borne by another. Rising swiftly, Xiao Yu completed his shower and donned a bathrobe, navigating back to the room where he had spent the previous night. He collapsed onto the bed and soon drifted into slumber. These past few days had been exhausting due to the case investigations, leaving him with little opportunity for rest. Unbeknownst to him, in the hazy embrace of sleep, he felt the presence of another person on the bed. This individual playfully pinched his nose and tugged at his ears, all the while giggling. How excessive. Was there no peace for sleep? Xiao Yu reached out, pulling the giggling figure into his embrace. You're such a nuisance. Always picking on your sister. The familiar, melodious voice of Hua Qingwu echoed within his embrace. Little ancestor, please stop fooling around. Let me enjoy a proper sleep. Xiao Yu's voice was weary. I haven't had a good night's sleep in 3 days. Oh. Hua Qingwu's surprise rendered her momentarily subdued. She obediently rested her head upon his arm, ceasing her antics. The following midday, upon awakening, Xiao Yu noticed that one arm was absent. No. It is not that I have vanished. Rather, I am utterly numb and devoid of sensation. I opened my eyes and glanced beside me. Hua Qingwu, like a little pig, rests her head on my arm, drooling and soundly asleep. Is your heart truly so expansive that you fear I might devour you? Xiao Yu chuckles silently. I gently extract my arm, placing a pillow beneath Hua Qingwu's head. Only then do I begin to stir my numb limb. A tingling, painful sensation arises, akin to needles piercing my flesh. Gradually, feeling returns. Damn it, my hand has finally come back to life. Xiao Yu casts a glance at the still slumbering fairy and rises from the bed. After freshening up, he enters the hall where Yi Qiuchan leisurely sips her coffee while perusing her tablet. Sister, aren't you supposed to be running a company? Xiao Yu seems to have forgotten the events of the previous night. Why are you not at work? Work? Yi Qiuchan lifts her delicate face, a smirk playing on her lips. If the boss were to work, what purpose would subordinates serve? Your reasoning is rather compelling. Xiao Yu finds himself momentarily speechless. I am utterly at a loss for words. Just as the siblings share an awkward gaze, suddenly, it hurts so much. A cry of pain echoes from the bedroom. Xiao Yu and Yi Qiuchan's expressions shift dramatically. Bang! The floor beneath their feet shatters, and Xiao Yu launches himself forward like a cannonball. Chapter 37, Displaying Divine Favor in Public with a Thunderous Crash. The wooden door to the bedroom was violently shattered, splintering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Amidst the swirling debris, Xiao Yu burst into the room like a ferocious beast. His anxiety was entirely justified. Following the previous kidnapping incident, who could guarantee that a second occurrence would not ensue? Moreover, There was a crucial point to consider. Men are peculiar creatures. Once they have shared a bed with a woman, they instinctively regard her as their possession, as their own. What reaction would one have if someone dared to encroach upon their beloved? Radiating an aura of terrifying menace, Xiao Yu surveyed the surroundings of the room, only to be taken aback. Apart from the curled-up figure of Hua Qingwu, who lay on the bed, her face pale with pain, there was no one else in sight. He stood there, momentarily at a loss. Hua Qingwu clutched her abdomen, her brow furrowed in distress. Her delicate countenance was ashen, and beads of cold sweat glistened on her forehead. With the eyes of a forlorn puppy, she looked up at Xiao Yu, her voice barely a whisper. It hurts so much. Xiao Yu remained bewildered. What do you mean it hurts? My stomach hurts. Hua Qingwu's eyes brimmed with tears, her strength waning. Realizing the implication, Xiao Yu's expression turned peculiar. What do you mean? My monthly visitor, she sobbed. His eyes rolled in exasperation. How could she make such a commotion over something so commonplace? The incident nearly gave him a heart attack. Unable to stifle his frustration, Xiao Yu approached the bedside, gazing at the suffering Hua Qingwu, unsure of what to do. The pitiful look in her eyes persisted, and she whimpered, "Hug me." He was almost amused, but the sight of her agony tempered his mirth. Climbing onto the bed, he lay down and extended his arms. Despite her pain, Hua Qingwu managed to crawl into his embrace, resting her head on his arm, continuing to whimper softly. What a peculiar situation this was. Xiao Yu suppressed a laugh. Yet seeing her in distress compelled him to remain serious. At that moment, Yi Qiu-chan entered the room. Upon witnessing the pair nestled together on the bed, she rolled her eyes dramatically, questioning the scene before her. It's that time of the month for Qingwu, Xiao Yu replied, his expression one of mild annoyance. Yi Qiu-chan, understanding the plight of her friend who suffered from debilitating cramps, decided to intervene. She approached the bed, playfully swatting Hua Qingwu's backside. Get up, let me help you. No. I wanted to do it. Hua Qingwu pouted, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Perhaps the pain had rendered her particularly vulnerable. You've certainly forgotten your sisters in favor of a man, Yi Qiu-chan teased, casting a glance at Xiao Yu. After a moment's thought, she proceeded to instruct Xiao Yu on how to alleviate menstrual cramps. She pointed out various acupressure points, such as Tai Chong, Shui Hai, and San Yin, which could provide relief. Xiao Yu absorbed the information swiftly and, under Yi Qiu-chan's guidance, began to massage Hua Qingwu's abdomen. The delicate and enchanting Hua Qingwu hummed softly, evoking an irresistible charm. However, she was swiftly silenced by a slap from Yi Qiu-chan, rendering her mute. After approximately half an hour of massage, the discomfort subsided. Following a flurry of activity, Xiao Yu was drenched in sweat, his stomach growling in hunger. It's time to eat, Yi Qiu-chan remarked. Rising to glance at the doorway littered with wood shavings, realizing this room was no longer habitable. Yet, she mused to herself, what a terrifying younger brother. Indeed, it was fearsome. The solid wooden door had been shattered by Xiao Yu's impact. What immense strength that must require. Had he collided with a person, it would likely have shattered their bones. He was akin to a monster. Yet, this very monster was her younger brother, bringing an inexplicable sense of security. Recalling the harrowing experience of nearly being kidnapped, Yi Qiu-chan emerged from the room, her lips curving into a smile. With him around, who could possibly harm them? A chef from a nearby restaurant arrived, presenting an array of exquisite dishes which were then arranged on the dining table. Xiao Yu urged Hua Qingwu to eat, but the little fairy remained nestled in bed. Only by calling her little princess did she finally stir. Hua Qingwu's eyes sparkled, her smile radiant, playfully responding to his coaxing. Little princess, please wake up for dinner. Xiao Yu felt utterly drained. Little darling, it's time to eat. Sweetheart, rise and shine. Most adorable, most beautiful, most beloved diva. Please get up. Frustrated, Xiao Yu turned to leave, grumbling about the incessant demands. Fine, eat or don't. At that moment, Yi Qiu-chan burst into laughter, nearly gasping for breath. Hua Qingwu, feeling both embarrassed and angered, transformed her lovely face into one of sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears, her lips pouting. She was crying. Xiao Yu halted, exhaling a sigh. All right, she's a girl. I'm a boy. I should relent. He turned back, approaching the bed to scoop up the weeping Hua Qingwu in a princess carry. Is this acceptable? Shall I carry you to dinner? You're bullying me, Hua Qingwu pouted. Whimpering. What do you want? Xiao Yu surrendered, cradling her as he stepped out of the bedroom. Yi Qiu-chan followed with a knowing smile, enjoying the spectacle. Unless with her lively eyes twinkling, Hua Qingwu clung to his neck, her voice sweetly coaxing. Sing a song for my sister. A song? Xiao Yu was taken aback. Is it that easy to please you? Of course, it must not be an ordinary song, Hua Qingwu insisted. Each line must include sister. It must be suitable for me to sing, cheerful, melodious, and stop. Hearing her demands, Xiao Yu felt on the verge of tears. Unless you wish to end my life, such a song does not exist. As they spoke, they had reached the dining room. He gently set Hua Qingwu down, intending to place her in a chair at the table. However, she clung to him like a koala, refusing to descend. Xiao Yu had no choice but to sit first, then place her on his lap. Regardless, if you cannot think of something, I shall cry. Hua Qingwu discovered that Xiao Yu was quite afraid of girls crying. Whenever tears flowed, regardless of whether they were feigned or genuine, this troublesome younger brother would obediently comply, allowing her to have her way. During dinner, Yi Qiu-chan tilted her head, chewing her food while gazing at Xiao Yu with a smile. She too was intrigued. Could this treasure-like younger brother truly sing the song that Qingwu had deliberately chosen to challenge him with? Every line had to include sister. Xiao Yu felt an intense headache. This was no longer mere teasing. It felt akin to a death sentence for him. Indeed, all women are rather troublesome. Why seek a girlfriend when being single is so delightful? Though he thought this, his mind involuntarily recalled songs from his past life. As he pondered, Xiao Yu's eyes brightened, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. If I sing this, will you eat your meal obediently? He inquired, glancing at his troublesome sister perched on his lap. Hua Qingwu nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck. Yi Qiu-chan's eyes sparkled as she fixated on Xiao Yu. Is there truly such a song? Then listen closely. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu began to sing. Sister, you're wonderful. Sister, you're great. Sister brings you no worries. Sister treasures you like a gem and treats you well. Sister's thoughts are profound, a mature little wildcat. Sister 1T make you pay when out on dates or shopping. Though sister is older, she 1T scold you. Sister's charm is striking, both adorable and fierce. Sister 1T let you down, provided you love her, quickly brings sister home, happiness and laughter abound. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's song, especially the repeated mention of sister in each line, Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu were left utterly astonished. He had genuinely sung it, and moreover, it was an entirely original composition, unlike anything the world had ever heard. Even if it were a simple, catchy tune, what immense intellect must it take to conjure such brilliance in an instant? In that moment, Xiao Yu, in their eyes, was not merely a treasure-like boy. His intelligence was astonishingly high, almost otherworldly. Observing the two girls, who were left speechless, Xiao Yu felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. No, this could not be mere pretense. The term showing off seemed too crude. As an educated individual, this was truly a display of brilliance. Chapter 38. When will I be as exceptional as they are? After lunch, Xiao Yu prepared to take his leave, intending to return to the police academy dormitory to pack his belongings and move to the police station dormitory. Hua Qingwu insisted on accompanying him, bringing along Yi Qiu-chan, claiming that as elder sisters, they had an obligation to assist their younger brother in his relocation. Having two pampered young ladies handle his moving was surely not for the sake of practicality. Xiao Yu thought helplessly, hoping they wouldn't complicate matters further. The trio arrived at the garage, and upon seeing the 3 cars parked inside, Xiao Yu was almost blinded by their brilliance. He never expected the world's 3 most prestigious vehicles to be before him. The first was a Ferrari LaFerrari, which was Yi Qiu-chan's usual ride, one he had seen before. Next came the McLaren P1 GTR, followed by a Porsche 918. Such affluent households truly possessed immense wealth, Xiao Yu pondered, feeling a tinge of envy. When would he be as accomplished as they were? It was already a challenge for 3 people to fit in these cars. Xiao Yu shook his head. Moving was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, the 2 ladies agreed. Moreover, driving such extravagant vehicles to the Longwa People's Police University would be overly ostentatious. Yi Qiu-chan took out her phone and placed a call. Approximately half an hour later, a Hongqi HS5 arrived before them. The driver respectfully handed the car keys to Yi Qiu-chan and departed. Do you know how to drive? Yi Qiu-chan asked as she passed the keys to Xiao Yu, suggesting he might as well enjoy it. Xiao Yu was taken aback. I have a strong sense of pride, and I have a hearty appetite. Do not expect me to live off you. He dismissed the notion of accepting what he perceived as a mere modest vehicle worth a mere 100 or 200,000. Hua Qingwu linked her arm with Xiao Yu's, playfully insisting, Qiu-chan is indeed quite wealthy. It's not like that, Xiao Yu countered, shaking his head. Yi Qiu-chan's demeanor suddenly turned frosty as she fixed her gaze upon him. Xiao Yu felt a pang of guilt, recalling the intimate memories of their time together in the bathtub the previous night. With a lack of confidence, he conceded, all right, I'll drive it for now. Yi Qiu-chan's expression softened slightly, the chill dissipating. The three then got into the car and drove to the police academy, arriving at the dormitory. The so-called moving was rather minimal. They packed 2 suitcases and a large bundle of bedding. Once loaded, Xiao Yu drove away. After leaving the academy, Hua Qingwu inquired, "Must you reside in the unit dormitory?" "Yes," Xiao Yu affirmed, explaining, "Police officers are unlike other civil servants. We must always be on standby." Hua Qingwu fell silent. Her charming, rosy face clouded with gloom. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Yet Hua Qingwu remained mute, leaving him to wonder if perhaps it was her time of the month that had dampened her spirits. "I've told you before," Yu Qiu-chan interjected. "Qingwu is timid. She has slept well since the last kidnapping incident. However, last night she slept remarkably well." Her emphasis on the words last night was intentional. Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed. Indeed, Hua Qingwu had slept soundly in his embrace last night. But what did that have to do with him? He shrugged and remained silent. "Could we not live together?" Hua Qingwu lifted her head, biting her lip, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. "Xiao Yu, single police officers without special circumstances or marital status must reside in the dormitory for duty." As he observed Hua Qingwu, whose expression seemed on the verge of tears, capable of softening the resolve of any man, he found his heart wavering. Perhaps, he wondered, a solution could be devised? Xiao Yu was an ordinary man. What man would not yearn to hold a woman in his arms at night, especially one as exquisitely beautiful as she? After much contemplation, Xiao Yu drove to the 3rd Division and entered the parking lot. Initially, 2 officers were smoking while perusing case files. They were somewhat taken aback to see a brand new Hongqi car arriving, as no one in the division drove such a vehicle. When they saw the door open and Xiao Yu step out, their eyes lit up, and they approached with broad smiles. "Xiao Yu, you've returned from the hospital already?" One of the detectives inquired with a chuckle. "Felt fine enough to leave," Xiao Yu replied with a grin, offering cigarettes to the 2 men. It was customary for men to share cigarettes upon meeting, much like women would share updates on social media. After the previous case, he had become well acquainted with all the detectives in the division. His capabilities were evident to everyone, and such a formidable figure was coveted in any investigative unit. Why? Because any investigative unit functions as a cohesive entity. With someone of exceptional investigative prowess at the helm, the entire division could benefit from shared successes. Officers, too, are human. Who does not aspire for promotions and raises? No one would jeopardize their achievements. For instance, during this special case, everyone in the division had shared in Xiao Yu's glory. While promotions might be out of reach, raises and advancements in rank were certainly on the horizon. Thus, the detectives in the 3rd Division greeted Xiao Yu warmly. To borrow a term from academia, this is a godfather figure. When Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu exited the vehicle, the detectives were nearly blinded by the stunning beauty of the 2 women. However, upon recognizing them, their expressions shifted dramatically. They were well aware of the national special cigarettes Xiao Yu smoked, and recalled the previous occasion when the 2 women had asked Xiao Yu to distribute the special supply among them. Yet, they dared not speculate on the identities of these women, for they were intimidating. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the main entrance, Captain Zhou Xianghua and Instructor He Yong. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and the 2 women, they paused momentarily before approaching with smiles. "How are you out of the hospital already?" Zhou Xianghua asked as they drew near. "Feeling well, no issues," Xiao Yu replied with a grin, contemplating moving his belongings to the dormitory. There was no rush. The division had little work at the moment. He Yong remarked, "You should rest for a few more days and recuperate properly." Suddenly, Hua Qingwu spoke up. "Excuse me, esteemed leaders, may I inquire about something?" Zhou Xianghua and He Yong exchanged startled glances. In the presence of the 2 women, they felt a twinge of apprehension. Recalling the scene from a few days prior when they had seen the women accompanied by security personnel, it had already been mentioned that only those at the ministerial level were entitled to such protection. However, the 2 young ladies certainly do not hold positions at the ministerial level, so their identities. "What do you wish to inquire?" Zhou Xianghua forced a smile. Xiao Yu stated that the police must reside in the dormitories. Hua Qingwu clung to her troublesome younger brother's arm, puffing out her cheeks in a pitiful manner, pleading, "Can he go home to sleep?" "Home?" Zhou Xianghua exchanged a glance with He Yong. If memory serves correctly, Xiao Yu is from Beihai City, not from the capital. Does he have a home in the capital? Nevertheless, both of them, being experienced, glanced at Hua Qingwu entwining her arm with Xiao Yu's and suddenly realized the truth. This was not merely an older sister, but evidently a girlfriend. Given their past experiences, they were well aware of the intimate connections that often accompany newfound love. However, Zhou Xianghua and He Yong felt a slight headache. The police force has regulations. If Xiao Yu were married, they could approve an external residence. Yet, if he is merely dating, it strays from the established norms. If this precedent is set, it would become challenging to manage the team. On the other hand, Xiao Yu's exceptional performance in this case cannot be overlooked. Even if he were to receive special treatment, no one in the entire squad would object. Furthermore, the two young ladies possess particularly special identities. Can you afford to offend them? Believe it or not, if you upset them today, you might find yourself back home farming tomorrow. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong exchanged another glance, sharing a bittersweet smile. What should be done? External residence is permissible. Zhou Xianghua looked at Xiao Yu, but he must be readily available at all times. Wow! Hua Qingwu cheered with delight, utterly thrilled. Yu Qiu-chan beside her also raised the corners of her lips. Casting a glance at the two young ladies, Xiao Yu turned to address the leaders of the squad. Thank you, Captain and Instructor. Chapter 39. This request is quite excessive in the early morning. The sun graced the horizon with its enchanting glow, casting a radiant light across the sky. Xiao Yu stirred gently from his slumber, gazing at the morning light outside, and let out a contented sigh. As a once impoverished youth, he now found himself leading a life of opulence, akin to that of the wealthy. In the past, there were those who envied and resented the affluent, claiming that their lives were devoid of happiness. Xiao Yu longed to enlighten such individuals. The joys of the rich are beyond their imagination. Each day was filled with sumptuous feasts, luxurious cars, and carefree living. Just like now, inhaling the fragrant scent wafting through the air and looking at the beauty nestled in his arms. Though only 3 days had passed, Xiao Yu felt a sense of moral decline. In his embrace, Hua Qingwu curled up like a cat, lost in sweet slumber. Ever since moving into the courtyard, she had secretly come to spend each night with him, ostensibly out of fear of sleeping alone, but in truth, she found comfort in being held by her brother. Xiao Yu observed that this enchanting creature was not as carefree as she appeared. If one were to make any advances, she would undoubtedly flee faster than a rabbit. Yet, if one only cuddled, kissed, and coaxed her, she would beam with happiness, displaying a playful demeanor akin to that of an eternal child. In truth, Hua Qingwu was quite astute. She only refrained from using her wits in the presence of him and Yu Qiu-chan. As she would put it herself, just act cute, and it's all sorted. Why think? Leaning down slowly, Xiao Yu pressed a gentle kiss on her soft, rosy lips as he prepared to rise. Suddenly, a pair of delicate arms, as soft as jade, encircled his neck. Hua Qingwu, her alluring face framed by disheveled hair, slowly opened her enchanting eyes, hazy like a misty morning, pouting playfully. Not enough? Kiss me again, dear brother. Such a request was rather excessive. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, leaning down to kiss her once more. Her lips were tender, indeed remarkably soft. What man does not relish the opportunity to kiss a beguiling beauty? Come home early, she purred, nuzzling her cheek against his. Understood, he replied gently, suppressing the stirrings within him as he planted another kiss on her delicate face. After soothing Hua Qingwu back to sleep, Xiao Yu rose to wash up. The previous day, Captain Zhou Xianghua had called to inform him of his duty today, as a leader from the national security came to inspect and bestow upon him a Medal of Honor. Xiao Yu resolved to momentarily bid farewell to his extravagant lifestyle. He could not continue down this path of moral decay. After washing up and donning his uniform, as Xiao Yu emerged from the bathroom and entered the living room, he found Yu Qiu-chan, as usual, had risen early. She sat on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, attending to matters of the company. Isn't it tiring to work so early in the morning? He inquired as he approached her from behind and gently placed his hands on her shoulders, massaging her lightly. Having learned a few massage techniques over the past few days due to Hua Qingwu's monthly discomfort, his skills had improved quite well. It was a good way to pass the time. Yu Qiu-chan, half closing her beautiful eyes, relished the ministrations of her brother, her voice languid, reminiscent of a goddess just awakening. Otherwise, it would be dull. Once I have a break, I shall take you and Sister Qingwu to play some games. Xiao Yu smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, I am a master at the game. In this world, there are indeed champions. Just last night, he introduced 2 women to the game. Hua Qingwu had become somewhat addicted. While Yu Qiu-chan was indifferent about playing, Yu Qiu-chan raised her delicate hand and grasped his large one, gently urging him, It's time for work. Don't be late. Remember to drive the red car. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes inwardly, silently lamenting, My life is filled with integrity, yet I find myself living off others. He had no desire to be dependent, but the insistence of the 2 women was overwhelming. If he refused to partake, they would sulk and throw tantrums. Despite his attempts to resist, the affection from both sisters was simply too much to withstand. Upon leaving the courtyard, Xiao Yu entered the red car and headed straight for the 3rd Brigade. Although it was somewhat ostentatious for a trainee officer to drive, there were no real issues as long as he didn't exceed limits and the source of his car funds was legitimate. Arriving at the brigade, he entered the office building where everyone greeted him with smiles and nods. This scene felt more akin to acknowledging a true colleague rather than a mere trainee, a recognition earned through his own merits. After clocking in, he made his way to the conference room where detectives gathered in small groups, awaiting the meeting. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Xianghua and He Yong entered the room accompanied by a leader from the National Security Bureau. Upon seeing the leader, Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. Young? Nonetheless, he was indeed a superior, the director of national security. Everyone, please stand, He Yong announced. The room rose, straightening their postures as if under inspection. Today, there were 3 matters to discuss, Zhou Xianghua stated solemnly, surveying his subordinates. First, regarding Comrade Xiao Yu's formal confirmation. The higher-ups have approved it. From today onward, Comrade Xiao Yu will officially become a member of our family. Thunderous applause erupted, with everyone smiling at Xiao Yu. Marching in a formal stride, Xiao Yu approached the 2 leaders, with Yi Heng standing nearby, watching him with a smile. He Yong then presented a red tray, adorned with a set of shoulder epaulets, arm insignia, and a badge. The shoulder epaulets bore the rank of 3rd-class inspector. The rank of officer no longer existed, upon confirmation. All trainees were unified under the 3rd-class inspector designation. Those who joined with a master's degree would receive the rank of 2nd-class inspector, while doctoral graduates would be awarded 1st-class inspector status. As the head of the brigade, Zhou Xianghua personally bestowed the complete set of insignia upon Xiao Yu, a gesture that granted him significant honor. Afterward, Xiao Yu saluted Zhou Xianghua and He Yong, who returned the gesture. Turning, he saluted all the detectives in the brigade, who reciprocated. Finally, Xiao Yu returned to his original position, facing the podium. Second, we shall celebrate the resolution of a major case, and commendations have been issued. The brigade has collectively been awarded a 1st-class honor. A wave of excitement surged through the conference room. Silence, He Yong commanded, and the room fell quiet instantly. Due to the unique nature of the case, Zhou Xianghua continued, stating that the merits of this operation would remain undisclosed, devoid of any public commendations or accolades from the police department's leadership. Was the case particularly unique? The countenance of the assembly shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was exceptionally unusual, over a dozen lives lost, and the involvement of certain officials. It was also rumored that the criminal investigation team that previously attempted to seize their case had been dismantled. All 3 police inspectors apprehended by national security were subjected to thorough scrutiny and examination. The crux of the matter lay in their identification as the protective umbrella for the criminal syndicate in question. The entire investigative force had been disbanded and reassigned, paving the way for new personnel to be dispatched to reconstruct the Criminal Investigation Division. In that fleeting moment, all eyes turned towards Xiao Yu. It could be said that the entire division had been eradicated due to a single phone call made by Xiao Yu. How terrifying! Confronted by the gazes of those around him, Xiao Yu felt as though 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. No, this matter has nothing to do with me. All right? I simply wish to solve the case. Chapter 40, Confirmation, Honor, Promotion. Thirdly, it pertains to the meritorious conduct of Comrade Xiao Yu. As Zhou Xianghua's words faded, all eyes turned to Xiao Yu. Some gazed with envy, others with admiration, and many offered their congratulations. Yet, jealousy was absent, for none could harbor such feelings. They had all heard the tales. During the apprehension of the main suspect, Xiao Yu had leapt from the rooftop of a 20-story building, landing onto a parachute. It was through this breathtaking and perilous endeavor that the main suspect was finally captured. Who, in their right mind, would dare to jump from the 20th floor? Such an act transcends mere recklessness. It verges on self-destructive folly. To exert oneself to such extremes without receiving due recognition would surely dissuade future officers from pursuing a career in law enforcement. Xiao Yu approached the podium, where instructor He Yong presented a crimson tray. However, this time, Yi Heng stepped forward to stand before Xiao Yu. Ordinarily, your commendation would be presented by your superiors at the police department, Yi Heng remarked, gazing at his junior. Yet, due to the unique nature of this case, which also pertains to national security, it shall remain undisclosed to the public. Thus, I will represent both the National Security Agency and the police department to bestow upon you this honor. From the tray, he retrieved a resplendent golden medal, adorned with a 5-pointed star, a red shield, and the Tiananmen. As the medal was revealed, A hushed gasp echoed through the conference room. Most present were seasoned detectives, having served for over a decade or two. Yet, no one from the plainclothes team had ever received a first-class merit award. After all, in the capital, criminals are not fools. Opportunities for grand and exceptional cases are scarce. Who could have anticipated that a rookie officer, barely days into his service, would not only attain confirmation but also receive such a prestigious honor? Xiao Yu stood in a daze, entranced by the medal before him. A surge of indescribable emotions welled within him, a cacophony of sentiments. According to the relevant regulations, those awarded first-class merit are entitled to an early promotion in rank and a monetary reward of 50,000 yuan. As Yihang affixed the medal to Xiao Yu's police uniform, he smiled and declared, "Your rank will elevate once more to that of a second-level police officer. Furthermore, as you are a party member, you will be exceptionally promoted from the lowest rank of officer to a fourth-level police sergeant." A collective intake of breath resonated throughout the conference room. Those unfamiliar with the implications of a fourth-level police sergeant may not grasp its significance. It is akin to administrative positions: clerk, section level, departmental level, bureau level, and division level. In technical roles, qualifications range from technician, technical supervisor, technical director, to technical executive. Law enforcement ranks are similarly categorized: officer, sergeant, senior sergeant, and police commissioner. A fourth-level sergeant is equivalent to a section-level position. At this moment, Xiao Yu's rank was directly elevated to a section-level sergeant. The astonishment among the members of the third team stemmed from the fact that many veteran detectives had toiled their entire lives and only managed to attain a section-level position. Aspiring to ascend to a director-level role was exceedingly challenging. Without surmounting the threshold of a section-level position, one could never penetrate the ranks of management. Yet, Xiao Yu had joined the team less than a week ago. Not only had he received confirmation, but his rank had also ascended to that of a second-level police officer. In this moment, he astonishingly bypassed the most rudimentary rank of police officer and was exceptionally promoted to the esteemed position of police chief. His formal appointment, rank elevation, and promotion could be described as a remarkable leap of 3 levels. As long as Xiao Yu maintains his integrity and refrains from engaging in any unlawful activities, his future prospects appear boundless. All this is attributed to his receipt of a first-class merit award. Grateful for the trust bestowed upon him by the leadership and the organization, Xiao Yu inhaled deeply and rendered a military salute to Yihang. Yihang raised his hand in return. However, upon lowering his hand, his expression was peculiar, hinting that the ceremony was not yet complete. Xiao Yu was perplexed, as were the onlookers. Suddenly, Yihang produced a palm-sized crystal box, within which lay a medal. Upon seeing the medal, everyone was taken aback, for it was a second-class merit medal. In recognition of Comrade Xiao Yu's assistance in the National Security Department's resolution of a spy kidnapping case, he was awarded this honor. Yihang announced in a clear voice the summary of Xiao Yu's commendation, stating that due to his outstanding achievements and significant contributions, he was being promoted in rank per national regulations. Congratulations, Comrade Xiao Yu, you are now a first-class police chief. The crowd, including Xiao Yu, felt a rush of exhilaration. Another elevation in rank to first-class police chief? This time, no one gasped in astonishment. Instead, they gazed at Xiao Yu in disbelief. At merely 22 years of age, he had ascended from a fourth-level police sergeant to a first-class police chief. This was nothing short of miraculous. Nevertheless, it was justified, for he had earned his accolades through distinguished service. Not only would a second-class merit warrant a promotion, but a first-class merit would do so even more emphatically. Achieving merit twice and ascending 2 ranks was quite reasonable. Yihang proceeded to adorn Xiao Yu with the second-class merit medal and presented him with 2 certificates of honor. Possessing these certificates would ensure that his accomplishments were recorded in his personal dossier. This was not merely an honor, it also signified Xiao Yu's contributions to the nation. This was indeed a testament to his achievements. A first-class police chief. Xiao Yu sighed, astonished at having received both a first-class and a second-class merit. It felt like a dream. Instructor He Yong then brought forth an entire set of police insignia, which was again presented to Xiao Yu by Captain Zhou Xianghua, who adorned the young man with the insignia symbolizing the rank of first-class police chief. All present bore witness to Xiao Yu's promotion, each one equally bewildered as if caught in a dream. With the same 9 years of compulsory education, how had he achieved such remarkable success? Did they feel envy? Certainly. But there was no jealousy. Both the first-class and second-class merits were hard-won through Xiao Yu's dedication. He had survived to claim his accolades, while others might not be so fortunate. This was akin to the way men often seek to impress. When done well, it is a display of brilliance. but failure could lead to humiliation. Achievements are not easily attained and can come at a great cost. Outside the 3rd Brigade, Zhou Xianghua, He Yang. And Xiao Yu gazed at Yi Heng. No need to see me off, Yi Heng smiled, suggesting that they might collaborate in the future. Collaborating with the national security personnel? Xiao Yu and the others cast peculiar glances at Yi Heng. The work of the national security is primarily to apprehend spies or agents. Such cooperation is hardly favorable. I have a matter I wish to discuss privately with Xiao Yu, Yi Heng stated. Do you both have any objections? Zhou Xianghua and He Yang exchanged glances and shook their heads. Did they dare voice any dissent? As they watched the two leaders depart, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of unease in the presence of Yi Heng. In recent days, he had been cohabiting with the two women. He had previously asserted before Yi Heng that he would not pursue his sister. Given the capabilities of the national security, could it be that Yi Heng was unaware of his stay at his sister's residence? Was he to be summoned for a reckoning? Xiao Yu grimaced, a pang of anxiety nearly consuming him. I hear you've been enjoying yourself lately? Sure enough. Yi Heng's demeanor grew serious as he fixed a cold gaze upon the younger man before him. Enjoying myself, you say? Xiao Yu immediately donned a mask of anguish. My life has been utterly miserable of late. His acting was quite commendable. Even as he spun tall tales, he infused them with subtle nuances. As the old adage goes, life is but a play, and it all hinges on one's performance. Chapter 41. The Malevolent Spirit's Annihilation. Do you think that now you are an official police officer, I would dare not act against you? Yi Heng spoke each word with a chilling tone, a glint of cold ferocity flickering in his eyes. Who are you trying to intimidate? You cannot eliminate me. Xiao Yu scoffed. The threat was evident, a blatant menace. Yet, I am still a person. Could you not extend a modicum of respect? Speak up. Yi Heng sneered. Do you believe that remaining silent will allow this matter to pass? You think I'm giving you face? Xiao Yu felt a surge of anger. What did you say? In his previous life, when he was irritable, he would not even bother to respond to a glance from anyone. It was that he feared this director of national security. But the recollection of his experiences with Yu Qiuchan in the bathtub, coupled with the realization that the individual before him was Yu Qiuchan's elder brother, inexplicably evoked a sense of trepidation akin to facing the parents of the girl. Yi Heng fell silent. Indeed, what could he possibly ask? Would he inquire why Xiao Yu was residing in his sister's home? Or whether he was romantically involved with her? Regardless of the inquiry, Yu Qiuchan was already an adult, practically an old maid by societal standards. Would he truly obstruct his sister from seeking a partner? My apologies. Yi Heng sighed, rubbing his temples. He had been burdened with too many troubling matters lately. His temper had become rather volatile. Ironically, his apology left Xiao Yu utterly bewildered. What scheme did this director of national security intend to orchestrate? Upon noticing, after 3 days apart, that Yi Heng appeared haggard and unkempt, as if he had slept in days, Xiao Yu pondered what grave matter had transpired. However, most affairs concerning national security were shrouded in secrecy. Beyond the purview of a mere officer like him, Xiao Yu maintained a stoic expression. Is there anything else? If not, I shall return to work. Yi Heng waved his hand, preparing to dismiss him. Suddenly, a shift in his expression caught Xiao Yu's attention. He regarded him with an odd gaze. What is that look? You wouldn't be contemplating some unspeakable act against me, would you? Xiao Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. I wish to inquire about something. A peculiar smile crept across Yi Heng's face. Xiao Yu regarded him with suspicion, as if guarding against a thief. You are adept at solving cases and possess a knack for reasoning. Yi Heng abruptly changed the subject. One would presume you are quite skilled at locating individuals, yes? A foreboding sense washed over Xiao Yu. He suspected a trap was being laid for him. I regret to inform you, I am merely a lowly police officer. I am not proficient in tracking individuals. Allow me to pose another question. Yi Heng's expression grew even more peculiar. Do you believe in the existence of ghosts? Xiao Yu. No, after the founding of the nation, animals are not permitted to attain sentience. You, a distinguished director of national security, are discussing ghosts with me? He could clearly sense that such an inquiry must stem from some bizarre occurrence. At this moment, I should promptly take my leave. Xiao Yu felt a headache brewing. What exactly do you wish to achieve? I assert that there are no ghosts in this world. Yi Heng, with a smile, inquired. What is your opinion? I believe you are quite mad. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. Do not presume that because you are Qiuchan's brother, I would hesitate to confront you. Speak plainly, and do not waste time with empty words. Yi Heng. This was the first time he felt so utterly powerless. Had it been someone else speaking to him in such a manner, they would have received a sharp slap across the face long ago. Yet, when confronted with Xiao Yu, he found himself unable to retaliate. There's a case I would like your assistance with, Yi Heng said politely. Are you available? Not at all, Xiao Yu retorted, turning to leave. Is the national security case something anyone can peruse? I fear you might not even know how to write the word death. However, just as Xiao Yu took a step away, an alert rang in his mind. Ding. The Guardian system task has been successfully activated. System task. The arrival of the Spectre. Task duration. 10 days. Task reward. Master of Magic. Task hint. Please accept Yi Heng's request and participate in the national security investigation regarding supernatural occurrences. Task rules. Should the host successfully complete the task, the rewards will be permanently retained. Failure will result in the retrieval of the rewards by the system. Please complete the task within the stipulated time frame. Task countdown initiated. Xiao Yu. A system task? He had been living too comfortably these past few days, nearly forgetting about the system altogether. Regaining his senses, a torrent of knowledge regarding magical techniques, abilities, and skills surged into Xiao Yu's mind, leaving an indelible mark. In the blink of an eye, he was astonished to discover that he was now well-versed in countless magical techniques, ready to employ them at any moment. Of course, some tricks required prompts that needed to be prepared in advance to perform the illusion. What an astonishing ability! Xiao Yu was utterly flabbergasted. Yet, what use was knowing magic? He was a police officer. Would he really need to change his career to become a magician? Nevertheless, some of these tricks were indeed terrifying and quite bizarre. They were perfect for deception, disguise, or even self-preservation. Although the ability was remarkable, Xiao Yu found it temporarily impractical. Suddenly, he heard Yi Heng's voice behind him. Why aren't you leaving? Does it concern you whether I go or stay? Xiao Yu scoffed, turning around. Speak up. What exactly have you encountered? In fact, the system had already provided a hint. Accept Yi Heng's request. Participate in the national security investigation regarding supernatural occurrences. Supernatural occurrences? Wasn't that absurd? How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? Yi Heng gazed at him intently and said, Follow me. The two exited the precinct and arrived at the street outside. A business vehicle was parked there. As they approached, the doors swung open from the inside. Xiao Yu glanced inside and noticed two national security personnel seated within, one of whom he recognized, the middle-aged man he had knocked down with a knee strike in the interrogation room. Entering the vehicle and taking a seat, Yi Heng addressed the man, the case files. The other man handed over a tablet. Yi Heng passed the tablet to Xiao Yu, containing complete investigation records and the initial case files. It also documented the findings of the national security investigators and the peculiarities of the case. By the way, before you review the files, you should prepare yourself mentally. Any case involving national security is classified and subject to confidentiality regulations. Once witnessed, without permission, it must remain buried within for a lifetime. Should the day come when you divulge this secret, Yi Heng spoke coldly, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Do I? If you put it that way. Xiao Yu rose, preparing to leave the vehicle. Find whoever you wish. He added with a hint of jest. Yi Heng seized Xiao Yu's arm, inquiring with a smile, Then why do you choose to assist me? Need I even explain? Xiao Yu scoffed. You are the elder brother of Qiu Chan, and I am her sworn younger brother. How else could one justify this? Shall I say the system has issued a mission? Humph. Yi Heng snorted, nearly blushing from the embarrassment. He never anticipated that as a dignified director of national security, he would find himself reliant on his sister's reputation to garner assistance. Xiao Yu grabbed the tablet and awakened it, noticing a document on the home screen. He casually clicked it open, revealing a case file. Upon seeing the title of the case, his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. The Massacre of the Li Ghost? Chapter 42. The Terrifying and Eerie Crime Scene. Criminal Case Files. Case Category. Mysterious Mass Murder. Case Name. The Malevolent Spirit Massacre. Suspected Supernatural. Case Number. A14. Filing Date. October 22nd, 2023. Closure Date. Filing Authority. National Security Bureau. S City. H Province. Filing Officers. Li Su, Wang Pingxi, et al. Reviewer. Qian Wancha. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yi Heng. Does the National Security Bureau also investigate criminal cases? Setting aside the supernatural elements, this file is undeniably a criminal case document. Many perceive the Bureau's expertise to be centered on foreign threats, infiltration, and counter-infiltration. Yet it is seldom known that they engage in criminal investigations. Yi Heng bore a half-smile, his gaze peculiar as he regarded Xiao Yu, as if observing someone with a diminished cognitive capacity. Diminished capacity, in essence, could yield three outcomes. 1. A fool. 2. A vegetable. 3. A brainless individual. Xiao Yu. What the hell, do you want to fight? Why can't we investigate cases? Yiheng chuckled derisively. The National Security Bureau comprises 18 divisions and 162 departments. I am the director of the 9th Bureau's 9th Department. Do you know what our bureau entails? Not a clue. Xiao Yu thought to himself, feeling frustrated. The 9th Bureau is the Domestic Security and Counterintelligence Bureau. Yiheng continued. We focus on domestic espionage, surveillance investigations, criminal case inquiries, and internal security matters. It's not that we cannot investigate criminal cases. Rather, we typically refrain from meddling in minor incidents. Our focus is on a series of unique cases that ordinary police cannot solve, participate in, or touch. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao Yu's heart trembled. Essentially, the National Security Bureau is one of the 5 principal police forces. It is only natural for the police to investigate cases. However, each of the 5 forces specializes in different areas. The Domestic Security and Counterintelligence Bureau, the name is quite telling. As long as it pertains to national security, criminal matters, or public safety, the Bureau holds jurisdiction. Yet, some cases are deemed too trivial for the Bureau's intervention, which is merely a matter of indifference. However, when faced with cases that ordinary police cannot resolve, the responsibility falls to them. Organizations like the Dragon Team from Folklore, BPRD, the 749 Bureau, and the Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau. Anyone with a sound mind knows these tales are rather far-fetched. If such mysterious organizations truly existed, what need would there be for the National Security Bureau? Thus, it is evident that the Bureau is not only capable of apprehending spies but also of solving cases. Whenever suspected supernatural events arise that ordinary police cannot investigate, Yiheng's expression turned serious as he looked at Xiao Yu. We will always proceed to investigate until the truth is unveiled. Though somewhat perplexed, Xiao Yu felt a sense of awe. He couldn't help but smirk, acknowledging. You must admit, the National Security Bureau is indeed a remarkable force. He picked up his tablet once more, ceasing any further banter. Xiao Yu opened the case file, continuing to peruse its contents. On October 22nd, at 2:23 a.m., the City Police received an alarming call. The caller was a young girl who claimed that her home was haunted. Initially, the operator believed it to be a child's prank. But soon the phone was filled with piercing screams and other distressing sounds. The girl, in a fit of hysteria, cried out that a ghost had killed her father and mother, and that it intended to kill her and her brother as well. She pleaded for help, desperately urging them to save her. From the girl's frantic cries, along with the sounds of terror emanating from the line, the dispatcher inferred that something malevolent had intruded into her home, instilling profound fear within her. What sort of horrific scene had the girl endured? The dispatcher immediately dispatched police forces, who swiftly arrived at the girl's residence, pinpointed through her landline to a dilapidated housing area. Upon entering the modest dwelling, 2 officers and 2 auxiliary officers sought to ascertain the situation, only to be met with an unsettling scene that defied comprehension. In the living room, countless body parts and entrails lay strewn across the floor, each segment spaced with eerie precision. Together, they formed a grotesque and chilling tableau, resembling a monstrous entity with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs, all in a state of gruesome disarray. Witnessing this horrifying sight nearly sent the officers and auxiliaries into a panic. One auxiliary officer could not contain himself and collapsed in a fit of nausea. One officer, noticing drops of blood, looked up, only to be confronted with an even more harrowing sight. A human body, its limbs and torso, was grotesquely affixed to the ceiling by massive nails. The skin of this body appeared to have been peeled away by some bizarre means, akin to a garment draped over the bloodied and raw flesh beneath. Even more terrifying, the eye sockets were devoid of their eyeballs, which dangled from tendons outside the skull, swaying like pendants. Police officers, being human, were not immune to fear. Faced with such a bloody and surreal tableau, the eyes of the 4 men widened in terror, as an icy chill enveloped them, causing them to shudder collectively, their hearts pounding in dread. As they continued to investigate the scene, they had initially presumed it to be a case of homicide. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Every door and window in the house, the living room, bedrooms, kitchen, bathroom, and storage room showed no signs of forced entry or disturbance. Yet, the interior was in disarray, with furniture, fixtures, walls, and belongings exhibiting varying degrees of violent destruction. The scene resembled a brutal assault, as if a group of robust men wielding heavy hammers were violently smashing the entire house. The 2 police officers instantly recognized that this was far from a typical case of a simple home invasion and murder. The unfolding tableau undoubtedly attested to an exceedingly fierce conflict within the confines of the dwelling. Observing the peculiar and perplexing crime scene before them, they promptly reported to their superiors, requesting immediate assistance. The city police department acted swiftly, dispatching seasoned detectives and forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of the site. It was soon confirmed that there were 4 victims, an entire family. The husband and wife, along with their 6-year-old son, had been gruesomely dismembered by some bizarre weapon. Arranged into a grotesque tableau of flesh and blood, an 11-year-old girl had also suffered a horrific fate, having been skinned and had her eyes gouged out. Nailed to the ceiling. Then, a perplexing enigma emerged, leaving all detectives and forensic experts bewildered. Aside from the traces of the family of 4, there were no indications of a third party present at the scene. Chapter 43. The unfathomable kin. Upon perusing the case files, Xiao Yu's expression transformed as if he had encountered a specter. The absence of any evidence of a third party suggested that no traces of the perpetrator had been discovered. This was inconceivable. A homicide occurred indoors, within the confines of a room. It is inevitable that anyone who enters would leave behind some form of evidence. There are no exceptions to this rule. Some may ponder, how can one be so certain? If the assailant donned gloves or shoe covers, would they not leave any traces? Those who entertain such thoughts are undoubtedly laymen. Do they truly believe that wearing gloves and shoe covers renders one incapable of leaving evidence? Do not allow yourself to be deceived by the nonsensical portrayals in certain films. Many remain oblivious to the fact that, regardless of how pristine a room may appear, dust accumulates continuously, every moment, every second. This does not imply that the room is unclean. Rather, it is due to the circulation of air, which carries with it dust particles, soot, mineral dust, sand, and various other particulates that settle upon surfaces. Unless the room is completely sealed, it is inevitable that some particles will drift and settle within. Although these particles may be imperceptible to the naked eye in the short term, their existence is irrefutable. Thus, when any object comes into contact with these particulates, they become adhered to it, potentially transporting them away. For instance, consider an individual entering a location while wearing shoe covers. The floor may appear immaculate, and they may even be wearing protection, yet this individual has inevitably carried away particles from the floor, leaving a mark behind. The same holds true for someone wearing gloves. Any contact with objects will leave evidence. The absence of fingerprints does not equate to the absence of traces. This is merely one aspect of the matter. Just as humans lack protection, traversing any location is highly likely to result in the shedding of clothing fibers, skin flakes, hair, saliva, nasal mucus, and other foreign substances. A fitting analogy can be drawn from the sterile environment of a hospital operating room. During surgical procedures, medical personnel are required to don protective surgical attire to prevent any foreign matter from falling or entering the operating room and contaminating the patient. Otherwise, it could easily lead to medical mishaps. This vividly illustrates that when the human body is in motion, absent protective measures, some foreign substances will inevitably detach and remain along the traces of their passage. As the saying goes, a goose leaves a honk, and a person leaves a trace. Do you truly think this phrase is mere jest? Xiao Yu comprehended this principle. Would the national security personnel and forensic experts not grasp it as well? After digesting the contents of the case files, Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The documents clearly indicated that aside from the 4 members of the victim's family, no evidence of a third party existed. In other words, no one had indeed entered the crime scene. For individuals brutally murdered, dismembered, flayed, and nailed to the wall, if you were the perpetrator, how could you possibly achieve such a feat without leaving any traces? Xiao Yu's mind was on the verge of exploding from the effort, and he could conceive of no method that would allow for such a bizarre act of murder. It could be asserted that, barring extraordinary circumstances, the vast majority of humanity would be incapable of executing such an enigmatic and grotesque method of killing. Yet, if humanity is incapable, what then possesses such ability? A cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yu's back, and a chill coursed through his heart. It was akin to a horror tale where one finds oneself in a restroom, only to feel a hand emerge from the toilet, grasping at one's behind. This defied all scientific reasoning. Could it be that the supernatural truly exists? Confusion welled within Xiao Yu. Instinctively, he sought to apply his past experiences in criminal investigation to comprehend the situation before him, yet it eluded explanation. Then, he stumbled upon a crucial detail. Case title, The Ghostly Massacre. Is your national security truly this absurd? Xiao Yu tilted his head to glance at Yi Heng, incredulous that the case had been named with such a term as ghost. In official contexts, The word ghost is virtually never uttered, who claimed that this was a designation from national security. Yi Heng wore an expression that seemed to challenge Xiao Yu's audacity to question his expertise, explaining that half a month prior to the incident, reports of hauntings had circulated from the victim's residence, known to the neighbors. Moreover, a week earlier, the male head of the deceased family had filed a police report, claiming that a vicious ghost haunted his home. When the police arrived, they found nothing and mistakenly believed he was merely toying with them, resulting in his 3-day detention. Your words pique my interest. Xiao Yu's mind began to whirl. Haunting? Indeed. Yi Heng jested, recalling his earlier question about whether Xiao Yu believed in the existence of ghosts. Whether I believe is inconsequential. Xiao Yu feigned shock, yet the crux of the matter was that your national security seemingly does. Nonsense. Yi Heng suddenly barked. Since it is not. Xiao Yu remained unperturbed, picking up a tablet. How then do we explain this? Yi Heng fell silent. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yu, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curling upwards. You wish me to peruse the case files in hopes of striking gold, treating a dead horse as if it were alive, to see if I can uncover any clues? Yi Heng remained noncommittal, avoiding eye contact with the younger man. In truth, this was indeed the case. His previous experience with Xiao Yu's remarkable investigative skills had led him to entertain the notion of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. In an instant, Yi Heng adopted a tone of entitlement, stating, since we are all part of the same family, why not assist in uncovering the intricacies of this case? What a ridiculous notion of family. Xiao Yu chuckled in disbelief. You truly believe you can leverage that? I am siblings with Sister Qiu-chan. Yet you are not my elder brother. All the same, Yi Heng grinned. All the same, Xiao Yu tossed the tablet toward him. Have you finished reading it? Yi Heng scoffed. You have discovered nothing and still dare to mock me? Xiao Yu, unfazed, replied with a teasing gaze. How do you know I haven't found anything? The mocking expression froze on Yi Heng's face, and the two national security personnel in the vehicle suddenly changed their countenance. What have you discovered? Yi Heng inquired, a serious and puzzled look overtaking him, as such matters were no laughing matter. Who is joking with you? Xiao Yu cast a penetrating glance at him, pressing his lips together. Allow me to pose a question. What is it? Yi Heng frowned. Suppose your home were haunted, and it terrified you enough to call the police. Xiao Yu fixed his gaze upon Yi Heng's eyes, inquiring, why have you not relocated? Yi Heng was momentarily taken aback. Shortly thereafter, his pupils rapidly constricted, leaving him in a state of stupor. It was not only him. The two national security personnel also trembled, equally transfixed. It felt as though their minds had erupted in that instant, inundated with countless uncertainties surrounding the case, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the fog. Indeed, considering that the victim's family of 4 was aware of the supernatural presence in their home, and that the neighbors were equally informed to the extent of involving the authorities, one must ponder why the victims chose not to move. Let us not entertain the notion that the house is their home, or where they would reside instead. When one's life hangs in the balance, one must ask, is life not of greater importance than the abode? What, then, could possibly compel the family to remain in a house suspected of harboring malevolent spirits? Thus, Xiao Yu, observing the dazed Yi Heng, pressed on with deliberate clarity, have you, in your investigations, uncovered the secrets concealed within that house? Chapter 44. Your boastful attitude resembles that of a war god in the realm of criminal investigation. Even a seemingly insignificant clue has the potential to alter the entire trajectory of a case. The lead that Xiao Yu proposed was, in essence, quite ordinary. Anyone could have conceived it. Yet, the fact that he was the first to think of it signifies that his mind operates just a fraction faster than the rest. In a competition of intellectual agility, every participant possesses considerable intelligence, but the champion triumphs through swiftness. A slight edge in speed unequivocally demonstrates that his intellect eclipses that of his peers. Yi Heng and the two personnel from the National Security Bureau exchanged glances with Xiao Yu, their perception shifting. It was no secret that Xiao Yu was formidable in combat. However, what was truly daunting was not merely his physical prowess, but also his superior intellect. What else could one say? For the first time, Yi Heng felt an overwhelming weariness when facing this younger adversary. Even after being bested by Xiao Yu in their previous encounter, he had never conceded defeat. What use is brute strength? He had once been the champion of his unit, excelling not only in combat, but also in strategy. If Xiao Yu were to be cast upon the battlefield as his foe, he would have been confident in ensuring that this young man would not survive beyond 3 seconds. Yet now, Yi Heng found himself uncertain if he could vanquish Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, with candor, stated, but one must be present at the scene to validate my findings. This was, in truth, his ulterior motive, to engage in the national security investigation. Without participation, he could not fulfill his system task, the repercussions of which were all too clear. Yi Heng replied without hesitation, "Very well, you shall accompany me to S City. Are you perhaps feeling unwell?" Xiao Yu chuckled. "Today marks my official start. Do you wish for me to be absent on my first day? Is it madness to be absent on my first day of employment? Fear not, I shall assist you in requesting leave. You will accompany me in this investigation for the next few days." Yi Heng smiled as he opened the car door and stepped out of the business vehicle, assuring, "I will not count this as an absence. The National Security Bureau has the authority to mobilize any investigative agency for assistance, when necessary. Even the armed police and local military can be called upon. Is it truly a matter to have a single officer collaborate with them in their investigation? Before long." Yi Heng returned to the vehicle. "All right, let us depart. Have you sought my consent to act on my behalf?" Xiao Yu replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I promised Sister Chiao Chan and Sister Qing Wu this morning that I would return early after work to accompany them shopping. Are you certain they will not take offense?" Yi Heng's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped, "Why did you not mention this sooner?" It became evident that he not only feared his sister, but also had a healthy respect for Hua Qing Wu. He was acutely aware that should these two young ladies decide to stir up trouble, even he, the director of the National Security Bureau, would struggle to withstand their wrath. "You did not afford me the opportunity to speak," Xiao Yu said innocently. "Perhaps you could explain to them that I am accompanying you? Allow me to have a drink to calm my nerves." Yi Heng's demeanor darkened. "I had thought you were quite impressive. Yet you fear two seemingly frail women?" Xiao Yu derisively mocked, displaying an air of disdain as he took out his phone to make a call. "Yi Heng, you boast as though you are a war god." Unbeknownst to him, the recently self-assured Xiao Yu suddenly adopted a demeanor of utter caution as he spoke into his phone. "Sister Qing Wu, I might not be able to return tonight. I have some work to attend to. Please don't be angry. I was wrong." Witnessing this scene, Yi Heng could hardly contain his laughter, his expression one of disdain. He thought to himself, "I once believed you were quite impressive, yet here you are, so timid." However, in the next moment, Xiao Yu's conversation took a different turn, filled with poignant sentiment, urging single individuals to retreat swiftly. "Sister Qing Wu, you are the most adorable. Not only are you my precious darling, but also my little princess, the sweetest one who listens so well." Xiao Yu sweet-talked the enchanting woman, promising, "When I return, I will definitely take you shopping, all right? Is Sister Chiao-chan there? Could you let her take this call?" Through their recent interactions, he had learned that Hua Qing Wu was particularly fond of such affection. As long as he kept her happy, she would not cause a scene and would even indulge in playful antics. Should he dare to oppose her, she would make him suffer with her tears. Yet, Chiao-chan was understanding. Xiao Yu thought to himself. She was calm and considerate, though at times she emanated an aloofness akin to a goddess, reminiscent of a snow lotus atop Tianshan Mountain. One clearly understood that Yu Chiao-chan was noble and elegant, yet one could not help but desire to tease her. Relishing her expressions of embarrassment, anger, and shyness, it was akin to witnessing breathtaking beauty amidst a romantic landscape, stirring the heart. Listening to Xiao Yu's phone conversation, Yi Heng and two national security personnel wore expressions akin to discomfort. Ah, the torment of witnessing such affection. The scent of love is truly overwhelming. Those in the know understood that the profession of a police officer posed significant challenges in finding a partner. Firstly, the job was exceedingly demanding, with a high casualty rate and a notably short lifespan. While the average life expectancy in the country had surpassed 70 years, the average lifespan of frontline police officers was merely 48. If ordinary police officers struggled to find partners, one could only imagine the plight of national security and special duty officers. Their work was predominantly classified, requiring them to be on standby 24 hours a day. When would they have the time to pursue romance? Take Yi Heng, for instance. At 32, he appeared to hold a position of power yet remained utterly alone. How infuriating it was to witness such displays of affection before him. He thought, just wait. He gritted his teeth, straining to overhear the conversation between Xiao Yu and his own sister. "Sister Chiao-chan," Xiao Yu spoke softly, almost unconsciously, as he held up his phone. "I might be busy for a few days. We have encountered a significant case, and I may not be able to return home for a while." "Yes, I understand, and I will ensure my safety. Please take good care of yourself and Sister Qing Wu." These seemingly simple words lacked the excessive sweetness he displayed while conversing with Hua Qing Wu, yet the tenderness in Xiao Yu's demeanor grew increasingly pronounced. He was blissfully unaware that he resembled a husband conversing with both daughter and wife, first comforting the daughter, then advising the wife. It had escalated to such an extent. Yi Heng's expression shifted, his confusion evident as he regarded Xiao Yu. He was acutely aware of how long his little brother had known his sister and Hua Qingwu. It had only been a few days, so how had their relationship become so intimate? Little did he know. Xiao Yu had not only shared a bath with Yu Qiu-chan but was now also spending every night holding Hua Qingwu close as they slept. Even among the closest of kin, it is unimaginable for adults to bathe or sleep together. Yet, he and the two women have forged a bond that transcends familial ties. How could such intimacy be avoided? These matters are beyond Yi Heng's comprehension. He remains oblivious to them, which explains the ghastly expression on his face. As if he had encountered a specter, he contemplated making a phone call to his parents to express his concerns. If this situation continues to escalate, it could lead to dire consequences. Yi Heng's expression shifted as he dismissed the distracting thoughts from his mind. The immediate priority was to resolve the case at hand. Everything else could wait. At that moment, Xiao Yu had also finished his call and turned to Yi Heng, bewildered by the intense, predatory gaze directed at him. "What on earth is with that hungry look of yours?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, utterly perplexed. "I swear, I haven't done anything." If only he had any integrity left to uphold. Chapter 45. Are you merely a fake? In H Province, S City, Xiao Yu, Yi Heng, and 4 national security personnel emerged from the airport, promptly heading towards a business vehicle parked by the roadside. The group swiftly boarded the car, departing from the airport. Inside, 2 officers donned in police uniforms bore the insignia of national security on their arm and chest badges. One held the rank of second-class inspector, while the other was a first-class inspector. Upon entering the vehicle, Xiao Yu noticed their occasional glances filled with curiosity. Xiao Yu, a colleague from the Beijing Criminal Investigation Team, has been invited to assist us with the case, Yi Heng introduced, gesturing towards the 2 officers. They are colleagues from the National Security Bureau of S City. Each province and city has its own National Security Bureau, department, and section, akin to the hierarchical structure of the police system comprising provincial offices, headquarters, municipal bureaus, and detachments. "Pleasure to meet you." Xiao Yu extended his hand, shaking hands with the 2 national security officers. Although he claimed to be familiar, he had never heard of them before. It was merely a formality. During the handshake, the officers smiled, their expressions somewhat perplexed. "You've enlisted a young officer to assist with a national security investigation?" This operation leaves them baffled. It is vital to recognize that national security possesses formidable investigative capabilities. Otherwise, how could they engage in a battle of wits against spies? After approximately 40 minutes, the business vehicle navigated into the dilapidated housing area of S City, arriving at the crime scene of the ghostly family massacre. Upon disembarking, Xiao Yu observed a cordoned-off area, secured by special police forces. Due to the haphazard urban planning in Fenghe District, S City, there were over 200 residences scattered chaotically. Rather than a slum, it resembled an urban village. The location was somewhat remote, with the surveillance network failing to provide complete coverage, thus complicating the investigation significantly. Yi Heng glanced at his junior colleague, teasingly remarking, "Now, it's your turn to shine." "What do you mean by that? Am I merely a fake?" Xiao Yu retorted. Pursing his lips, he donned the shoe covers and gloves handed to him by the scene personnel before entering the site alongside Yi Heng. Before them lay a courtyard, featuring 3 dilapidated tile-roofed houses, with a vegetable garden and chicken coop in the backyard. Xiao Yu walked slowly, not examining the houses just yet, but rather focusing outside the courtyard. As Yi Heng had mentioned, there were no surveillance facilities nearby, and the heights of surrounding buildings were limited. The area known as a slum primarily consisted of single-story and 2-story aged residences. In modern criminal investigations, surveillance has become a principal tool for solving cases. Lacking this formidable asset, relying solely on investigative experience to resolve cases becomes laborious and time-consuming. Walking on the cobblestone ground, Xiao Yu arrived before a tile-roofed house and halted. Casting his gaze towards the ground, where he discovered a small pool of dried blood, now turned brown. Crouching down, he scrutinized the bloodstain, a slight frown etching his brow. The forensic team had compared DNA and confirmed it belonged to the 11-year-old victim, the eldest daughter of this household, Yi Heng explained. Xiao Yu's gaze followed the blood trail towards the front door before returning to examine the vicinity of the bloodstain. His vision sharpened, akin to that of an eagle's eye. In an instant, his pupils constricted into pinpricks before rapidly expanding. Every trace on the ground became strikingly clear in his sight, revealing a series of small footprints. The shoe size appeared to be approximately 31 to 32. In the realm of criminal investigation, numerous traces abound. Among these, handprints, footprints, and fingerprints are of paramount importance. What may appear to an untrained eye as an ordinary footprint is, in fact, laden with boundless information. One can deduce a person's height, age, physique, and lifestyle habits from a mere footprint. Through meticulous analysis, Xiao Yu inferred that the individual's height was approximately 1 meters, with a weight ranging from 30 to 35 kilograms, aligning with the standards for a typical 11-year-old child. However, the shoe print raised suspicions. For instance, the stride, depth, and posture of footprints vary significantly when a person walks or runs. By examining the sequence of shoe prints, Xiao Yu discerned that the girl was indeed in a running posture when she abruptly halted before a bloodstain. Yet, curiously, there were no further footprints to indicate her departure. This anomaly was perplexing. It is implausible for a person to remain indefinitely in one place. An extended stay implies that the individual's body must either be present at that location or that a corpse lies there. Otherwise, there should have been additional footprints, whether retracing steps, advancing forward, or moving laterally. Yet, the girl's steps ceased next to the bloodstain, with no signs of any other footprints, suggesting a complete absence of any evidence of departure. So where was the person? The body was found suspended from the ceiling in the living room, grotesquely skinned and with its eyes gouged out. Upon reaching this conclusion, we felt an unsettling dissonance. Yi Heng coldly remarked that the footprints indicated the girl had indeed fled from the house, yet her body was located in the living room, affixed to the ceiling. The absence of any other footprints or traces nearby indicated she had neither entered the house on her own accord nor been carried inside, rendering the scenario utterly illogical. Indeed, the lack of additional footprints from the girl or any others raised questions about how she had come to be in the living room. Had she flown in? Xiao Yu slowly turned his head, scrutinizing the ground around him. He found no signs of disturbance or tampering at the scene. Rising gradually, his expression turned cold as he entered the room. The design of the old single-story house was particularly distinctive, with 2 fire stoves at the entrance. Proceeding further, one encountered a space reminiscent of a combined kitchen and storage area. The stoves could be used for cooking or to provide warmth to the adjacent rooms. The house was divided into 2 sections, a living room and a bedroom, with the western room typically serving as the main living area. At this moment, the door was ajar, revealing bloodstains at the threshold. As Xiao Yu stood before the door, his gaze shifted from the blood to take a deep breath before stepping inside. Almost instantly, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses, a potent amalgamation of the metallic scent of blood and the odor of entrails. Those who have gutted chickens are familiar with the foul odor that emanates during such an act. The scent released from a human's disembowelment, however, is exponentially more repulsive. This was the horrific odor that Xiao Yu now encountered. In the living room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, akin to an intangible black hole that siphoned away every sound. His gaze, however, remained fixated on the ground, as if his very being had succumbed to the stillness of time. The floor, now devoid of any corpse, had long been cleared away by forensic experts. Yet, remnants of blood, bodily fluids, organs, and flesh lingered as haunting traces of what had transpired. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Yu lifted his eyes towards the ceiling, where more bloodstains marred the white surface above. He refrained from further scrutinizing the blood and instead began to search for other clues, seeking signs of a third party who may have entered this somber space. After approximately an hour and a half, his expression grew increasingly peculiar, for he had similarly found no evidence of such a presence. A chill crept over his body inch by inch, and his complexion darkened as he gradually shivered. Could it be that ghosts truly existed? Chapter 46. Like a fool, Yi Heng gazed at his younger companion, whose expression was one of sheer disbelief. It seems you have uncovered nothing of significance, have you? The law of local material exchange. Xiao Yu chose to disregard his jesting, continuing with unwavering resolve. It cannot be mistaken. What repercussions would arise if it were? Yi Heng furrowed his brow. If it were indeed erroneous, the implications would be. Xiao Yu, lost in contemplation, wore a countenance that reflected extreme dismay. Perfect crime. The quintessential standard of a perfect crime is that it escapes the notice of the public. The perpetrator cannot be apprehended, nor can any trace of their wrongdoing be found. In the current murder scene, there exists an absence of evidence, an inability to ascertain the identity of the assailant, and no discernible signs left behind. This is precisely why the National Security Agency has been mobilized for investigation. In the absence of any clues, trails, or indications, such occurrences are often easily associated with supernatural phenomena. Upon hearing the term perfect crime, Yi Heng's gaze momentarily froze. his expression grave. Impossible. I am aware of its improbability. Xiao Yu remained silent for a moment, acknowledging that there are known cases wherein no criminal has ever achieved a perfect crime. Such a phenomenon does not exist in reality. When in the capital, Yu perused the case files and claimed to have made a discovery. Yi Heng hesitated briefly, inquiring, "What precisely did you uncover?" "Firstly, there are issues surrounding the individual who reported the crime." Xiao Yu stated, "You must have discovered this long ago, yet it has not been documented in the case files." Yi Heng nodded in agreement, affirming the truth. The caller was a girl who dialed the emergency number at precisely 2:23 a.m. In her state of sheer panic, perhaps overwhelmed with fear, she failed to disclose her home address. Nevertheless, the police were able to trace the call through the landline's IP login information, ultimately locating the crime scene. This process took 14 minutes and 20 seconds. What is amiss here? Why suggest there is an issue? In 14 minutes and 20 seconds, a person can accomplish many tasks. However, through the investigations conducted by both the police and national security, it was revealed that the caller was indeed the 11-year-old girl among the 4 victims. This fact could be corroborated by utilizing the recording of the emergency call, verifying her voice with that of her teachers, classmates, neighbors, and relatives. Once it was established that the caller was the 11-year-old girl, the eldest daughter of the family of 4, an eerie question emerged. When the police arrived at the scene, having taken 14 minutes, they discovered the girl skinned, her eyes gouged out, and her body affixed to the ceiling. 14 minutes, a seemingly ample duration. Yet, has anyone pondered how long it takes to skin a human being? How long to affix a person to the ceiling? In merely 14 minutes, could an ordinary individual accomplish such heinous acts? If a common individual cannot achieve this, then how did the perpetrator manage it? 14 minutes. Yi Heng raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the blood-stained ceiling, his eyes icy cold. It is inconceivable that even a single person could execute such a feat. Not even 3 individuals could accomplish it. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Many are aware of the difficulty of performing such work in midair. Setting aside the gruesome act of skinning a person, merely lifting an individual and raising them to the ceiling, then affixing their limbs and head. This is no simple task. It is not something that can be accomplished by a single individual. The perpetrator astonishingly completed the task in a mere 14 minutes, even managing to peel away a person's skin. Is this science? Continue, Yi Heng said hoarsely, when the girl called the police. It was evident that something was harming her family at that moment. Xiao Yu squinted. Her exact words were, "There is a ghost. A ghost that killed my father, killed my mother, and now wants to kill my brother and me. Help us. Please save us." Regardless of whether that entity was indeed a ghost, her words indicated that it was inflicting harm on her family, suggesting that some of her family members might not have been entirely deceased at that time. Then came the terrifying realization. 14 minutes. This murderer not only managed to skin the girl and nail her skin to the ceiling, but also dismembered the male and female heads of the household along with a 6-year-old child, using the body parts and entrails to assemble a horrifying creature with 3 heads, 6 hands, and 6 legs. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, gazing intently at Yi Heng. Including the time to flee and avoid detection by the police, it would likely require completion within 12 to 13 minutes. How many people would it take to achieve this? At least, Yi Heng's mind raced. More than 5 individuals. Indeed, it would require at least 5 individuals. Xiao Yu scoffed. 5 people breaking into the victim's home to commit murder, dismemberment, skinning, and all other processes without leaving a trace. How could that be possible? Absolutely impossible. Yi Heng shook his head, his tone unwavering and assured. If it is impossible, what then comes to your mind? Xiao Yu inquired with a smile. Yi Heng's expression soured as he uttered a single word, ghost? I have seen those who bind their feet, but never those who bind their minds. Xiao Yu nearly burst into laughter, as if the heavens scattered seeds of wisdom across the world, yet you alone sheltered under an umbrella of cunning? Yi Heng, are you cursing me? If not for my inability to overpower you, I would very much like to show you what cruelty truly means. I have never believed in ghosts. Xiao Yu sneered. If it is not a ghost, it can only signify one thing. The caller. Yi Heng finally grasped what Xiao Yu was implying. Something was amiss. Indeed. Xiao Yu's smile faded. I now have reason to suspect that before the caller reported the incident, the family of 4 had already met with tragedy and that an extremely heinous crime scene was set up. And that caller is a fabrication. How could it possibly be a fabrication? Yi Heng frowned slightly. Are you questioning the professionalism of our national security? I am not questioning you. Xiao Yu shook his head. I am merely suspecting that the caller is a fabrication, or one could argue, not a fabrication. While speaking, he gestured to a nearby national security officer, requesting, "Lend me your phone for a moment." The officer quickly retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and handed it over. Xiao Yu then took out his own phone and dialed Yi Hang's number. "Yi Hang? Are you out of your mind? Answer it." Xiao Yu shot him a glare. Only then did Yi Hang begrudgingly answer the call. Xiao Yu spoke into the phone receiver, calling out, "Hello, hello." Yi Hang responded, confirming, "Indeed, this young lad is rather gravely ill. Remember my voice," he added. Xiao Yu cast a glance at him. He then took the phone belonging to the national security officer, activated the recording function, and repeated, "Hello, hello." After completing the recording, he switched to the speaker function on his own phone and clicked play. "Hello, hello." As Yi Hang listened to the voice emanating from the receiver, he regarded Xiao Yu with an expression akin to that of a fool. "Haven't you realized yet?" This time, Xiao Yu looked at Yi Hang as if he were a simpleton, pondering why a report to the police must necessarily be made by a real person, rather than a recording. In that instant, Yi Hang and the national security personnel stood frozen in place. Indeed, why could a call to report an incident not be a recording? Chapter 47, Brother. This is excessive to discover that it was a recording sent Yhang's pupils into a frenzied contraction, his eyes widening in disbelief. If it was indeed a recording, then all doubts would be resolved. One could infer that someone had premeditated the crime, meticulously arranging the scene of the murder and dismemberment. They had utilized the recording to alert the authorities, creating an illusory time discrepancy that would lead others to believe that only a supernatural entity could commit such a heinous act within a brief span of time. Observing the increasingly exhilarated expression on Yhang's face, Xiao Yu scoffed. Even if one could deduce that the case before them was not the work of a ghost, what difference would it make? The perpetrator had left no trace at the scene, and there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. With such scant evidence, the likelihood of identifying the assailant was nearly impossible. Brother, Yhang, returning to his senses, wore a beaming smile. "Let us devise a plan to help you uncover the culprit. Is there any benefit in that?" Xiao Yu teased. "Of course there is." Yhang chuckled. "You're staying at my sister's place. What have I said?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. He recalled being puzzled by the term shameless during his school years. "Is that so?" Yhang replied, exuding confidence. "Indeed," Xiao Yu nodded. "Having seen you today has truly opened my eyes. This fellow is remarkably shameless, even willing to use his own sister as a pawn. Impressive. Flattery will get you nowhere." Yhang dismissed with a wave. "Sometimes it pays to be unashamed. Life can be easier that way." Xiao Yu lowered his head, as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Yhang inquired, intrigued. "Your integrity," Xiao Yu replied earnestly. Yhang, "Brother, this is excessive." In an instant, their expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Do you have a plan?" Yhang asked. "None," Xiao Yu replied, his tone tinged with frustration. "However, what is it?" Yhang perked up. "Do you remember when I asked you in the capital?" Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, his eyes sparkling with insight. "Why did the victim's family, fully aware of the presence of a ghost in their home, not relocate? You mentioned that their house concealed a secret?" In that moment, Yhang's eyes gleamed with intensity, akin to a famished wolf spotting a delightful rabbit. "Have you uncovered that secret?" "I am not a diviner who can merely calculate." Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. "But must you always say but?" Yhang exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation. "Spit it out. Has the National Security Agency searched this area?" Xiao Yu gestured towards the crime scene. "Of course," Yhang sighed, feeling somewhat fatigued. "The fact that you found nothing implies that this secret may not merely be a secret. It could also be a threat or something else entirely." Xiao Yu squinted, contemplating. "It suggests an element that compels a family of four to persist in residing in a home they know to be haunted. Let us investigate further." Yhang waved his hand dismissively. Once their two subordinates departed, he resumed questioning. "What are our next steps?" "Rest." Xiao Yu closed his eyes in contemplation, then resolved to continue the investigation at the scene. "Yhang, are you attempting to slap our national security agency in the face? If they couldn't uncover the issues at the site, why do you insist on probing further? Is this not an attempt to slap them in the face?" However, Yihang actually looked forward to Xiao Yu delivering that slap. A successful strike would signify the discovery of new clues. After a brief respite, Xiao Yu reopened his eyes. His thoughts once again became lucid and meticulous. In the form of a beast, the elephant's sense of smell. Many have long believed that the olfactory abilities of cats and dogs are remarkable, yet numerous creatures surpass them by a considerable margin. Take the elephant, for instance. The sheer number of olfactory detection genes in elephants is astounding. enabling them to smell water and edible food from a staggering 12 miles away, 40 times more potent than the canine's sense of smell, making it the most exceptional in the mammalian kingdom. Since he could not visually discern traces at the scene, he sought to employ his sense of smell to investigate whether any suspicious odors lingered at the crime scene. Human passage leaves behind scents, and their persistence depends on the velocity of air circulation. If the air moves swiftly, the scent dissipates quickly. Conversely, in a relatively enclosed space, odors can linger until the gas molecules diffuse and dilute to the point of being imperceptible. The crime scene was located in the living room, a space that remained sealed, effectively preserving certain gas molecules. Although ordinary humans might not detect them, that did not apply to all creatures. For instance, police dogs can sense residual odors in the air and track them accordingly. And when one considers the elephant's olfactory prowess, which is exponentially more powerful than that of canines, the potential for discovery is immense. As he activated this ability, Xiao Yu felt as though he had unlocked a new realm. A multitude of scents swirled before him, wafting and spiraling through the air. Within the living room alone, he discerned as many as 29 distinct human scents. 29 scents? Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. How many individuals had entered the scene, including us? Yiho was momentarily taken aback, querying the purpose of such a question. Enough with the nonsense. Go investigate. Xiao Yu replied, his demeanor calm as still water. Somewhat exasperated, Yiheng instructed his subordinates to conduct the inquiry. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the first to arrive at the scene were 2 police officers and 2 auxiliary officers, followed by 6 detectives from the S-City Bureau, 3 forensic specialists, and 4 officers from the National Security Department of S-City, along with Yiheng and his 4 subordinates. Now, with Xiao Yu included, a total of 23 individuals had entered the crime scene. Ultimately, counting the 4 victims, there were 27 individuals in total. But something felt amiss. A chilling glint flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. There were 29 distinct human scents in the living room, yet only 27 individuals accounted for. Where had the other 2 vanished? To ensure there was no oversight, he instructed Yiheng to summon all who had entered the scene. Xiao Yu then moved among these individuals, confirming their respective odors. Ultimately, he deduced that the 2 additional scents at the crime scene were likely those of the perpetrator. What exactly are you doing? Yiheng furrowed his brows, staring intently at his younger brother. I've confirmed something. Xiao Yu spoke with grave seriousness. We're in serious trouble. Yiheng? What trouble? Xiao Yu offered no explanation as he cast another glance around the living room before stepping out of the room and into the courtyard, wrinkling his nose. The scent was absent. 3 days had elapsed since the day of the incident, and it was impossible for any trace of the body to remain outdoors. However, beast form, eagle eye. Xiao Yu surveyed the courtyard once more. Yet again, he found no anomalies. The absence of irregularities was, in itself, the most significant anomaly. He had already sensed with his abilities that 2 individuals had previously been at the crime scene, yet there were no traces of them. Science? If it defied scientific logic, it could only indicate that these 2 had meticulously erased all evidence at the scene. Is there truly someone capable of deceiving the watchful eyes of the police? The answer is, indeed, there is. There exists a profession dedicated to the meticulous cleaning of certain specialized locations. Xiao Yu's expression turned cold and grave as he regarded Yiheng. They were intimately familiar with crime scenes, adept at erasing any trace with ease. The cleaners of such specialized places. Yiheng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the profession. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, emanating a chilling aura of menace. Through Xiao Yu's words, he too had come to recognize a particular profession. Cleaners. Chapter 48. Crime scene cleaners. The profession of a cleaner may appear unremarkable at first glance. However, those well-versed in the field understand that it encompasses a myriad of specializations. Among these, there exists a category of cleaners dedicated to serving law enforcement, the crime scene cleaners. The environments and tasks they undertake are worlds apart from those of ordinary janitors. Their remuneration is significantly high, and the requirements of their profession are exceedingly specialized. They must possess knowledge of unique cleaning procedures, exhibit formidable psychological resilience, and be well-versed in various technical domains. This vocation bears a striking resemblance to the funeral industry, as both profit from the deceased. The greater the number of fatalities and the more horrific the scene, the more lucrative their earnings become. For instance, when a violent incident, death, or homicide occurs in a locality, the first responders on the scene include police officers, forensic experts, ambulances, and medical personnel. They conduct investigations, collect evidence, treat the injured, perform autopsies, and transport the deceased. Once these professionals have vacated the premises, law enforcement will notify the crime scene cleaners through designated channels, signaling that they may commence their work. The blood-soaked environment, the ghastly remnants of shattered bones and decaying flesh, the pervasive stench of blood and decay, and the bodily fluids lurking in every corner, all demand comprehensive cleaning, scrubbing, deodorizing, disinfecting, and restoring the scene to its former state. The crime scene cleaners have encountered more grisly scenes than many seasoned detectives, for it is quite a feat for a city to possess a professional team of crime scene cleaners. Yet, each city harbors numerous law enforcement units, each of which may request their services following incidents of violence, homicide, or death. Consequently, the experiences and knowledge these cleaners acquire in handling crime scenes can often surpass those of the police. Among the specialized roles recognized by law enforcement's technical departments, 5 stand out. The artist, who sketches suspect profiles based solely on verbal descriptions. The cyber investigator, capable of uncovering information beyond the reach of the average person. The dog handler, also known as a canine trainer or police dog commander. The forensic expert, whose expertise is well understood. And the crime scene cleaner, the only one among these 5 special professions who does not hold a police identity. Nevertheless, some seasoned crime scene cleaners possess skills that rival those of police officers, enabling them to assist in solving cases. How could it possibly be them? Yi Hung murmured, as the aura of menace surrounding him gradually dissipated. He gestured to a subordinate. A national security officer swiftly departed to investigate all crime scene cleaners in S City. Aside from them, I truly cannot fathom who else could render a crime scene so impeccably clean. Xiao Yu produced a cigarette, igniting it before squinting his eyes and exhaling clouds of smoke. Cleaning a crime scene is not a task understood by just anyone. As previously mentioned, one must possess knowledge of specialized cleaning techniques, exhibit immense psychological fortitude, and possess a wealth of professional insight. Only the most proficient individuals are capable of executing the most specialized tasks. Only those who possess a profound understanding of law enforcement can fathom the intricacies of counter-surveillance capable of deceiving the vigilant eyes of the police. Similarly, it is only those well-versed in the nuances of crime scenes who can meticulously cleanse a site of its traces. Can an ordinary person concoct a false scene that effectively misleads the authorities and national security? What purpose would that serve? Yi Heng's countenance darkened as he probed into the investigation of the victim's family, who bore no enemies and had wronged no one. Why then? Would someone wish to slay them? In this world, a significant portion of mysteries, approximately 70%, relating to homicides and murders, reveal that the perpetrators are often driven not by motive, but by an inherent desire to kill. Xiao Yu shifted his neck, posing a rhetorical question. Do you enjoy braised pork? To which Yi Heng nodded affirmatively. Why? Because it's fragrant. Fragrant? Xiao Yu mocked with abandon. Is that the rationale for eating pork? A pig is not a human. Yi Heng found a semblance of humor in this, noting that in the eyes of certain criminals, they do not perceive their actions as murder. Xiao Yu's smile faded, posing a thought-provoking query. Isn't that intriguing? Yi Heng, taken aback, fell silent. The case before him surely must harbor a rationale. Xiao Yu seemed to chastise himself, for otherwise, the killer could not have exhibited such cruelty. Are you suggesting revenge? A grudge? Yi Heng furrowed his brows. I cannot say, Xiao Yu replied, shaking his head. Yet I am aware that in the realm of criminal investigation, even what the eyes perceive may not be the truth. The day the case is unraveled could very well see it re-examined. If what you say is true, how then can we solve the case? Yi Heng nearly chuckled. Is it all merely a matter of fate? Solving a case often feels akin to the capricious nature of destiny, infused with malice and mockery. Xiao Yu shrugged. Let us, mere mortals, be taken unawares and witness the unpredictable nature of life. I, a simpleton, know only of filial piety and love. Yi Heng rolled his eyes. Brother? Could you speak plainly? Patience, Xiao Yu jested. The clues will reveal themselves in due time. Yi Heng nearly unleashed a curse. An hour later, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he recognized it was a subordinate reaching out. After a brief conversation, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Xiao Yu, his face betraying the shock of one who has encountered a ghost. The cleaner, Xiao Yu observed as Yi Heng slowly lowered his phone, fixating on him. What has transpired? Indeed, Yi Heng's voice turned cold and grave. Upon investigation, there are 8 professional crime scene cleaners in S City. To avoid alerting the perpetrators, my team is conducting a discreet inquiry. However, we discovered that one of them has gone missing. The family reported it 3 days ago. They have been unaccounted for 3 entire days. The massacre had occurred just 3 days prior, coinciding with the disappearance of the cleaner. What are the odds of such coincidences? Let us go. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together and proceeded toward the courtyard. I fear that another may vanish before long. Yi Heng's expression shifted, and he hastened to follow his younger companion. The two parted ways to conduct their investigations, with Yi Heng leading a team to interrogate the 4 crime scene cleaners. Xiao Yu, accompanied by a national security officer, set out to investigate the remaining 3 crime scene cleaners. His task was rather straightforward. Utilizing the elephant scent technique, he merely needed to identify the suspects' body odors. After encountering 2 suspects in succession, he confirmed that their scents did not match those lingering at the crime scene. When Xiao Yu and the national security officer arrived at the residential complex of the 3rd suspect, it was already 7:30 in the evening. At that moment, Xiao Yu stood before the entrance of a residential building. As the summoned property staff prepared to use their access card to open the door, he suddenly interjected with a cold voice, gesturing for the property personnel to step aside. His gaze fell upon the doorknob, and his pupils constricted. A series of body odors materialized on the doorknob. Through the elephant scent technique, this information relayed to Xiao Yu's olfactory system. The human body secretes oily sweat, and the scent molecules of these oily substances can persist, lingering for 3 to 7 days before being completely decomposed and evaporated by the air. At that very moment, through his keen sense of smell, Xiao Yu detected a familiar body odor on the doorknob, which perfectly matched one of the 2 human scents identified at the crime scene, presumably belonging to the perpetrator. Chapter 49. The scent of the suspect, gun oil, and the glint of a blade detecting the scent of the suspect. Xiao Yu's dark eyes shimmered with intensity. In the next moment, his expression gradually shifted to one of gravity, for he caught a whiff of a strange yet familiar odor. This scent, reminiscent of his past life as a police officer, was unmistakably gun oil. Those acquainted with firearms would recognize it. It is also known as weapon maintenance oil, a specialized lubricant designed specifically for the upkeep of standard-issue weaponry. It serves 3 primary functions: cleaning, lubrication, and rust prevention. How could gun oil possibly be found in a residential building? Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Modern law enforcement does not permit officers to carry their service weapons casually. Firearms are only authorized during emergencies, patrols, arrests, or specific missions. Moreover, soldiers would not casually carry weapons within the confines of a city. The average civilian is often oblivious to what gun oil is. How could they even come into contact with it? He commanded the national security personnel beside him to check if there were any military personnel, police officers, or special support staff residing in this building. Xiao Yu's countenance turned as cold as ice. The short-haired officer swiftly retrieved his phone and utilized certain privileges to input the information of the building, investigating ownership and spousal details. The residential structure comprised several stories, with approximately 20 households in a single unit, making it relatively easy to verify military or police affiliations. After about 5 minutes, the short-haired officer set down his phone and shook his head at Xiao Yu, indicating that he had found no information regarding military or police residents or their partners. This was peculiar. Xiao Yu's expression suddenly darkened as he summoned Yi Heng. You guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Yes. The short-haired officer's eyes glimmered as he turned to the property management staff. You may leave. The property personnel, bewildered, relinquished their access card and departed. Clutching the access card, Xiao Yu swiped it at the electronic door lock of the unit, unlocking it. He pulled open the door and swiftly entered, all the while inhaling the air. To his dismay, the scent of gun oil lingered in the atmosphere. This only served to deepen the pallor of his face, indicating that it was highly probable a person armed with a firearm had either entered the residential building or resided within. Why did Xiao Yu venture in alone, seemingly unafraid? Should he not wait for Yi Heng and the others to arrive before commencing the search? He was anxious, concerned that someone might encounter peril. At this moment, his mind was racing, fervently piecing together the puzzle. The scent of a suspect confirmed on the door handle suggested that the crime scene cleaner under investigation was likely the perpetrator of a massacre. This individual could not possibly possess a firearm or have come into contact with gun oil. As previously mentioned, crime scene cleaners, while classified among the police's 5 special professions, do not hold the same status as law enforcement officers. They are akin to auxiliary police. So why would someone who could come into contact with gun oil be present here? Is it possible that this person is connected to the crime scene cleaner? Assuming that the individual with the firearm did not obtain their weapon from military or police sources, under what circumstances would this gun require maintenance with gun oil? For cleaning. lubrication, and maintenance to ensure that the firearm functions without issue during its use. Xiao Yu's expression darkened considerably. This individual not only bore arms but was also prepared to employ them at any moment. Standing before the elevator door, he detected the lingering scent of gun oil. His muscles taut with tension. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed the button for the elevator's ascent. With a chime, the doors slid open to reveal an empty interior. However, the odor of gun oil persisted. Just as he was about to step inside, an abrupt pause seized him, his ears twitching. In his beastly form, he manifested wolf-like ears. The residential building before him was a modest 9-story structure. With his heightened auditory senses, Xiao Yu discerned footsteps emanating from the adjacent stairwell, descending from either the 7th or 8th floor. The 7th floor was particularly significant, as it was the residence of a crime scene cleaner he intended to investigate. Was it mere coincidence? His acute hearing confirmed that the individual was indeed making their way down. An ordinary person would opt for the elevator, especially when it was operational. Yet here was someone opting for the stairs. Xiao Yu retreated from the elevator and approached the stairwell. Upon reaching the entrance, the motion sensor lights flickered to life. Yet, he had no intention of ascending the stairs. Rather, it was a test. He deliberately increased his footfall's weight, allowing the sound to travel upward. The result? The footsteps from above ceased. No, one could say that the person on the upper floor had halted. However, the sensor lights on the 6th and 7th floors remained illuminated. A sense of guilt weighed upon him. A peculiar smile crept across Xiao Yu's face. If there were no guilt, why would one stop upon hearing footsteps ascending? He ascended the stairs deliberately, his heart racing with anticipation, reaching the 2nd floor and then the 3rd. As his foot touched the landing of the 3rd floor, preparing to ascend to the 4th, a sudden chime echoed from below. The elevator doors had opened. Yet, Xiao Yu paid it no mind, for a national security agent was stationed outside. However, his steps toward the 4th floor abruptly halted as he strained to listen. To his astonishment, the person who had exited the elevator on the 1st floor did not proceed to the unit door. Instead, they were approaching the stairwell. What was going on? Why would someone exit the elevator on the 1st floor but not leave? If they had forgotten something, wouldn't they return to the elevator? What purpose did they have in the stairwell? The motion sensor light in the 1st floor stairwell flickered on. Simultaneously, the sensor lights on the 6th floor illuminated. Footsteps from both above and below began to converge. Xiao Yu's expression froze, a subtle smirk forming on his lips. How unexpected. It seemed these individuals were quite clever. Had they discovered his presence? Did they intend to sandwich him between them? As this thought crossed his mind, the smile on Xiao Yu's face widened. He decided to halt his advance, waiting for the individuals from above and below to approach. The footsteps from the 2nd and 5th floors lit up, followed by the illumination of the 4th floor's light. Suddenly, a figure appeared simultaneously above and below, advancing toward Xiao Yu. As his gaze shifted, he discerned a man and a woman. The man descended the stairs while the woman ascended. The man stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, his appearance unremarkable. In contrast, the woman possessed a tall, slender figure, adorned in fashionable attire, and bore a visage reminiscent of internet celebrities, undoubtedly beautiful. Yet, when compared to the enchanting allure of Yu Qiuchan and Huaqin Wu, she fell significantly short. Any ordinary young man might find himself captivated by such a beauty, and Xiao Yu was no exception, feigning interest in her appearance. At that very moment, as the man descended the stairs, he seemed to inadvertently brush past him. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flickered beside the man. Xiao Yu caught a glimpse of a sharp blade flashing before him. A dagger materialized in plain sight. The glint of the blade pierced his vision, inflicting a sharp pain in his eyes. Chapter 50. This is awkward. Is he going to kill me? Xiao Yu calmly observed the blade descending towards his throat. However, from the perspective of the beast form eagle eye, the speed of the dagger was astonishingly slow. It was so leisurely that Xiao Yu merely lifted his hand, and with a sharp crack, firmly grasped the wrist of the man wielding the knife. In his beast form, bare strength, with a sickening crunch, the man's wrist bent unnaturally, drooping like a limp noodle. Releasing his grip, Xiao Yu swiftly reached for the dagger. With a thrust of his palm, the blade plunged into the man's abdomen, twisting as his wrist turned half a circle. The man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped his lips. When the human body experiences pain that exceeds its threshold, it tenses up in agony, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. Desperate to scream, he found himself voiceless. Without any grievance or animosity, why do you seek to end my life? Xiao Yu gazed at the man before him, his visage twisted in anguish. As he spoke, he withdrew the dagger, blood splattering forth. With an unhurried demeanor, Xiao Yu plunged the dagger into the man's abdomen once more, twisting his wrist again. The sudden onslaught of pain elicited a strange sound from the man's throat. The excruciating agony reverberated through every fiber of his being. To Xiao Yu's astonishment, despite the severity of his injuries, the man lifted his unscathed left hand to claw at his face, a fierce determination etched upon his features. Such ferocity was somewhat surprising to Xiao Yu. Was this truly necessary? Yet, what good would it do? Raising his other hand, Xiao Yu grasped the man's wrist. Empowered by bare strength, he squeezed with a swift motion. With a resounding crack, the man's hand was crushed in Xiao Yu's grip. Scientific data indicates that an adult brown bear can exert a force of up to 1,600 kilograms. Human bones, no matter how resilient, are fragile against nearly 2 tons of pressure, as delicate as that of an infant. The agony of his shattered wrist became unbearable, prompting the man to let out a wretched scream. Yet, Xiao Yu withdrew the dagger once more from the man's abdomen. With a sickening thrust, he pierced the man's belly for the 3rd time. The scream abruptly ceased. The human body's capacity for enduring pain has its limits, akin to a taut bowstring. When the strain surpasses the threshold, it snaps. The man's eyes rolled back, unable to bear the destruction of his hands and the relentless stabbing pain. He collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, succumbing to unconsciousness. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Xiao Yu. In his beast form, antelope sense. In the natural world, most creatures possess a remarkable ability, the perception of danger. This can be described as a biological premonition of potential threats. When sensing impending peril, it engulfs the mind and body, activating the sensory system's stress response. The body may exhibit rigidity, evasion, and flight in response to an impending crisis. The gazelle, a paragon of danger perception, reigns supreme among all living beings. At this moment, endowed with the instinct of the gazelle, Xiao Yu tilted his head slightly. Bang! A gunshot reverberated behind him. A bullet that was destined to strike the back of Xiao Yu's head whizzed past his cheek. In an instant, he crouched down. Bang! Another gunshot erupted. A bullet flew overhead, colliding with the wall of the stairwell. The moment the gunfire resounded, Xiao Yu twisted his waist, pivoted, and surged forward. With a thud, he crashed into a soft embrace. Crack! The impact shattered an unknown number of ribs. Ugh! A wail escaped the lips of the armed woman. Thud! Xiao Yu's fist landed heavily on her abdomen. The force of the blow bent her body almost in half. Ugh! The woman began to retch, rendered powerless by Xiao Yu's strike. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu seized her left wrist, which still held the gun. Crack! He snapped it. With his other hand, he produced handcuffs and secured her severed hand. A swift kick followed, aimed at her knee. Crack! It shattered. Ah! The woman emitted a piercing scream. Yet, Xiao Yu had already pinned her to the ground, securing the other end of the handcuffs to her broken ankle. At that very moment, he grasped her uninjured hand and brought it behind her back. I must forewarn you. Xiao Yu's voice was remarkably calm. I will ask a question, and you shall answer swiftly, without hesitation. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Do you understand? The woman continued to scream, seemingly oblivious to his words. Crack! Her right pinky was instantaneously broken. Ah! Her cries became even more anguished. I must admit, I preferred your earlier arrogance, shooting from behind me. Xiao Yu remarked coldly. Look at your current state. You resemble a disobedient dog. As he grasped her second finger, the woman wailed in despair. I will tell you everything. Xiao Yu remained impassive. What is your name? Lu Xiao Yu, she replied quickly. What brings you to this building? Xiao Yu inquired. Why do you intend to kill me? Lu Xiao Yu suddenly fell silent. Crack! The second finger was broken. Ah! Lu Xiao Yu shrieked. My brother ordered us to eliminate Xianwei. When Dahu descended, he discovered you were a police officer and texted me to intercept you from the first floor via the elevator, fearing that our actions would be uncovered by you. He sought to silence you and escape. It's over. Xiao Yu's expression abruptly changed. Xianwei was indeed the crime scene cleaner he had come to investigate. One could only imagine that Xianwei's situation had grown dire. The question arose. Just as the police had pinpointed the suspect, they sought to kill Xianwei. Could such coincidences exist? As for how they discovered he was a police officer, Xiao Yu glanced at his uniform, cursing inwardly. You and Dahu. Xiao Yu glanced at the unconscious man beside him, pondering who he might be. Thug, Lu Xiao Yu replied. A flicker of apprehension crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. In ancient times, there existed a criminal profession that has persisted through the ages. Thugs. They bear a striking resemblance to those who take people's wealth to alleviate their misfortunes. In antiquity, They were a band of ruffians and gangsters. In contemporary times, they manifest as societal drifters and malevolent forces. To put it succinctly, they are individuals entwined with the underworld. For a price, they offer their services: intimidation, threats, extortion, robbery, violence, kidnapping, and even murder. Ancient texts have long chronicled this profession. In the fourth act of Jade Pot Spring, it is noted, seeing the ruffians wreak havoc, they are no less formidable than thugs robbing and pillaging. This implies that the corrupt officials of yore, who plundered the populace, were akin to thugs engaged in robbery. Eventually, the phrase thug robbery evolved into an idiom. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from downstairs. Yi Hang and the national security personnel had finally arrived. Indeed, the last to arrive were all law enforcement officers. Xiao Yu mused internally. Wait a moment, am I not a police officer myself now? How awkward. Chapter 51. Annihilation, Silencing, and the Hidden Puppet Master. What transpired? As Yi Hang and his subordinates rushed in, they were met with a gruesome sight of the deceased couple sprawled on the ground. Simultaneously, they noticed the bullet holes in the walls and the rustic handgun on the floor. What is the point of asking? Xiao Yu elongated his tone, nearly losing his life. You seem to be just fine, though? Yi Hang teased. If one could perish under such circumstances, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. The young man possessed remarkable dexterity, a fact Yi Hang had personally witnessed. Not to mention, based on Yi Hang's experience, this individual could easily overpower him threefold. While he spoke lightly, internally he sighed in relief. There were guns present. What good would it do to be skilled? If anything were to befall Xiao Yu, two enchanting figures flickered in Yi Hang's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Would he find himself at the mercy of his sister and Hua Qingwu? Let us proceed. Xiao Yu rose, instructing the national security personnel to detain the two suspects. As they ascended to the 7th floor, where suspect Qian Wei might be in peril, Yi Hang's expression abruptly shifted, casting a glance at the couple being carried away. His demeanor darkened as he hastened to follow Xiao Yu. On the 7th floor, before the door of Residence 701, Xiao Yu halted, his demeanor turning frigid. They were too late. Not only had they confirmed the presence of the suspect as scent on the doorknob, but the air seeping through the door also carried a metallic tang of blood. Two national security personnel dashed downstairs and returned moments later with a door ram. Together, they wielded the ram and struck the entrance. Bam! The security door was shattered. They entered the foyer and proceeded into the living room. Yi Hang and the others too detected the iron smell of blood. Within the living room lay two lifeless bodies, one male and one female, both middle-aged. They appeared to be a couple. Their hands, feet, and mouths were all bound with transparent tape. The male was none other than Qian Wei. The suspect Xiao Yu had come to investigate. With his acute hearing, Xiao Yu could no longer discern Qian Wei as heartbeat. Gazing at the gaping wound on the corpse's neck, blood continued to flow. The trachea and carotid artery had been completely severed. Xiao Yu recalled the attack in the stairwell by a man named Dehu, who wielded a dagger that reeked of blood when it was thrust toward him. As for the female corpse, her fatal injury also stemmed from a slit throat. Silencing? Yi Hang's countenance darkened significantly. His investigative experience was equally adept, and he immediately considered this possibility. How else could one explain the police discovering Qian Wei as a suspect in a massacre case? Had they not even managed to apprehend the individual before he was slain? Perhaps it was a case of silencing. Perhaps it was not. Furrowing his brows, Xiao Yu scrutinized the bodies. The two who had attacked him were indeed assassins. Assassins? Yi Hang's gaze flickered. Have we uncovered the mastermind behind this? A figure known as Ergo. Xiao Yu nodded, stating, before I could continue my interrogation, you all arrived. Yi Hang turned to a subordinate, who promptly departed. This was to pursue further questioning. Our initial analysis must have contained an error. Xiao Yu gazed at the two lifeless bodies. If this were merely a case of vendetta leading to the slaughter of an entire family, the scenario of silencing witnesses would not have arisen. Moreover, the individuals dispatched to eliminate them were a group who only recognized monetary gain, indicating that a contract killer had been hired. This suggested that Qian Wei and another crime scene cleaner. Yi Hang's expression grew increasingly cold. Tools? Tools are instruments exploited by others. This implied the presence of a hidden puppeteer. The extermination of the family and the subsequent silencing of witnesses were orchestrated by this unseen hand. It seemed that the other crime scene cleaner faced a similarly grim fate. Xiao Yu nodded. The planning of the massacre, followed by the orchestration of the silencing, painted a picture of a mastermind with considerable influence. Yi Hang's demeanor became progressively grave, knowing the crime scene cleaner and the hired killers, and being able to command them, indicated that this individual was formidable. The hired killers were one matter, but crime scene cleaners were in a high-paying profession. How much illicit liquor had they consumed to engage in such acts? Furthermore, crime scene cleaners possessed an acute awareness of criminality and the severe consequences that ensue. What methods had this puppeteer employed to ensure the compliance of the two crime scene cleaners? Let us first locate the second brother of the hired killers. Xiao Yu turned and noticed a national security officer entering the living room, simultaneously detecting the scent of blood emanating from him. Xiao Yu's blood. Xiao Yu's heart involuntarily raced. Although national security personnel are law enforcement officers, their methods are beyond the experience of ordinary individuals. Do not speak of civilized law enforcement in his previous life. Xiao Yu had heard tales. Those so-called spies would rather choose death than fall into the hands of national security. Consider why spies fear national security so profoundly that they would prefer death over capture. The answer is encapsulated in a well-known phrase, better dead than alive. It is said that any spy captured by security personnel has a 100 confession rate. Therefore, do not engage in wrongdoing. Falling into the hands of the police, facing sentencing or execution may still be considered fortunate. However, if targeted by national security, one might truly wish for death. Have you extracted the information? Yiheng's tone was casual. Yes. The subordinate grinned and nodded. Let us depart. Yiheng turned to Xiao Yu, grinning broadly. After you, my leader. Xiao Yu, are you trying to draw attention to yourself? Sometimes, one should refrain from claiming that others are mentally impaired. The implication is that one must possess a mind to begin with. Competent individuals thrive, while the inept retreat. Yiheng patted his junior's shoulder with sincerity. Your guidance is far more effective than mine. Of course, if you do not take the lead, there will be no credit to claim. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. Who among the police would shy away from accolades? Naturally, the prerequisite is to solve the case. So what are we waiting for? Xiao Yu chuckled softly and exited the living room first, followed closely by Yiheng and the national security personnel. As for the scene, leaving one individual to coordinate with the police for assistance was sufficient. Later, at 9 p.m., at the Muzang Lanwei nightclub in S-City, two business vehicles arrived at the entrance. The doors swung open. Dressed in a new set of casual attire, Xiao Yu descended from the business vehicle, followed closely by Yiheng and 6 personnel from the national security. At that moment, the sound of screeching brakes echoed as 4 armored vehicles and a military truck came to a halt. First, a contingent of fully armed special police officers leaped from the armored vehicles, followed by a group of armed paramilitary police who poured out of the military truck like dumplings. The 2 doormen and passers-by outside the nightclub were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. However, they were swiftly subdued to prevent any warning from being issued. Without needing instruction from Xiao Yu, Yiheng gestured towards the nightclub and issued orders to the commanders of the special police and paramilitary police to encircle the establishment, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. Should there be any violent attempts to breach or escape, force may be employed to subdue. Understood, responded a special police inspector and a paramilitary captain in unison. As the entire nightclub was surrounded by 20 special police officers and 100 paramilitary police, Xiao Yu and Yiheng proceeded towards the main entrance of the establishment. Chapter 52, Mischief Afoot. I'm not Ning Kaichen as Xiao Yu and Yiheng entered the nightclub. 2 special police officers swiftly approached the bar, subduing the 2 front desk attendants. The establishment spanned 4 floors. Yiheng, holding his mobile device, surveyed the interior layout. The first floor housed bathing facilities, the second floor featured a bar. The third floor was designated for karaoke, and the fourth floor offered massage services and guest rooms. The suspect, Sun Hai, known by the moniker Ergo, was the owner of the nightclub as well as a debt collection agency and a gang leader, commanding a crew of over 50 individuals, previously affiliated with organized crime. He had been attempting to launder his reputation in recent years. Intelligence from the police indicated that Sun Hai was entertaining friends in a private karaoke room on the 3rd floor that very evening, presenting an opportune moment for apprehension. As they spoke, the duo arrived at the elevator. Special police officers had already secured the stairwell. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Xiao Yu, Yiheng, and 6 national security personnel entered the elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they emerged, only to find 2 waitstaff about to greet them. Before they could utter a word, 2 handguns were pressed against their temples. Silence. Do not scream. Understood? A national security officer warned with an icy demeanor. The waitstaff trembled in sheer terror. 1 officer remained by the elevator while the others proceeded down the corridor. The elevator doors opened once more, revealing 8 special police officers who dashed into the hallway. 2 officers blocked the exits while 6 followed closely behind Xiao Yu and the others. The sounds of music and revelry echoed from the private rooms, interspersed with cries resembling the wails of spirits. Every few meters, a special officer stood guard. Suddenly, Xiao Yu halted, his gaze fixed on a particular room. Yi Heng signaled discreetly. One special officer burst through the door, followed closely by 2 others. Inside the room, a group of young men were laughing and drinking, approximately a dozen in total. They sported buzz cuts and tattoos, exuding a distinct aura of bravado. Upon sighting the 3 armed officers and the ominous barrels of their guns, their eyes widened in fear, expressions of panic etched on their faces. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng entered, exchanging a wordless glance, their expressions neutral. These individuals were undoubtedly underlings of the suspect Sun Hai. Controlling them would alleviate considerable complications. Exiting the room, the 2 made their way toward the targeted private room. After a few steps, they stood before the entrance of a large suite. Xiao Yu raised his hand to push the door open and stepped inside. The room was filled with music, and 3 men and 4 women occupied the sofas. However, to their dismay, the suspect Sun Hai was nowhere to be found. According to police intelligence, he had arrived at the nightclub just half an hour prior. Yi Heng remarked coldly, "He hasn't left. It's impossible for him to have done so." Xiao Yu turned his attention to the 7 individuals now under the control of the national security personnel. Among them were 4 women, clearly employees of the service industry, and 3 men, 2 sporting buzz cuts and tattoos, while 1 appeared more refined. "Police. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down," an officer commanded. The 4 women and the 2 tattooed men complied obediently, crouching down and trembling. Only the well-mannered middle-aged man remained unfazed, gazing at Xiao Yu and the others with an air of calm, leisurely inquiring, "Officer, what crime have we committed?" As one national security officer approached him, the tension in the air remained palpable. A resounding slap struck the face of a middle-aged man, sending him tumbling to the ground, handcuffed. When the police request your cooperation, it is prudent to comply, especially with national security agents who spare no leniency. In this country, such methods of enforcement are considered relatively gentle. In foreign lands, disobedience to police commands could result in dire consequences, perhaps even a bullet to the chest. What follows next? Yi Heng, with a troubled demeanor, glanced at Xiao Yu. The suspect, Sun Hai, must have caught wind of something and fled. Finding him again would prove to be quite the challenge. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, urging silence. "HM?" Yi Heng and the others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the younger man's behavior. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yu had entered a heightened state of awareness. Within the confines of the private room, he detected 8 distinct and pronounced scents. KTV rooms, bustling with patrons daily, inevitably carry a lang of human aromas. Yet, the residual body odors can be categorized as either faint or pungent. Through his olfactory discernment, Xiao Yu identified 8 distinct scents, 7 of which belonged to individuals present. But where had the 8th person gone? He directed his gaze towards the restroom within the room, following the scent step by step. This restroom had already been searched by national security personnel and was assuredly unoccupied. Upon opening the restroom door, Xiao Yu wrinkled his nose, momentarily frozen in place. The scent lingered, yet no one was there. Blinking, he examined the restroom walls and ceiling, finding no hiding places. "What are you up to, little brother?" Yi Heng inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "What nonsense, I'm not Ningkai-chen." Xiao Yu dismissed him, raising his hand to knock on the left wall. Then on the right, finally striking the wall near the squat toilet twice. In an instant, Xiao Yu's expression shifted. The wall echoed, indicating it was hollow. The beast form, bear strength, rhino defense. Bear strength endowed Xiao Yu with superhuman power, while rhino defense afforded him absolute protection. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yu raised his hand and unleashed a punch against the wall. A terrifying roar erupted. Under Yi Heng's astonished gaze, Xiao Yu's fist struck like a sledgehammer, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Cement, smoke, and debris flew in all directions. Xiao Yu grasped the edge of the opening, applying force to remove the wall. No. It was not merely a wall, it was a concealed door. Upon seeing the hidden entrance, Yi Heng's eyes sparkled, momentarily overlooking Xiao Yu's extraordinary strength. He drew his firearm, peering into the dark passage beyond the concealed door, ready to confront any unforeseen dangers. "Keep an eye on things for me," Xiao Yu instructed, his gaze fixed on the dark corridor as he stepped inside. "Hey, be careful," Yi Heng cautioned, tossing a deactivated handgun to Xiao Yu. "Got it." Securing the handgun, Xiao Yu ventured deeper into the pitch-black passage, moving cautiously. After traversing approximately 7 meters, he encountered a metallic door, specifically, a compact elevator door. This elevator is not a novel invention. Numerous compact residential models are available on the market. However, no one anticipated that a hidden elevator lurked within the nightclub. With a sudden surge of energy, Xiao Yu raised his thigh and delivered a powerful kick to the elevator door. Bang! Amidst the deafening roar, he unleashed all his strength. Nearly 2 tons of force propelled the metal door open, sending it crashing into the elevator shaft. Peering down, he found the interior of the shaft shrouded in darkness. Transforming into the beast form, Batwave, Xiao Yu opened his mouth, emitting waves of ultrasound. These sound waves, inaudible to the human ear, would reflect off any object they encountered. Like a pair of invisible eyes, they allowed him to see everything in their path with remarkable clarity. Utilizing this unique perception, Xiao Yu discerned the interior of the shaft. Approximately 13 or 14 meters below, he spotted the top cover of the elevator. Wait, Xiao Yu's mind began to calculate. He was situated on the 3rd floor of the KTV, with a height of around 11 to 12 meters. If he could only see the elevator's top cover at 13 or 14 meters, it indicated that the elevator had descended underground. This realization struck him with dread. Although the special police and armed police had surrounded the nightclub, they were only on the surface. The current circumstances suggested a troubling possibility. There might be an unknown secret passage beneath the nightclub. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he descended from a height of over 10 meters. Thud. His feet landed squarely on the elevator's top cover, which buckled under his weight, allowing him to plunge into the elevator's interior. With a swift motion, he grasped the elevator door and forcefully pulled it apart. As his feet hit the ground, he burst forth. Chapter 53. Terrifying moments. In the instant he burst forth from the elevator, Xiao Yu caught the scent of 2 individuals. Before him lay a pitch-black chamber, approximately 40 square meters in size. In the form of a beast, he was akin to a snake, red and powerful, naturally endowed with the ability to hunt using infrared thermal imaging. Any creature capable of emitting heat was detectable to him. At that moment, he discerned a tall, imposing crimson figure standing 2 meters away, brandishing what appeared to be a weapon aimed directly at him. In a heartbeat, Xiao Yu crouched low and lunged forward. The deafening crack of gunfire erupted. A bullet narrowly missed him. In the hazy dimness, he sprang upwards like a leopard, closing the distance to his adversary. Rising to his feet, he raised his hand. Before the foe could pull the trigger again, with a sharp crack, Xiao Yu's left hand seized the opponent's neck while his right gripped the waistband of the assailant's trousers. With a powerful heave, he lifted the sturdy figure, towering over 1.8 meters high into the air. Kneeling on one knee, he pulled the foe downwards. With a resounding snap, the opponent's spine collided with Xiao Yu's knee. The robust form crumpled, as if snapped like a mere twig, collapsing helplessly to the ground, convulsing. A fractured spine can induce respiratory distress and paralysis. The individual was fortunate to have survived the encounter. Even if he lived, he would be left utterly incapacitated. Xiao Yu stood, his expression icy, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Something was amiss. The figure before him was not Sun Hai. The scent did not match. Yet, he detected a familiar, potent aroma within the chamber, unmistakably belonging to Sun Hai, indicating that he had recently vacated the premises. Following the scent, Xiao Yu advanced towards a circular passageway approximately 1 meter in height, then swiftly entered. This narrow conduit permitted only a fully grown adult to crawl within. Once inside, Xiao Yu could distinctly smell Sun Hai's essence and heard faint rustling sounds ahead, suggesting movement. He had found his target. His eyes gleamed with determination as he propelled himself forward, crawling with the agility of a leopard. The sounds grew increasingly pronounced, and the scent intensified. 12 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, he was closing in. Suddenly, a primal instinct surged within him, the beastly form of the antelope. A chilling sense of danger enveloped him entirely. His pupils dilated, and a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, sending shivers down his spine. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. For there was no means to evade the impending peril. How could he escape within a 1-meter-high passage? With widened eyes, he instinctively shifted into the form of a snail. In that fleeting moment, his body seemed to soften, pressing against the ground. He became exceedingly thin, more than double the normal human width, utilizing the snail's unique ability to alter its form. At that precise instant, the sound of gunfire erupted ahead. A bullet grazed his scalp, sending a wave of cold sweat cascading down his back. He had narrowly escaped death just by a hair's breadth. Such was the nature of law enforcement. In the face of criminals, the specter of death looms every moment. Damn it! Xiao Yu was enraged, utterly losing his composure. With a swift motion, Yi Heng summoned his firearm into his hand, releasing the safety and chambering around with a single hand. Ability, King of Guns. Bang! A bullet erupted from the muzzle, piercing the wrist of the assailant. Ack! A cry of anguish resonated ahead. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Yu fired repeatedly, striking the adversary's legs and arms once more. The air filled with piercing wails, yet Xiao Yu had already holstered his weapon. The danger had been averted. As he hurriedly crawled forward, he beheld the writhing figure of the man, none other than the suspect Sun Hai. Without a trace of pity, he seized the shattered ankle of the man. Xiao Yu retreated, dragging the howling Sun Hai from the passageway. Simultaneously, within the elevator shaft, Yi Heng had already descended, accompanied by two special police officers. Their high-powered flashlight illuminated the room and the corridor. They observed Xiao Yu dragging Sun Hai out and discarding him onto the ground. "You are truly insane," Yi Heng remarked, scrutinizing Xiao Yu. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Of course," Xiao Yu replied, collapsing onto the ground, somewhat drained, not from fatigue, but from fear. Just moments ago in the corridor, he had come perilously close to death. How could he not be afraid? Why risk your life like this? Yi Heng crouched before him, his expression grave. "Because," Xiao Yu grinned, "I am a police officer." Yi Heng regarded him with newfound respect, fully convinced. Police officers are human too, yet not every officer dares to take risks as Xiao Yu does. "You seem to have earned the right to be my brother-in-law." Yi Heng's expression was serious and earnest as he gazed at the younger man before him. Xiao Yu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "In the future, temper those extraordinary traits of yours," Yi Heng cautioned. "Otherwise, I may have to report you to the special department." The thought was indeed terrifying. Xiao Yu's lips twitched. It was evident that Yi Heng was already aware of his numerous abnormalities. Did he truly think the National Security Agency was a joke? Had it not been for Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qing-wu's protection, he might not have escaped their grasp last time. With the two women safeguarding him, Xiao Yu had been somewhat reckless in using his system abilities lately. At this moment, Yi Heng was kindly reminding him, almost pointing a finger at his face, warning him not to overreach, for no one would be able to shield him from the consequences. Understood. Xiao Yu sighed in relief, his face beaming with a smile. Truthfully, without resorting to firearms, Yi Heng queried, "How many like me do you think you could take on? Do you want the honest answer?" Xiao Yu countered. "Of course," Yi Heng rolled his eyes. "Well," Xiao Yu chuckled, "I could take on 10. Yi Heng, what the hell?" Instantly feeling a twinge of jealousy, he urged, "Have you rested enough? Hurry up and solve the case." "All right," Xiao Yu replied with a smile as he rose to his feet. In that moment, the bond between the two men seemed to deepen. Such is the nature of men. Upon mutual acknowledgement, they become brothers. In a nightclub, within the confines of a private KTV room, the atmosphere had transformed into that of an interrogation chamber. It was the first time Xiao Yu witnessed the questioning methods employed by national security personnel, which could only be described in 8 words: brutally straightforward and mercilessly ruthless. During the interrogation, the suspect Sun Hai, who had already been struck by Xiao Yu 5 bullets, collapsed on 4 occasions, with one instance resulting in a fainting spell due to excruciating pain. This experience profoundly deepened Xiao Yu's understanding of the term cruelty. Half an hour later, the suspect Sun Hai recalled even the times he had wet his bed as a child. Everything he could remember, know, or had heard was confessed with utmost honesty. Through his testimony, it was revealed that someone had hired Sun Hai to silence others. The two parties communicated through a unique method of correspondence, the dark web. That individual served merely as an intermediary, accessible only when the other party initiated contact. As Xiao Yu had surmised, 3 days prior, Sun Hai's associates had murdered a crime scene cleaner. Today, his subordinates had eliminated the suspect Qian Wei and his wife, with a bounty of 1 million. Chapter 54. Do young people nowadays flaunt so much? It was 11 p.m. I found myself perplexed by the dark web. Sitting on the curb, Xiao Yu exhaled a plume of smoke and asked, "Do you have a way?" The suspect communicated through the dark web. To trace the intermediary, one must delve into the shadowy realm. Accessing the dark web is a convoluted endeavor, requiring specific software, configurations, and permissions. Those familiar with the dark web are well aware that it harbors nefarious activities. Due to its anonymity and concealment, it easily becomes a breeding ground for various crimes facilitated by the internet. Many young individuals, in their pursuit of thrill and curiosity, become ensnared, ultimately veering into unlawful conduct. Even if law enforcement could penetrate the dark web, the chances of dismantling it are exceedingly low. This is because it is virtually impossible to pinpoint the real IP addresses of its members or locate the servers hosting these platforms. Only by deciphering the encryption systems employed by the dark web and identifying the authentic node ports can one hope to uncover the true servers and the individuals sought after. The most disconcerting aspect is that there exists an overwhelming number of illicit dark webs globally, with less than 1/10 having been dismantled. Those who understand the gravity of this reality are acutely aware of its implications. My team utilized the login software of the suspect, Sun Hai, to access the dark web. Yet we could not establish contact with the intermediary, nor could we dismantle the dark web in the short term. Yi Heng, also exhaling smoke in frustration, shook his head, acknowledging our temporary impotence. Without dismantling the dark web, we could not locate the intermediary who had hired Sun Hai to commit murder, thus stalling the investigation. The trail had gone cold. Xiao Yu silently lamented that even the national security personnel were not omnipotent. If they were more effective, he mused, he would not have to expend so many brain cells. At that moment, a national security officer approached Yi Heng with a report. Chief, we've discovered a small lead, though its usefulness is uncertain. The case of the family massacre involved 4 victims. Guiyang, 38, was an ordinary employee who had resigned from his job 3 months prior and was unemployed. Yishuelan, 36, was a housewife and an online streamer. Their children, Gaming, 11, and Guchang, 6, were also victims. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Guiyang had earned a modest income of around 3,000 per month. Yishuelan's work as a streamer also yielded minimal financial gain. However, inquiries into their relatives indicated that the family's lifestyle had dramatically improved in recent months, indulging in lavish meals and frequently purchasing luxury items. A review of bank records unveiled that the couple had a mass savings of 420,000, which was inconsistent with their income, leading to questions regarding the origins of their wealth. We also investigated the elder daughter, Goming. A classmate recounted that Goming always had an abundance of pocket money, often buying snacks and toys. When asked why her family was so affluent, Goming had replied that her parents made money easily and proudly claimed that she and her brother helped their parents earn. However, when her classmates inquired how she assisted, Goming remained tight-lipped. The national security personnel concluded their report. There lies a conundrum. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng exchanged glances. Through the information gathered during their investigation, 3 points of suspicion emerged. Firstly, the origin of the mysterious wealth. Money does not appear without reason. According to the law of exchange, to gain something, one must relinquish something of equal value. For instance, to acquire riches, individuals must invest their sweat, efforts, intellect, time, and freedom. Thus, what did the victim's family sacrifice in return? Secondly, the feedback from the victim's relatives. When an individual achieves prosperity, there is an irresistible urge to showcase their success before parents, relatives, and friends, deriving both psychological and emotional gratification. The sudden affluence of the victim's family of 4 also raises a pertinent question. This wealth arrived swiftly, indicative of a sudden windfall. Thirdly, Guming stated that she and her younger brother would assist their parents in earning money. Given their extravagant spending habits, Guming's assertions carry significant credibility. It can be postulated that some of the money was indeed earned by her, which might explain her pride in front of her classmates. However, a pressing question arises. How can an 11-year-old girl and a 6-year-old boy possibly aid their parents in financial matters? Suddenly, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng spoke in unison, exclaiming, "A secret." At that moment in the capital, Xiao Yu inquired of Yi Heng if the victim's family harbors secrets, with even the neighbors aware of their hauntings. Why do they not simply relocate? The answer is money. Only money could compel some individuals to risk everything. Marx once proclaimed that with a 50% profit margin, humanity would dare to take risks. Should profits soar to 100%, individuals would brave the gallows. When profits reach 500%, humanity would trample all else. In the face of wealth, do ghosts really hold any significance? Moreover, do ghosts even exist? Xiao Yu's expression began to shift. The 11-year-old girl, Gomeng, had been attending school normally prior to her demise. How could a girl supposedly terrified by ghosts nonchalantly purchase snacks and display pride before her classmates? Should she not be trembling in fear? It seems our investigative direction may have been misguided. Gazing at the starless night sky, Xiao Yu murmured, clearly, "A family of 4 has fallen victim, yet we have bypassed crucial aspects in our pursuit of the perpetrator. Is this not rather foolish?" Yi Heng, bewildered, questioned, "Is it wrong to directly pursue the killer?" How can that be foolish? Xiao Yu replied, every cause has its effect. We ought to seek the cause. What drives the murderer to annihilate an entire family? It appears that once we uncover the cause, the effect will reveal itself. Do you have a plan? Yi Hang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At this moment, to admit I have none would surely invite a reprimand. Xiao Yu grimaced, I currently lack a solution, but I am willing to search for one. However, I am merely a novice officer. Do not expect too much from me. But I have high hopes for you. Yi Hang exclaimed, throwing an arm around Xiao Yu's shoulders. Anyone capable of staying at my sister's house is certainly no weakling, right? Could you refrain from mentioning my sister? Xiao Yu winced. You are with national security. Where has your sophistication gone? I am a person of principles. Beauty is merely ephemeral to me. Yet, I desire that ephemerality. Your words unmistakably convey a sense of disdain towards the national security. Yi Hang chuckled, if you fail to solve this case, I shall have to return home and inform my parents that a wild man has taken residence with my sister. Can you imagine their reactions? Are you so oblivious that your parents are unaware of your behavior? Xiao Yu nearly succumbed to the urge to silence him. Yet, upon recalling that the other party was Yi Qiuchan's elder brother, he discreetly sheathed his metaphorical dagger. Nothing more needed to be said. Xiao Yu, with utmost seriousness, declared, I firmly believe that with great power comes great responsibility. In the pursuit of maintaining societal order and ensuring global peace, I am willing to exhaust all my resources to solve this case. Yi Hang responded, is this how the youth of today conduct themselves? Chapter 55. The CPU is cut off in the slum area of S City. The scene of a massacre unfolds. To my astonishment, all the investigation yielded was a profound sense of futility. Xiao Yu stepped into the courtyard, only to find himself back at the starting point. Was it truly for naught? Yi Hang did not share this sentiment. At the very least, he discerned that it was not the work of ghosts. He had identified several suspects, dismantled a gang, and uncovered an intermediary, revealing the presence of a hidden mastermind. The next steps rested upon your shoulders. The young detective's prowess in solving cases was beyond question. He had now acclimated to being a tool in this endeavor. Wherever Xiao Yu pointed, he followed. One must possess self-awareness. Feigning knowledge when one is ignorant is the height of folly. Since the investigation had circled back to the beginning, it was imperative to start anew from that point. Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened. Ghosts? How did the police ascertain that the victim's residence was haunted? Firstly, it was the 11-year-old victim, Gomeng, who reported the incident. Secondly, through the interviews with neighboring residents, it became apparent that Gomeng's report was dubious, likely fabricated through a recording. So, how did the neighbors come to believe that the victim's home was haunted? The findings from the national security investigation were as follows. 1. Some neighbors heard the victim's family screaming in the dead of night, claiming there are ghosts. 2. Children from the nearby slum had heard rumors of hauntings and, under the cover of darkness, snuck into the victim's yard to spy. Witnessing ghostly flames emanating from the windows and seeing Guming and her brother Gachong covered in blood. 3. As rumors spread, they became embellished and distorted, leading nearby residents to genuinely believe in the hauntings. Humans possess a remarkable trait. They love to gossip. The essence of gossip lies in sharing the distorted narratives they have conjured in their minds. The greatest fear of humanity springs from these very fabrications. And thus, the specters emerged. 3 questions arose. Standing in the living room, Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. Ghostly flames? The blood on the children? The midnight screams of terror? Creating ghostly flames is relatively simple, based on the principles of phosphorescence. Yi Hang scoffed. The elements carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen are involved, as any chemistry teacher would explain. As for the blood on the children, it must be a ruse. Otherwise, why would the 11-year-old daughter be able to attend school normally during the day? Regarding the midnight screams, Yi Hang pondered. Who in their right mind would scream about ghosts in the dead of night, merely entertaining themselves? Entertaining oneself, a fitting term, perhaps refrain from using it next time. Xiao Yu quirked a smile, recalling an important detail. The victim, He Xuelan, was not only a housewife but also a streamer? Yi Hang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In this day and age, streamers would stop at nothing for views. Some broadcast themselves jumping into the sea, others engage in bizarre acts with their pets, and some even partake in the most grotesque challenges. There are no limits to what these streamers might do for attention. Is it conceivable that the victim, He Xuelan, fabricated a ghostly presence in her home for the sake of attracting viewers and generating income? The national security personnel promptly commenced their investigation. As a result, the live streams of the victim, He Xuelan, were rather lukewarm. attracting only dozens to hundreds of viewers each time, with no content related to ghosts. In recent months, she has ceased her broadcasts altogether. Upon discovering this, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng were left puzzled, realizing that something was amiss. The husband had resigned from his job, leaving them without any income, with the wife's live streaming failing to gain traction and ultimately stopping altogether. It would ordinarily pose a significant challenge for a family without a source of income to afford basic necessities. Yet, paradoxically, the victim's family boasted savings exceeding 400,000. Relatives were well aware that the victim's family lived in affluence. But how did this wealth come to be? The National Security Bureau continued its investigation, yet yielded no further leads. They only uncovered that the victim, Guyang, had made 5 cash deposits at a bank ATM over the past 4 months, each time amounting to 100,000. Cash. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered, suggesting that the source of this unexplained wealth had indeed entered the victim's hands in cash form. It seemed likely. Yi Heng nodded in agreement. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. It is common knowledge that in today's world, online transactions are exceedingly convenient, and individuals seldom carry cash or make cash payments while out and about. One can traverse the world with merely a smartphone, not to mention the challenges associated with large sums of cash circulation. The victim, Guyang, had consecutively deposited 500,000 in cash at the ATM within 4 months, rendering the suspicious circumstances glaringly apparent. Investigate where the suspect's family frequently visited. Xiao Yu commanded. The national security personnel mobilized the city police to assist in the inquiry. A day swiftly passed, and the results of the investigation were unexpectedly surprising. The victim couple was exceedingly reclusive, rarely venturing outside. They preferred online shopping and takeout, only occasionally taking evening strolls, with a single record of travel. Beyond this, there were no irregularities. This was troubling. Xiao Yu shook his head, reiterating that money could not simply materialize, especially not 50,000. Yet, there appeared to be no anomalies. Yi Heng felt a throbbing headache. The findings had clearly overwhelmed his analytical faculties. There must be some irregularity. We simply have not yet identified it. Xiao Yu's tone was resolute. Solving a case requires peeling back layers and uncovering those elusive details. One must not jump to conclusions prematurely. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, allowing his mind to operate like an overloaded CPU, racing through possibilities. In this tragic incident, there were 2 conspicuous leads. 1, the haunting events. 2, the source of the funds. In truth, the haunting was evidently a fabrication, yet the reasons behind it remained unclear. Was someone masquerading as a ghost to frighten this family, or were they themselves playing the role of the ghost? Further investigation was imperative. As for the source of the funds, it certainly did not appear from thin air. The victim's family was quite reclusive, engaging in online shopping and takeout, rarely stepping outside. But if they did not venture out, could the money have been delivered to their doorstep? No, the national security investigators have already dismissed that possibility. Any individuals who might have visited, such as delivery personnel or couriers, have been ruled out. It can be confirmed that the money was not delivered to the door. Since it was not delivered, it must have been collected by the victim's family. So where did they go to retrieve it? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Xiao Yu's mind, as if a bolt of lightning had pierced through. His consciousness seemed to be jolted by something. Xiao Yu abruptly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Home, it could signify laziness. Such individuals rarely venture out on foot." Moreover, the victim's household does not possess a vehicle. Despite their affluence, they would likely utilize taxis or ride-hailing services for transportation. Investigate the recent months' records of the victim's family's taxi and ride-hailing activities. Upon hearing these words from his younger colleague, Yi Heng's eyes instantly sparkled with realization, directing his subordinates to conduct an inquiry. Soon, they uncovered the travel records of the victim couple. Notably, the victim Guyang exhibited 5 suspicious ride-hailing records, each occurring once a month, with trips to the bank for deposits. Additionally, the victim He Shualan also had 5 such anomalous ride-hailing trips, all on the day before or a few days prior to Guyang's bank visits, and each ride was to a particular shopping mall. Joy spread across the faces of Xiao Yu and Yi Heng. They had found a vital clue. Chapter 56. Tracing the source at 9 a.m. In a shopping mall in City S, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng stood before a row of storage lockers. These lockers operated on a coin or QR code system, providing convenience for patrons wishing to temporarily stow their belongings. The mall's surveillance footage could be retained for 25 days. It had been 17 days since the victim, He Shualan, had entered the mall and approached the lockers to retrieve a handbag, suspected to contain cash. Through meticulous scrutiny of the surveillance, it was discovered that the handbag had been deposited by a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age. Utilizing facial recognition technology, we identified the suspect. After the report from the national security personnel, one of them gestured toward a young man in handcuffs. The boy's pallid face appeared drained of color, his eyes wide and filled with terror. "Tell me, who instructed you to place the handbag in the mall's storage locker 17 days ago?" Xiao Yu inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon the boy. "What was the time, location, and the gender of the individual?" "It was an older man," the boy stammered, glancing nervously at Xiao Yu. "It was in the morning. I was passing by the mall after leaving a friend's house. That man stopped me and asked me to help him place the handbag in the locker. After I printed the code receipt and handed it to him, he gave me 100 yuan. Xiao Yu scrutinized the boy's facial expressions. His anxiety and fear were palpable, yet he appeared truthful. It seemed the boy was aware of the mall surveillance system. Yiheng's expression darkened as he remarked on the cunningness of the method. "Has the surveillance footage from the Skynet been retrieved?" Xiao Yu inquired. Every city is equipped with numerous surveillance cameras, with coverage exceeding 60. Streets, alleys, and areas with dense foot traffic are all monitored. In the event of an incident, police alerts, or anomalies, video footage can be accessed. Nowadays, this surveillance is augmented by AI technology and facial recognition capabilities. Anyone captured within the camera's view can be identified through a comprehensive database, swiftly revealing the identity of any suspected individuals. Should a crime occur under the watchful eye of the Skynet, the chances of escape are minimal, unless one retreats to a location devoid of surveillance, such as a remote forest. Otherwise, capture is inevitable. When the national security personnel retrieved the Skynet footage near the mall, they identified the suspect, a male approximately 173 meters tall, slender, likely between the ages of 25 and 35. However, the individual was obscured by a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, dressed in an overcoat, effectively concealing his appearance. While facial recognition is indeed impressive, it requires a visible face. At this juncture, Yiheng sighed, realizing they could not ascertain the true identity. "Then we shall continue the search," Xiao Yu said with a cold smile. "We will trace the individual through the Skynet footage. Although his face is obscured, we can still follow his movements based on the surveillance data. This process would prove arduous, necessitating the retrieval of extensive footage for meticulous examination." The national security investigators continued their inquiries into the night. The complete trajectory of the suspect has been meticulously traced, encompassing both forward and backward movements. From the moment the suspect appeared within the surveillance perspective of the shopping mall, his arrival and subsequent departure routes have been meticulously documented. Both directions have been captured through a comprehensive review of the surveillance footage. In reverse chronology, the suspect took a suburban bus to enter S City. Upon disembarking, he hailed a taxi to the mall, where he intercepted a young boy and instructed him to deposit a handbag into a storage locker. After receiving the ticket with the locker code from the boy, he departed in a taxi. In the forward sequence, the suspect then traveled to another shopping center, where he seemingly vanished. Vanished? Xiao Yu found it amusing. How could a living person disappear from a shopping mall? This task has been entrusted to us. Yiheng also smiled, understanding that surveillance, investigation, and tracking are our forte in national security. Engaging in a game of hide and seek with our personnel is nothing short of comical. The night was deepening, the clock striking 11. In the women's clothing section of a mall on the third floor in S City, Xiao Yu and Yiheng wore stern expressions as they surveyed the boutique before them. Following an investigation by national security agents, it was determined that the suspect had entered the mall and proceeded to the women's section, after which all trace of him vanished. The area where the suspect disappeared coincided with a blind spot in the mall surveillance system, indicating the suspect possessed exceptional counter-surveillance skills. He must have previously scouted the area. Aware of the absence of cameras, scouting, a term familiar in criminal investigation, refers to a suspect's premeditated examination of a location to prepare for an impending crime. It is evident he was well acquainted with the mall's layout, even knowing where surveillance was lacking. Xiao Yu's expression turned icy as he accepted the tablet from Yiheng, which displayed footage from outside the blind spot, retrieved by national security personnel. Hiding in a blind spot is not a cause for concern, as a living person cannot remain concealed indefinitely. He needs to eat, drink, relieve himself, and rest. Through the footage, Xiao Yu confirmed the suspect's entry into the surveillance blind spot. Numerous individuals entered and exited the monitored areas, yet the suspect was conspicuously absent. Indeed, he had vanished. Have we compared the number of individuals, attire, and other details? Xiao Yu inquired while scrutinizing the footage. Comparisons have been made, Yi Heng replied, shaking his head. There were no disguises or changes in attire. What comparisons? The count of individuals entering the blind spot. Every person can be accounted for through surveillance, and thus the number exiting must match. If their facial features, clothing, height, and physique are all consistent, we can ascertain whether the suspect could have escaped in disguise. This reasoning may elude the average person, but it is second nature to national security. Since we have established that the suspect did not employ disguises, makeup, or other deceptive means to exit, it can only imply that he utilized some other, yet unknown, method to evade capture. What means could be employed? Xiao Yu lifted his gaze towards the blind spot, where only two shops were visible. One was a branded store, equipped with surveillance cameras. The national security personnel had already conducted an investigation and found no trace of the suspect. This merely indicated that the suspect had entered the other shop. Quite fortuitously. This clothing store lacked any monitoring devices. Upon entering the shop, the group searched every conceivable location, yet no hiding places or escape routes were uncovered. The suspect had seemingly vanished from the surveillance blind spot, perhaps disappearing from the very shop before them. How could this be achieved? In his beast form, Eagle Eye. Xiao Yu's eyes underwent a transformation, his penetrating gaze sharp as a blade. He commenced a meticulous examination of the entire store. As he moved, his line of sight shifted inch by inch. After inspecting the floor, he turned his attention to the ceiling. Suddenly, while standing in the changing room, Xiao Yu's pupils rapidly constricted. His eyes fixated intently on a ceiling panel above him, where he noticed a discrepancy in color within a gap. A smirk appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He had found it. Chapter 57. The most dreaded foe with a sharp mind. Is this where he fled? Yi Heng gazed at the ceiling panel, immediately discerning the situation. Ladder, Xiao Yu ordered. A national security officer hurried away, returning with a ladder a few minutes later. Donning gloves, Xiao Yu ascended the ladder to closely examine the panel. Through the eagle eye perspective, he clearly discerned several fingerprints. In an outdoor environment, fingerprints typically degrade and vanish within a week. However, if they are imprinted on surfaces such as mirrors, plastic, or smooth materials, they can remain visible for over 15 days, or even longer. The ceiling panel, composed of aluminum composite material, featured a smooth surface, so the fingerprints, even if aged beyond 15 days, were still discernible. Xiao Yu pushed aside the panel overhead, removed it, and handed it to the personnel below, indicating the presence of fingerprints. At that moment, his upper body was immersed within the suspended ceiling. The metallic framework was coated in a thick layer of dust, and traces of footprints were also visible, suggesting someone had traversed the metal framework. The evidence indicated that the footprints had not been there for more than a month, coinciding closely with the suspect's disappearance 17 days prior. Indeed, this was the correct location. Informing those below, Xiao Yu climbed onto the metal framework, following the footprint step by step. After traversing approximately 20 meters, the footprints ceased. Lowering his head for a meticulous inspection, he noticed a panel that bore signs of having been moved. He reached out, flipped the panel, and leapt down. His feet landed as softly as a cat's, touching the ground with grace. Before him stood the entrance to the building's emergency exit, conveniently located within a surveillance blind spot. What a clever calculation! Xiao Yu felt a tinge of admiration for the suspect. It was evident that the suspect had utilized the internal environment of the mall and two surveillance blind spots to execute a counter-surveillance escape. Both experience and awareness of counter-surveillance were essential. The most formidable adversaries were those endowed with intellect. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. If the opponent possessed a strong awareness of counter-surveillance, they would undoubtedly avoid normal exits. Such routes were too conspicuous and would leave behind telltale signs. The suspect was not merely contending against one or two individuals, but rather a formidable, relentless machine of force, necessitating utmost caution. Even venturing through unconventional escape routes as he analyzed the criminal psychology of his adversary, Xiao Yu descended the emergency exit, the second floor, then the first, and finally the underground parking lot. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings of the parking area and soon spotted a surveillance camera. The camera's angle captured the parking spaces and vehicular pathways. If one were to walk past it, they would be captured on footage within 5 meters. Given the suspect's capabilities, he would surely avoid the camera's view. Xiao Yu scanned the vicinity. To evade surveillance while making an escape, what strategy should he employ? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ground, where he spotted a drainage cover. The cover lay within a 4-meter radius, conveniently situated in a blind spot of the surveillance. He approached the cover swiftly, crouching down for a closer examination. Through the eagle-eye perspective, he discerned that the cover had been tampered with. Xiao Yu reached down to lift the manhole cover, peering into the depths below. Indeed, a cold smile spread across his face as he observed the footprints imprinted on the ground. "Let me handle this," came Yi Heng's voice from behind. Xiao Yu shook his head and leaped down. The drainage pipe stood approximately 1.5 meters high. Bent over, he advanced, tracking the footprints. After traversing about 30 meters, he discerned the connection to the urban drainage network. Such networks are ubiquitous in every city, designed to prevent flooding by facilitating water drainage. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Yu plunged directly into the urban drainage channel. Continuing to follow the footprints, he entered another pipeline. Eventually, he arrived at the location where the suspect's footprints ceased, looking up to find another manhole cover. He pushed it aside and emerged halfway to inspect his surroundings, revealing yet another underground parking lot. A notorious fugitive. Xiao Yu mused internally as he crawled out of the pipe and surveyed the area. He confirmed that the parking lot was beneath a residential complex. He also spotted a surveillance camera, perfectly positioned to capture his presence. A moment of oversight. Xiao Yu chuckled and shook his head. If the suspect had emerged from here, he would undoubtedly have been recorded by the camera. 20 minutes later, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng stood in the property security room, where national security personnel were retrieving surveillance footage from 17 days prior. The timestamp read, 10:43 a.m. 17 days ago. Suddenly, the manhole cover in the parking lot flipped open, and a figure swiftly emerged. The individual was clad in a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Unmistakably the suspect. The footage revealed the suspect hastily exiting the parking lot. Additional internal surveillance captured him leaving the complex and hailing a taxi. External city surveillance then recorded the taxi as it drove away. Tracing the vehicle's route, they discovered it exited the city and entered the suburbs. An hour later, the taxi driver was brought before Xiao Yu. 17 days ago, around noon, did you have a passenger who left the city? Xiao Yu inquired. The taxi driver struggled to recall but nodded, affirming the presence of a peculiar individual who seemed as though he had crawled from the sewers. Indeed, he did emerge from the sewers. Xiao Yu pressed on. Where did you drop him off? The driver replied, I found it quite strange and memorable. I initially took him to the suburbs, and after he paid, I was turning the car around to head back to the city when I noticed, in the rearview mirror, that the foul-smelling passenger had entered another vehicle. This car was also heading into the city. At that moment, I thought to myself, why would he take a taxi out of the city? However, the driver's words elicited a peculiar expression from Xiao Yu and his team. Counter-surveillance, to evade tracking, confuse the police, and execute a clever maneuver. Can you remember the license plate? Xiao Yu asked. Of course I can. The reason I find it so memorable is precisely because of the license plate. The taxi driver's face bore a peculiar smile as the license plate number, SB 745, was mentioned. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. SB. Foolish? 745. Infuriating? Foolish and infuriating? Such a license plate is hard to forget. The vehicle's registration and owner information were promptly retrieved. The suspect, Zhou Jun, 31 years old, a resident of S City. Night, 2:12 a.m. S City, a certain residential complex. A group of special police and armed police silently surrounded the area. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng entered the complex. Arriving at the foot of a residential building, the arrest operation commenced. This time, let me take the lead, Yi Heng insisted, leading the team into the building. Has my brother finally grown weary of playing the role of a mere tool? Xiao Yu chuckled and shook his head, standing below to await their return. Little did he know, 5 minutes later, a sudden explosion sounded as a window on the 4th floor shattered. A figure leaped from the broken window. Xiao Yu remarked, what a coincidence. Did you jump out to relieve yourself? Chapter 58. Am I too innocent? With a resounding thud, a figure crashed into the greenery. Upon hitting the ground, the individual sprang up instantaneously, fleeing in a frantic manner. The area was adorned with cone flowers, resilient plants that could grow up to 1-2 meters. Capable of enduring cold and drought, densely packed together. The fall onto this patch of cone flowers provided a degree of cushioning, otherwise, the height from the 4th floor, over 10 meters above ground, could have resulted in serious injury, if not death. After running a few steps, he encountered a tall figure standing before him. The latter's expression darkened at once. Without pausing his stride, he attempted to bypass the individual. Next time, refrain from jumping off buildings. After all, you cannot escape. The tall figure spoke with a teasing tone. The other halted, his face frozen in shock. slowly turning his neck to gaze at the figure, standing at 185 meters. With striking features and captivating deep-set eyes resembling two stars in the night sky, the figure exuded an aura of wisdom and coldness, fixating his calm gaze upon him. "Zhou Jun?" Xiao Yu inquired with a smile. The other, approximately 7 meters tall, was muscular, with thick brows and large eyes. This operation aimed to apprehend the driver who had transported the suspect, the owner of the SB 745 license plate, none other than the man before him, Zhou Jun. A gentle breeze swept through the community, tousling Xiao Yu's hair and causing him to squint. At that moment, Zhou Jun suddenly charged at him, throwing a punch aimed at his face. He knows how to fight. Xiao Yu chuckled. The punch targeted his chin, which, if struck, could transmit a shock to the brain, potentially leading to temporary dysfunction, a concussion, or even unconsciousness. Zhou Jun's punch was executed with remarkable precision, indicating prior training. However, for Xiao Yu, endowed with the skill of a martial arts expert, Zhou Jun's attack was no different from mere showy moves. With a muted bang, Xiao Yu's palm intercepted the incoming fist. In the next instant, his body soared into the air, using Zhou Jun's fist as leverage. He executed a lateral sweep with his thigh, connecting with Zhou Jun's jaw. In midair, Xiao Yu performed a graceful maneuver, landing deftly on the ground, calmly observing as Zhou Jun plummeted to the earth as if struck by a truck. Thud! Zhou Jun's body hit the ground with a thump. At that moment, Yi Heng and others rushed out of the residential building, while the surrounding SWAT officers also made their retreat. "This isn't my fault," Xiao Yu remarked. Gesturing toward the unconscious Zhou Jun, "He jumped right into my path. I genuinely did not intend to capture him. Next time, remember to hold back your bravado." Yi Heng grimaced, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Do you realize? Our presence in this case has been woefully minimal. Xiao Yu has been the one orchestrating everything. We, a whole team of national security personnel, have felt like mere tools. Who would have thought that in the pursuit of an individual, he would leap from a building to escape? The situation was already dire, but you had the audacity to confront Xiao Yu directly. Do you realize how this makes our national security appear utterly incompetent?" Xiao Yu's lips quivered with barely contained rage. "I am a police officer, rigorously trained to maintain composure, no matter how absurd the circumstances." Cuckoo. At the residence of the suspect, Zhou Jun, who lives alone and is currently unconscious, national security personnel were lifting him onto the floor. With a swift motion, Yi Heng, in polished shoes, delivered a sharp kick to Zhou Jun's armpit. A visceral agony jolted Zhou Jun awake, eliciting a pained scream as he realized he could not move. His hands and feet were bound with police restraints. "Tell me." Yi Heng inched closer to Zhou Jun, his expression cold and unyielding. "Where is the person you picked up on the outskirts of the city 17 days ago?" Zhou Jun, pale as a ghost, stared at Yi Heng in terror. Yet, his eyelids drooped, and he resolutely sealed his lips, refusing to respond. "Huh," Yi Heng scoffed, relishing the defiance radiating from Zhou Jun. "Do continue to resist." Rising to his feet, he glanced at his subordinates. Two national security agents approached Zhou Jun with smiles and promptly seized him, dragging him into the bedroom. Xiao Yu produced a cigarette and offered it to Yi Heng. Suddenly, a chilling wail pierced the air from the bedroom, lasting but a fleeting second before abruptly ceasing. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore the sound. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Often, the means of illumination prove ineffective. National security operates like a cadre of apostles wandering in the shadows, diligently sacrificing for the country and its people. It is a grim statistic. The abnormal death rate for frontline police is 1.2, while anti-drug officers face a staggering 4.9. Yet the abnormal death rate for national security special forces soars to 8.9, nearly double that of their anti-drug counterparts. Who truly understands how or why these individuals perish? In this world, there is no such thing as tranquil times. For the nation's stability and the people's safety, there are always those who bear the burden in silence. Have you ever considered following your older brother into this line of work? Yi Heng, exhaling smoke, gazed intently at Xiao Yu. This was the second time he had broached the subject of joining national security. No, Xiao Yu shook his head resolutely. Protecting the homeland and serving the nation far surpasses mere crime fighting in nobility. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. Yet, having lived 2 lives as an officer, he could not relinquish his deep-seated convictions. He merely wished to be an ordinary policeman, continuing his fight against crime. If fate permitted, he aspired to marry, have children, and live a joyful life. Was this desire too much to ask? Humph, you can't let go of your soft comforts, can you? Yi Heng shot a glare at Xiao Yu while eyeing the cigarette in his hand. I haven't even had a chance to smoke the state-provided cigars, and you indulge daily? This younger brother was truly incorrigible. Hey, Xiao Yu chuckled sheepishly, feeling a twinge of guilt. The cigarette was a gift from Yichio-chan. In a twist of fate. While his elder brother had yet to partake, he, the sworn younger brother, was enjoying it daily. How would one feel if a sister treated another man better than her own brother? Wouldn't that ignite a sense of frustration? With a cigarette in his mouth, Yi Hong unceremoniously snatched the cigarette box from his younger companion's hand and tucked it into his own pocket, also pilfering the lighter. Xiao Yu exclaimed, "Are you a dog? I've never encountered such shamelessness." Indeed, I was too naive. Half an hour later, a national security officer emerged from the bedroom, his palm dripping with blood. Both Xiao Yu and Yi Hong turned their gazes towards him in unison. The officer's expression was grim. There had been dark web crimes. Xiao Yu asked in disbelief, "What?" Yi Hong echoed his confusion. The officer continued, gritting his teeth, "Someone is exploiting the dark web to broadcast live killings. The entire process of a family of 4 being slaughtered in this massacre was streamed live on the dark web, with the intent to profit." Xiao Yu's eyes glinted with icy fury, his murderous intent flickering ominously, his face resembling a winter frost. Yi Hong's visage also contorted in a grotesque display of rage, his furious gaze flashing like 2 sharp swords. Some individuals truly do not deserve to live. Chapter 59, The So-Called Truth. According to the suspect, Zhou Jun. A year ago, a friend from an online game contacted him, promising lucrative opportunities. At that time, Zhou Jun was unemployed and readily agreed. Subsequently, the individual sent him software to access the dark web. Being a novice to this clandestine realm, Zhou Jun was initially taken aback by the shocking content he encountered. He witnessed a myriad of criminal activities on dark websites, including arms trafficking, organ sales, and even contract killings. The most profitable aspect of the dark web, however, was live streaming, an array of bizarre and gruesome broadcasts that sent chills down one's spine. For instance, live murder broadcasts. Listening to the report from the national security personnel, Xiao Yu and Yi Hong furrowed their brows. Many had heard whispers of the dark web's unfathomable nature, such as the infamous Red Room incident, which had sent shockwaves across the globe. This incident detailed a group of unidentified perpetrators committing unspeakable acts in a crimson room, challenging the very limits of humanity. What was most shocking was that these criminals broadcasted their acts live. For a fee, viewers could tune in and even direct the proceedings. Should one spend sufficiently, they might even be invited to participate personally. The Red Room incident involved 6 full live streams, with a staggering financial involvement of $32 million. Yes, you heard correctly, over 30 million. To watch a stream, one needed only $20. Across 6 events, they averaged over 5 million in earnings per stream, with online viewership exceeding 20,000 at peak times. Of course, this was merely a quintessential case of the dark web. The current case also pertained to the dark web and involved live murder broadcasts. Through Zhou Jun's testimony, it was revealed that this dark web was operated by his friend, boasting a membership of over 150,000. Zhou Jun began working for this acquaintance, assuming the role of a security guard on the dark web. His friend valued him for his background in boxing and mixed martial arts, as well as his physical prowess. He was often tasked with various assignments, such as surveilling individuals, participating in illicit transactions, and escorting people. Additionally, this case involved 2 crime scene cleaners, who were also members of the dark web. Zhou Jun disclosed that there was a dedicated section for live broadcasts on the dark web, hosting a murder live stream every 3 months. The victim of this massacre, He Shualan, was a dark web streamer. However, her previous earnings were modest, ranging from 5 to 10,000 per month. One day, during a live stream, an unusual incident occurred at her home. Her eldest daughter, in a playful spirit, used her makeup to transform her younger brother into a little ghost. As she stealthily dashed past He Shualan during the live broadcast, she startled the audience, which subsequently boosted the stream's popularity. He Shualan and her husband Guyang began to deliberately feign a haunting in their home, occasionally involving their children in meticulously orchestrated supernatural events to attract members and generate profit. On the 17th, Zhou Jun indeed apprehended a suspect in the suburbs of S City. This individual was not the principal perpetrator of the case, but rather a financier for the dark web, tasked with delivering funds to select dark web members. For instance, the victim He Shualan could apply for a withdrawal on the dark web after earning a total of 100,000 yuan from her live broadcasts, and a designated person would be responsible for delivering the cash to a specified location. The reason the family of four encountered tragedy was due to the dark web selecting them as targets. It was previously mentioned that this dark web conducted murder live streams every 3 months to entice members. The victim's family became prey. All of this was orchestrated by Xiao Yu's friend, the owner of the dark web. On the day of the murder live stream, there would be 3 auctions for the command authority. Members who won the auction would gain the power to direct the killings, which the assassins would carry out according to the commands. For example, they might be instructed to kill the victim's family and dismember their bodies. Another scenario could involve dismembering the victim couple and their 6-year-old son to form a grotesque figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ultimately, one commander instructed the assassin to skin the 11-year-old victim, gouge out their eyes, and nail them to the ceiling. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yu stood before a bus stop, observing the bus stop sign. Based on the information provided by the suspect Xiao Yu on the 17th, after the dark web financier was dropped off here, he vanished. A national security officer handed Xiao Yu a tablet. The tablet contained surveillance footage from the city Skynet for the area, dated 17 days prior. Analyzing the video, it became evident that the dark web financier had indeed disappeared at the bus stop that day. Disappearing act again? Xiao Yu scoffed as he scrutinized the footage. On the 17th at 12:16 p.m., the suspect exited Xiao Yu's vehicle, standing at the bus stop, appearing to wait for a bus. Approximately 6 minutes later, a bus arrived, obstructing the view of the surveillance camera. Once the bus departed, the suspect was nowhere to be seen. Did he leave on the bus? No. The bus's internal surveillance revealed that the suspect did not board. So how did he vanish? Setting down the tablet, Xiao Yu gazed at a row of billboards near the bus stop. The billboards were large, measuring 6 meters long and 2.5 meters high. Xiao Yu moved behind the billboard but found nothing amiss. However, about 3 meters away stood a public restroom. Approaching the restroom, Xiao Yu realized it was precisely within the blind spot of the Skynet surveillance. Yet, this was of no consequence. Regardless of how one might conceal themselves within a surveillance blind spot, they would ultimately need to emerge. Xiao Yu continued to monitor the footage outside the blind spot. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pressed the pause button. The frozen frame revealed a woman dressed in maternity clothing. Found it, Xiao Yu said coldly. Yi Heng? Glimpsing at the pregnant woman in the video, he inquired, are you jesting? The suspect was male, yet the video depicted a female. Take a closer look, Xiao Yu urged as he handed the tablet to his companion. Yi Heng frowned and clicked play. Rewinding, playing. Then rewinding again. After watching it over 20 times, his expression shifted. Indeed, there was something amiss with this pregnant woman. She was, in fact, a man. How could this be disowned? The distinction in the gait of men and women is markedly different, attributable to the variations in their physique. The primary factor lies in the width of the pelvis, which is naturally broader in women than in men. When walking, a woman's center of gravity shifts more dramatically side to side, a phenomenon colloquially known as hip sway, resulting in a uniquely feminine gait. A meticulous observation of the pregnant woman's walking posture in the video reveals the discrepancies unmistakably. Impressive. Setting the tablet down, Yi Heng regarded Xiao Yu with admiration. It was evident that the pregnant woman was merely the suspect in disguise. Presumably, they had utilized a public restroom to change their appearance, subsequently emerging from the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. With the target identified, further scrutiny through the Skynet surveillance commenced. 2 hours later, the suspect's last known location was discovered, a commercial district in an apartment building. Through the community and hallway surveillance, confirmation of the suspect's residence was achieved. District XX. Building 31, Unit 3, Room 503. At this moment, Xiao Yu stood before the entrance of Room 503. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Suddenly, a low voice emerged from within, asking, "Who is it?" Xiao Yu smiled and lifted his leg, delivering a forceful kick. Bang! The apartment door was violently kicked open, striking a man and sending him crashing to the ground. Xiao Yu strolled nonchalantly, stepping on the door frame and the person beneath, as he entered the apartment. Chapter 60. All I know is that you seem unhinged. Stepping through the threshold and into the opulent room, Xiao Yu was struck by the lavishness of the living space. A spectacle crafted entirely from wealth. The thought that this fortune was derived from the dark web, born of crime and human lives, sent a chill through his veins, leaving his gaze devoid of warmth, evoking a sense of foreboding. The door was lifted by national security personnel, revealing a man, unconscious, whom Yi Heng grasped by the neck, much like one would handle a small chick, and unceremoniously tossed onto the floor of the living room. Xiao Yu regarded the man's face with calm scrutiny. He appeared to be in his 30s, somewhat handsome, and with a height exceeding 170 centimeters, his slender figure projected an illusion of gentility. As his eyes shifted, Xiao Yu focused on the man's hands, scrutinizing his fingertips. During the pursuit of a suspect in the mall, he had discovered a fingerprint on the ceiling, distinctly recalling a thumbprint marred by a missing ridge. Now, as he examined the man's thumbs, he noted a scar on the tip of the right thumb, a remnant of a healed wound. It was him. Xiao Yu's voice was as chilling as the winds of hell. Yihang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and launched a kick between the ribs and sternum of the unconscious man, an assault on the vulnerable soft tissue. The sound of a crisp fracture echoed in the air. The previously comatose man jolted awake, his hands instinctively clutching his ribs as he attempted to rise. However, Yihang's foot met his face with a resounding thud, forcibly returning him to the ground, silencing his cries with the weight of his boot. Two national security agents rushed in to restrain the man's hands and legs. Do you know how to make a person wish for death? Yihang slowly withdrew his foot, a smile dancing on his lips as he gazed at Xiao Yu. I only know that you now resemble a lunatic. Xiao Yu nearly lost his composure, retorting in a teasing tone, why don't you enlighten me? And I shall test it on you. Yihang's expression tightened, a mix of annoyance and discomfort. For reasons unknown, each time Xiao Yu uttered something provocative, Yihang felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. At this moment, the suspect had been bound hand and foot by the two national security agents, his body quivering uncontrollably, as if it were no longer under his command. Are you frightened? Yihang crouched down, examining the man's face. How many misdeeds weigh on your conscience? The man, pale as a ghost, trembled in fear. What is your name? Yihang's smile faded. Gu Quan, the suspect stammered, his voice trembling. And your age? 31. How many years have you been involved in the dark web's finances? 2. Gu Quan abruptly fell silent, but it was too late. Both Xiao Yu and Yihang fixed him with a gaze devoid of any trace of human compassion. From his utterance of 2, they could ascertain that the dark web they were investigating had been in existence for at least 2 years. The imperative to capture Gu Quan stemmed from his role as the financial operator of this illicit network. Those engaged in commerce should undoubtedly comprehend the intricate relationship between the financial sector and the proprietor, an unbreakable bond. Tell me, Xiao Yu coldly fixed his gaze upon Gu Shan. What is the name of the owner of the dark web, and where is it located? Where are the servers of the dark web? Gu Quan's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, a look of terror etched across his face. I don't know. I need to relieve myself. Xiao Yu turned and walked toward the restroom. The ensuing scene was not to his liking. After all, he was a police officer. As expected, just as Xiao Yu entered the restroom and closed the door, a piercing scream echoed outside, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone snapping. Life is, in reality, quite beautiful. Xiao Yu mused bitterly, it is merely our own volatility that distorts it. After attending to his hygiene and washing his hands, Xiao Yu exited the restroom. Upon encountering the suspect Gu Quan once more, he observed that the fingers of his hands were grotesquely contorted, and an unpleasant odor wafted from his nether regions. He had soiled himself. At that moment, the suspect, Gu Quan, was wailing pitifully, I'll talk, please. I beg you. With his extensive experience in law enforcement, Xiao Yu occasionally found these criminals rather peculiar. When they were elusive, they exhibited a ruthless nature, committing heinous acts without remorse. However, once apprehended, he discovered their psychological resilience, as well as their capacity for suffering, often to be inferior to that of the average person. The psyches of some individuals are indeed quite intricate. The more they fear, the more they are drawn to their fears. While beset by terror, they simultaneously revel in excitement, ultimately leading to their own demise. This phenomenon is known in psychology as the paradoxical effect. Under the scrutiny of national security personnel, Gu Quan dutifully revealed the truth. His name is Lu Lei, a classmate of mine, a computer prodigy. Yet, he is an orphan, having lost his parents at an early age and raised in a social welfare institution. His temperament is poor, and those who know him believe he harbors psychological issues, exhibiting signs of distortion. I once overheard Lu Lei lamenting that he was bullied throughout his childhood and even into adulthood, vowing to take revenge on all who had tormented him. 2 years ago, he suddenly approached me. The reason was that during our university years, having shared a dorm with him, I felt a pang of sympathy and offered him a measure of care. He is a man of profound gratitude, proclaiming his desire to bring me along on his path to wealth. It was only later that I discovered he had clandestinely established a dark web. Initially, it attracted little attention, He employed various hacking techniques to infiltrate illegal websites to advertise and recruited members from other dark webs. After 6 months, our dark web began to flourish, and he entrusted me with managing the finances. In the subsequent half-year, we amassed approximately 4 million, and eventually, we acquired wealth beyond my wildest dreams. However, Lu Lei was exceedingly reckless, willing to engage in any undertaking. He transformed the dark web into a criminal marketplace, where not only human organs were traded, but also assassins, thieves, arms dealers, and drug traffickers, individuals of every ilk could be found. The dark web continues to expand, with its membership surpassing 150,000. Lu Lei is exceptionally astute. He employs temptation, wealth, and intimidation to transform many individuals into his puppets and instruments, executing his will from afar. However, each live-streamed murder, occurring every 3 months, is personally orchestrated by him. Additionally, he is accompanied by 2 ruthless bodyguards, whom I have heard Lu Lei mention once were mercenaries. Lu Lei is exceedingly cautious. Over the past 6 months, even I, once his most trusted confidant, have been oblivious to his whereabouts. Nevertheless, I am certain he is hiding in City S. By the way, at this point, Gu Quan trembled as he gazed at Xiao Yu and Yiheng. I know where the dark web server is concealed. Chapter 61. The 3 essential elements of success in the outskirts of City S. A convoy of vehicles consisting of 2 business cars, 3 special police bomb disposal units, and 2 military trucks formed a linear procession, racing towards the location of the dark web server facility. Inside the vehicles, Yiheng cast a glance at the composed Xiao Yu. Aren't you anxious? He inquired. Why should I be? Xiao Yu replied, maintaining his tranquil demeanor. Even if we locate the dark web server, dismantling the dark web itself would bear little significance. Yiheng's expression darkened. We need to uncover the whereabouts of the principal suspect, Lu Lei. According to the testimony of suspect Gu Quan, Lu Lei's hideout is unknown even to him, being both a financial associate and friend within the dark web. If we cannot find him, destroying one dark web would be futile. They could easily establish a second or third. Let me pose a question to you. Xiao Yu smiled. If you were to acquire a fortune, where would you place your money? Isn't that obvious? Yiheng replied impatiently. In a bank. And if you could not deposit this wealth in a bank? Xiao Yu continued to inquire. Yiheng furrowed his brow. At home? Suppose the amount is substantial and you have no relatives to safeguard it. Xiao Yu pressed on. What would you do? I should. Yiheng's expression shifted as he pondered. Keep an eye on it. Exactly, Xiao Yu replied leisurely. The dark web server can be likened to this wealth, nay, it is akin to a mountain of gold and silver. It is not something one can simply relinquish. The notion that a similarly profitable dark web could be effortlessly created is a fallacy. Therefore, even if Lu Lei is in hiding, where could he possibly conceal himself? Yiheng suddenly realized he wouldn't be too far from the dark web server, would he? Precisely, Xiao Yu nodded. With modern technology, remote monitoring and control are entirely feasible. However, he would never allow anyone else to access his dark web server, as it involves numerous complexities. Moreover, those knowledgeable about servers and websites understand that constant maintenance is imperative, necessitating a technician to be present alongside the server to ensure its optimal operation. Given that he cannot permit others to handle the server and must maintain the server and website himself, his hideout cannot be too distant from the server's location. Alternatively, he may possess methods to reach the server site swiftly for both hardware and software maintenance. The dark web is indeed a lucrative venture. Yet it has also become a chain that binds Lu Lei. As long as he does not abandon the dark web, nor the profitable server, he must personally safeguard it under circumstances that prevent others from interfering. The reasoning is rather straightforward, isn't it? Are you a devil? Yiheng stared intently at Xiao Yu. Is there no aspect of human nature you cannot comprehend? A clever individual is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is when such a person can also see through the hearts and souls of others. That is rather terrifying. Do not say that. Xiao Yu replied with a bashful smile. I am only 22 years old. I am still but a child. At the tender age of 22. Yiheng found himself in a state of bemusement. Are you truly this shameless? Do your family members know of this? He questioned. What does this even signify? Xiao Yu, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed that to achieve success, one must remember 3 essential elements. And what are these 3 elements? Yiheng inquired with curiosity. Firstly, persistence. Secondly, shamelessness. Thirdly, Xiao Yu struck a pose of righteous conviction, asserting, persist in your shamelessness. Yiheng could only think to himself, what an eccentric and audacious young man. It appears I have been bested. Approximately 20 minutes later, the convoy entered the industrial zone, coming to a sudden halt outside a large factory compound. Within this facility lay the servers of the dark web. As the doors swung open, numerous figures surged from the vehicles, accompanied by a battalion of armed police descending from military trucks. There were no shouts nor commands issued. Yi Heng merely gestured, and the multitude of officers swiftly surrounded the factory. I must undoubtedly become such a distinguished figure someday, Xiao Yu mused, watching Yi Heng command the scene with envy. However, employing his beast form ability, Xiao Yu utilized his keen eyesight to discern several surveillance cameras mounted on the factory's perimeter walls. His gaze fixated on these cameras, observing their angles of view. There were 5 cameras in total, none of which captured the interior of the factory. Instead, their focus remained solely on the exterior. This posed a significant question. For an ordinary person, the installation of surveillance cameras at home serves the purpose of preventing accidents, mitigating danger, and monitoring daily activities. Has anyone ever seen a common individual purchase cameras to surveil the outside world? For scenic views, perhaps? If not for that purpose, then only one possibility remains. The cameras on the walls of the factory are solely for monitoring the outside. Trouble! Xiao Yu suddenly shouted to Yi Heng. We've been discovered. Indeed, the surveillance devices set up within the factory were intended to monitor suspicious individuals, or, notably, the police. Yi Heng was momentarily taken aback. As Xiao Yu pointed to the cameras, his expression shifted dramatically. Before he could issue further commands, the factory's entrance was abruptly breached. With a deafening crash, an ORV off-road vehicle barreled out of the factory like a frenzied beast, colliding with a police car as it sped away. Pursue them, Yi Heng bellowed, preparing to dash toward a police vehicle. Yet, before he could take a step, a figure shot past him like a human cannonball, swiftly appearing next to the rogue vehicle. In an instant, a fist struck the driver's side window. In his beast form, bear strength, rhinoceros defense. With a resounding crash, Xiao Yu's fist shattered the glass, his arm lunging into the vehicle to seize someone's neck. With a fierce tug, he yanked the individual from the driver's seat, shattering the window in the process and lifting the person into the air. Xiao Yu's gaze, however, remained fixed on the now driverless ORV, which, having lost control, skidded out onto the road, veering half a circle before crashing into a military truck. At this moment, Xiao Yu turned to regard the man he had ensnared by the neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air as he struggled helplessly. The man, in his 30s, possessed a robust physique adorned with sinewy muscles and a deep, sun-kissed complexion, resembling a mixed heritage rather than a typical local. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to the peculiar scabbard at the man's waist. A curvilinear scabbard. A Gurkha knife? Yi Heng's astonished voice echoed from behind. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. A Gurkha knife, also known as a kukri. Yi Heng's eyes were fixated on the scabbard, which was originally a tool of the Nepalese mountain dwellers. It had become an indispensable weapon for the Gurkha people, a symbol of their martial prowess. The warrior's blade. The mention of mercenaries sent a jolt through Xiao Yu's heart, creating an unsettling illusion. Just as the game was progressing smoothly, an extraordinary adversary had emerged. How could the game possibly continue now? Chapter 62. Science. Are you joking? When it comes to mercenaries, Xiao Yu recalls the testimony of the suspect Gu Quan. The mastermind behind the massacre case is the suspect Lu Lei, accompanied by 2 desperate men, who are suspected to have been mercenaries. Although mercenaries may not be as exaggerated as portrayed in films and novels, this profession represents true battlefield hyenas, machines of slaughter. Wherever war occurs in the world, the presence of mercenaries is inevitable. Mercenaries. Xiao Yu furrows his brow. Are they truly that terrifying? Terrifying? Yi Heng glances at the man being choked by his younger companion. If he were merely an ordinary soldier, how many times would he have truly encountered combat aside from training? No matter how formidable the training, without having set foot on the battlefield and undergone the baptism of blood and fire, lacking even the experience of killing, such soldiers, no matter how skilled, are ultimately of little use. In contrast, mercenaries fight for money. Wherever there is war, there they will be found, employing any means necessary to battle and kill. Their combat experience, battlefield experience, and killing experience are rich beyond ordinary imagination. Have you heard of the world's top special forces, the Delta Force? Impressive, isn't it? There was once a military report revealing that a 30-man Delta combat team encountered a 9-man mercenary squad on a battlefield. The outcome was that the entire Delta team was annihilated, with 5 members beheaded and displayed as a warning. Thus, a mercenary group known as Wagner shocked the world. Yi Heng's expression grew serious, conveying that even ordinary mercenaries, once they step into a civilian city, pose a threat and destruction that could lead to a terrifying disaster if they go berserk. Xiao Yu's demeanor shifted, complex, anxious, tense, and perhaps a hint of excitement. He waved his hand, discarding the man who had been rendered unconscious from asphyxiation onto the ground. It seems he isn't that formidable after all, Xiao Yu thought, gazing at the man with some confusion. Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about the word formidable? Yiheng's lips twitched. Just moments ago, his younger companion had erupted with the speed to chase down an off-road vehicle and the strength to shatter a car window to drag someone out. He seemed like a monster. How can you, a monster, dare to judge that mercenaries are not formidable? Isn't that laughable? National security personnel and special police rushed into the factory. In the basement of the office building, they discovered a dark web server. The entire factory was devoid of life. No, only one suspect attempted to flee in a vehicle and was apprehended. Regardless of whether they were ordinary citizens, criminals, or mercenaries, once in the hands of national security, they quickly confessed. The individual was indeed a retired mercenary, though it would be more accurate to say he was not a mercenary at all. The suspect's name was Lewin Ware, a cook for the Gurkha mercenary group. A cook indeed. After serving in the mercenary group for several years and making a bit of money, he squandered it all before teaming up with a genuine, retired Gurkha mercenary to come to the Dragon Country. In impoverished nations today, rumors abound of a land overflowing with gold. The Na'vi, driven by their desire for wealth, inadvertently stumbled into the dark web of the suspect Lu Lei. In pursuit of profit, they accepted a bounty posted on the dark web in order to kill. Lewin Ware and his accomplice executed the task flawlessly, catching the attention of Lu Lei. After observing them for over 6 months, Lu Lei summoned the duo to his side, enlisting them as bodyguards and tools of assassination, as well as security for his dark web operations. Typically, it was Lewin Ware who monitored the dark web servers while his associate remained close to Lu Lei for protection. Just moments ago, the police arrived. Lewin Ware, having detected the impending danger through surveillance on the courtyard wall, prepared to flee in a vehicle. Where are Lu Lei and your accomplice hiding? Xiao Yu inquired coldly. 5 kilometers away, in the Villa district, at Villa 1013, Lewin Ware confessed, obediently yielding after the recent education by the national security personnel. His Mandarin was heavily accented, producing an odd and jarring effect, yet such details had become irrelevant. Xiao Yu exchanged a glance with Yiheng and dashed toward a business vehicle. In less than 4 minutes, a speeding business car arrived at the entrance of a villa district. With a thunderous crash, it barreled through the gate and into the compound, followed closely by 3 armored vehicles. 2 of the armored vehicles trailed the business car, while one came to a halt, unleashing 7 armed SWAT officers to secure the entrance. The security guard at the booth could only stare in disbelief at the departing business vehicle, then at the special police outside, his mind swirling in confusion. Turn left. Go straight. Turn right. Stop. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Yu directed Yi Heng, who was at the wheel, glancing at his phone and the map. The business vehicle screeched to a halt outside a villa. A second before the brakes engaged, Xiao Yu had already flung open the door. As the vehicle stopped, his feet touched the ground with precision. Beast form, cat spirit. With a soft thud beneath him, Xiao Yu propelled himself upward, leaping into the air. One hand pressed against the villa's wall, exerting just enough force to vault inside. However, as he descended, a sudden wave of danger surged within him. His eyes locked onto the villa's expansive window, where he spotted a tall figure raising an arm, brandishing a handgun aimed directly at him. A chill ran down Xiao Yu's spine. How could he evade while airborne? Beast form, hawk flip. There exists a saying, the hawk turns. The hawk, smaller than an eagle, possesses a remarkable agility in flight. Xiao Yu's body, defying inertia, executed a peculiar twist. With a thud, one leg landed against the courtyard wall. Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out. The villa's glass window shattered explosively. Yet, the bullet whizzed past him. In midair, Xiao Yu used his foot to propel himself and dove to the ground, resembling a crouching leopard. In the instant he landed, he sprang back into motion. Like a cannonball, he surged towards the floor-to-ceiling window, aiming directly at the gunman. The assailant, concealed within the villa, was taken aback. As a retired mercenary, Kemmer possessed a perspective distinct from that of an ordinary individual. He had witnessed numerous agile thugs and many dexterous soldiers. Yet, he had never encountered anyone capable of evading attacks midair with such finesse. However, the most terrifying aspect was not merely this agility. It was the astonishing swiftness of the opponent, so rapid that Kemmer struggled to keep pace with his sight. Science, is this truly the speed of a human? In the blink of an eye, he was denied a second opportunity to fire. The imposing figure of his adversary had already materialized before him like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Yu coldly regarded the man before him, as though observing a mere insect. I have heard that mercenaries are formidable. May I witness this prowess firsthand? Chapter 63. Do not look up. Who can escape the heavens? Kimmer remained silent, yet he raised his hand, striking towards Xiao Yu's face. Is that all you've got? Xiao Yu's voice dripped with mockery as he too raised his fist. Bang! The two fists collided, blood splattering. Kimmer felt his hand grow numb. The flesh around the joint mangled, exposing white bone. In a state of shock, he stumbled back, but it was too late. Xiao Yu's thigh rose high, like a battle axe aimed at Kimmer's head. The strike was both heavy and swift, so rapid that Kimmer could only raise his arms to shield his head. Bang! Crack! One arm shattered. The other was smashed down onto his skull by the descending thigh. No! Kimmer screamed. Bang! Xiao Yu's thigh crashed into his head, and in that instant, Kimmer felt the world spin. It was as if his head had been driven into his chest by the force of the blow. Just before losing consciousness, his blurred vision caught a glimpse of Xiao Yu, disdain written across his face as he walked past. That expression resembled a mighty dragon gazing upon an ant. A mere glance felt like an insult to the dragon. Thud! Kimmer fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Xiao Yu, however, strolled leisurely towards the staircase of the villa. As he walked, he wrinkled his nose slightly, detecting a scent wafting through the air. Following this scent, he ascended to the second floor, where he found a man seated on the living room sofa, leisurely sipping a glass of red wine. The man possessed a strikingly handsome face, with long, straight limbs and a solid physique, exuding an air of elegance. Lulei? Xiao Yu advanced towards him. Indeed, Lulei replied with a warm smile. I have a question for you. Xiao Yu stood before him. Please, go ahead. Lulei nodded with a smile. I can understand your desire to make money through the dark web, and even the concepts of murder and arson. However, how do you justify skinning an 11-year-old child? Gouging out their eyes and nailing them to the ceiling? I have never regarded them as my kind. Lulei chuckled lightly. They are but a swarm of ants. All my life, I remember only how others bullied me, humiliated me, and treated me like refuse. Is that your reason for losing your humanity? Xiao Yu frowned, disappointment creeping into his voice. And what do you know of humanity? Lulei's smile gradually faded, madness flickering in his eyes. Once, I heard a story about a man who owned a chicken farm 10 years ago. That year, he made 200,000. Yet, after a drunken night, he boasted about it in front of his parents and relatives. A few days later, someone poisoned his farm, and all his chickens perished. Xiao Yu's expression remained impassive. And then? Lulei chuckled and shook his head. A decade later, he purchased a villa for a total of 20 million, paying in full. He refrained from informing his parents or relatives, indulging instead in a life of opulence. Yet, whenever he returned home to visit them, he would feign poverty. His parents and relatives, witnessing this fade, were rather pleased, merrily proclaiming that the years of raising chickens had matured him and made him more understanding. Why would he tell you? Xiao Yu scoffed. No, he did not confide in me either, Lulei replied with a smile. It was my perception of his wealth that prompted my inquiry about his earnings. When he refused to disclose, I pressed on, and thus, he recounted the tale. What is it you wish to convey by sharing this story? Xiao Yu asked, somewhat amused. Are you implying that you enjoy killing? I am revealing the essence of human nature, Lulei retorted. To harbor hatred towards you, to mock your misfortunes, to resent your poverty, and to fear your prosperity. Where there are no streetlights, the night is rife with man-eating specters. Such is the true nature of humanity. Have you finished? Xiao Yu inquired, shaking his head in amusement. Have you ever heard the saying, those who do not respect life do not deserve respect for their own? And what of it? Lulei laughed brazenly. He lifted a hand, holding a remote control. Upon seeing the device, Xiao Yu's pupils dilated in shock. To be precise, it was a detonator. He had witnessed such a thing in his past life. The internet is a marvelous tool, and bombs are equally fascinating. Lulei declared with a manic gleam in his eyes. With the internet, I can control remotely. With a bomb, I can detonate. You believe you have captured me. But have you considered that your actions could result in the deaths of many? For instance, if I were to hide a bomb in a crowded area. Once I release the detonator, boom, they shall all accompany me to the grave. Xiao Yu observed Lulei's hand gripping the detonator as he pressed down. There exist myriad methods to detonate a bomb, such as pressing and releasing, or simply lifting the finger after pressing. Xiao Yu fixed a cold gaze upon Lulei as he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a palm-sized metallic device affixed to his chest, pulsating with a red light. Have you ever encountered a heartbeat-sensitive detonator? Lulei's smile was laden with derision. Even if there were a sniper, I would not fear a gunshot that halts my heart. The removal of the detonator, or the lifting of my finger would trigger the explosion. So, what can you do to me? Is that so? Xiao Yu replied, eyeing a fruit knife on the coffee table as he slowly reached for it. Do you truly believe I am powerless? Lu Lei laughed derisively with that knife, which couldn't even slay a chicken. Surprisingly, Xiao Yu nodded. You guessed correctly. Lu Lei erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most hilarious joke in existence, tears streaming down his cheeks from mirth. Xiao Yu also smiled, stepping forward to stand before him. Lu Lei's laughter abruptly ceased. Before he could react, a chilling silver gleam sliced through the air before him. With a swift motion, the silver edge severed Lu Lei's wrist, which gripped the detonator. Before the severed hand could fall, Xiao Yu's other hand had already clasped it, his thumb pressing firmly on the detonator's button, preventing it from springing back. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu discarded the fruit knife, his palm landing on his own chest. With a swift rip, he tore open his shirt, exposing his torso. Before Lu Lei could comprehend the situation, Xiao Yu's hand shot out, landing on his chest, seizing the heartbeat-sensitive detonator. He grasped it firmly, creating a fleeting afterimage. With a decisive motion, he pressed it against his own chest, precisely where his heart resided. The bomb threat was neutralized. Ah! Lu Lei screamed in agony, attempting to resist. However, Xiao Yu had already raised his thigh. With a crack, he shattered one of Lu Lei's calves. Another crack echoed as he broke the other leg as well. With a final snap, the only intact arm suffered the same fate. Ultimately, Xiao Yu placed his foot upon Lu Lei's face, the sound of his skull nearing fracture resonating ominously. The law of the jungle may prevail, devoid of humanity, but one must never regard their kind as mere ants. For in my eyes, Xiao Yu gazed down at Lu Lei, a look of disdain upon his face. Are you not also an ant? No. Lu Lei emitted a pained and desperate roar, his voice akin to the lament of a beast facing its demise. Just when he believed Xiao Yu would crush him underfoot, the foot suddenly lifted. Do you think I would kill you? Xiao Yu blinked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. No, you're mistaken. I would never allow you to die so easily. I wish to witness you in your struggle, to behold your suffering as you long for death yet cannot attain it. No. Lu Lei once more cried out in despair. But what significance does it hold? As the saying goes, Xiao Yu laughed joyously. If you don't believe, just look up. Has heaven ever spared anyone? The case concludes. Chapter 64. Sister, I no longer wish to strive. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of the supernatural invasion. System reward, permanent preservation. Farewell. Oh, system, could you possibly refrain from that farewell line? Is it truly necessary? Outside the villa, Xiao Yu sat on the curb, smoking while muttering curses. The system had truly vexed him. The bomb had been located. Yiheng approached briskly, casting a glance at the detonator in Xiao Yu's hand and then at the device on his chest, his lips twitching. Brother, I have never encountered someone as audacious as you in my life. You truly dare to play with fire. What is the matter? Have you developed feelings for me? Xiao Yu grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Yiheng. The urge to commit homicide stirred within him. After several deep breaths, he looked at his younger brother with a wry smile. We are well acquainted. Does your showboating not bring you any thrill? Who said that? Xiao Yu retorted, cigarette in mouth, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Showboating is humanity's longing for dignity, a fantasy born from discontent with reality, a right to aspire for beauty. What difference is there between not showing off and being a mere sloth? Yiheng fell silent once more. He suddenly realized that perhaps his command of Chinese was not as proficient as he thought. Mainly, he was infuriated by his inability to outwit Xiao Yu. Today's youth are truly arrogant and lack decorum. The primary suspect, Lu Lei, had hidden the bomb in a location that was unexpected, inside the very shopping mall they had previously visited. After thorough confirmation by the bomb disposal experts, Xiao Yu handed over the severed hand and the detonator, along with the heartbeat sensor detonator on his chest, to the experts. Then he simply collapsed onto the ground, closing his eyes, utterly drained and unwilling to move. For days and 3 nights without sleep had taken their toll. Yiheng plopped down beside his younger brother, producing a cigarette to place between his lips. He gazed up at the pitch-black sky, adorned with a myriad of stars. He too felt exhausted but had long since grown accustomed to it. Why live the life of a young master when one could serve in the National Security Special Forces? With his eyes closed, Xiao Yu quipped, what a wretched thing fate is. Who can truly master it? Yiheng took a drag of his cigarette, recalling the time when his parents sent him to enlist, almost leading him to become a deserter. Is society truly like this? Xiao Yu opened his eyes, sitting up with newfound interest. And then I grew fond of military life, surrounded by comrades and brothers with whom I could share life and death. Yiheng's face lit up with nostalgic joy. The camaraderie of feasting together, sneaking cigarettes, That feeling was truly exhilarating. Xiao Yu felt a twinge of envy. How many men have not dreamed of becoming soldiers? In his previous life, he had become a police officer due to his parents. In this life, he was reborn directly into the role of a police officer. Heaven had never granted him the opportunity to choose. And afterward? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Afterward, my brothers and I were selected for the national security, as the higher-ups formed a national security special operations unit. Well, that is classified. I cannot divulge further. Yiheng offered an awkward smile. Then, due to the perilous nature of his assignment, his father could not bear to see his mother weeping daily, fearing for his safety, and thus arranged for him to be placed in the 9th Bureau. Understood. Xiao Yu curled his lips. Young master, your life is worth far more than that of ordinary people. Yiheng responded with a tired expression. Xiao Yu, with a nonchalant demeanor, raised his middle finger towards his companion before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Have you ever regretted it? Xiao Yu blew out a smoke ring. Not really regretting. But I am indeed quite exhausted, Yiheng replied, shaking his head. Xiao Yu slowly lifted his gaze to the night sky. Indeed, in a fleeting moment, the youth had vanished. However, it was time to return home. Images of two captivating faces floated in his mind, and Xiao Yu's expression gradually softened. In the capital city, early morning at 5 o'clock, a small aircraft landed on the tarmac, and the cabin door opened. Xiao Yu and Yiheng disembarked, taking their seats in a Hongqi car, an older model of the Hongqi L5 sedan, a vehicle reserved for state guests. Inside the car, Xiao Yu felt a sense of unease. Was he, a mere police officer, truly deserving of such privilege? Rest assured, you're traveling with a national hero, Yiheng teased, as if reading his younger brother's thoughts. Perhaps in a few days, you may earn a first-class merit. Though it seemed a jest, there was truth behind it. The family annihilation case had been solved, and an underground network had been dismantled, revealing over 100,000 members involved in various crimes, necessitating thorough investigations. Crucially, the main perpetrators, Lu Lei and others, were already in custody. Only a few concluding tasks remained before the case was officially closed. Once resolved, Xiao Yu would likely be awarded a first-class merit once again. It would be unthinkable not to, given the magnitude of the case. For both the police and national security, clarity in reward and punishment was paramount. If higher-ups were to overlook merits, it would become increasingly difficult to lead the team. Gazing out the window, Xiao Yu pondered his potential promotion. He had just been confirmed in his position, already holding the rank of first-class police officer. Another promotion could elevate him to the rank of police supervisor. Perhaps not, Yiheng replied seriously. Your rank may increase, but likely to a deputy section chief. A deputy section chief is an associate-level director, equivalent to a third-class police officer. Xiao Yu's heart raced. At just 22 years of age, was he truly on the brink of becoming a deputy section chief? The Hongqi sedan turned into an old alley and stopped outside a courtyard. Exiting the vehicle, Xiao Yu waved goodbye to Yiheng. Farewell, until we meet again. Do be a decent person, Yiheng retorted, amused. Why the sudden departure? Have I offended you? Do not dwell on trivial matters, Xiao Yu replied, observing his elder brother. I shall return home to rest. It's getting cold. Be cautious not to be left out to freeze. Yiheng insinuated, let us see how long you can boast. Indeed, the chill is setting in. Xiao Yu feigned hugging himself. It seems only Sister Qiu Chan's embrace can offer me a modicum of warmth. Dare to threaten me, and I shall bring mischief upon your sister. Who's afraid of whom? Yiheng, are all boys in their adolescence so flamboyant? Suddenly, the courtyard gate behind Xiao Yu creaked open. Dressed in loungewear and yawning, Hua Qingwu emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Yu outside, she paused in surprise. In an instant, her eyes widened with a mixture of astonishment and delight as she squealed, "Little brother?" After exclaiming, she dashed forward like a fawn, leaping into her brother's embrace. A flicker of tenderness unconsciously passed through Xiao Yu's gaze as he extended his arms, securely catching the rushing Hua Qingwu. Why did you return only now? She pouted, clinging to his neck like a small charm, her cheeks puffed up. Xiao Yu remained silent, quietly admiring the beauty nestled in his arms. With the grace of Shishir, the figure of Wang Zhaojun, the voice of Daji, and the allure of Diao Chan, this woman was more intoxicating than any aphrodisiac. Xiao Yu slowly leaned down, kissing her forehead before burying his face in her silky hair. Sister, I no longer wish to strive. Chapter 65. It turns out she's an experienced temptress feeling fatigued from work. The enchanting allure that once graced Hua Qingwu's delicate visage has vanished. She has transformed from a demure girl into a commanding presence. Her gentle hand caresses his short hair, her gaze soft and inviting. Xiao Yu inhales the fragrant scent of shampoo from her flowing locks, a contented hum escaping his lips. How about you stop being a police officer? I shall provide for you, she teases, a playful smirk dancing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiao Yu remains speechless, perceiving her as a captivating enchantress, embodying the role of a tea master who simply aches for her brother's well-being. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices the slowly departing Hongqi L5. His elder brother is quite understanding. Why the sudden appearance this early in the morning? Xiao Yu inquires, diverting the topic as he gazes at her. Qiu Chan has her monthly visitor, Hua Qingwu remarks, rolling her eyes in a playful manner. There are no sanitary pads at home, so I was sent to fetch some. Such private matters are not suitable for a bodyguard to procure. Leaving her no choice but to go herself. Flo does not wait for anyone. Xiao Yu nearly chuckles, then go ahead. I shall return home to freshen up. Accompany me, she insists, wrapping her arms around his neck and twisting her body. The commanding woman has vanished, replaced by a playful and charming demeanor. Well, then come down, Xiao Yu responds with a hint of exasperation. How else can I accompany you? Carry me to the supermarket. She suggests with a sly smile, her cheeks dimpling adorably, adding an irresistible charm to her allure. You're going to wear me out, he retorts, reluctantly placing her down and turning away before bending down. Initially, he intended merely to give her a ride, but to his surprise, her long legs drape over his shoulders. The sound of her delighted laughter echoes above him. Onward, onward, I'm riding a steed. Hua Qingwu exclaims, playfully swinging her legs, her smile radiant. Xiao Yu thinks, how can one endure a woman perched atop one's head? In that moment, he contemplates tossing her down and delivering a playful kick to impart a lesson in cruelty. Yet, despite these thoughts, he stands tall and strides toward the supermarket at the alley's exit. At that moment, the first rays of dawn break through, resembling a gentle smile as they warmly embrace the earth and a pair of siblings, creating an exquisite tableau. In the courtyard, within the confines of a bedroom, Yiqiu Chan lies upon the bed, her complexion slightly pale, a subtle pain etched upon her features. At this moment, she exudes a delicate vulnerability, devoid of her usual goddess-like aloofness. Suddenly, the door swings open. Yiqiu Chan, assuming it to be her close friend, murmurs, if you don't return soon, I shall bleed out. Is it that serious? A deep, amused voice replies. Yiqiu Chan gasps, turning to see Xiao Yu approaching with a package of sanitary pads in hand. The atmosphere shifts to one of peculiar awkwardness. Here you go, Xiao Yu says, reaching her bedside to offer the sanitary pads. Where's Qingwu? Yiqiu Chan's cheeks flush a deep crimson, resembling petals kissed by the morning sun. Her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn waves, unable to suppress her embarrassment. She has gone to catch up on her sleep. Xiao Yu shrugged and offered to bring her things. Was she intentionally trying to embarrass him? Yiqiu Chan was well aware of her sister's mischievous intentions. This was beyond his comprehension. Xiao Yu chuckled. Yiqiu Chan stood up, took the sanitary napkin, and headed towards the bathroom. Xiao Yu remained where he was, caught in indecision, too fatigued to leave. He sat on the bed and soon succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found the two women seated beside the bed, chatting and laughing. The big lazy pig finally rises, Hua Qingwu exclaimed with a playful smile. I intended to keep you company, but you reeked terribly. Truly a smelly man. Hurry and take a shower. Xiao Yu silently got up and glanced at Yiqiu Chan. The goddess had reverted to her aloof demeanor, gazing at him with calm composure. However, Xiao Yu, with a half-smile, cast his eyes toward the sanitary napkin by the bed. Instantly, Yiqiu Chan's cheeks flushed a lovely shade of red as she shot him a charming glare. Xiao Yu grinned and exited the room, making his way to the bathroom in his own bedroom. Just as he was about to undress, he noticed a sneaky figure lurking outside the door. He approached and opened it. Hua Qingwu stumbled into the bathroom, and he caught her with a swift motion. What do you intend to do? Xiao Yu inquired with a laugh. This. Hua Qingwu's enchanting eyes darted around, and she sweetly replied, to protect you. Xiao Yu was bewildered. What do you mean? I heard that a boy recently slipped and died in the shower, and no one discovered it, Hua Qingwu stated with utmost seriousness, revealing her pearly fangs. I'm concerned you might encounter danger while bathing. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry, strip down. I'll watch you shower. Xiao Yu finally realized that she was not merely acting cute, but was a seasoned seductress, a charming tease. Hurry, hurry, Hua Qingwu urged, pushing him while swallowing hard. Her laughter reminiscent of a cunning vixen. I'm quite busy. After protecting you, I still have to. Before she could finish, Xiao Yu swept her up and carried her into the shower. Water cascaded down, drenching them both. Hua Qingwu's cheeks flushed, her gaze becoming dreamy. Xiao Yu looked at the alluring vixen before him and bent down to kiss her soft, rosy lips. After over an hour, he emerged from the bathroom, cradling the languid Hua Qinwu in his arms. After changing into fresh clothes, they proceeded to the dining area, where Yi Qiu-chan awaited them at a table laden with sumptuous dishes. Upon seeing Hua Qingwu's radiant face, now even more enchanting, a flicker of intrigue crossed her beautiful eyes. "Let us eat," Xiao Yu mumbled, his face tinged with embarrassment as he sat down and quietly began to eat, resembling a guilty thief caught in the act. Yi Qiu-chan suspected something amiss but noticed her best friend walking normally and deduced that nothing inappropriate had transpired. Suddenly, Hua Qinwu, holding her phone, exclaimed, "Wow, I'm blushing. I'm blushing." Her excitement startled Xiao Yu, who glanced from the enchanting beauty to the icy goddess, his expression filled with confusion. "You gave her the song?" Yi Qiu-chan's expression was serene, her voice gentle, as she spoke of the sweetest love song and her sister's melody. It all became clear to Xiao Yu. Yet he remained puzzled. "It's gone viral?" he asked, bewildered. Hua Qinwu set aside her phone, joyfully embracing Xiao Yu, exclaiming in delight, "How did it become popular?" Xiao Yu was even more confused. It was only after listening to the two women's narration and explanations that he realized they had recorded songs out of boredom while he was busy with a case. They had uploaded the recordings to a short video platform, and within just a few days, the views and engagement skyrocketed. Hua Qingwu's song had become immensely popular. Both tracks were a sensation. Xiao Yu found it hard to comprehend. The lyrics he had crafted for the two enchanting women were, in his opinion, merely ordinary pop songs. How far could they truly ascend in popularity? He took Hua Qingwu's phone, glancing at the staggering numbers of views and likes, and was left dumbfounded. One song had over 500,000 likes, while the other had surpassed an astonishing 1 million. Both songs had been uploaded merely 3 to 4 days prior. What is happening? This defies logic. Chapter 66. The blessing of the Qi people is not easily enjoyed indeed. It is not scientific. If it were merely the captivating beauty of Hua Qinwu that ignited the fervor, Xiao Yu would have believed it. However, the video before them displayed only 2 covers, devoid of any other elements aside from the song itself. Hua Qinwu had not made an appearance. How could it have gained such popularity? As for the reason behind her absence, Xiao Yu contemplated the identities of the 2 women. They would never seek the limelight. "I'd become famous, a superstar," Hua Qinwu declared, her eyes sparkling with delight, her chin lifted proudly like a little rooster. "Just a minor internet celebrity," Yi Qiu-chan chuckled softly, shaking her head. "You're still far from becoming a star. You are simply envious." Hua Qinwu shot a glare at her sister. "Which is far better than your ability to act but not sing." "Acting?" Xiao Yu realized a new discovery, gazing at Yi Qiu-chan. The icy beauty remained silent, quietly enjoying her meal. Hua Qinwu chattered on. "Qiu-chan is incredibly talented in acting, but her singing, well, that's another story." "Impressive, my sister." Xiao Yu looked at Yi Qiu-chan with a hint of astonishment. The acting voice, or the operatic tone, is not something that just anyone can possess. What is so impressive about that? Yi Qiu-chan glanced at him coolly. Few people appreciate traditional opera these days, although it has declined. The number of those studying it is scant, and even fewer enjoy listening to it. Who says that? Xiao Yu disagreed. "I find the operatic tone delightful. I truly enjoy it." He genuinely did. He had a particular fondness for ancient-style operatic songs. How could the skills passed down by our ancestors truly fade away? They simply manifest in new forms and continue to achieve classic status. You're deceiving yourself. Hua Qinwu was unconvinced, wrinkling her nose. "As if you could." "I actually can." Xiao Yu chuckled, clarifying that he was referring not to traditional opera but to songs with operatic tones. Songs with operatic tones? Yi Qiu-chan's dark eyes fixed on him intently. "I want to hear it." This was the first time she had requested her brother to perform a task. "Well then," Xiao Yu nodded, "let us do it." Amidst the sister's anticipation, he cleared his throat and unleashed his voice. "When the swallows depart, red beans fill the branches, travelers afar, do not inquire about the return date. Who alone guards the azure waters of Shaoxiang, unaware of what evening this is? When the swallows return, my beloved leaves no trace, surely. There is a sentiment in this parting. Reluctant to have my long-lasting affection go unexpressed, I wander far and wide, searching tirelessly, 1,000 miles. With ink flowing. I pin my thoughts as she dances and dreams of auspicious meetings. In the realm of drama, in the essence of emotion, strangers meet amidst the flourishing blossoms." The 2 women stared in astonishment at Xiao Yu as he sang. "What is this? This is not operatic tone at all. Isn't it just a modern song?" They suspected Xiao Yu was teasing them, playing tricks. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's voice soared, and the enchanting operatic tone floated from his lips. As she sings of distant lands and old acquaintances, each step accompanied by a line, it evokes deep longing. Below the stage, the audience celebrates the successful candidates. Oblivious to the old friend performing above, he recounts the joyous occasion of a wedding, while the crowd cheers for the beautiful bride and her talented groom. Yet he remains untouched by their praises, lost in his own emotional reverie. Exploring the Window is a favorite aria of Xiao Yu, showcasing his remarkable talent, particularly his ability to shift from a male voice to a female tone, singing in an ancient style with a sudden crescendo that leaves the two women utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the enchanting melody. Upon the conclusion of his performance, a moment of silence envelopes the space as they gaze at him, entranced by the ethereal notes. In an instant, they exchange glances, their eyes shimmering with delight. How exquisite is this song? How could it be so beautifully enchanting? Hua Qinwu claps her delicate hands and playfully sits upon Xiao Yu's lap, pouting, I want to learn too. Not so fast. This song does not suit a falsetto. Xiao Yu teases, pinching her cheek. Besides, can you even sing in this style? It would be more fitting for Sister Qiu-chan. Just moments ago, Hua Qingwu had jested about Yi Qiu-chan's lack of singing ability. In Xiao Yu's eyes, he detects a hint of melancholy, for this song, Exploring the Window, is intended for Yi Qiu-chan. Yi Qiu-chan's beautiful eyes sparkle as she watches him, fully aware of his affections. Her eyes curve into crescent moons, and a smile graces her lips, revealing her inner joy that she can hardly conceal. The icy beauty comes alive once more. Regardless, she insists, I must sing. Hua Qinwu playfully shakes his neck, looking adorably pitiful. Xiao Yu rolls his eyes in exasperation. Stop, let me think. I will find a song that suits you. Although men typically rely on their minds for contemplation, when faced with a captivating beauty's charms, it is not always the brain that guides their actions. Before such a mesmerizing enchantress, which man can maintain his composure? Really? Hua Qingwu's enchanting visage beams with laughter. I'll let you off this time. But you must prepare a song in this style for me in the future. She is merely caught in a playful rivalry, well aware of her own vocal abilities. Understood. Embracing the alluring beauty at his side, Xiao Yu breathes a sigh of relief. Their meal stretches over 2 hours, filled with leisurely banter. Bored, Xiao Yu engages the two women in mobile gaming to pass the time. He plays as the jungler. Yi Qiu-chan takes on the role of marksman, while Hua Qinwu selects Yu to ride alongside him. As she encourages her brother to excel, she chirps playfully, Look, which boy brings 2 girls to play games? You really are a little scoundrel. Careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. I am no scoundrel, Xiao Yu retorts with a roll of his eyes. I am merely a simple man, seeking to fill the void of my soul with dopamine. Laughter escapes the two women as Hua Qingwu inquires. Are you scheming against us because you find Qiu-chan and me beautiful? Absolutely not, Xiao Yu jokes. It's just that my sisters are far too wealthy. I simply have no desire to work. See Qiu-chan, he truly is a scoundrel, Hua Qingwu chimes in. Hua Qingwu was teased by her younger brother to the point of being flustered. His intentions were not solely to admire our beauty but also to covet our wealth. What wrong had I committed? Xiao Yu asserted confidently. Otherwise, when I become affluent, shall I support you all? How long must we wait for that? Hua Qingwu shot him a compelling glance. Rest assured, Xiao Yu vowed, thumping his chest, I shall never possess wealth in this lifetime. Their laughter nearly overwhelmed them. In a playful fit, Hua Qingwu tossed her phone aside and pounced on Xiao Yu, pinning him to the sofa, planting a substantial kiss on him. Yi Qiu-chan exclaimed, Someone. Eliminate them. One shall be buried in Africa, the other in the Arctic. Alas, delightful moments are fleeting. After their evening rituals, Xiao Yu reclined on the bed to rest, while Hua Qingwu boldly approached to join him. Despite sharing showers during the day and sleeping together at night, they had yet to cross that final threshold. It was not due to a lack of desire, but the presence of Yi Qiu-chan. The joys of shared companionship are not easily obtained. As dawn broke, Xiao Yu arose and gently covered the sleeping Hua Qingwu with a blanket. After completing his morning routine and donning his police uniform, he made his way to the living room, where Yi Qiu-chan was already awake, seated on the sofa, lost in thought. It was not until Xiao Yu approached from behind that the ethereal beauty snapped back to reality. I'm off to work, he said, placing his hands on her shoulders as was customary. Yi Qiu-chan reciprocated by clasping his large hands. Suddenly, Xiao Yu leaned down and kissed her cheek, causing her usually cool countenance to flush a delicate shade of pink. Her eyes, as clear as ice, shimmered with a captivating glimmer. In a soft voice, she urged, Come home early. Understood, Xiao Yu replied, rising and walking toward the entrance. It was time to go to work. Chapter 67. Am I not being teased? In Chaoyang District, the plainclothes team of the 3rd Division was bustling with activity. With a beaming smile, the newcomer, Xiao Yu greeted his seniors. Although the seasoned officers responded with smiles, their gazes towards him were somewhat peculiar. Despite being a rookie, Xiao Yu had successfully solved 2 major cases, both of which had significant implications for national security. Just a few days prior, he had accompanied the National Security Bureau in their investigations. One could only wonder at his remarkable prowess. Today, as he unexpectedly returned to work, was it possible that the national security case had reached a resolution? Curiosity lingered in the air, yet no one dared to inquire. The nature of national security cases was such that not just any police officer could delve into them. As the workday commenced, Instructor Hyong entered the unit to sign in and spotted Xiao Yu. "Good morning, Instructor," Xiao Yu greeted him warmly. "Good," Hyong replied with a smile. "Come to my office." They ascended to the 2nd floor and entered the instructor's office. Though labeled as an office, it was rather modest, spanning less than 30 square meters. Yet, despite its size, it was well equipped with an office chair, a filing cabinet, and a small couch for meetings. "Please, have a seat." Hyong gestured towards the sofa as he poured tea for Xiao Yu. With a paper cup, tea bag, and hot water, a simple brew was prepared. As they settled down with their tea, Hyong inquired with a smile, "Have you finished your work with the National Security Bureau?" "Yes," Xiao Yu nodded. "It's done." "Did you solve the case again?" Hyong asked jovially, though his gaze remained somewhat strange. "Well," Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly, "I suppose so." He understood the source of the instructor's odd look. After all, as a police officer, assisting the National Security Bureau might seem a tad unconventional. Nevertheless, it was not his fault. His exceptional abilities had simply led him there. Resolving the case is what matters. Assisting national security is, after all, the duty of our criminal investigators. Hyong remarked with a chuckle. "However, they haven't tried to recruit you, have they?" Xiao Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, to be honest. "They have." Hyong's expression stiffened. Indeed, the talent pool in their 3rd division was rather limited. With the impressive skills displayed during the Park murder case, everyone had witnessed Xiao Yu's formidable investigative capabilities. In this world, people were abundant, yet true talent was scarce. Individuals like Xiao Yu were highly sought after in any criminal investigation unit. "I have no intention of leaving," Xiao Yu stated succinctly. "What are your thoughts on that?" Hyong's face brightened, even showing signs of delight. "I believe I am more suited to being a criminal investigator," Xiao Yu replied with a hint of regret. "As for the National Security Bureau, I think I'll pass. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I've come to terms with many things. I want to force myself into national security. I've decided to let the exceptional remain exceptional, even the best must live." "Very well, then. Focus on your work in our division," Hyong assured him, offering his full support. As the 2nd in command of the 3rd division, he had the authority to make such promises. The prospect of having Xiao Yu anchor their team filled him with confidence, especially when faced with challenging cases in the future. The efficiency in solving cases will significantly improve, which brings great joy. After conversing with the instructor for a while, Xiao Yu was summoned for a discussion by the captain. It was the same approach as that of the instructor. However, Zhou Xianghua is a person of integrity, eschewing superficiality. He embodies the archetype of a brother who would fight alongside you. To attain the position of captain, one must possess a discerning mind, albeit a modest one, as he has earned his rank through merit and relentless dedication to apprehending criminals. Consequently, Xiao Yu has developed a fondness for this 3rd brigade. Upon leaving the captain's office, Xiao Yu sought out his master, Wu Chang. As a newcomer, he had been assigned to Wu Chang's side, destined to follow his guidance. In the office hall, the criminal police each had their own desks, facilitating the handling of cases and documentation. Sitting at a makeshift desk, Xiao Yu glanced at Wu Chang. "Master, has there been no case recently in the brigade?" "How could there be none? Just minor issues here and there," Wu Chang bantered. "You need not always intervene." "Master." "Please don't say that." Xiao Yu's face flushed. "Then do not call me master anymore. I cannot bear such a title," Wu Chang replied seriously. "Out of respect, you may call me Brother Wu. You, who have never tackled a major case, cannot be addressing someone who has solved 2 significant cases as master. Where is the face in that?" "Very well, from now on I shall call you Brother Wu," Xiao Yu responded with a smile. "If there are no tasks for me, I shall wander to the archives and peruse the case files." "Go ahead," Wu Chang nodded. "I have matters to attend to." Xiao Yu rose and headed towards the archives. The work of a criminal police officer is exceedingly demanding, encompassing everything from neighborhood disputes to serious criminal cases. They also bear the responsibilities of investigation, drug enforcement, anti-organized crime, counterterrorism, violence prevention, and apprehension within their jurisdiction. In his previous life, Xiao Yu, having just completed a year in the police force, often found himself more overworked than a corporate drone. In that time, he never once left work on time or enjoyed a complete weekend off. His days were filled with on-site investigations, intelligence gathering, surveillance, travel, and various duties. Rest? An illusion. He recalled a colleague from his past life who, overwhelmed by fatigue, experienced bedwetting during sleep. A 30-year-old man reduced to such exhaustion, can you believe it? Knocking gently, Xiao Yu pushed open the door to the archives. Inside, two female clerks were engrossed in their computers, one in her 30s and the other in her 40s, both part of the administrative staff. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, their faces lit up. His handsome visage had long garnered unanimous praise from the Women's Federation. Were he not a police officer, adorned with glamorous makeup, a wig, and colored contact lenses, he could easily pass as a cross-dressing internet sensation, earning millions monthly. I am the new Xiao Yu, here to review some files and learn, he said, his face radiating with a sunny smile. Police officers often engage in learning during their downtime, studying case files to enrich their investigative experience. We know you, the female officer in her 40s said with a smile, gesturing towards the nearby computer. The password is 617. You may access it yourself. Once the female officer completed the registration, Xiao Yu settled before the computer, inputting his password to begin perusing various case files. He started with some solved cases, followed by a selection of unresolved cases, complex dilemmas, and mysterious incidents. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was noon. After enjoying lunch, he exchanged a few messages on WeChat with his two elder sisters before resuming his examination of the case files. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Chang entered the archives room. Xiao Yu, stop browsing. We have a task at hand. What task? Xiao Yu responded with renewed interest. It's a counterfeit currency case. Wu Chang casually remarked, with a significant amount involved. Counterfeit currency? Xiao Yu was taken aback, especially considering the substantial sum at stake. His surprise stemmed from the fact that the circulation of counterfeit notes had drastically diminished in recent times. The liquidity in the market was exceedingly low, with most counterfeit notes lingering in the hands of the elderly, who were often unable to navigate the realm of smartphones. Conversely, the younger generation rarely utilized cash for transactions. With a device in hand, they felt omnipotent. As cash became obsolete, where could counterfeit currency possibly find its market in the country? Thus, Xiao Yu found himself utterly bewildered. Was this some sort of jest? Chapter 68. This is quite unbelievable. With a sense of perplexity, Xiao Yu and Wu Chang entered the conference room. The criminal police who were not on field duty had mostly gathered. There was also an unfamiliar police chief engaged in conversation with the squad leader and the instructor. Upon spotting Xiao Yu, Zhou Xiangguo waved him over. Just a minor figure here. What could they possibly want from me? Xiao Yu approached the leaders. This is Comrade Xiao Yu, He Yong introduced. Though he has just reported to the police force, he possesses remarkable skills, a true talent in criminal investigation. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. The police chief laughed heartily, patting Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Not bad. Xiao Yu smiled. Good day, leaders. In truth, there was no need for an introduction. I have long been familiar with your name. The police chief hinted. I've heard you assisted the national security in solving a case. Quite impressive. Long been familiar? Is this acquaintance genuine? Something feels off. Xiao Yu maintained his smile. However, the chief's words seemed to hint at something deeper. Was he implying that you are well acquainted with the personnel from national security? After the pleasantries, they got straight to the point. The police chief, Wu Liqiang, was the deputy chief from the upper unit of the 3rd Squad. His visit was regarding a case requiring collaboration with the 3rd Squad, as it occurred in the Chaoyang district, a counterfeit currency case of considerable magnitude. However, an investigative team was already assigned to the case. The 3rd Squad was merely to assist in the investigation. Initially, a phone call or a document transfer would suffice. Yet, Wu Liqiang had another matter in mind. He wished to meet Xiao Yu and, incidentally, take him to report to the investigative team. Upon realizing the purpose of the visit, Xiao Yu felt a wave of confusion. His investigative capabilities were indeed strong, but were they renowned enough to garner such attention from the entire police system? The fact that he was specifically requested to join the investigative team left him puzzled. The other criminal police from the 3rd Squad regarded Xiao Yu with peculiar expressions. Old Wu, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Xiangguo's gaze turned icy. Are you trying to poach talent? After much difficulty, the 3rd Squad had finally welcomed someone capable. If anyone dared to steal him away, they would face dire consequences. Such was their tenacity. Please, do not misunderstand. Wu Liqiang shook his head. It is someone who personally requested Xiao Yu's involvement. Xiao Yu recalled the police chief's earlier remark about having a long-standing acquaintance. It appeared that he knew someone from national security. A figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. Yi Hang? This scenario was quite easy to deduce. In truth, the third squad had limited knowledge of his capabilities, but Yi Hang was different. He had witnessed Xiao Yu's case-solving and pursuit firsthand. He had a profound understanding of his strength. Where there are people, there exists a network. It is quite normal for the director of national security to have a few police acquaintances, is it not? Thus, Yi Hang had effectively sold him to a friend. Was he suggesting that Xiao Yu assist in solving a case for his acquaintance? Upon contemplating this, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. Yi Hang, how could you betray your teammate so decisively? One moment treating him as a dear companion, and the next, selling him out. This is utterly outrageous. Subsequently, Xiao Yu and Wu Liqiang departed from the third squad. Inside a moving police SUV, Wu asked, Xiao, how old are you this year? As Wu Liqiang drove, he chuckled and inquired, do you have a significant other yet? At 22, I suppose I do, came the casual response from Xiao Yu in the passenger seat. Although the question seemed innocuous, it was evident that the speaker was probing for something deeper. Such inquiries often serve to unearth Xiao Yu's background. Those who navigate the intricacies of the system, whether they be ordinary civil servants or police officers, are seldom uncomplicated. A seemingly benign question may, like a gentle breeze, inadvertently lead one into a pitfall, leaving them ensnared before they even realize it. Impressive. You have a partner at such a young age, Wu Liqiang laughed heartily, contrasting his own experience of finding his spouse only as he approached 30. He could sense that Xiao Yu preferred not to discuss his origins and deftly redirected the conversation toward himself. Is that so? Perhaps I'm just fortunate. Xiao Yu replied with a smile. The two continued their light-hearted banter until they arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division. Upon entering the building and stepping into the small conference room, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. 6 individuals occupied the room, 2 police inspectors in white shirts and 4 police captains, making it a total of 2 inspectors and 5 captains present, including Wu Liqiang. As Xiao Yu entered the conference room, he became the center of attention. Clad in his police uniform, the insignia of a first-class inspector adorned his shoulders, complemented by his youthful visage, which was somewhat striking. To those present, Xiao Yu was evidently a mere boy, akin to an undergraduate yet to graduate. How could someone so young attain the rank of first-class inspector? It seemed ludicrous. However, one individual, the highest-ranking officer present, a second-class inspector, exhibited little astonishment at Xiao Yu's age or rank. Many may lack an understanding of the significance of a second-class inspector. But suffice it to say, they rank from the lowest deputy bureau level to the highest bureau level. It was clear that this big shot was not a member of the division. Such high-ranking officials were not typically found within a criminal investigation team. Upon seeing Xiao Yu enter the conference room, the second-class inspector rose first and asked with a smile, You must be Comrade Xiao Yu? Indeed, Xiao Yu replied, standing tall and saluting. I am Xiao Yu from the plainclothes team. Please, direct me as you see fit. Haha. The second-class inspector laughed heartily, gesturing for him to sit. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, astonished by the second-class inspector's warm demeanor. Their expressions shifted to one of seriousness and even skepticism as they regarded Xiao Yu, yet no one dared to dismiss him lightly. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yu took a seat beside the second-class inspector. I am Zhang Xiaoan, from the headquarters. The second-class inspector introduced the others present, nodding toward the third-class inspector. I need to introduce your team leader. The rest are comrades from your division. The reason for summoning you to join this special task force is to investigate a counterfeiting case. Xiao Yu internally scoffed, wondering if the world had spun off its axis in his absence. He awaited further elaboration from Zhang Xiaoan, well aware that an explanation would follow. Within the entire police system, there were many capable officers. Why had they specifically sought him? I hear you recently assisted Yi Hang in solving a case? Came the abrupt inquiry, leaving the matter at that. Indeed, a smile graced Xiao Yu's face, yet inwardly he seethed. Yi Hang, you wretched scoundrel, just you wait. It was evident that Yi Hang had betrayed him. What enmity or grievance do you hold against me? At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. The Divine Guardian System Task activated successfully. System Task, Counterfeit Currency Crisis, Task Duration, 15 days, Task Reward, Mastery of Warrior Skills, Task Prompt. The host is required to participate in the investigation of the counterfeit currency case and apprehend the ringleader of the counterfeit group. Task rules. Upon successful completion of the task, the system reward shall be permanently retained. If the host fails the task, the reward granted will be revoked. Task countdown commences. Here it comes again. Xiao Yu twitched at the corner of his mouth. This infernal system showed no inclination to grant him a moment's respite. life was truly arduous, devoid of any lingering affection. Chapter 69, The Skills of a Warrior. As the system task emerged, a new ability named the Skills of a Warrior manifested. In an instant, a plethora of military techniques, individual combat, battlefield survival, special operations, assassination, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance flooded into Xiao Yu's mind, indelibly imprinted within him. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yu's demeanor transformed alongside the emergence of this newfound capability. A subtle aura of a soldier enveloped him, and even his seated posture became upright and dignified. This military bearing is deeply ingrained in the bones of every soldier, embodying their integrity, principles, and martial prowess. Standing like a pine, sitting like a bell. However, this transformation was ephemeral, dissipating in less than a second as Xiao Yu forcibly concealed the skills of a warrior ability. Nevertheless, this brief alteration did not go unnoticed, capturing the attention of those present. Each individual in attendance was seasoned in criminal investigation, possessing a heightened sense of perception. Xiao Yu's shift in aura was immediately detected. Yet they found nothing amiss upon closer inspection, attributing it to mere illusion. Meanwhile, a tempest brewed within Xiao Yu's heart. The prowess of the skills of a warrior was formidable. At this moment, he realized he possessed every skill a soldier could master. Not only did he comprehend them, but he also executed them with unparalleled finesse. He felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of military excellence, perched atop the lofty pyramid of warriors, seated on the throne of the king of soldiers. After a prolonged period of astonishment, Xiao Yu regained his composure, only to discern that the 7 individuals present were not members of the special investigation team. Among them was a superior officer, Zheng Xiaoyan, from the headquarters, accompanied by 5 leaders from the task force, with Wu Liqiang presumably serving as an aide. As Yu Qiuchan once remarked, if the boss requires work to be done, what purpose do subordinates serve? As the door to the conference room opened, 6 detectives entered. Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon them, and he felt a flutter in his eyelids. The youngest among the 6 was over 30, while the oldest was at least in their 40s. Their composed demeanor and piercing gazes revealed them to be seasoned detectives, the elite among their ranks. With everyone assembled, Zhang Xiaoan addressed the group with a smile, inviting them to commence the meeting. As the 6 detectives took their seats, 2 of them directed their attention towards Xiao Yu, who reciprocated the scrutiny. At times, human perception possesses an almost mystical quality. The essence of kindred spirits is often recognized immediately. The aura and gaze of top-tier detectives cannot be concealed. However, the 2 individuals who scrutinized Xiao Yu soon displayed signs of confusion. His youthful appearance starkly contrasted with the seasoned aura of an experienced investigator, his striking looks and age presenting a deceptive facade. The special investigation team had been conducting inquiries for some time, yet with little success. Zheng Xiaoyan cast a glance at Xiao Yu, explaining that his intention in bringing him here was to ascertain whether any clues could be uncovered. It was rather surprising that this was not a recently occurred case. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Intervening in another's investigation was far from prudent. The police force adhered to its own set of regulations, each department managing its own affairs. Any unwarranted interference could lead to dire consequences, much like the last incident involving a body found in the park, where the Criminal Investigation Unit attempted to usurp the case from the 3rd Division. Xiao Yu was incensed. Ultimately, the entire Criminal Investigation Unit faced the repercussions. The severity of such outcomes was not lost on him. Even if the Special Task Force lacked the capability to gather leads, the higher-ups might express their ire. Dispatching capable personnel to assist with the investigation could be seen as a slight, potentially alienating the original members of the task force. What was Zheng Xiaoyan's intent? Was he deliberately sowing discord? Had he wronged Zheng in any way? Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his counterpart. Noticing the shift in Zheng Xiaoyan's expression, a tremor of apprehension coursed through him. He sensed that the young man might have misconstrued the situation. Had he been an ordinary police officer, Zheng would have dismissed the other's perceptions. However, this was Xiao Yu, a figure often mentioned with reverence by the Director of National Security, who affectionately referred to him as little brother. Zheng Xiaodan could not afford to offend him. Changing personnel at the last minute was a grave misstep, a truth well understood by all. Zheng Xiaoyan spoke up, stating that the members of the Special Task Force had requested reinforcements from higher authorities. Coincidentally, Xiao Yu possessed exceptional investigative skills, and thus he had been reassigned to assist the task force in unraveling this case. Within the confines of the system, communication often required a certain artistry. The same words could convey vastly different meanings depending on the ears that received them. By framing it this way, Zheng not only preserved the dignity of the task force but also provided Xiao Yu with an explanation. He was signaling to Xiao Yu that he bore no ill will. Rather, it was the task force that felt inadequate and sought external assistance, hence his involvement. As for why Zheng had sought out Xiao Yu, it was because Zheng and Yi Heng were indeed friends. Yang's brother was a comrade of Yi Heng's, fostering a close relationship. The previous evening, Zheng, Yi Heng, and his brother had dined together, celebrating the resolution of a case, during which Yi Heng had mentioned, in high spirits, that he had a younger brother in the police system who would be indispensable for any challenging cases, possessing formidable investigative prowess. Indeed, it was Yi Heng who had inadvertently endorsed Xiao Yu. By chance, Zheng had a challenging case on his hands, and the task force, limited in its capabilities, requested external help. His curiosity piqued. He wondered just how formidable this young man's investigative skills were to warrant such praise from a director of national security. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Xiao Yu surveyed the 6 members of the task force present. He discerned nothing amiss in their expressions or demeanor, as they appeared calm. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoan did not harbor any ulterior motives. The real culprit behind this predicament was none other than Yi Heng. The next time they crossed paths, he would deal with him decisively. However, for today, there was no need for him to join the task force. He should take the time to prepare and rest well for the night. Zhang Xiaoan glanced at his watch and smiled at Xiao Yu, inquiring if he would report to the division punctually the following morning. Of course, Xiao Yu replied promptly, rising to his feet. As the system tasks have arisen, it is evident that the case must be taken over. There is no evading it. However, this particular case has been lingering for some time, and it is apparent that the leaders present are not in a hurry. Summoning him is merely an exercise in futility, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Such a skillful yet suffocating maneuver. Just days prior, he had been treated as a dead horse by Yi Heng, and now, here it is again. How exasperating. By the time he left the subunit, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Upon returning to the 3rd squad, he exchanged greetings and drove home. It was indeed necessary to conserve his energy. Once he took on the case, finding time to rest would become a challenge. Earlier that morning, he had promised Yu Qiu-chan to return home early, and the thought of 2 women awaiting him at home made Xiao Yu reflect on how extravagantly indulgent life has become. Chapter 70. This is no less exciting than watching a melodramatic romance. Upon parking the car, Xiao Yu entered the courtyard, his steps suddenly halting. Since acquiring the skills of a soldier king, his perception of threats had once again heightened. It was the first time he sensed that he was being locked onto the moment he stepped into the courtyard. What could it be? Xiao Yu turned around and gazed into the distance. With the form of a beast, eagle eye, the vision of an eagle can reach up to 36 kilometers. At this moment, Xiao Yu's eyes were fixed on a high point of a building over 1,000 meters away. He discerned a concealment, spotted a figure, and further observed a sniper rifle. Goodness gracious, Xiao Yu inhaled sharply. Can you imagine, during his past days in the courtyard, there was actually a sniper rifle constantly targeting him? Had he not gained this new ability today, he might never have discovered it. Who could the person be? A guard. Xiao Yu chuckled wryly as he walked into the inner courtyard and entered the back residence. This profession is not merely about standing beside certain individuals. They also have snipers, special task teams, and defensive squads. Sometimes, offense is indeed the best form of defense. Eradicating danger in its cradle ensures safety. The more he discovered, the more Xiao Yu felt the terrifying nature of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu's identities. Therefore, he had never dared to inquire. At times, one must admit that ignorance is bliss. A peculiar question arose. Why could he remain by their sides? Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Did the elders of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu truly remain oblivious to this? Some thoughts are best left unexamined. The more one contemplates, the more unsettling it becomes. Suddenly, a pair of soft, delicate hands covered Xiao Yu's eyes. Guess who I am? Hua Qingwu's unique, charming voice, laced with a sweet laugh, inquired. Could it be a villain? Xiao Yu feigned fear, exclaiming, "Oh no, am I being kidnapped?" Ha ha! Hua Qingwu's melodic laughter rang out. Yes, you're right, a villain. Quickly, tell me. Do you like your sister Qiu-chan more, or do you prefer your sister Qingwu? This Xiao Yu felt the prickling sensation return to his scalp. How should he respond? Humph. You hesitated. You indeed like Qiu-chan more than me. Hua Qingwu, feigning anger, playfully punched Xiao Yu, her voice huffy. Fine, neglect me. What can I do? Even if I'm sad, I want to dare to say it woe is me. Xiao Yu turned around and embraced the little fairy behind him, who was throwing a playful tantrum. All right, enough. Don't think you can bully me just because I like you. Be careful, or I might just make you the mother of my children, and you'll regret it later. Mother of your children? Really? Hua Qinwu dropped her act, her face blooming into a radiant smile. Come on then, who is afraid? If you, a poor boy, dare to bully me, you're finished. You're a little fairy. RNTU Xiao Yu turned to leave, stating, Fine, I'm poor, you're wealthy. Enjoy yourself. He was not heading inside, but rather preparing to exit the courtyard. Alas, my sister misspoke. Please do not be upset. Hua Qinwu immediately softened, embodying a woman who knows how to bend and yield. She wrapped her arms around his waist from behind and began to act coyly. Then, she drew Xiao Yu into the living room, gently pressing him onto the sofa. A soft kiss on his lips followed. Is this sufficient? Hua Qinwu resumed her attentive ministrations, kneading Xiao Yu's shoulders with various affectionate gestures. Xiao Yu sighed, his earlier dissatisfaction dissipating under her relentless charm, vanishing without a trace. Still, he remained silent, sitting on Xiao Yu's lap. Hua Qinwu playfully wiggled her petite backside and nestled closer to him. Shall we take a bath together tonight? You did say so. Xiao Yu wrapped his arms around her slender waist. In days of yore, they would have called a girl of her age a young matron. Her delicate waist resembled a tender cotton bud, evoking the illusion of possessing the finest tactile sensations in the world. You simply enjoy teasing your sister, she chided, playfully tapping his chest as she leaned into his embrace, sweetly affectionate. One small hand began to trace circles on his chest, overwhelmed by her enchanting allure. Xiao Yu rose to take a shower. When he emerged from the bathroom, refreshed and at peace, he found the living area empty but heard sounds emanating from the kitchen. Curiosity led him to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered Yu Qiu-chan preparing dinner, having already cooked 4 dishes and was in the process of making soup. Gazing at her silhouette, Xiao Yu was taken aback. It was not that he looked down upon contemporary women, rather, he pondered how rare it was to find one who could cook among 10. The aroma was delightful. Approaching her from behind, he wrinkled his nose in appreciation. It was not mere flattery. The food truly smelled divine. Really? Yu Qiu-chan's rosy lips curled into a gentle smile. What made you think to cook? Xiao Yu stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer. I wanted you to taste it and see if you liked it. His heart skipped a beat, as if something had stirred the tenderest part of his soul. He reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, murmuring, Could you do this for a lifetime? Perhaps not, she replied, her fair cheeks and neck flushed with a rosy hue. If you do not enjoy it, then I shan't continue. How could that be? A wave of affection surged within Xiao Yu. I could eat this for a lifetime. Although not a declaration of love, it nonetheless conveyed his sentiment. Yu Qiu-chan's cheeks deepened in color, her eyes shimmering with delight. The smile upon her lips was utterly uncontainable. Leaning against him, she gazed at the simmering pot on the stove, beaming brightly. In that moment, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed, each exuding their own unique charm. Lost in their world, they remained oblivious to, or perhaps chose to ignore, the scene unfolding at the kitchen door. There stood Hua Qinwu, languidly leaning against the doorframe, watching her brother and sister indulge in sweet moments, delighting in the spectacle as her eyes nearly squinted with joy. Was this not far more enjoyable than watching a melodramatic romance unfold? Moreover, there was no need to purchase a membership, which was quite delightful. After a heartwarming dinner shared among the 3 siblings, Xiao Yu once again praised Yu Qiu-chan. The meal was delectable, satisfying, and remarkably devoid of any foodborne illnesses or digestive troubles. Truly astonishing. After all, in this day and age, a woman who can cook is as rare as a giant panda, making such talents all the more precious. As the evening unfolded, they engaged in light-hearted conversations and gaming, and time seemed to fly. Xiao Yu briefly informed the 2 sisters about the case he would be taking on the following day. There were no quarrels, nor any clinginess. Both sisters displayed an admirable level of understanding. That night, he drifted off to sleep, holding on to Hua Qinwu, and the next morning enjoyed a breakfast prepared by Yu Qiu-chan. Stepping out of the house, Xiao Yu felt as though he were living within a dream. Upon arriving at the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team, he buried any stray thoughts deep within his heart. It was time to solve the case. Chapter 71. May I join you in play? At the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team. Within the Criminal Investigation Division, the office was engulfed in a haze of smoke. 6 weary veterans, having endured a sleepless night, stared intently at a computer monitor with bloodshot eyes. On the screen lay a peculiar report concerning acid-free paper. This specialized paper serves as the raw material for paper currency. Known also as banknote paper, it is crafted from various plant fibers subjected to unique chemical treatments, ultimately transformed into a pulp. This paper exhibits remarkable strength and exceptional resistance to folding, capable of withstanding thousands of bends without damage, rendering it an excellent material for the production of paper money across nations. However, not all acid-free paper is suitable for banknotes. Certain countries employ specialized techniques or alternative materials for anti-counterfeiting measures. For instance, the currency of the Dragon Nation no longer utilizes acid-free paper. Instead, it is composed of a blend of short cotton fibers and other natural materials, surpassing acid-free paper in quality. It has been established that the counterfeit currency in question is made from our nation's acid-free paper, devoid of any special cotton or hemp fibers. Nevertheless, this particular acid-free paper absorbs ink well and resists fading, with the hemp fibers being robust and resilient, achieving the standard of genuine banknote materials. Furthermore, this acid-free paper contains no whitening agents, retaining a natural white hue, and does not reflect light under ultraviolet illumination, seamlessly incorporating red and blue fiber strands into the pulp to attain a flawless integration. It is astonishingly capable of allowing the extraction of fiber strands with a mere needle, reaching levels akin to genuine currency. Most alarming is the counterfeit's flawless implementation of a 3D dynamic security thread in the bell-shaped patterns in the ink pool, alongside portrait watermarks and color-shifting numbers, achieving an astounding 70 likeness to genuine banknotes. A collective gasp resonated among the seasoned detectives. The counterfeit's similarity to real currency, reaching 70, is a staggering concept. With the naked eye, by feel, and even through standard currency verification machines, distinguishing between the two becomes nearly impossible. Should this counterfeit be inserted into an ATM, it could be mistakenly identified as genuine currency. How on earth did they accomplish this? One veteran detective murmured in disbelief. "We can only proceed with a thorough investigation," sighed another. "How can we investigate?" exclaimed yet another officer in frustration. "Aside from discovering 1 million counterfeit notes, we have no leads. We are not omniscient." The crux of the matter lies in the striking similarity between the counterfeit and authentic notes, rendering it indistinguishable from real currency. Acid-free paper, ink, and circuitry can all be mimicked. A fourth detective rubbed his temples, pondering if an ordinary person could achieve such a feat suddenly. Someone posed a question. Is there a possibility that the counterfeiters employed materials identical to those used in genuine currency? Or perhaps they possess knowledge of the entire process for producing authentic banknotes? In that instant, the office fell into a profound silence, the team stunned by the revelation. The craft of genuine currency? Indeed. How else can one elucidate the fact that a counterfeit note can achieve a chilling 70 similarity in contrast with genuine currency, thus blurring the line between authenticity and imitation? If those engaged in the art of counterfeiting have indeed mastered the complete process, materials, inks, and printing techniques, the eyes of the individuals in the office suddenly sparkled with astonishment as they turned towards the one who proposed this hypothesis. To their astonishment, however, 6 detectives found themselves frozen in place, for the speaker was not one among them, but rather a dashing young man in casual attire, Xiao Yu. The countenances of the 6 detectives shifted, displaying a complex array of emotions as they regarded the youthful figure before them. Just the previous day, Xiao Yu had been assigned to the Special Investigation Team, a decision that had not sat well with them. What merit did a mere child possess to warrant inclusion in such a team, especially given Xiao Yu's rank, which left them utterly perplexed? A first-class officer, was this some form of absurd jest? Last night, the members of the Special Investigation Team grew increasingly irate, feeling that their superiors had dispatched a mere novice, likely the offspring of some influential leader, to their team for the sake of polishing his resume. This term, polishing, is bureaucratic jargon for leveraging performance metrics, political achievements, and accolades. Overwhelmed by frustration, the team leader decided to call Zhang Shaoan, opening with, "Leader, what is the rationale behind assigning such a young individual to our Special Investigation Team?" Zhang Shaoan, bemused, could only chuckle in response, uttering a single sentence before hanging up. "Have you considered looking into Xiao Yu's file? When it comes to investigations, police officers are permitted to access personal records. However, absent a case, such inquiries are illegal unless sanctioned by a supervisory authority." With Zhang Xiaoyun's words echoing in their minds, the team resolved to thoroughly examine Xiao Yu's personal dossier. Upon doing so, they were left utterly astounded, caught completely off guard. The contents of Xiao Yu's file were rather straightforward, encompassing personal details, educational background, work history, any criminal record, and notable achievements, with a particularly highlighted section. It noted, awarded first-class merit once, awarded second-class merit once. The specifics of his significant contributions were marked as confidential. Surprised? Unanticipated? Indeed, the members of the Special Investigation Team were genuinely shocked. Their worldview crumbled and rebuilt itself repeatedly. Ultimately, they found themselves grappling with a torrent of bewilderment. It is worth noting that some officers may spend their entire careers merely earning a third-class merit, a commendation adequate for retirement discussions with future generations. Achieving a second-class merit typically necessitates perilous endeavors, often involving serious or even life-threatening cases. As for first-class merit, it is reserved for cases of exceptional complexity, where one must constantly risk their own safety while successfully resolving the case to be eligible for such an honor. Among the members of the Special Investigation Team, only one had ever received a second-class merit, with none having attained a first-class distinction. The disparity in achievements could not be more pronounced. Yet now, they found themselves lamenting to their superiors, solely based on the youth of an individual whom they knew nothing about. Leader, how much counterfeit liquor have you consumed to find yourselves in this state? I am going to enlist a prominent figure to assist you in solving this case, and yet you dare to complain? Have you lost your minds? The leader, despite his irritation, refrained from resorting to harsh words, as he was generally of a mild temperament. Had he been of a more volatile nature, would you not believe he would have dealt with you right then and there? At this moment, as they cast their eyes upon Xiao Yu, their emotions were a tumult of conflicting feelings. Just moments ago, Xiao Yu had arrived and presented them with a conjecture regarded as a vital clue. Although this theory appeared dubious, it was not entirely devoid of possibility. The essence of reasoning lies in uncovering the truth amidst the implausible, the improbable, and a myriad of hypotheses. Greetings, esteemed predecessors. In the face of the group's complex expressions, Xiao Yu lightened the atmosphere with a harmless jest. May I join you in your endeavors? Chapter 72. No one capable in the investigation unit, Caillou, from the first squad, Zhou Xiang, from the first squad, Zhao Jilong, from the second squad, Hong Xiaojun, from the fourth squad, Duan Lei, from the fifth squad, and Guan Zhengkai, from the sixth squad, introduced themselves while shaking hands with Xiao Yu. At this moment, they fully grasped the essence of the saying, do not judge a book by its cover. What if the young inspector appeared unassuming? What significance does a soft-featured face hold? In truth, Xiao Yu was a formidable individual, one who had been awarded both first and second-class honors. In any investigative unit, he was a figure of considerable stature. If Xiao Yu were to display his first-class medal, he could easily mock them, declaring, none of you are capable. Is such a first-class honor truly exaggerated? Indeed, it is as grand as it sounds. Should Xiao Yu adorn himself with his medal and take a stroll, even the white-collared leaders would salute him. Is the honor of a national first-class merit recipient to be taken lightly? After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation turned substantive. An experienced police supervisor brought forth a tablet and handed it to Xiao Yu. Caillou, the head of the investigative team and the task force leader, was in his 40s, robust in stature, with furrowed brows and sharp, glinting eyes. Since we are all engaged in criminal investigations, I shall not belabor the point, Caillou remarked, gesturing towards the tablet. Take a look. Xiao Yu activated the tablet and opened the case files, delving into the documents pertaining to the case. Criminal case file. Case category, major counterfeit currency case. Case title, U.S. dollar counterfeiting case. U.S. dollars? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at the others, his expression almost betraying the sentiment. Are you joking with me? He had been bewildered upon hearing about the counterfeiting case when he was in the third squad. As previously noted, in this modern age, a device in hand, the world is at my fingertips. The circulation of paper currency in the country has diminished significantly, ushering in the era of electronic payments. Even the domestic currency of long country has become obsolete. How then could foreign currency like the dollar circulate within the nation? Are you showing me this after I've already disrobed? Seeing the bewildered expression on Xiao Yu's face, the 6 task force members struggled to suppress their laughter. You are not mistaken. The counterfeit bills indeed are U.S. dollars. Caillou chuckled. When we first took on this counterfeiting case, we felt much like you do now. Questioning the intellect of those engaged in the production of counterfeit dollars, it seemed rather absurd. Whatever Xiao Yu could consider, they had also contemplated. In today's market, paper currency holds little value, let alone counterfeit money. How could they possibly be involved in counterfeiting U.S. dollars? Are these counterfeiters truly fools sent by monkeys? However, as they discovered that not only had the counterfeiters produced fake U.S. dollars, but also an entire sum of 1 million. And upon analyzing the counterfeit bills alongside genuine ones, finding a staggering 70 similarity, the laughter faded. Fools, simpletons, imbeciles, who could possibly create such exquisite imitations? Thus, a perplexing question arose. Given that these criminals are not foolish, capable of even producing counterfeit dollars, why would they choose to print fake currency domestically? Do not utter the baseless claim that they would manufacture it here and then smuggle it abroad. Would it not be more expedient to produce it overseas for local circulation? Why seek distant solutions when closer ones exist? This also involves issues related to customs, smuggling, and distribution channels. Do they truly believe that law enforcement personnel in this country are naive? Do they think they can easily dispatch counterfeit notes? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would seemingly refrain from such actions. Xiao Yu fell into contemplation. The 6 team members could conceive of this. Why could he not? It was precisely because he had considered it that his mind had momentarily stalled. The audacity of these criminals was indeed suffocating. Are they genuinely foolish? Or merely pretending to be? Nonetheless, it is premature to dwell on these reflections. The immediate priority is to ascertain who discarded the counterfeit bills near the trash bin. Regaining his focus, Xiao Yu continued to examine the case files on his tablet. Case filing date, October 28, 2023. Upon reading this, he furrowed his brow. From the moment of discovery to the case registration, 8 days had already elapsed. Filing unit, Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team. Special Investigation Team members, Kaiyu, Zhou Xiang, Zhao Jileng, Hong Shejun, Duan Lei, Guan Zhenkai. Reviewer, Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Corps, Zhang Shaoan. A special task force was promptly established. Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. It is reasonable. After all, a counterfeiting case falls under serious criminal offenses and special cases. Such activities undermine the very foundations of the nation and are undoubtedly of utmost importance. Consider, for instance, an individual who uses a printer to produce a counterfeit bill. Such an act already constitutes a criminal offense. According to Dragon Country's criminal law, the unlawful act of producing counterfeit currency can result in imprisonment for a term of 3 to 10 years at a minimum, while at its most severe. It may lead to 10 years or more, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Initial case details, October 28th morning. A sanitation worker, while performing his duties and cleaning the streets, inadvertently discovered a woven bag near a trash bin. Out of curiosity and due to his habit of collecting discarded items, the worker opened the bag, only to be astounded by the sight of bundles of banknotes, 1 million. Upon realizing that these were not Dragon Country currency but suspected dollars, greed took hold of him, and he secretly brought the bag home, calling his daughter. When the worker's daughter arrived at her father's home and saw the money, she sensed something was amiss. Logically, the existence of a large sum of cash in dollars within the country was improbable. The daughter then went to a shopping mall to purchase a professional currency verification machine and began to authenticate the dollars. The result, genuine. How could this be real? Xiao Yu frowned, then suddenly realized. Most currency verification machines in the country are designed solely for Dragon Country banknotes, with almost no provisions for verifying dollars. Subsequently, the sanitation worker's daughter took a dollar bill to a bank for further authentication. Why would she engage in such an action? Xiao Yu scoffed. The sanitation worker's daughter was also driven by greed. Even if the bank determined the dollar to be counterfeit, it would unlikely affect her. She could easily concoct numerous excuses, such as claiming she found it and was unaware of its authenticity, hence her reason for seeking verification. The amount was relatively insignificant, hence, the police would not file a case, nor would they impose any penalties. Furthermore, there were specialized institutions to authenticate it. Should the authentication prove genuine, the entire family would find themselves in fortune. Even if the money were identified as counterfeit, there would be no loss incurred. Upon the revelation of the authentication results, which confirmed the dollars as fraudulent, the daughter of the sanitation worker made a decisive choice. On October 28th at 10:47 a.m., the Chaoyang District 110 Emergency Response Center received a report. The Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team's 1st Division took on the case, with Deputy Captain Zhou Xiang leading his subordinates to the sanitation worker's residence. Upon witnessing the extraordinarily large quantity of counterfeit dollars, they promptly reported to their division. Subsequently, the division escalated the matter to the Municipal Bureau. Deputy Captain Zhang Shaoan personally arrived at the scene, leading to the establishment of a special investigation team. A thorough investigation was initiated. The team proceeded to the location where the counterfeit dollars were discovered, conducting a thorough examination. By retrieving the Skynet surveillance footage, they confirmed that on the night of October 28th at 1:11 a.m., a suspect appeared near the dumpster, discarding a woven bag before departing. Chapter 73. I accompany you for a delightful time. The screen of a tablet displayed a segment of surveillance footage. On a certain street, near a garbage bin, the Skynet monitoring video played. It was the night of October 28th, precisely at 1:11:27 a.m. A figure clad in a trench coat, donning a baseball cap and a mask, emerged within the camera's view. The clarity of the evening footage was not particularly high, yet streetlights illuminated the scene. It was evident that the woven bag held by the figure had a square shape. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pressed pause, his gaze fixated on the suspect's feet. From visual estimation, the suspect appeared to be approximately 165 centimeters tall, slender, and likely female. What puzzled Xiao Yu was the fact that the suspect was wearing flip-flops. Wait, flip-flops? He retrieved his phone to search for the temperature in the capital city on October 28th, between 6 and 20 degrees Celsius. Around 1 a.m., the temperature was at its lowest. The human body experiences severe cold at 6 degrees. For instance, under normal circumstances, if a person stands naked and motionless in 6 degrees, they could potentially succumb to hypothermia within an hour. It is akin to being caught in heavy rain. Even at 20 degrees, it could be life-threatening. On this chilly night, with temperatures at 6 degrees, the suspect was swathed in a trench coat yet chose to venture out in flip-flops. Is that not peculiar? An ordinary person might not grasp the significance of such a minor detail. However, in the realm of criminal investigation, solving a case often hinges on meticulous attention to detail. Seemingly inconspicuous particulars may unveil a crucial lead. Sometimes, the flaws in a case do not reside in overt clues, but rather in a myriad of subtle details and traces. Have we investigated the flip-flops? Xiao Yu raised his gaze toward the members of the special task force, only to find a collection of peculiar expressions. There was astonishment, admiration, and a touch of awe. Their faces clearly conveyed to Xiao Yu that they had already noted the detail regarding the flip-flops. Yet, they had intentionally refrained from mentioning it or recording it in the case files. In truth, they were keen to evaluate Xiao Yu's investigative prowess, curious to see just how adept he was at uncovering such nuances. The outcome was impressive. Team member Zhou Xiang's lips twitched slightly. It had taken them the better part of a day combing through the surveillance footage to discern the oddity of the suspect's flip-flops. Xiao Yu, however, merely cast a glance at the video and immediately identified it. This exemplified the disparity in investigative abilities. One could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The team collectively pondered. Those who earn first-class merit are never uncomplicated. Now, the question arose, what could be inferred from the suspect's flip-flops? Firstly, the human body cannot withstand 6-degree temperatures for long. Hence, it is highly probable that the suspect resided in a nearby residential area or appeared from the vicinity, or perhaps used public transport to reach the garbage bin. Given the duration of her walk, the suspect's feet would likely suffer under such conditions. At 6 degrees, skin could easily become frostbitten. Thus, it could be deduced that the suspect would certainly not embark on a long journey. It is highly probable that the woven bag was discarded beside the trash can by an individual from nearby locations. The question posed by Xiao Yu seemed to be a mere rhetorical inquiry. Indeed, another team member, Duan Lei, appeared embarrassed. Having initially believed that the surveillance from the sky net would facilitate a straightforward pursuit. However, as we traced the suspect's movements through the monitoring system, we found ourselves entering a residential area, only to discover that the individual had vanished. There were no footprints left within the confines of the neighborhood? Xiao Yu sensed an anomaly. Precisely. Team leader Kai Yu offered a wry smile, noting that the suspect was cunning and had changed into slippers within the residential area, which were later discovered in the greenbelt. At that moment, a team member presented an evidence bag containing a pair of women's slippers, indeed the very ones worn by the suspect in the surveillance footage. Counter-surveillance? Xiao Yu's expression shifted, contemplating whether there was no monitoring within the community or if the suspect had appeared in a blind spot of the cameras. Affirmative. The 6 members of the special investigation team nodded in agreement. It was indeed as suspected. Xiao Yu felt a headache coming on. Just because the special investigation team had not located the suspect did not imply a lack of competence. This was a specialized team formed by the Criminal Investigation Brigade, composed entirely of elite personnel from various divisions. They were all seasoned detectives. The fact that even these experienced investigators were unable to find the individual indicated a singular truth. The suspect's methods seemed to transcend the realm of conventional criminal investigation. There was a possibility of employing unorthodox tactics. What constitutes unorthodox methods? For instance, military capabilities, special operations abilities, or security skills. Could a police officer apprehend a special forces operative? Could they capture personnel from national security's special operations? Would they dare to follow elite bodyguards? There exist myriad techniques that surpass the scope of criminal investigation, leaving one without even the credentials to engage in a contest of strength. However, Xiao Yu's eyes gleamed with a cold and piercing light. If ordinary police officers are inadequate, then I shall join you in this intricate game. At 10 a.m., the sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle autumn breeze graced the air. At that moment, Xiao Yu stood within a residential community, surveying his surroundings. Two members of the Special Investigation Team, Hong Xiaojun and Guan Zhengkai, stood by his side. We have tracked the suspect to this location, yet lost their trail. Guan Zhengkai's expression was one of resignation and frustration as he pointed towards a nearby greenbelt. Xiao Yu raised his gaze. In the verdant expanse, several evergreen trees were planted, thriving in sunlight while exhibiting a degree of shade tolerance and cold resistance. Stepping onto the lawn, he paused, gently treading upon the grass. The resilience of the greenery was remarkable. Though one might trample upon it, the grass would soon regain its stature within days, adopting the form of a vigilant eagle. Xiao Yu crouched down to scrutinize the lawn. It was unlikely that anyone would deliberately tread upon the greenbelt, thus the soil was relatively loose. If someone had traversed this area, the grass could recover, yet the disturbed earth would remain, leaving behind footprints. With the guidance of his team members and employing his eagle-eyed ability, he continued his meticulous examination. Xiao Yu observed several barefoot footprints, indicating that the suspect had removed their slippers and traversed the lawn on foot, crossing through the landscaped area. Subsequently, the footprints vanished. The slippers could provide insight into the suspect's foot size, which ranged from 37 to 38. As Xiao Yu passed through the greenery and gazed beyond, he found no corresponding footprints, shoe sizes, or any other traces leading away. This leaves multiple possibilities. 1. The suspect may have changed into a larger pair of shoes to mislead the authorities. 2. The suspect could have been carried away by someone, thereby leaving no footprints. 3. The suspect might have utilized certain tools, such as a skateboard or vehicle. Regardless of the scenario, the suspect's footprints had undeniably disappeared. The deliberate placement of a single slipper in the landscaped area seemed almost a mockery of the police's ineptitude. A faint smile of cold amusement crossed Xiao Yu's face. Did they truly believe they could escape? Chapter 74. Is the rice we eat different? How then can we identify the suspect? Xiao Yu's gaze once more descended to the ground. One cannot meander within fixed clues, lest the case remain unsolved indefinitely. At times, unraveling a mystery can lead one into a quagmire. Once ensnared, extricating oneself becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, it is essential to transcend one's immediate circle and seek evidence beyond its confines. Setting aside the footprints of the suspect, how might one unearth other leads? One can glean answers from the process of departure. A person, moving from one locale to another, does not simply vanish into thin air. There exists a complete sequence of actions. Xiao Yu gradually crouched down, his eyes fixated intently on the ground, meticulously searching near the greenbelt. With an eagle-eyed perspective, traces imperceptible to the human eye became vividly apparent to him. What was Xiao Yu engaged in? The process of elimination. He had previously deduced 3 potential pathways through which the suspect could have exited the greenbelt, each devoid of traceable evidence. 1. It is highly probable that the suspect donned a pair of oversized shoes to conceal their smaller foot size, utilizing this disguise to mislead the authorities. If this were indeed the means of escape, distinguishing the shoe prints would be relatively straightforward. A small foot in a large shoe would result in a shortened stride, a narrowed width, diminished angles, and incomplete edges of the footprints, with pronounced drag marks evident. Xiao Yu meticulously scrutinized the area for half an hour, confirming the absence of any traces indicating a small foot in a large shoe. The first pathway was thus eliminated. 2. It is conceivable that the suspect was carried away by another, thereby leaving no footprints. If this were the case, how might one identify the suspect? There are indeed methods to achieve this, such as analyzing the shoe prints. Modern forensic science employs technological means and mathematical formulas to estimate the suspect's height, weight, age, physique, and gender based on the size, depth, and length of the footprints found at the scene. A person of average weight would leave typical footprints. Conversely, if one individual were to carry another while walking, the depth of the footprints would increase, the area would expand, and the stride would shorten, each of these factors attributable to the added burden of weight. After an hour of diligent investigation, he found it. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. At that moment, he was crouched on the ground, entirely oblivious to the dirt beneath him, his eyelids nearly touching the earth. With his keen sight, he focused on an anomalous shoe print, a size 42 imprint. This print exhibited a depth exceeding that of a typical shoe print by 2/3. Furthermore, the width had deformed due to the intense pressure of the foot. Crucially, a man wearing size 42 shoes would typically stand between 170 and 185 centimeters in height. Yet, The unusual stride distance indicated by the shoe print suggested a stride length consistent with an individual approximately 150 centimeters tall. What circumstances would lead a man above 170 centimeters to exhibit such a stride length? It is highly probable that the burden on the individual exceeds half to a full weight of their own. From this deduction, it aligns perfectly with Xiao Yu's inference that the suspect was lifted and taken away from the greenbelt by another party. At this moment, the two members of the special investigation team, who had been observing Xiao Yu meticulously examining the scene, were left utterly astonished. The 6 seasoned detectives, having scoured the site for 2 days without finding a single clue, were outshone by Xiao Yu's discovery of unusual footprints. What a predicament this was. It felt like having their faces slapped repeatedly, first front and then sideways, without a single angle spared. Rather than feeling angered by the humiliation, the two team members were instead filled with exhilaration, akin to witnessing a couple engaged in deep conversation in public, their expressions twisted with excitement. They realized that Xiao Yu was not only a genuine expert, but also a high-level player. Do you understand what a high-level player is? While they were just emerging from the novice village, he was already a fully-fledged master. Let us first locate the individual, Xiao Yu remarked, ignoring the overly enthusiastic team members. He slowly rose, exhaling a sigh of frustration. After stretching his limbs, his gaze returned to the ground. With each step, he employed his keen eye to discern the footprints. In a distance of less than 120 meters, Xiao Yu took nearly 40 minutes. He ultimately arrived at an open parking lot, a smile gracing his lips. The footprints conveniently halted in front of a parking space. By analyzing the direction, position, and traces of the shoe prints, he deduced that the owner of the footprints had entered a vehicle. Moreover, beside the shoe prints, he discovered a new set of footprints, genuinely bare and imprinted on the ground, size 37 to 38, precisely matching the suspect's foot size. This indicated that the individual had indeed placed the suspect on the ground. Raising his head to survey the surroundings, Xiao Yu's smile widened as he spotted a surveillance camera just a few meters away, perfectly positioned to capture the scene. Half an hour later, on the evening of October 28th, the surveillance footage from the vicinity of the parking lot was retrieved. Xiao Yu, armed with a tablet, scrutinized the video while the remaining 6 members of the special investigation team gathered around. Their gazes towards Xiao Yu were particularly intricate, as if silently questioning whether their rice was somehow different, or if they belonged to entirely different species. How could Xiao Yu be so exceptional? They had entirely succumbed to his investigative prowess. In every profession, there exist some nefarious individuals capable of committing acts that evoke outrage. Such individuals are often referred to as geniuses. On the evening of October 28th, the edge of the surveillance video captured a vehicle in the parking space. At 1:31 a.m., a bulky figure appeared in the footage. It would be more accurate to say that it was not merely bulky, but rather 2 individuals stacked together. A man was seen carrying a woman, appearing beside the car. Although the angle of the surveillance was not ideal, it was discernible that the man set the woman down. Subsequently, the 2 individuals entered a luxurious sedan. As the car roared to life and departed, a sigh of relief escaped Xiao Yu's lips. Although the man and woman in the video donned hats and masks, concealing their identities, it was evident that the woman was indeed the suspect who had discarded counterfeit currency beside the trash bin. Her physique, attire, and hat style all aligned perfectly. Additionally, the video provided a clear view of the sedan's license plate, Jing ADD, a green plate indicating it was an electric vehicle. 20 minutes later, the vehicle information was retrieved. The suspect's vehicle was identified as a rental from a car-sharing platform. Through the rental information dated October 28th, the identity of the renter was uncovered. Phone number, real name, identification. The information was verified. The suspect, Park Wenhui, male, 29 years old, a resident of the capital. Unemployed. Address, Chaoyang District, Beijing, Anjin Street, Anhuali. The special task force immediately sprang into action. 2 cars, 7 members. The arrest operation commenced. Chapter 75. Oh, the injustice of heaven. The comrades from the Anhuali police station had already set up surveillance for us, discovering that the suspect was at home. The SWAT team had dispatched 2 squads to assist in our apprehension operation, with another contingent of armed police on standby. In the rear seat of the speeding police car, Caillou wore a grave expression as he reported the current situation to Xiao Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed. Indeed, it was a report, the kind typical of a subordinate addressing a superior. Regardless of the era or industry, the principle of respecting strength remains timeless, particularly within the police and military. This principle is magnified infinitely. Only those with prowess possess a voice. Only those with might hold the truth. Although everyone had only interacted with Xiao Yu for half a day and were still unfamiliar with one another, his investigative capabilities had already garnered widespread acknowledgement. Despite his youth, his skills eclipsed those of his peers. Just prior to the commencement of the apprehension operation, Xiao had made a call to his superiors. Following their approval, the command of the Special Investigation Team had been relinquished, and Xiao Yu had ascended to the role of the new team leader. This is the nature of the police force, unlike the national football team, where leaders lack understanding of the game while directing those who play it. In the police, merit speaks volumes. Those without capability cannot expect to command respect. Who would heed their instructions? Do they truly believe that solving cases is a trivial matter? What is the matter? Xiao inquired, puzzled by Xiao Yu's silence. Nothing, just find this case rather peculiar, Xiao Yu replied, opening his eyes. He produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Xiao before lighting one for himself. Why would a woman be carrying a bag of counterfeit money in the dead of night, discarding it next to a trash bin? Have you considered this? Xiao nodded gravely. We noticed that too. Damn you guys, Xiao Yu chuckled incredulously. You noticed all these little details but didn't mention them to me. You can't blame them, he thought to himself. Understanding that his youth led others to question his abilities. It was akin to a typical university student stumped by a challenging problem, only to have a 10-year-old appear beside him, saying, "This is how you solve it, a 10-year-old?" The university student would find it amusing, thinking, who brought this elementary school kid to college for fun? Would he believe that this child could solve the problem? Yet, the next moment, the child produced a student ID from a prestigious academy, leaving the university student utterly flabbergasted. The child solved the problem effortlessly, leaving the student thoroughly embarrassed. In this scenario, Xiao Yu was akin to that 10-year-old, while the 6 members of the Special Investigation Team represented the university student. Upon realizing Xiao Yu's capabilities, they were all left disheartened. Damn it, he is young and handsome, and more capable than us. The heavens are truly unfair. From the suspect's physique, gait, and mannerisms, it could be inferred that she was likely aged between 22 and 32, belonging to the demographic of young women. Moreover, venturing out in the freezing cold while wearing slippers was, in itself, quite unusual. Xiao spoke eloquently, deducing from various clues that the individual had deliberately donned slippers for the convenience of discarding items, thereby evading police scrutiny. It was evident that this was no novice. It was likely not their first encounter with such activities. One could reasonably infer that the suspect's presence near the dumpster, disposing of counterfeit currency, was premeditated. A rational person understands that although counterfeit bills are indeed fraudulent, they still possess the semblance of money, and once circulated, they become currency. Would any sane individual discard a substantial bag of cash beside a dumpster? Furthermore, the suspect employed counter-surveillance tactics during the disposal of the counterfeit bills, a behavior rife with anomalies. Based on my experience, Xiao observed with a serious expression, it is highly likely that the suspect was engaged in some form of transaction. There is something afoot. Xiao cast a penetrating glance at the seasoned detective. Xiao's analytical reasoning resonated with his own thoughts, aligning perfectly. Indeed. A transaction. The suspect intentionally discarded the bills near the dumpster in the dead of night, likely as a means to facilitate a trade. Alternatively, the suspect might have intended to deliver these counterfeit notes to an unknown individual, someone with whom they were not familiar, and thus approached with caution. The dumpster served as the venue for their exchange. This could also elucidate why the suspect's departure was executed with such meticulous care. They were not merely evading the police. They were also wary of the trading counterpart. Otherwise, if they were acquainted with the trader, they could have simply handed the counterfeit notes directly to them. Wouldn't that be the case? However, this transaction encountered a hitch. It is highly probable that the trading partner failed to appear, resulting in the bag of counterfeit bills being discovered by a sanitation worker, subsequently leading to police intervention. If this hypothesis holds, many details of the case align perfectly, fitting like a well-crafted puzzle. Yet, if the reasoning stands, something feels amiss. Kai Ning furrowed his brow, questioning why it would be in the capital. Indeed, why would it be in the capital? Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. The capital? Were they so audacious as to engage in counterfeit transactions in such a prominent city? Kai Yu found it perplexing. The capital's crackdown on crime is well known. Could it be possible? An insight struck Xiao Yu. The individual they sought to transact with must be situated within the capital, unable to venture elsewhere? Kai Yu paused, taken aback. Unable to venture elsewhere? People are free, mobile, and can go wherever they please. Why could they not travel to other locations? Unless Caillou's eyes brighten with realization perhaps they belong to a special demographic. For instance, foreigners holding a 7-day tourist visa to Longwa. This does not imply one can roam freely throughout the country. They must engage in tourism activities only at designated ports for the duration of their visa. Prohibiting travel across provinces or to remote areas. This is merely one example of a special group. Many others exist who cannot move across provincial boundaries. Ordinary individuals remain oblivious to these demographics due to their lack of exposure to such populations. Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded, affirming that the counterpart could not leave the capital and was restricted to conducting counterfeit transactions solely within its confines. In our country, the circulation of domestic currency is already limited, let alone that of the US dollar. Caillou wore a puzzled expression. If the counterfeit dollars were to be used abroad, what means would they employ to transport these fake bills from the capital to foreign lands? If the individuals cannot leave the capital, they would presumably have to exit the country from there, wouldn't they? The sole channel for departing the capital is through civil aviation. It is imperative to note that one cannot carry even a mere 10,000 genuine dollars onto an aircraft, let alone 1 million in counterfeit bills. The regulations are explicit. For international flights, one is permitted to carry a maximum of $5,000 in cash. Exceeding this limit constitutes a violation of the law. If this is not a transaction, could it possibly be a form of inspection? According to his reasoning, the parties involved in the exchange are strangers to one another, hence the necessity for caution. Since they are unfamiliar, it stands to reason that the items being traded must be authenticated for their genuineness and assessed for their quality. They must ascertain the degree of realism of the counterfeit bills before deciding on their necessity. Is there a flaw in this line of reasoning? Suddenly, the police vehicle came to a halt. Chaoyang District, Anjin Street, Anhua Lane. They had arrived. Xiao Yu opened the door and exited the vehicle. 6 members of the special investigation team gathered around him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu commanded, action. Chapter 76. My cruelty towards dogs in an aged residential complex. A 6-story building stood. As the task force arrived at the front of the building, 2 teams of SWAT officers had already surrounded it. Xiao Yu was the first to stride through the entrance, ascending the staircase. On the 6th floor, room 2601. He approached the door without knocking, pressing his ear against the sturdy entrance. The form of a beast, wolf ears. Silence reigned, an overwhelming stillness. Utilizing his enhanced auditory abilities, Xiao Yu surprisingly detected no sounds emanating from within the door. The only thing he could discern was a faint whisper of breathing. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, attempting to pinpoint the source of the sound. In the living room, to the left, approximately 6 or 7 meters away, the suspect's residence spanned over 80 square meters, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Excluding the areas of the bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom, the living room measured about 5 to 6 meters, with 7 meters leading towards the balcony. This indicated that the breath originated from within the confines of the balcony. Furthermore, the rapidity of the breathing suggested that the individual was exceedingly anxious. By assessing the direction of the exhalation, it became evident that this person was facing the entrance. When under pressure, threat, or fear, one tends to become tense, and breathing quickens. This is a natural physiological response, suggesting that the individual inside the room was already aware of our intention to apprehend him. A smirk crept across Xiao Yu's face, a silent chuckle escaping him. Why had the suspect retreated towards the balcony? Alert to the door? The answer was glaringly apparent. Should someone open the door, the individual would make his escape via the balcony at the first opportunity. How could one escape from the 6th floor? Pondering this perplexity, Xiao Yu gestured to his comrades behind him. The others withdrew, while 2 members of the task force, armed with a battering ram, approached the fortified door. Xiao Yu slowly crouched, legs slightly apart, adopting a running stance. The 2 team members looked to him for guidance. With a swift motion of his arm, he signaled. In a heartbeat, the 2 members swung the battering ram with all their might, targeting the lock of the secure door. A thunderous crash reverberated as the lock shattered, creating a sizable breach. One team member quickly set down the battering ram, his reflexes sharp, and seized the door. With a vigorous tug, the door flung open. The floor beneath Xiao Yu trembled slightly as the pent-up energy within him erupted forth, propelling his robust form into action. The others barely had time to register the blur that sped past them, a whirlwind of motion. Xiao Yu vanished from their sight, materializing in the living room. Was this a leopard? The team was aghast, struggling to comprehend such terrifying speed. Their expressions were akin to those who had encountered a ghost. In the living room, Xiao Yu wore a peculiar expression as he gazed towards the balcony, witnessing a young man, frantic and disoriented, colliding with the floor-to-ceiling window. With a crash, the window shattered. and the young man bolted from the building. Xiao Yu thought, what a performance you were putting on for me. Do you intend to leap from the 6th floor? That could be fatal. But no. In an instant, as Xiao Yu dashed towards the balcony, he saw the man grasping a rope. Where had that rope come from? The rooftop of the residential building. The man moved with the agility of a monkey, scaling the edge of the rooftop from the 6th floor balcony. Astonishingly impressive. A spectacle that nearly elicited a laugh from Xiao Yu. Was he engaging in parkour? In that instant, his legs bent slightly, propelling him into a high leap. With a swift motion, he grasped the beam of the balcony's glass door. With a gentle exertion of his arm, he pressed himself against the outer wall of the building. He then seized the rooftop's edge with one hand, gazing at the other man who had also clambered up. The man, mouth agape in shock, stared at Xiao Yu as if he had encountered a ghost, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance of a living person before him. Let's discuss some matters. Come with me quietly, Xiao Yu instructed, eyeing the man with a warning. Do not compel me to strike you while I am in a good mood. Understand? The man offered no response, instead attempting to kick Xiao Yu off the rooftop. Am I the fool here? Xiao Yu mused, as the man's foot halted abruptly against his chest, firmly gripped by a strong hand. Those who disregard courtesy shall never enjoy a feast in their lifetime, Xiao Yu scoffed, shaking his head. With a swift motion, he seized the man's thigh and hurled him from the edge of the rooftop into the air. The man screamed, his face paling in terror, fearing that Xiao Yu intended to cast him to his demise below. However, as his body swung through the air, it traced an arc before being forcefully thrown onto the 6th floor balcony. The impact startled the members of the task force who had rushed into the living room. Before they could comprehend the situation, a figure descended onto the balcony, walking leisurely into the hall. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Struggling to fathom how Xiao Yu had accomplished such a feat, was this truly a capability possessed by humans? Yet, Xiao Yu paid no heed to the task force members. Casting his gaze downward at the disoriented suspect, Park Won-hui, the man shivered, his complexion ghostly pale, too terrified to utter a word. Tell me, Xiao Yu inquired coldly. On the midnight of the 28th, around 1:30, where is the woman you picked up? Park Won-hui's face grew even paler, his body trembling uncontrollably as he lowered his head in silence. I speak to you kindly only when I regard you as a person. Do not compel me to view you as a mere dog, Xiao Yu warned, enunciating each word deliberately, for I am notoriously cruel to dogs. Once, someone asked the purpose of humanity's strength. Xiao Yu replied, it is to possess the capability to eliminate a dog when it barks. Yes, it's Sister Hong. Park Won-hui trembled in fear, caught in a whirlwind of terror and anxiety. He felt a dreadful premonition that if he did not speak honestly, this officer would surely commit something exceedingly cruel against him. Sister Hong? Xiao Yu pressed. What is her full name? I don't know, truly. I don't know, he stammered. Park Won-hui trembled with trepidation. A couple of years ago, during my visit to the vibrant city of Yanqing, I met her at a bar. I was aware that she had established quite a reputation there, seemingly quite formidable. Subsequently, we engaged in conversation, whether it was mere dialogue or something more intimate. One must clarify. Xiao Yu blinked and urged him to continue. Just a few days ago, she arrived in the capital, and I spent several days showing her around. She then entrusted me with 20,000 yuan, requesting my assistance with certain matters. That fateful evening, I escorted her to a particular location where she appeared to discard something. I was instructed to pick her up from a residential complex and carry her out. Park Won-hui continued. At that moment, I had already surmised that her actions were undoubtedly questionable, possibly even illegal. Over the past few days, I have been on edge, plagued by an ominous premonition. And then, you all arrived. Xiao Yu fixed his icy gaze upon him, scrutinizing his facial expressions through the lens of micro-expression psychology. He deduced there was no deceit. Chapter 77. Who are we dealing with? It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Criminal Investigation Division's office. 7 members of the Special Task Force wore furrowed brows, for a lead had emerged. The suspect, known as Hong Jie, had come under the team's scrutiny. However, according to the testimony of the suspect Park Won-hui, Hong Jie had departed from the capital on the morning of the 28th. What troubled Xiao Yu and the team was Hong Jie's caution. During her brief stay in the city, she had never revealed her true identity on surveillance footage. In all the retrieved Skynet recordings, she was perpetually masked and hat-wearing. Only Park Won-hui had glimpsed her visage. When will the sketch artist arrive? Xiao Yu inquired, glancing at his team members. It should be soon, replied team member Zhao Jilong, checking the time on his wristwatch. Almost immediately, a knock echoed through the room. A police officer, clad in uniform, entered. He was a middle-aged man, a third-level police inspector, approximately 167 centimeters tall, stout, with a receding hairline. "I am Ma Han-ming from the technical division." He introduced himself with a smile. "Greetings," the team responded, rising to welcome him with cheerful faces. "The artist has arrived." As the leader of the task force, Xiao Yu shook hands with him, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a team member escorted the detained suspect Park Wen-hui into the room. As previously mentioned, the police have 5 specialized professions, among which the sketch artist is one. Often referred to as the panda of the police, I have never seen him, but I can draw him. "Portraiture is my specialty," Ma Han-ming declared. This statement, while seemingly simple, held immense significance for those in the field of criminal investigation. Through verbal descriptions and sketches, he could vividly recreate the suspect's appearance, seamlessly integrating knowledge from psychology, criminalistics, anatomy, and art. This is the essence of a sketch artist. With Park Wen-hui's narration, Ma Han-ming commenced his live sketching. He posed questions, and the suspect provided responses. Face shape, heart-shaped. Eyes, phoenix eyes. Nose bridge, lip shape, eyebrows. Time gradually slipped away, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Utilizing a tablet alongside a drawing pad, Ma Han-ming would sketch, pause, refine, and inquire, ensuring no detail was overlooked and no characteristic neglected. A woman's face slowly emerged on the tablet screen. Achieving a lifelike depiction of the suspect through manual simulation is not a task to be accomplished in mere hours. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Yu and the task force invited Ma Han-ming to a fine restaurant, Garden. It is said that this establishment was founded in 1930, a genuine time-honored brand. The most renowned dish here is the scallion braised sea cucumber, known far and wide in the capital. "Now that's some serious bravado to boast so grandly," Xiao Yu remarked. However, once they settled into a private room and the waiter served their dishes, he took a bite of the scallion braised sea cucumber and was pleasantly surprised. "I must admit, this dish is truly commendable." The slap came unexpectedly. By the time the dishes had gone through the 5 flavors, the wine was truly absent. After everyone had their fill, they left the restaurant and returned to the criminal investigation team. The members waited by Ma Han-ming, anticipating the suspect's portrait. Xiao Yu began to review the recent investigations conducted by the Special Task Force regarding the counterfeit currency's raw materials. Upon discovering that the paper used for the counterfeit bills was actually domestically produced acid-free paper, his eyelids began to twitch. Acid-free paper can be manufactured in most countries without much difficulty. However, the craftsmanship varies significantly. It is possible to ascertain the origin of the paper through various techniques, tests, and inspections. Thus, a profoundly alarming question arose. Through the authentication of the seized counterfeit dollars, the simulation accuracy reached 70. The remaining 30 of the problem lay within the counterfeit paper and ink. For instance, genuine dollars utilize acid-free paper that incorporates a special fiber pulp during production. Aside from 2 foreign companies, no one knows the formula. Furthermore, the ink used for dollars is a highly specialized optical gradient magnetic ink. Those in the know are aware of this. Although ordinary individuals can concoct a remarkably similar ink, the differences, though subtle, are vast. For example, diesel and gasoline are both fuels for motor vehicles, but are they truly the same? If this group has managed to resolve the issues surrounding acid-free paper and ink, then the authenticity of their counterfeit dollars could reach an astonishing 85 or even over 90. Do you understand the implications of this? Even the most authoritative appraisal institutions might struggle to distinguish them. After all, even genuine bills have numerous flaws and misprints. Consequently, Xiao Yu's expression turned unusually grave as he murmured, "Aside from acid-free paper and ink, these individuals have completely mastered the entire process of producing dollars. How is this possible?" It is essential to recognize that high imitations and genuine articles are entirely different concepts. One is a replication of another's craftsmanship, while the other embodies authentic craftsmanship. Now, it appears that the replicators are employing genuine techniques to create high-quality imitations. Does that not strike you as terrifying? For those who may not grasp the significance, consider this example. You have a girlfriend. One day, unexpectedly, another girlfriend appears. Both are identical in appearance, except the genuine girlfriend has a 36D bust, while the counterfeit has a 34D. The genuine girlfriend possesses a peach-shaped bottom, while the counterfeit has a slight lift. Aside from these 2 minor deviations in appearance, their essence is entirely the same. In the dark, you could not discern which is real and which is fake. For the genuine girlfriend, this is profoundly frightening. However, for the boyfriend, he would thank the heavens for such a gift. If he is a true man, do you think he would bother to differentiate? Thus, Xiao Yu picked up a counterfeit dollar bill from his desk, a look of terror crossing his face as unsettling thoughts flooded his mind. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. It was the call to National Security's Yihang. 3 seconds later, the call connected, and Yihang's voice, laced with mirth, resonated. "Little brother, have you been missing your elder brother?" Before uttering those words, one should truly reflect upon their own conscience. Xiao Yu chuckled sarcastically. "You seemed quite nonchalant when you sold me out, didn't you?" "Ah well." Yihang let out a dry laugh, quickly conceding, "Hold your fire. I'm one of your own. Captain, please don't shoot. I'm on your side." Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. "You're such a dog. Because of you, I'm now embroiled in a special task force investigating a case. I've heard it's about counterfeit currency, right?" Yihang jested. "I have unwavering faith in your capabilities, little brother. You will undoubtedly crack the case. It's evident that whenever there's a whisper of disturbance in the capital, the National Security Agency is always in the know. I don't even trust myself. Why should you?" Xiao Yu replied with irritation. "Do me a favor." "Of course." Yihang responded readily. "As long as it's within my capacity and adheres to the principles, I'm all for it." Though he appeared to agree with reluctance, it essentially meant he had said nothing at all. After all, he could easily evade responsibility with phrases like "beyond my capabilities" and "against principles." Such is the art of discourse among the cunning and bureaucratic circles. "So you wish to play mind games, do you?" Xiao Yu scoffed. "Fine. Next time your national security has a matter, don't come running to me. To quote Master Bin, even if we weighed our intellect, I'd come out 2 pounds heavier than you. Who do you think you're dealing with?" Chapter 78. Young man, this isn't how you act. Upon hearing the breakup words from his younger brother, Yihang felt a surge of urgency. Is it not permissible for an elder brother to err? Xiao Yu's investigative prowess was undeniably formidable. Who knows when the national security might find it indispensable? Offending him is not an option. Where did you go wrong? Xiao Yu mimicked the tone often employed by Hua Qingwu in her mischief. Yihang responded, "Young man, this isn't how you present yourself." Initially, he had intended to discuss matters pertaining to national security. Xiao Yu, adopting a serious tone, replied, "Since you are disinterested, then I shall take my leave." "Brother, my heart has not been well of late," Yihang said, his voice laced with suspicion. "Do not scare me. Just tell me if you wish to listen." Xiao Yu inquired. "Well," Yihang hesitated briefly, "then you may begin." "I suspect there are foreign elements seeking to harm me," Xiao Yu said nonchalantly. Yihang was taken aback. "Young man, if you continue to act so pretentiously, I may have to resort to drastic measures." "I am not jesting." Xiao Yu's demeanor remained grave. "There has been an issue with counterfeit currency." "Counterfeit currency?" Yihang's tone was peculiar. "What does this have to do with national security? Isn't this the police's responsibility?" "Then what if I were to say?" Xiao Yu grinned. "The individuals creating the counterfeit currency may be linked to foreign high-ranking officials. Does that still fall under the purview of the police?" A sudden silence enveloped Yihang. The phone remained silent for over 10 seconds before he finally spoke, his voice icy. "Brother, such jesting is inappropriate. You are aware that I am investigating a counterfeit case, correct?" Xiao Yu queried. "Do you know the similarity percentage between the counterfeit notes we discovered and the genuine ones?" 70%, Yihang answered without hesitation. "What is the issue?" This figure alone speaks volumes about the national security's capacity for control over the capital. Speaking of counterfeit currency, let us not discuss the present, but rather the past. During the era when counterfeiting was rampant, some counterfeit syndicates managed to achieve a realism exceeding 75%. Is a counterfeit note with merely 70% realism truly alarming? Do you know where the remaining 30% discrepancy lies? Xiao Yu continued to inquire. Yihang faltered momentarily. Why would our national security concern itself with such trivial matters? Indeed, for national security, this is a minor issue. If the police can handle it, why would they intervene? The difference lies in the special acid-free paper and ink, Xiao Yu elucidated. These materials are only available abroad. No other nation can produce them. Certain elements pertain to the core secrets of the state. Currency is one of them. What exactly are you trying to convey? Yihang asked, growing impatient, feeling as though he had engaged in a futile conversation. Aside from the acid-free paper and ink, Xiao Yu articulated clearly, the remaining processes are entirely authentic. Entirely authentic? Haha. Yihang chuckled. Are you making soup? What I refer to as authentic is that, aside from the acid-free paper and ink, everything on this counterfeit bill is genuine. Do you understand? Xiao Yu sneered, asserting that it is not false. It is entirely authentic, a true dollar. There exists an individual capable of creating real dollars, or rather, someone who has mastered the complete process of dollar production. He resides in the Dragon Country. It has been previously mentioned that currency involves the core secrets of a nation. The craftsmanship of the dollar is the essence of these secrets. Could the average person possibly comprehend such core secrets? So, who possesses the knowledge of the dollar as complete craftsmanship? An individual who commands this entire process has surprisingly come to the Dragon Country, engaging in counterfeiting. Can you believe that? This raises another question. Would a person who has mastered the complete craftsmanship of the dollar ever be in need of money? To speak candidly, the wealth of such an individual is beyond the limits of imagination. Hence, does this person truly need to create counterfeit money to augment their wealth? For those who still do not grasp the concept, consider this example. Would Jack Ma need to steal an electric bike to maintain a respectable lifestyle? Is that not absurd? Xiao Yu understands that this is indeed hard to believe. Yet, at this moment, an astonishing reality has unfolded. An individual adept in the craftsmanship of the dollar has chosen to counterfeit money in the Dragon Country. If it is not for financial gain, then what could be their motive? Xiao Yu racked his brain but could not arrive at a conclusion. Therefore, he must inform Yi Hang, as this counterfeit case could very well pertain to national security. Once again, there was silence on the phone, but he could distinctly hear Yi Hang's hurried, labored breathing. Despite Xiao Yu sometimes joking about Yi Hang's lack of intellect, one must consider that a person capable of becoming the director of national security truly cannot be devoid of intelligence. To think otherwise is to court peril. Through the words of his younger associate, Yi Hang's mind instantly overloaded, nearly causing his CPU to smoke. In a fleeting moment, he grasped the essence of Xiao Yu's statements. The other party was not in pursuit of counterfeiting money at all. Yi Hang's voice trembled. Indeed. Xiao Yu humorously remarked that your IQ has finally reached the level where you can read a watch. Yi Hang felt as though he had been shot in the knee, his teeth aching. I apologize. I should not have sold you out the other day. Now, tell me, what have you discovered? If apologies held any weight, what purpose would the police serve? Xiao Yu, with an air of indifference, questioned what compensation was to be offered. Brother-in-law, can you lend a hand? Yi Hang began to shamelessly plead once more. Xiao Yu retorted, it seems that pretentiousness is fleeting, but shamelessness is eternal. Nevertheless, Yi Hang's term of endearment, brother-in-law, brought him a peculiar sense of comfort. Come find me, Xiao Yu urged, suppressing his pride and joy. I will take you to flaunt. I am on my way. Yi Hang swiftly ended the call. At that moment, an excited shout erupted. It's done. What is done? Xiao Yu, setting down his phone, brightened his eyes and looked towards the artist, Ma Haming. The other party wore a radiant smile as she gazed at him while holding a tablet. Xiao Yu swiftly approached and took the tablet, glancing at the screen. A sketch of a woman materialized before him. She was not conventionally beautiful, yet possessed a certain allure. Appearing to be in her late 20s, she had slender eyebrows, a pair of phoenix-like eyes, and a small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. The older generation referred to it as a beauty mark. However, the woman in the portrait seemed far from the traditional standards of beauty. It was precisely due to this mark that the portrait gained distinct recognition. Through a meticulous scan against the police's extensive database, the primary focus was on the residents of Yangqing. The search parameters were set for individuals aged between 25 and 30. One by one, personal details were filtered through the vast database. By honing in on the beauty mark near the suspect's mouth, they pinpointed the individual. Suspect, Lu Hong, female, 28 years old, resident of Yangqing, with a criminal record. Currently unemployed. It turned out she was not Hong Jia. Xiao Yu squinted at the suspect's information, realizing it was indeed Jia Hong. Chapter 79. A man remains a boy until death night, 11 p.m. After bidding farewell to the artist, the members of the special investigation team turned their gazes towards Xiao Yu, awaiting his command. Given the late hour, a journey to Yangqing was not feasible. Observing everyone, Xiao Yu suggested that they rest for the night. Now that the suspect had been identified, action was imperative. It was crucial to conduct an investigation in Yangqing. Whether it be apprehending or examining the suspect, progress would be made gradually. One must eat a meal bite by bite and tread the path step by step. A hasty arrest might alarm the prey. A new investigative plan needed to be devised. However, there was a significant point that Xiao Yu had not disclosed to his team members. This counterfeit currency case potentially involved national security. Certain secrets were beyond the purview of the police. Whether to inform the special investigation team would depend on Yi Hang's arrival. Once the team departed the office to rest, Xiao Yu remained seated, retrieving his phone. While waiting for Yi Hang, he sought to occupy his time. He opened WeChat to check for any updates from his two sisters. The posts from Hua Qingwu were stagnant, whereas Hua Qingwu updated her status daily. For instance, at 8 p.m. tonight, Hua Qingwu, I'm so bored. I opened my phone and found no messages. I feel wronged and sad. I don't blame my smelly little brother for ignoring me. I only blame myself for being unable to capture his heart. Unlike my other sisters who are so gentle and understanding, boo-hoo. Xiao Yu, it's obvious without thinking. This post from Wu is meant for specific viewers, unseen by others. So this must be directed at me? A tender smile involuntarily graced Xiao Yu's lips as he continued to the next post. Wu, I still remember the first time I met someone handsome. A sweet little brother. After we started dating, I realized he is not just a lecher but also a baby. Xiao Yu, his face flushed, as he forcefully suppressed the tumult of embarrassment and shame. What is wrong with being a baby? A man remains a boy until death. Wu, I miss my little brother. I wonder what he is doing. There are so many green tea bitches outside. They only bully my brother. Unlike sisters who only treat you well. Did you hear that, you little rascal? Setting his phone down, a gentle expression enveloped Xiao Yu's handsome face. Who wouldn't he love a vixen? Beautiful, enchanting, and capable of being coy. Who could resist such allure? Lost in thought, an enchanting figure surfaced in his mind, someone who would wash their hands to prepare a meal for him. What kind of position did I sleep in during my past life? Xiao Yu sighed, wondering how he could dream such a delightful dream in this life. Suddenly, the office door swung open. A tall figure, exuding a strong military aura, approached Xiao Yu. Brother-in-law, the elder brother has arrived, Yi Heng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. You didn't have to come. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, putting away his phone. How did you find out? Yi Heng pulled a chair to sit before his younger brother, his smile replaced by seriousness. When you were young, you must have been the inattentive student in class. Xiao Yu, feeling weary, replied, I've told you before, it was due to the acid-free paper and ink. Acid-free paper and ink, this I am aware of. Yi Heng nodded, having researched the information prior to his arrival. The acid-free paper for the dollar is custom-made by 2 foreign companies, and only one company can produce the ink. Thus, these items are unable to enter the dragon country. Xiao Yu delicately suggested. Otherwise, it would be a dollar with a 100 authenticity? Yi Heng's expression turned ominously grave, his gaze shifting from keen to razor-sharp, as if contemplating something further. Even if they possessed acid-free paper and ink, it is highly likely that the authenticity would not exceed 95. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, concluding that it must pertain to proficiency, as the equipment is inadequate. Proficiency, as understood by those in the know. It is akin to a production line where a novice and a veteran perform the same task. The veteran's output is undoubtedly superior due to their wealth of experience. The same applies to printing dollars. One must first have the paper, then concoct the ink, followed by the plate printing, and finally the cutting of the currency, and so forth. As for the equipment, to draw an analogy, can personal equipment from the populace be compared to that of a nation? A slight discrepancy could result in a dollar that is 1 or 2 less accurate. This entire production line cannot be completed by just 1 or 2 individuals. If any link in the process encounters an issue, the counterfeit currency produced will bear flaws. Why do you not mention the printing plate? A sense of foreboding surged within Yi Heng. What is the printing plate? It is the mold used in the printing process, also referred to as the master plate. The banknotes printed on the production line are based on this for their printing. Some may assume that such a master plate must be engraved by precision instruments. In reality, quite the opposite is true. It is entirely the handiwork of an engraver, crafted by hand. Moreover, the threshold for engraving a printing plate is exceedingly high, requiring specialized tools to dance across the steel plate. A single mistake renders the product defective. Such artisans must possess the steady hand of a surgeon and the precise delineation of a master painter. They must wield multiple engraving tools in tandem, utilizing a magnifying glass to perfect their craftsmanship, all while carving from a microscopic perspective. Look at this. Xiao Yu held up a counterfeit dollar bill and handed it to Yi Heng. Yi Heng swallowed hard, his expression one of deep consternation, refusing to accept it. Brother, you're a rough man. What use is this to me? Haha, well, at least you possess self-awareness. Xiao Yu chuckled heartily, having had the counterfeit examined by experts. The patterns, lines, and details on the counterfeit bill achieved a 99 similarity in authenticity when compared to real currency. What does this mean? It signifies that the counterfeit printing plate is indistinguishable from the genuine article. Given that it has reached such a standard, can it still be deemed a counterfeit plate? Obviously, this is undoubtedly real. A genuine printing plate. Yi Heng stared in disbelief, nearly questioning whether he was still dreaming. Huh. Xiao Yu smirked in tacit acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a genuine printing plate. Hence, He conveyed to Yi Hang that in this counterfeit case, apart from the acid-free paper and ink, everything else is authentic. It is the complete process of manufacturing real dollars. Yi Hang took a deep breath, remained silent for a while, and then stood up, saying, "I need to make a phone call." Xiao Yu looked at his brother's departing figure with a cheerful smile. It was evident that the call was imperative. The case at hand was too significant and frightening, necessitating guidance from higher authorities to determine the next course of action. Approximately 10 minutes later, with a serious expression, Yi Hang returned to Xiao Yu and uttered, "The old man wishes to meet you." Xiao Yu felt a strong urge to boast in front of Yi Hang, to exclaim, "Who is this old man? Who does he think he is? Do I meet just anyone?" However, he refrained from doing so, for this old man was likely the type of influential figure whose mere stamp of a foot could cause tremors throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Those who dared to show off before such a person would likely find themselves in grave peril. Chapter 80. The only truth in the world. A national security vehicle slowly entered a grand courtyard. This was the second time Xiao Yu had visited this place. He recalled that during his previous visit, Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu had come to retrieve him from the National Security Agency, only to flee in fright upon spotting a certain car. "Have you been here before?" Yi Hang inquired with a smile, his expression impeccable, clearly feigning ignorance. "When will I ever become one of those distinguished elites?" Xiao Yu retorted, "Living here? I once dreamt of that in my youth." Yi Hang grinned. "Wake up, stop dreaming. Stirring up trouble again, are you?" Xiao Yu shot him a middle finger. "Damn." Yi Hang, one hand on the steering wheel, returned the gesture with a smirk. Their playful banter was a testament to their camaraderie. The car came to a halt outside a two-story building. The moment Xiao Yu stepped out, he sensed that he was being locked onto. This time, the lock-on was not akin to that in the courtyard. It was laced with malice. Xiao Yu cursed inwardly, realizing that any improper move on his part could result in a bullet finding its mark on his head. As they approached the gate, Xiao Yu queried, "If you were to face off against the guards, who would prevail?" "Yi Hang, the king of soldiers," came the confident reply. "Perhaps you might outfight me. But the king's true prowess lies on the battlefield. Tyson can fight, right? Throw him into a war, and he surely would last a single episode." "That's an interesting question," Yi Hang countered. "Which is stronger, the spear or the shield?" "That makes sense," Xiao Yu nodded. The king of soldiers was the strongest spear, while the guards represented the ultimate shield. Without a collision, how could one discern superiority? Suddenly, the gate swung open. A middle-aged man with a smile emerged. "You're here?" Yi Hang nodded. "Good day, Director Wu." "Good." The middle-aged man cast a brief, indifferent glance at Xiao Yu, remarking, "Youth is truly wonderful." Xiao Yu thought, "Do I know you? Let us go, the minister is awake." Director Wu led the two into the courtyard, guiding them into the building and through to the living room. "Please wait here." Director Wu smiled at Yi Hang. "I'll take him to meet the minister." "Certainly." Yi Hang obediently settled onto the sofa in the hall. Director Wu led Xiao Yu to a door and knocked gently. "Come in." A voice, aged yet resonant, called from within. Director Wu opened the door and gestured for Xiao Yu to enter. Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yu stepped inside. His gaze was drawn to a modest study, its decor unassuming and lacking opulence. However, upon entering, he was captivated by a chair, a dark red sandalwood seat. What intrigued him was the armrests, worn smooth through the passage of time, reflecting a deep luster akin to a polished mirror, embodying the essence of enduring years. It was reminiscent of the elderly gentleman seated in the chair, who bore a slightly aged visage. Yet within those eyes, devoid of any murkiness, a glimmer of sharpness occasionally flickered. When his gaze fell upon Xiao Yu, it radiated a penetrating clarity that pierced through everything, causing a sharp pain in Xiao Yu's own eyes. He was none other than the old man mentioned by Yi Hang, the sovereign of national security. Presenting a salute, Xiao Yu's expression turned solemn. "Criminal investigator Xiao Yu, reporting for duty." He stood at attention and raised his hand in salute. The elder gestured towards a chair nearby. Xiao Yu approached and seated himself. With a posture of utmost respect, he faced the venerable figure. An overwhelming sense of reverence and trepidation surged within him, as if an unseen mountain loomed above, constricting his breath. Suddenly, the elder posed a rather abrupt question. "Why become a police officer?" Xiao Yu momentarily hesitated, for this query had been posed by many before. In his past life, he remained silent. In this life, Hua Qingwu had asked, as had Yi Qiu-chan and Yi Hang. What was his reply? A dream? No justification needed? Or perhaps a notion of justice? Yet, in the presence of this elder, Xiao Yu felt an unprecedented weight of solemnity pressing upon him, suffocating the very air around them and constraining his thoughts. "I." Xiao Yu raised his head, looking unwaveringly at the elder, I want to apprehend all the wrongdoers. How absurd, isn't it? Yet, this was indeed Xiao Yu's aspiration. As a child, watching crime dramas depicting police capturing villains ignited a fervor within him, inspiring him to aspire to be like his parents one day. Did he truly believe that in his previous life, his parents could compel him to become a police officer? The elder's gaze remained calm and unyielding, devoid of mockery or disdain. He simply observed Xiao Yu for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he shifted the topic to the matter of the U.S. dollar. In that moment, the elder's eyes lacked any luster, emotion, or warmth. They were as tranquil as the surface of a lake. Yet they resembled two deadly blades piercing into Xiao Yu's consciousness. Three hypotheses emerged. Faced with the elder's eyes, which bore the weight of countless strategies of life and death, Xiao Yu harbored no inclination to deceive. 1. Someone was crafting counterfeit bills using U.S. dollar techniques for profit. 2. The purpose of these counterfeit bills involved vested interests. 3. The ulterior motive was to frame the Dragon Kingdom. There would be no shortage of funds, and it likely wasn't about profit. The elder quietly scrutinized Xiao Yu's eyes, finding no trace of fear or trepidation. Why was it about framing the Dragon Kingdom? The reasoning was straightforward, in truth. Wealth was merely, Xiao Yu uttered a rather irreverent statement, the plaything of the powerful. Yet internally, he recognized that money was not only a toy for the elite, but also a tool to placate the common people and stabilize the nation. On the day when a world war erupts, when a nation is invaded and ravaged, one will find that money is merely worthless paper. To Xiao Yu's astonishment, the elder's gaze remained as tranquil as ever, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, a spark igniting within his eyes. And in a voice that was both aged and hoarse, he inquired, "Why? Since wealth can serve as a mere plaything, it can equally transform into a weapon." Xiao Yu instinctively responded that if it were to fall into the hands of a virtuous individual, a malevolent person might declare, "Look, he wields a knife intending to harm me." Thus, the villain would find justification to draw a gun and extinguish the good man's life. Are the wicked afraid? The elder spoke with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, they are fearful. Xiao Yu nodded, recognizing that by framing the virtuous, they gain their pretext. The dollar itself serves as that very pretext. They could easily assert that our dragon nation is clandestinely producing dollars to undermine their economic framework. So what should we do? For the first time, a hint of warmth graced the elder's countenance. The singular truth in this world is whether your fist is formidable. Xiao Yu calmly replied, "If your fist is not strong, who will engage in reasoned discourse with you?" At this utterance, silence enveloped the space. The elder and the youth exchanged silent glances. After a moment, the elder added with authority glimmering in his eyes, "Go join that young rascal Yi Hong, capture what needs to be captured, and eliminate what must be eliminated. Remember, never stand in opposition to the nation and its people." Chapter 81. I accompany you in a perverse play in the capital city. Atop a certain skyscraper, the helicopter's rotor blades began to spin slowly, gradually gaining speed. Xiao Yu, equipped with specialized communication headgear, felt a twinge of anxiety. It was only natural to feel nervous during his inaugural flight in such a contraption. "Fear not, your elder brother will protect you," teased Yi Hang, seated beside him. Has the dignity and prestige of a national security director vanished? Xiao Yu chose to ignore him, his mind still echoing the words of the national security chief. Never stand in opposition to the nation and its people. When the elder uttered this phrase, Xiao Yu was engulfed by a chilling aura of lethal intent. It felt as though a cascade of icy water had been poured over him, from head to toe, awakening him to the reality that the elder was fully aware of his past actions. This statement was unmistakably a warning. Suddenly, the helicopter ascended into the night sky, heading towards the city known as Yang City. "The national security has investigated me, haven't they?" Xiao Yu inquired abruptly. "Indeed," Yu Heng nodded, unreservedly confessing. "Not only you, but also your parents, relatives, and anyone you have come into contact with has been scrutinized." Xiao Yu glared at Yi Hong, contemplating a physical reprimand for his face. "Is it convenient for me to express my displeasure?" "No, you do not wish to," Yi Heng stammered, hastily clarifying. "You cannot blame me. It is your own anomaly that prompted the investigation. Besides, it was your choice to remain in the company of Qiu Chan and Qing Wu. Indeed, who can be blamed?" Xiao Yu closed his eyes, seeking tranquility. "I swear, in my next life, I shall be a good person." 4 hours later, at 5 a.m., the helicopter hovered over Yang City before descending onto a rural highway. Not far away, a police vehicle was stationed, with 2 officers standing outside. They were the National Security Police of Yang City. As Xiao Yu and Yihang disembarked from the helicopter, they braved the wind and approached the patrol car. The officers saluted and opened the door. Inside the police vehicle, a national security officer reported, "Upon investigation, we discovered that the suspect, Lu Hong, took a high-speed train to the capital on the 26th and returned to Yang City by plane on the 28th. After returning home, there are no records of her going out again. There are also no recent records of her expenditures or online banking activities." Xiao Yu exchanged a glance with Yihang, sensing something amiss. It had been 9 days since the 28th, an implausibly long duration without any travel or spending records. Is it possible she has not eaten or drunk anything? Or perhaps the suspect stockpiled provisions at home and has been hiding away. "Investigate further," Xiao Yu commanded, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Water and electricity usage records. Nowadays, utility meters do not require manual reading. They can communicate wirelessly to receive remote commands. Not only can they be controlled from afar, but they can also be queried remotely, such as outstanding water and electricity bills. Remote operations can be executed, such as the ability to turn devices on or off. The national security officers, utilizing their mobile phones, commenced directing the on-duty technical personnel to investigate the utility usage at the suspect's residence. 40 minutes later, a police vehicle came to a halt 100 meters away from a residential complex. Simultaneously, the officers received a phone call from a colleague. After listening for a moment, their expressions shifted dramatically as they quickly reported to Xiao Yu and Yihang that the water and electricity usage at the suspect's home was anomalous. Upon hearing the term anomalous, a wry smile graced the faces of both men. Trouble had arisen. The so-called anomaly indicated that there had been no water usage at the suspect's home for the past 9 days. How could one possibly live without water? No cooking, no washing, no bathing, and no sanitation needs. As for electricity, the consumption was minimal, merely a few kilowatts over 9 days. It was as if the household appliances consumed the least possible energy. Surely, a few lights turned on at night, watching television, charging a phone, heating water, or using a computer would exceed this paltry amount. Unless, of course, the suspect, Lu Hong, had returned home without even turning on a light. Therefore, 9 days without water or electricity. Who could survive under such conditions? There exists a certain type of person, the deceased, in a certain residential building. On the 3rd floor, at the home of the suspect, Chen Hong, a locksmith took only a few minutes to open the security door. The moment the door swung open, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon the floor. At the entrance, there lay a doormat stained with a dark brown pool of blood. It had been there for over a week. Crouching before the bloodstain, Xiao Yu coldly instructed, "Gloves, shoe covers." A national security officer promptly handed him disposable gloves and shoe covers. After donning them, Xiao Yu and Yihang entered the foyer and proceeded to the living room. Something was amiss. If a murder had occurred, there should be a stench of decay, right? Yihang, being an experienced criminal investigator, pondered that if a body had been dead for 9 days, it would have long since begun to decompose, emitting a foul odor. Such a stench could easily permeate the air and reach neighboring homes. How could there be no smell? Xiao Yu remained silent, his eyes fixated on the floor. Adopting a predatory gaze, he discerned the patterns of struggle, disarray, and movement imprinted on the hall floor. The footprints indicated the presence of 2 individuals. By analyzing the traces, it appeared they had engaged in a struggle or were trying to subdue one another. Additionally, he noted several dried bloodstains scattered across the floor. Following these bloodstains, Xiao Yu's gaze gradually shifted to a specific area beyond the kitchen. There, he found a small freezer. Approaching it, he opened the freezer, and to no one's surprise, he discovered the curled body of a woman stuffed inside. What an unexpected turn of events. Xiao Yu's expression remained cold. Why would someone want her dead? Yihang shared a look of disbelief. The forensic team arrived promptly. Through the examination of the scene, it was determined that the victim, Lu Hong, had succumbed to a fatal stab wound to the heart, caused by a sharp-edged weapon, leading to cardiac arrest. The nature of the wound suggested that the murder weapon was a single-edged dagger. In light of the circumstances, the following conclusions were drawn. The assailant infiltrated the victim's residence, first subduing the victim by covering their mouth and nose with a hand. As the victim valiantly resisted, the perpetrator resorted to using a dagger. The nature of the knife wounds indicates that the assailant exhibited a high degree of proficiency in their lethal methods, skillfully avoiding the ribcage's obstruction and piercing beneath it. The blade was thrust diagonally into the victim's heart, a process that unfolded rather slowly, as evidenced by the wounds. The contrast between rapid stabbings and deliberate, measured thrusts reveals 2 distinct forms of injury. It suggests a heinous act of torture. This scenario resembles that of a deranged killer who, having gained control over the victim, methodically plunges the dagger into their flesh. Such a mode of murder inflicts extreme terror and unparalleled agony upon the victim. What a perverse game indeed. Xiao Yu observed as the coroner placed the victim's body into a body bag. Some individuals, it seems, cannot engage in a proper manner, can they? Very well. I shall indulge in this twisted play with you. Chapter 82. Brother, are you playing me? In Xiao Yu's eyes, two glimmers of cold light flickered ominously. He was currently consumed by fury. The source of his ire stemmed from the fact that someone dared to engage in a murderous cover-up right before him, all the while feeling his intelligence had been profoundly insulted. When Xiao Yu shared his conjecture with Yi Hong, the director of national security was taken aback. Murder and silencing? This does not imply a lack of intelligence on my part. After all, he had arrived at the scene alongside Xiao Yu, witnessed the corpse, and observed the forensic examination simultaneously. Although Yi Hang acknowledged his younger brother's remarkable detective skills, he questioned the basis on which Xiao Yu could assert that this was a case of murder to silence. From these footprints, Xiao Yu's eyes blazed with an uncontrollable rage as he pointed to the chaotic and seemingly random footprints extending from the entrance to the living room. I discern an individual with profound knowledge of the human body, someone specifically trained and adept in the art of killing. Yi Hong widened his eyes, fixated on the footprints, yet failed to comprehend the underlying rationale. He could only vaguely deduce that there had been a struggle between the assailant and the victim. You can ascertain from mere footprints that the perpetrator possesses expertise in human anatomy and has undergone training in lethal techniques. Brother, are you jesting with me? Come here. Xiao Yu retrieved a fruit knife from the coffee table and beckoned him outside the door. Now, I shall portray the assailant, while you will assume the role of the victim. When I knock, you shall open the door. With that, he closed the security door and proceeded to knock. Yi Hang felt a sense of unease, suspecting that his younger brother was attempting to toy with him, yet he complied and opened the door. In that instant, Xiao Yu rushed into the room, his palm striking beneath Yi Hang's armpit with a gentle tap, while his other hand, shaped like a knife, landed firmly on Yi Hang's chin. A sharp pain, accompanied by dizziness, caused Yi Hang to gasp. The agony stemmed from the attack on his armpit, resulting in localized soft tissue damage and intense suffering. That pain could render a person weak and momentarily helpless. The strike to the chin directly impacted both the cerebrum and cerebellum, inducing a violent jolt that could lead to disorientation or, in severe cases, unconsciousness. Had Yi Hong not undergone certain specialized training in the military, he might have collapsed under the force of Xiao Yu's strikes. Before he could react, Xiao Yu seized his armpit and delivered a punch just below his sternum. The impact was thunderous. Yi Hang's mouth fell open as his body went limp, robbed of its ability to breathe. The area known as the solar plexus is similarly a human vulnerability. A forceful blow could incapacitate the respiratory system, colloquially described as being knocked winded. As for Xiao Yu's grip on Yi Hang's armpit, it was a form of grappling technique. When one holds another's armpit and pulls upward, it induces excruciating pain, rendering the individual partially incapacitated. During the assault on Yi Hong, one of Xiao Yu's legs extended behind him, his foot deftly closing the security door. From the moment of the attack to the closing of the door, the entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds. On the third second, a cold glint flashed and slowly pierced towards Yi Hang's chest. It was a small fruit knife. In an instant, Yi Hong was seized by a chilling fear. Convinced that Xiao Yu intended to kill him, he struggled and recoiled, but to no avail. The knife had already rested against his chest, albeit only the handle. As Yi Hang continued to struggle and retreat, the two had already entered the living room. Xiao Yu mimicked the motion of inserting the knife into Yi Hang's chest. Suddenly, he released his grip, letting go of the still dazed Yi Hang, and pointed to the ground, indicating their footprints. Yi Hang, enduring the pain in his chest and armpits, shifted his gaze from the entrance to the living room. Suddenly, he became utterly still, as if transformed into a statue, his face a mask of disbelief. How could this be? What had he seen? Yi Hang noticed the footprints he and Xiao Yu had left on the floor, which astonishingly resembled those of both the victim and the assailant, almost identical. The similarity of the footprints suggested that Xiao Yu had perfectly replicated the entire sequence of the assailant's actions in murdering the victim. This individual possessed an intimate understanding of the human body, knowing precisely how to incapacitate someone swiftly and then effortlessly take their life. Xiao Yu spoke coldly. It is precisely because of this profound understanding that he can kill with such skill and ease, effortlessly plunging a dagger into the victim's body as if picking up a fallen leaf. Therefore, should you not consider something? for in the art of killing, you are the expert. A soldier, once referred to as a warrior or a soldier in ancient times, is essentially a human killing machine. From the day the profession of soldier came into existence, whether in the conquest of territories or in the defense of one's homeland, the soldier's purpose has always been to kill. Training, too, is prepared with the intent of ensuring the capability to take life. As the king of warriors, Yi Hong was indeed a professional, an expert in the art of killing. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, his expression transformed entirely, recalling the younger man's previous movements. He reflected on each step. His countenance grew increasingly grim, and a murderous intent began to surface in his eyes. Gradually, he uttered two words: enemy agent, operative. An operative, also known as a special agent, serves a unique duty. Every nation has its own terminology. For instance, in Longhua, they were once referred to as special technicians but are now called special services. Many mistakenly believe that national security police are the same as special services, which is a misconception. The national security police are law enforcement personnel, while national security operatives are part of a distinct profession. The role of an operative emerged to execute significant national security and intelligence tasks, such as pursuit, reconnaissance, assassination, gathering intelligence, and undertaking special missions abroad. Xiao Yu recalled Yi Heng's earlier words, that his older brother had transitioned from the military to national security, initially joining a special operations unit before being transferred to the 9th Bureau, becoming its director. Before his transfer to the 9th Bureau, he had served as an operative, and now, Yi Hong was merely a national security police officer. If this murder case were the work of an agent, aside from silencing the victim, Xiao Yu could not conceive of any other motive. The deceased, Lu Hong, hardly warranted a more complex rationale. The reason for her demise was undoubtedly tied to those counterfeit bills. Such individuals. Xiao Yu gazed intently at the professional footprints on the ground. Why do I feel as though you are implying something about me? Yi Hong's murderous intent dissipated as he shot a glare at his younger companion. Would you care to discuss your life in special operations? Xiao Yu retorted with equal fervor. Gossip is not merely a pastime for women. Men, too, harbor an affinity for it. Do not inquire further. It is a matter shrouded in secrecy. Yi Heng sighed, aware that possessing too much knowledge could lead to a loss of freedom. Indeed? Xiao Yu smirked. Has the poor lad embarked upon an irreversible path? Enough. Have you forgotten the old man's orders? Yi Heng chided playfully, urging him to expedite the search for the individual. You always regard me as a mere tool. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. However, it is imperative to locate the person. Engaging in murder and silencing witnesses in front of me? What do foreign agents count for? I will ensure you face the consequences. Chapter 83. Wait for me. I'm coming for you. Through the community surveillance, personnel entering the residential building were tracked. After thorough investigation, the information of individuals who entered the building on the 28th and 29th has been completely verified, with no suspicious individuals found. The absence of surveillance within the building rendered it impossible to ascertain how the suspect gained entry or accessed the victim's residence. Listening to the investigative report, Xiao Yu crouched before the entrance, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground. His mind raced with thoughts, analyzing the report. Modern criminal investigations heavily rely on surveillance due to its convenience. However, the issue lies in the fact that today's criminals are equally aware of such monitoring systems. They are not foolish, and therefore, during the commission of their crimes, they deliberately evade surveillance. If even ordinary criminals understand this principle, how could agents not grasp it? Agents employ methods distinct from those of soldiers. They utilize extraordinary tools and technologies beyond the comprehension of the average person to assist in fulfilling their missions. Yi Heng's expression turned grave. They truly spare no effort. To spare no effort originally implies employing any means necessary to achieve a goal, utilizing even the most extreme methods. Don't exaggerate too much, Xiao Yu scoffed. No matter how formidable they are, they remain bound by human limitations. A passing goose leaves a sound, and a person leaves traces. It is impossible to vanish without a trace. Yi Heng replied, I was merely making an observation. Why are you confronting me? Then, he noticed that Xiao Yu was fixated on a pair of shoe prints. This routine felt eerily familiar. Xiao Yu murmured, small feet wearing big shoes? Upon examining the scene, the shoe prints of the assailant inside the victim's residence measured size 41, lacking a defined sole. Resembling foot-binding shoes, it appeared as though a foot-shaped cover was worn over the foot. However, these shoe prints existed solely within the room. Outside the door, there were no traces of such prints. Yet, outside, Xiao Yu discovered a size 44 shoe print. Could a size 41 shoe fit into a size 44 shoe? The answer is affirmative. If the smaller shoe were specially crafted, akin to foot-binding shoes or shoe covers, it could indeed fit into a size 44 shoe. Xiao Yu's sense of familiarity arose because, while tracking a suspect in the capital, he had once suspected that the perpetrator used small feet to wear big shoes to escape the scene. Ultimately, he confirmed that the suspect had been carried away by another individual. The situation before him was different. Upon seeing the size 44 shoe print, he was now 90% certain. The assailant employed the small feet wearing big shoes tactic to deceive investigators. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yu utilized his eagle eye to follow the shoe prints to the staircase. Not descending, but ascending. He climbed from the 3rd floor to the 6th, arriving at the rooftop entrance. The size 44 shoe prints vanished. Not disappeared, but rather. Xiao Yu looked up, glancing at the climbing ladder affixed to the wall. This climbing ladder was secured high above the ground, designed to prevent others from climbing. The rooftop had an entrance, as it was sometimes prone to leaks, facilitating maintenance. Gazing at the climbing ladder approximately 3.5 meters above ground level, Xiao Yu leaped into the air, ascending gracefully, with a swift motion. His palm grasped the first segment of the steel-reinforced climbing ladder. Channeling his strength into his arms, he scaled upwards like a monkey. Upon reaching the entrance, he thrust his palm forcefully, pushing aside the metallic waterproof panel, and clambered onto the rooftop. Meanwhile, Yi Heng, with equal agility, followed suit. The rooftop of the nearby residential building was not flat but rather sloped, adorned with tiles. "Is this the place?" Yi Heng inquired. His gaze fixated on the footprints imprinted on some of the tiles, uncertainty evident in his voice. "Indeed," Xiao Yu replied with a cold smirk. Only such means could elude the surveillance below. The two continued to trace the footprints, arriving at the edge of the rooftop. Yet, the footprints vanished. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu's gaze shifted towards the opposite building. For typical residential buildings under 6 stories, the distance between structures is mandated to be 6 meters, a stringent architectural regulation. 6 meters? Xiao Yu pondered, activating his system abilities, which indeed allowed him to leap across such a gap. But could an ordinary person accomplish this? Shaking his head, he crouched down to inspect the edge of the building for signs of ropes or climbing traces. To his dismay, nothing was found, indicating that the individual likely did not escape via climbing or similar means. How then did they flee? Intrigued rather than angered, Xiao Yu's curiosity was piqued. Subsequently, he descended with Yi Heng to the opposite building, ascending to its rooftop. There, they discovered additional footprints. How is this possible? Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Could there be other traversers in this world, or perhaps someone akin to him, a cheat? No. Upon scrutinizing the footprints on the tiles, he observed the absence of shattered tiles or signs of pressure from weight. In essence, the footprints appeared to be those of a person who had simply stepped upon them. Xiao Yu gazed at the adjacent building. Even if he were to leap over, the impact from such a jump and the resulting gravitational force would undoubtedly shatter the tiles. Yet, this perpetrator had left no shards behind. 6 meters. How on earth did you manage to cross? He mused. It was not a jump. Could it be flight? A jolt of realization coursed through Xiao Yu as he commanded, investigate whether any residents on the 5th or 6th floors heard unusual sounds on the 28th or 29th. Yi Heng, perplexed, was unaware of Xiao Yu's intentions but proceeded to have his subordinates and local police conduct inquiries. An hour later, results emerged. On the 28th, a household reported hearing strange noises in the dead of night, reminiscent of a pressure cooker releasing steam, yet notably loud. As expected, Xiao Yu murmured. Auxiliary flying devices? Yi Heng's expression shifted dramatically. Such contraptions were no longer mere novelties. They existed in both military and civilian forms, like jetpacks. Yet, if this was the case, why did the individual not simply fly continuously? Why leap from one building to another, as if unduly exposing themselves? The rationale was rather straightforward. Primarily, the noise. Secondly, to evade detection by anti-aircraft radar. And lastly, to avoid being seen. What is referred to as a jetpack is, in fact, expelling flames. On a dark night, 2 streams of fire soar through the sky. Do you truly believe no one notices? If one were to leap from one building to another, not only could it diminish the noise of the jetpack's propulsion, but it would also prevent the flames from being detected. Ultimately, it serves to evade the city's air defense radar. What sort of radar is that? Some drone enthusiasts are well aware. When a drone ascends into the heights, surpassing a certain distance, it becomes ensnared by radar. If it has not been registered with local authorities, the drone is likely to be shot down. Do you understand? Noise, flames, the inability to soar high. This aptly elucidates why one would jump from one building to another. It may be a daring endeavor, yet what significance does it hold? Xiao Yu scoffed. Just wait. I shall come for you. Chapter 84. Ingenious reasoning beneath a residential building adjacent to the community wall. It appeared that the suspect had utilized a flying backpack to leap down from this very spot. Xiao Yu shifted his gaze from the rooftop above to the community wall, which stood approximately 2.5 meters high. Jump over the wall. Yiheng nodded, his expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment. I had just glanced outside the wall, and fortuitously, it fell within the city's surveillance blind spot. The assailant had likely scoped out the area beforehand. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Yu anticipated the moment when the victim would return to Beijing, only to be murdered. I could not fathom why the motive was to eliminate the victim. Yiheng furrowed his brow, deducing that since the suspect, Lu Hong, had access to counterfeit currency and had traveled to Beijing for an undisclosed transaction, she was likely affiliated with the counterfeiting ring. Could it be infighting? No, it was a silencing. Xiao Yu spoke with unwavering certainty. What is the reasoning behind it? Yiheng momentarily hesitated, eager to hear his younger associate's rationale. Identity. Xiao Yu retrieved his phone. Accessing the data on the suspect compiled by the National Security and local police in Yanqing, Lu Hong had dropped out of high school, mingled in society, and worked various jobs as a waitress, bar girl, and even a prostitute. At the age of 24, she became the leader of a prostitution ring referred to in colloquial terms as a madam or brothel keeper. She remained in the entertainment industry until 2 years ago, when she left. Investigations revealed that she had allegedly been involved with a wealthy patron, seeking to reform her ways. However, according to the testimony of suspect Park Wenhui, he had met Lu Hong in a bar during a trip to Yanqing 2 years prior, leading to a one-night encounter, and they had maintained contact since. How could such a woman possibly be connected to a counterfeiting ring? What merit did she possess to warrant her assassination by an operative? The magnitude of this information overwhelmed Yiheng, rendering his mind momentarily paralyzed. He inwardly lamented, if a brute like me can conceive of this, what need do you have of me? Naturally, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. I shall pose another query, Xiao Yu continued. Given your current status, if an ordinary woman were to offend you, would you resort to murder? The explanation was rather straightforward. As a human being, would you crush an ant beneath your foot? Would you truly fear that stepping on this tiny creature might soil your shoe? In novels, one might encounter various absurd scenarios of mindless bravado and retribution. Yet reality is not fiction. When confronted with the provocations of the common folk, elite individuals seldom cast a glance in their direction. A multitude of lower-class citizens, do they truly believe they are worthy to challenge those at the pinnacle of society? Without delving into Yiheng's background, it suffices to mention his origins as a soldier. With his combat prowess and capacity for violence, ordinary individuals before him were mere insects. He would hardly bother to crush a swarm of ants, for it might indeed soil his shoes. If it is a command from the state, Yiheng felt a slight ache in his teeth. Would the state truly instruct you to kill innocent people? Xiao Yu asked with a laugh. Using a nuclear bomb to swat flies, does the state have nothing better to do? Are you mocking me? Yiheng glared, feeling an urge to vent his frustrations, yet hesitated in front of his younger companion, striving to maintain composure. What exactly do you wish to convey? Lu Hong, Xiao Yu shrugged. From the very beginning, this individual was unworthy of engaging with the counterfeit money syndicate, let alone being assassinated by a secret agent. Yet, strangely enough, she possessed counterfeit bills and was subsequently gunned down like a mere mosquito. Isn't that peculiar? Yiheng's scalp tingled as a thought struck him. Are you suggesting that Lu Hong's counterfeit money was of dubious origin? That is indeed the essence of reasoning. Xiao Yu nodded, encouraging expansive thoughts. One must unleash the imagination and explore all conceivable avenues. For instance, what if Lu Hong inadvertently discovered the counterfeit money and was subsequently overcome by greed? Consider how she might have stumbled upon it, recognized it as counterfeit, and the means by which she acquired it. Furthermore, is it possible that upon obtaining the counterfeit bills, she sought a channel to sell them, which was located in the capital? Thus, she ventured to the capital intending to trade the counterfeit money, carelessly discarding the bills in a refuse bin. Unfortunately, the transaction failed, leading to the police discovering the counterfeit bills, prompting Lu Hong to flee back to Yanqing. As a consequence, she pilfered someone else's counterfeit money, was discovered by the creators of the counterfeit, and was silenced. The intent was to prevent the police from tracing back to her, uncovering the source of the counterfeit money, or even locating the counterfeiting den. Therefore, her demise was imperative. Inciting the wrath of the counterfeit syndicate as higher-ups, resulting in the presence of an alleged agent sent to eliminate her? Xiao Yu observed Yi Heng, who stood in a daze, his expression one of astonished realization. Do you find my deductions plausible? This is what we call reasoning. One must think outside the box, yet remain anchored to the existing clues. A series of analyses must be conducted to ultimately arrive at a credible conclusion. Often, when faced with unsolved cases, the police employ this very method, continuously hypothesizing, validating, and overturning. Then, they hypothesize anew, validate, and overturn once more, until the truth emerges. Yi Heng widened his eyes with intensity. A look of dawning comprehension crossed his face, as though he had just grasped the essence of the situation. Xiao Yu's reasoning was not merely plausible, it was exceedingly likely. How else could one explain how a woman of ill repute could come into contact with counterfeit money, acquire it, and ultimately be assassinated by an agent? How did she come to know of the counterfeit, and where it was concealed? Yi Heng posed the pivotal question. There exists a 90% probability. Xiao Yu's lips twitched as he provided an answer. A man. Yi Heng pondered. Throughout history, among various means, beauty has invariably proven to be the most potent weapon for conquering men. Many men, when faced with women, often lack discretion. For instance, after a few drinks, they can easily become reckless, losing their inhibitions. If at this moment he had a woman close to him with whom he shared a connection, it is highly probable that he would confide in her the secrets residing within his heart. Therefore, your persistent presence in my sister's home is suspect. Yi Heng mocked. Are you trying to tempt my sister? No, Xiao Yu replied solemnly. I believe it is Sister Qiu-chan who is coveting my beauty. Yi Heng responded. What about your face? Go and check if it is lying on the ground. Very well, I shall entertain your reasoning, Yi Heng exclaimed, his expression akin to one who has spotted a UFO. So, the next step is to locate this man? Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded. Once we find him, we are bound to uncover many delightful surprises. Chapter 85. Beneath the throne, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Is it difficult to find a person? For an ordinary individual, it might indeed present a formidable challenge, perhaps even an insurmountable one. However, under the relentless pressure of the national security apparatus and the police, two formidable forces, it can only be described as a matter of mere convenience, devoid of any substantial difficulty. Unless, of course, that person is deceased. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng are gazing upon a male corpse, their furious glares as sharp as twin swords. The man connected to Lu Hong has been located. He has been found, lifeless. There is a well-known adage that warns against underestimating one's adversaries. Otherwise, one may realize that the real fool is oneself. Xiao Yu recalls a study indicating that the intelligence quotient of criminals generally surpasses that of the average populace. Certain criminal acts are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Take, for example, the counterfeit currency case before them. Even if provided with ink, printing plates, and acid-free paper, could you produce counterfeit bills? Thus, it is evident that committing a crime often necessitates a certain level of intellect. Not everyone possesses the ability to engage in criminal activity. To be succinct, those who perpetrate major crimes, be they significant or specialized, likely possess an alarming level of intelligence. Do you truly believe that what you can conceive eludes the minds of wrongdoers? Observing the corpse before them, which has been lifeless for at least a week, suggests that the individual intent on silencing witnesses is not limited to Lu Hong alone. Anyone connected to Lu Hong must be eradicated. The perpetrator aims to sever the entire chain of evidence. What ruthless measures! Yi Heng's countenance turns as frigid as ice, his teeth clenched in fury. After years of service in national security and law enforcement, he feels an unprecedented weight of pressure. Agents are, after all, the pinnacle of the intelligence profession. How could someone capable of commanding such operatives not be formidable and merciless? In any field, those who ascend to the apex do so atop the corpses of countless individuals. An ancient saying goes, beneath the throne lies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Without ruthlessness, one is destined to be consumed by others. Yet another lead has gone cold. Yi Heng, with a pained expression, laments, what we can conceive, they can also conceive. How shall we find them? No one is perfect. Even the most meticulous can have their oversights. Xiao Yu scoffs, asserting that in criminal investigation, the notion of a flawless crime has never existed. I can now ascertain that the counterfeiting operation is indeed situated in Yanqing, and the assassin is also in Yanqing. It stands to reason that the mastermind behind it all is likewise in Yanqing. As long as they remain here, we shall undoubtedly locate them. But how? Yi Heng scratches his head in frustration. I have already stated that no one is infallible. Xiao Yu grins, recalling the counterfeit currency's degree of authenticity. Was it 70? Yi Heng, growing impatient, retorts, "What are you trying to say? You can't just speak half-truths. Do you even have any sense?" Indeed, 70. The issue lies with the ink and acid-free paper. Xiao Yu exhales deeply. These two components must also have substitutes. Otherwise, the counterfeit would be indistinguishable from real currency. It is precisely because these elements are substitutes that domestic? Yi Hang, grasping the implication, exclaims with excitement. Yes, domestic. Xiao Yu chuckled and remarked. They are substituting genuine products with ink and acid-free paper from Longhua. Although acid-free paper may appear to be simply crafted, the formula, selection of materials, sources, and production techniques vary significantly among paper mills. It is akin to a chicken. It can be prepared as roasted chicken, braised chicken, or smoked chicken. All are consumables. Yet their flavors differ. The same applies to the paper-making process. While they all produce paper, the techniques and materials used are vastly different. Why am I so certain? Allow me to illustrate with an example. Suppose you possess a recipe that serves as your livelihood and source of income. Would you generously share this recipe, allowing others to prosper alongside you? It is akin to preparing roasted chicken. Those who excel in its preparation are unlikely to share their secret recipes. Initially, the special task force focused on the material of counterfeit currency and submitted it for expert evaluation. The assessment report contained a notable statement. The acid-free paper used in the counterfeit notes absorbs ink well, does not fade, and does not reflect under ultraviolet light. The hemp fibers are sturdy and resilient, allowing for the seamless incorporation of red and blue fiber strands into the pulp, achieving a perfect match and meeting the standards of genuine acid-free paper. Are there many manufacturers in Longhua capable of producing such acid-free paper? There are over 5,000 paper mills nationwide, yet only around 2,000 can manufacture acid-free paper. Of those, fewer than 300 possess the technique to ensure good ink absorption, color permanence, and non-reflectivity under ultraviolet light. If we further consider those with robust hemp fibers capable of perfectly integrating red and blue fiber strands into the pulp, the number dwindles to fewer than 80. Remarkably, there are fewer than 10 manufacturers that can achieve a quality nearly indistinguishable from the acid-free paper used for US dollars. Coincidentally, one such medium-sized paper mill resides in Yang City. With fewer than 10 such mills in the entire nation, the presence of one in Yang City seems rather fortuitous. Does it not? Xiao Yu has never believed in coincidences. Sometimes, he even doubts his own eyes. Whether it is mere chance must be investigated further. In Yang City, at the Linglong paper mill, for police cars lined up as they entered the facility, Yi Heng led a team to inspect the shipping situation. Xiao Yu, accompanied by 2 detectives, arrived at the paper-making workshop. Through careful observation, Xiao Yu noticed workers tossing dry straw into a vast container for heating and boiling. When retrieved, the yellow straw transformed into white. The process involved washing, decontaminating, pulping, and pressing, yielding sheets of the most rudimentary white paper. This intricate procedure encompassed much knowledge that lay beyond the grasp of outsiders. What was Xiao Yu observing? He was scrutinizing the workers. Upon arriving at the paper mill, he deliberately donned his police uniform. Criminal psychology suggests that when a suspect sees a police uniform, it induces a sense of panic, leading to flustered behavior, anxiety, forced calmness, pretense of busyness, avoidance of eye contact, or prolonged stares at the police to project confidence. Within this paper mill, there were over 300 individuals, excluding management. More than 200 were workshop workers. Xiao Yu meticulously observed each worker, even positioning himself deliberately near some of them. Suddenly, Xiao Yu stood before a worker, fixating on his eyes for an extended period. Do you know what kind of acid-free paper is suitable for making banknotes? The worker was taken aback, stammering, I'm not quite sure. As he spoke, his eyes widened, eyebrows raised, and nostrils flared, a manifestation of fear according to psychological studies. What was he afraid of? Xiao Yu continued with a smile, then, can you produce counterfeit currency? The worker remained silent, his eyes darting uncontrollably, his expression one of astonishment, while his hands fidgeted incessantly. According to micro-expression psychology, looking to the left when questioned indicates an effort to recall, while looking to the right suggests contemplation of deception. An astonished expression lasting over 2 seconds is deemed feigned surprise. The constant fidgeting of his hands represented a self-soothing gesture, aimed at relaxation and reassurance. The smile on Xiao Yu's face deepened, radiating joy. I would like to treat you to a cup of tea. I hope you won't decline. Chapter 86. Come. Let me show you the worker. Dong Hai, age 32, a husband and father, was led out of the workshop by 2 detectives. At this moment, His face was as pale as a ghost, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Why such fear? Those who harbor no guilt fear not the specter at their door. The greater the transgression, the deeper the dread. Inside the paper mill courtyard, Xiao Yu, with a chilling gaze, stated, "I shall grant you but one chance. Tell me, did you partake in the counterfeit dollar production?" Suddenly, a warning echoed. Be sense, alert, danger. Xiao Yu realized he had become targeted. Not only that, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantaneously shifted his position. Almost the instant he departed from his original spot, a thunderous boom resounded from afar. In Xiao Yu's line of sight, Dong Hai, restrained by the two detectives, met a gruesome fate. His head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, blood and brain matter mingling with shattered bone, scattering through the air. The ground beneath the headless Dong Hai was shattered, revealing a horrifying crater, a result of a sniper's bullet. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu's pupils constricted sharply. Another silencing act? In an instant, his body leaped forth like a cheetah. Bang! Another dull roar echoed as a bullet whizzed past him, striking the ground and creating a crater. Cement debris flying everywhere. Take cover! Xiao Yu shouted at the two detectives, his form resembling that of a true beast, propelled by hands and feet with astonishing speed. He sprinted toward the sniper's location. Before he could cover 20 meters, the beast's sense warned him again. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yu abruptly halted, coming to a standstill. Bang! A terrifying crater formed at his feet. The sniper had anticipated his movement. Yet, Xiao Yu had also predicted the sniper's prediction. You wish to play, do you? He smirked, baring his pearly white teeth. Activating his system ability, King of Soldiers technique, Xiao Yu slowly rose from his beastly stance. In an instant, he transformed into a released arrow, seemingly teleporting 2 meters away. Bang! Bang! A bullet struck behind him, another in front. The two snipers had simultaneously predicted his trajectory. Yet, it seemed Xiao Yu sensed the bullet's landing points. That instantaneous transition from motion to stillness, from chaos to calm, created an illusion for the snipers, leaving them questioning, is this truly human? At that moment, Xiao Yu's body surged forth again like a released arrow. His running was no longer linear. He maneuvered with ease, changing direction at will, pausing effortlessly, and executing a dazzling array of feints mid-stride, regardless of his trajectory. Or perhaps it was the angle of his transformation. Running, dodging, rolling. The transitions between those movements occurred in less than 0.5 seconds. In that brief span, Xiao Yu's body was capable of executing 2 feints. The two distant snipers were momentarily frozen. Through their scopes, they stared blankly as they witnessed Xiao Yu charging towards their position. For words surfaced in their minds. Ultimate evasion. What is ultimate evasion? In legend, some claim to have the ability to dodge bullets. Yet, those truly knowledgeable, such as elite soldiers, understand that evading bullets is not merely a fable, but it is not a true evasion either. When you fixate on a target, even if it is clearly within your line of sight, within your kill range, and aligned with your crosshairs, the bullet simply cannot strike him. This is because you cannot anticipate his next move. You cannot foresee his subsequent actions. Faced with such erratic, unpredictable, and untraceable dodging, even the most skilled marksmen can only shake their heads in rueful amusement. Is this individual truly formidable? No, it is the mastery of ultimate evasion that defines him. Its criterion lies in the ability to change any desired movement within 0.5 seconds while in full sprint, executing any feint he wishes. Since its inception, it has been aimed squarely at the snipers on the battlefield, specifically developed as a military maneuver to capture and eliminate snipers. Gazing at the figure rushing towards them, witnessing the almost flawless ultimate evasion, the two snipers exchanged a glance. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their sniper rifles, shedding all burdens. They quickly rose from the rooftop of the building. In military circles, there exists an unwritten saying: any soldier who masters ultimate evasion is a warrior par excellence and a harbinger of death on the battlefield, a nightmare for all snipers. Moreover, they were not elite soldiers. They were merely two agents. Confronted with a master on the true battlefield, they had no chance to resist. If they did not flee, they would perish. Bang! Xiao Yu's feet landed on the roof of a car, visibly denting it. Beast form, cat spirit. Boom. His body propelled from the car's roof, leaping across a lane and landing on the opposite side. The moment he touched down, his leather shoes could no longer withstand the violent impact and shattered. Beast form, rhino defense, leopard speed. Barefoot, Xiao Yu sprinted, his speed surpassing that of a sprinter. Within seconds, he arrived at the entrance of a building. Bursting into the lobby, he appeared before two elevators. Fortuitously, one elevator doors were opening while the other was descending from the third floor. Police. Everyone out, Xiao Yu shouted, startling those intending to enter the elevator. However, confronting his roar and noticing his police uniform, the individuals complied obediently, swiftly emerging from the building. At that moment, two security personnel dashed over. Guard the entrance. Do not allow it to close, Xiao Yu commanded the two guards. The guards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Another elevator came to a halt, its doors opening to release a few more individuals. Xiao Yu instructed one guard to monitor the second elevator. What was he planning? The elevator was inoperable. Anyone wishing to descend must use the stairs. The two snipers, too, would have to escape via the staircase. Xiao Yu made a beeline for the building's sole safe passage, the stairwell. In his beastly form, he employed his heightened sense of smell akin to that of an elephant, capable of detecting the scent of gun oil and gunpowder. The snipers, while handling their rifles, would inevitably leave traces of gun oil on their bodies. Firing a weapon, even with smokeless powder, still produces a distinctive odor. Therefore, the snipers would undoubtedly carry the scent of gunpowder. With this ability, Xiao Yu could discern who the snipers were. In an instant, his figure transformed into that of a leopard cat, utilizing the gaps in the handrails between floors to leap upwards. Each bound covered 4 meters, ascending a floor with each leap, weaving through the openings with ghostly speed. Prior to entering the building, Xiao Yu had roughly estimated the structure to be around 17 or 18 stories high. With his current leaping velocity, he could reach the top floor in less than a minute. However, just as Xiao Yu prepared to propel himself to the 13th floor, his body halted, standing precariously on the railing of the 12th floor. Out of the corner of his eye, he had glimpsed a figure outside through the stairwell window. Outside, a figure? Suddenly turning, Xiao Yu leaped to the window and peered out. To his astonishment, he witnessed 2 individuals rapidly descending on ropes. They dared to flee after targeting him? Infuriated, Xiao Yu's temper flared. With a resounding crash, he hurled himself against the window, shattering the glass as he plunged outward. Yet, rather than plummeting to the ground, he grasped the windowsill, hanging perilously from the exterior wall. Peering down, he observed the 2 figures plummeting swiftly. Damn it, he muttered under his breath as he released his grip and descended. With a loud slap, his palm caught the ledge of the 9th floor. Releasing again, he dropped, only to seize the windowsill once more. Again he let go, descending and grasping the ledge. Time and again he leaped down, utilizing the windowsills to cushion his fall. 7th floor, 5th floor, 3rd floor. With a thud, Xiao Yu's feet landed on the concrete floor, his legs bending to absorb the impact. As he raised his head and slowly stood, he found himself facing the 2 rope-wielding figures, who had just reached the ground. Their expressions were those of sheer disbelief, terror erupting within their hearts as they stared at Xiao Yu, as if gazing upon a monster. Xiao Yu flashed a grin at them, advancing step by step. Come on. Let us see you run from me again. Chapter 87, Drink. In his 2 lifetimes as a police officer, Xiao Yu encountered the so-called agents for the first time. In his previous imaginings, agents were supposed to be impressive and glamorous, akin to 007, either charmingly suave or strikingly dapper. Xiao Yu soon realized his misconceptions. These 2 foreign operatives, both possessing yellow skin and black eyes, appeared to be ordinary Asians at first glance. One stood at 170 centimeters, while the other was 175. One was lean, the other robust. As for their appearances, they were the kind of individuals you would overlook in a crowd. As he approached the duo, Xiao Yu's gaze swept over their feet. His attention fixated on the man who was 170 centimeters tall, size 41 shoes. It bore a striking resemblance to the footprints of the murderer from the victim Lu Hong's residence. You killed Lu Hong, didn't you? Xiao Yu inquired with calm certainty. The other party's expression suddenly sharpened. At that moment, his companion swiftly raised his hand, revealing a peculiar pistol. The design of the firearm was indeed odd, resembling a cigarette case. Xiao Yu was not surprised. If they could procure a sniper rifle, what was so unusual about having a pistol? In an instant, Xiao Yu nonchalantly halted, sidestepping with ease. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his cheek. He continued to walk towards the 2 men with an air of indifference, evading bullets. The 2 men felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, Xiao Yu was avoiding, but it was not mere evasion. It was the preemptive skill of a war king. Utilizing his keen eyesight, experience, and evasive maneuvers, he calculated the bullet's trajectory and impact point. Firing a gun requires precision. A straight line of 3 points. Xiao Yu adeptly anticipated their alignment, the bullet's flight path. As long as one's evasion is swifter than the trigger pull of the opponent, one can effortlessly dodge. While this may sound simple, it is beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Only those who have undergone rigorous training and possess extraordinary reflexes can achieve such feats. Thus, the notion of dodging bullets is a myth. It is all about anticipation. If one waits until the opponent fires to evade, it is already too late. No matter how fast the human body moves, it cannot outpace a bullet. Bang! Another shot rang out. Xiao Yu's body grazed the bullet, leaping into the air like a cheetah in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of 3 meters, positioning himself above the man who had fired. He aimed a kick at the man's face. Too late. The man could not fire again in time and swiftly attempted to evade. Thud! Xiao Yu's foot struck the ground, producing a deep, resonating sound. The scene that unfolded sent shivers down the spines of both men. They witnessed the cement beneath Xiao Yu crack like a spider's web. Cement? Cracks? What kind of power, what terrifying physique could accomplish such a feat? Once again, one might wonder, is this youth truly human? As Xiao Yu descended, he landed on all fours like a beast. In that instant, he lunged towards the armed man. His speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, akin to a predatory leopard. With a resounding thud, he collided into the embrace of the gunman. A sharp crack echoed as several of the man's ribs were likely shattered. Before he could emit a cry of agony, a swift strike of Xiao Yu's elbow connected with the man's armpit. In the next instant, a pair of hands gently cradled the back of the man's head. As Xiao Yu rose, he lifted his knee and forcefully pulled down with both hands. The man was abruptly bent over, staring in disbelief as a knee loomed larger and larger in his vision. A thunderous crash resounded, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. A peculiar indentation marred the man's face. His nose was flattened, facial bones shattered, and blood erupted like a burst water balloon, splattering across his visage. That once robust physique collapsed into a heap of flesh, yielding no scream, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, Xiao Yu stood before another man, whose eyes were wide with terror, his face pale as he gazed at Xiao Yu, trembling uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom the nature of his adversary, whether he was even human. He had never witnessed a person leap from such heights unscathed, nor had he seen anyone evade bullets. It was known that his companion was exceptionally skilled, having won accolades in combat. Yet before the strikingly handsome youth, he appeared as fragile as an infant. The thought of retaliation was beyond him, within mere seconds. He had been rendered oblivious to his own fate. Even agents are but human, and when confronted with the unknown, fear inevitably takes root within. A chill surged from the soles of the man's feet, enveloping his entire being, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his spine tingling with dread. He was terrified, gripped by a profound sense of despair. Should he resist? No, for he understood that in the eyes of his opponent, he was as defenseless as a delicate chick, easily crushed with a mere wave of a hand. Yet, he could not afford to be captured. As an intelligence officer, as an agent, he was acutely aware of the horrors that awaited him if he fell into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's security forces. He had previously apprehended foreign intelligence operatives, employing methods that were exceedingly cruel. It was a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the man's fingers twitched. On the middle finger of his hand rested a ring, and now he was attempting to pry up one end of the ring with the edge of his thumbnail. The protruding end was remarkably sharp, glistening with a cerulean hue. This action, concealed by his fingers, was likely unnoticed by the striking youth before him. At the moment the needle-like tip was raised, the man's palm pressed against his waist. A flicker of pain and despair crossed his eyes. If it were possible, no one would wish for death. Yet sometimes, the world is fraught with suffering that is far more terrifying than death itself. He did not wish to endure such agony. Just as despair closed his eyes, a sharp snap echoed. His hand halted just shy of his waist. However, a firm hand grasped his wrist with unyielding strength. Crack! The man's wrist was effortlessly crushed beneath that powerful grip. It was inevitable. No human bone could withstand nearly 2 tons of bare force without shattering. Never. Xiao Yu gently picked up the severed hand, disregarding the man's agonizing screams. His gaze was fixed intently on the sharp, blue glimmer, his eyelids twitching. He may not have experienced everything, but he had witnessed enough to understand. Was the other party seeking to end his own life? Was the blue on that ring poison? Or something else? No. The man let out a piercing and desperate wail. Yet, before he could take any action, Xiao Yu's other hand swung through the air. A resounding slap struck the man's face. Crack! Blood and teeth erupted from his mouth. The terrifying force impacted the man's jaw and cheek, reverberating through his brain. The cries of horror and resistance ceased. Xiao Yu, as if holding a mere chick, lifted the unconscious man's wrist, rolling his eyes. Is this what an agent is? Tilting his head, Xiao Yu spat disdainfully. Spit. Ugh. Chapter 88. My legs turned to jelly upon encountering the two men standing before his junior. Yiheng found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Was it anger, elation, or perhaps humiliation? Why did he feel like a mere tool, utterly devoid of worth? What had gone awry? Certainly, one must not presume that the National Security Agency had neglected to investigate the peculiarities surrounding Xiao Yu. For instance, during their sparring session, although Xiao Yu refrained from killing him, he did sustain injuries, leaving behind traces of blood. Those blood samples were meticulously examined by the agency's technicians. The perplexing outcome revealed that Xiao Yu, while slightly stronger than the average person, exhibited no anomalies whatsoever. How could this be? Is it conceivable that an ordinary individual could leap from a height of several stories unscathed? Or that they could evade bullets? Or perhaps, that a mere mortal could shatter bones and crush them without the aid of tools? The notion of no anomalies was utterly absurd. To be candid, had it not been for Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu safeguarding Xiao Yu, this young man might have been dispatched to some clandestine location, engaging in delightful experiments with researchers. However, everything changed after Xiao Yu's encounter with the old man. Upon exiting the old man's study, he posed a rather intriguing question. What do you think of those with an abundance of a sense of justice? Yiheng was left dumbfounded. The head of national security, inquiring about justice? The agency, which would trample upon the very essence of humanity in the name of national security and the protection of the populace, could sacrifice lives without hesitation. In a world illuminated by light, darkness inevitably lurks. The national security personnel were, in essence, shadowy figures dwelling in the sunlight's wake. And here he was, being asked about justice? The old man continued. Just a moment ago, before he departed, I asked him another question. Yiheng inquired. What did you ask? The old man replied, I asked him if he wished to apprehend every criminal, suggesting that perhaps his sense of justice was somewhat excessive. Yiheng pressed, and what was his response? The old man recounted, he told me. Is it truly a bad thing for one's sense of justice to be excessive? In that moment, Yiheng stood frozen, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. The old man appeared somewhat lost in thought, reminiscing about something. With a sigh, he remarked, there are individuals who are innately drawn to the light, much like sunflowers. Such people attract others effortlessly, becoming a radiant beacon of hope, inspiring those around them to rise in unison at pivotal moments. Yiheng was taken aback by the phrase rise in unison. The old man seemed to imply a great deal without saying much at all. The artistry of language required one to fill in the blanks. Cautiously, Yiheng queried. A talented individual? The old man chuckled softly. No, a charismatic one. Yiheng responded with a silent contemplation. The old man concluded, grant him a national security identity. As a special agent. At that moment, Yiheng was overwhelmed, leaving the study in a daze, shaken by the old man's formidable appraisal. As for the rationale behind granting Xiao Yu an identity within the National Security Agency, what does it mean to be the master of national security? Of course, the thoughts of those top-tier figures are beyond his comprehension. However, one thing is certain, the old man holds a fondness for Xiao Yu. As soon as Xiao Yu acquired the identity of a national security special agent, it became nearly impossible for anyone to act against him. Regaining his composure, Yiheng gazed at Xiao Yu, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Is it because I'm too handsome that you find yourself entranced? Xiao Yu, seated on the ground, teased his older companion while puffing on a cigarette. Indeed, you are quite dashing, Yiheng said, sincerely nodding and choosing to disregard his younger counterpart's jibe. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. What is going on? Is he planning something? He resolved to avoid acting alone in the future. Yiheng plopped down beside Xiao Yu, observing as his subordinates carried away two agents, whose fates remained uncertain. If something were to happen to you, I would have difficulty explaining it to my sister. Is it truly because of your sister? It feels as though you might be trying to trick me, Xiao Yu mused. Puzzled. No worries, Yiheng replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I have just issued an order to seal off the city. Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically before returning to normal. Indeed, sealing off the city is necessary. A city lockdown signifies a complete barricade of Yangqing. All transport routes would be guarded by military police, and all sea, land, and air transport would be halted. Why take such measures? This is to prevent the mastermind behind the counterfeit currency syndicate from escaping. With two agents already apprehended, the alarm had been raised. If you were in their position, would you attempt to flee? For how long? Xiao Yu inquired. One day, Yihang replied with a wry smile. Is sealing off the city for a day truly the extent of national security's authority? Many may not grasp the implications of locking down a city, but those who do understand fully recognize the weight of a 24-hour lockdown. Got it, Xiao Yu nodded. A full day, right? The weather is quite pleasant, Yihang remarked. What a rascal you are. You now resemble a rogue from a dark cult. Amused yet exasperated, Yihang realized they needed to find the counterfeit operation and apprehend the mastermind. The counterfeit operation. Xiao Yu inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring. Haven't we already located it? Yihang looked at him in bewilderment. What do you mean? Xiao Yu replied, the paper mill is the operation. With a sigh, he continued. As for the mastermind, he just fled from the paper mill. Yihang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking with me, brother? In high-stakes encounters, one often finds their head severed before they even realize it. Xiao Yu, with a hint of mockery directed at Yihang, echoed the sentiment, luring the tiger away from its mountain lair. Yihang paused, then his expression shifted dramatically. Of course, if you were an agent, would you brazenly wield a sniper rifle in a foreign country? Even an agent intent on assassination would operate clandestinely, fearful of exposure. Just now, not only did 2 agents target a worker at the paper mill, but they also aimed for Xiao Yu and other police officers. Such foolish behavior would be unthinkable for any agent possessing even a modicum of intelligence. Are they mad, deliberately seeking to expose themselves? If not driven by madness, then what could possibly motivate such actions? A ruse, perhaps. Xiao Yu wore a grimace as if he had just swallowed a fly. The 2 agents were mere bait. And we were the fish. By deploying 2 decoys, they sought to divert our attention while they made their escape. This indicates that we have indeed discovered their lair. The puppet masters reside within that paper mill, compelling them to resort to such tactics. Do you understand? However, it is too late for such realizations now. The individuals have fled, and you still have the audacity to smoke? Yihang sprang to his feet, his voice laced with fury. Do you think I wanted this? Xiao Yu retorted, having just leapt down from a building over 10 stories high. At that moment, he felt no fear, yet now his legs trembled slightly. Ha! Yihang burst into laughter. A cold-blooded killer, with several lives on his conscience, yet here he was, trembling. Can you believe it? Just imagine if you were to leap from such a height. Yihang's face paled. Good heavens, that is indeed terrifying. Chapter 89. I hold no grudges. A special police unit, alongside a battalion of armed police, surrounded the paper mill. Yihang personally interrogated the 2 agents. As for the methods employed during the interrogation, Xiao Yu speculated they would be exceedingly brutal and devoid of humanity. Yihang, however, extended an invitation for him to observe, which he resolutely declined, fearing it would ruin his appetite. As a young man of ideals, aspirations, and responsibility, Xiao Yu believed it essential to maintain his physical and mental well-being. Should they seek to repulse him, they were sorely mistaken. Conversely, engaging in discussions of humanity with those intent on undermining the Dragon Nation is utterly absurd, regardless of past or present. Xiao Yu's motto remains, may the hypocritical saint perish first. Thank you very much. As for the counterfeit currency den, Xiao Yu, accompanied by 4 national security personnel and a team of special police, conducted a thorough search of the entire paper mill. The outcome, however, yielded nothing. Could it be that I was mistaken? The results of the search left Xiao Yu feeling somewhat insecure. A re-examination was in order. First and foremost, a counterfeit currency operation would certainly be a small factory housing acid-free paper, inks, and counterfeit bills. Additionally, it would require a production line, particularly a printing press for the bills, which would take up a considerable amount of space. All these elements combined would necessitate at least 100 square meters of factory space. Concealing such a large facility would be nearly impossible. If the counterfeit den was indeed hidden within the paper mill, it would inevitably. Xiao Yu turned to the national security personnel beside him and instructed them to procure the architectural plans for the factory. How does one obtain architectural plans? Typically, whenever a new building emerges in a city, the Urban Design Institute retains the base drawings, and the Urban Construction archives house blueprints for preservation. Soon enough, through digital transmission, the architectural layout of the paper mill was delivered. Holding the tablet, Xiao Yu scrutinized the plans and resumed his search of the factory grounds. The surface posed no issues. However, upon arriving at the underground parking lot, he paused. At the end of the parking lot, he gazed at a wall, then closely examined the architectural plans once more. Eureka! The blueprints indicated that the underground parking was designed to accommodate 60 vehicles. Yet, only 50 spaces were present in the lot before him. a deficit of 10 spaces. Generally, each parking space occupies approximately 12 to 15 square meters. The absence of 10 spaces equated to over 100 square meters. The blueprints revealed that the missing 10 spaces were precisely obstructed by the wall in front of him, taking on the form of a vigilant eagle. Xiao Yu began to scrutinize the wall, then the ground, and ultimately directed his attention to a drainage channel outside the wall, where numerous footprints were evident. Who would meander about a drainage channel without purpose? Xiao Yu smirked, approached the drainage channel, bent down, and grasped the steel mesh above. With a firm tug, he lifted a drainage grate measuring 0.5 meters by 1.5 meters. Peering down, the arid drainage ditch stands approximately 2 meters high, and indeed, there are footprints below. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu discarded the drainage net guardrail and leaped down. Thud, he landed upon the ground. Following the footprints, he took a few steps until he suddenly spotted a passageway. The passage was brief, about 2 meters long, allowing one to traverse beneath the upper wall. Upon reaching the end, he looked up and, to his astonishment, discovered a lid above. Suddenly, Xiao Yu recoiled. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Bullets pierced through the lid, shooting downwards. How treacherous of Xiao Biqi. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. Here it comes. Indeed, he did not disappoint his father. In an instant, Xiao Yu sidestepped, lifting his thigh high. He executed a side kick. Bang! His foot struck the metallic lid above, sending it flying. Thud! The lid seemed to crash onto someone, eliciting a scream of agony. At that moment, Xiao Yu stepped forward, propelling himself upwards through the opening. He jumped into a room. Airborne, his eyes swiftly scanning the area to grasp the overall situation. The room was approximately 100 square meters, filled with stacks of white paper, barrels of ink, and a printing press occupying about 20 square meters. In one corner, a heap of what appeared to be counterfeit dollars loomed like a small mountain, covering roughly 10 square meters. Lastly, there were 4 individuals present. One was bloodied, 2 wielded firearms, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman stood among them. A prize indeed? Clap. Xiao Yu's feet touched the ground, creating a dull thud. His figure materialized before one of the armed men. His hands landed upon the man's chin and the back of his head. A crisp crack echoed. The man's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his head turning grotesquely behind him. Xiao Yu casually seized the man's firearm. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the chest and forehead of another armed man. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, employing the Mozambique drill, a most authentic battlefield combat technique. Such lethal execution required no living witnesses. The muzzle of Xiao Yu's gun pointed at the bloodied man, who seemed to have been struck by the metallic lid. No, please, don't kill me. The man wailed, pleading for mercy. Xiao Yu fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes, noticing an expression of terror masked by a flicker of surprise. Why was he surprised? Bang! Xiao Yu shot the man in the forehead. In an instant, he pivoted. The gun barrel thrust into the mouth of the blonde woman. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on her hand, which clutched a butterfly knife, poised to stab. Had he not turned swiftly, the knife would have pierced his neck. A rather impressive little toy. Xiao Yu confiscated the butterfly knife from the woman's trembling hand. Regarding her pallid visage, you weren't actually planning to stab me, were you? The blonde woman remained silent. Her silence was met with a sudden thrust. The butterfly knife plunged into her abdomen. Ugh! The blonde woman opened her mouth. Yet no sound escaped her lips. All noise was silenced, swallowed back by the barrel of the gun pressed firmly against her throat. I bear no grudges. Xiao Yu's tone was courteous, for I would eliminate my foe's very essence on the spot. The blonde woman remained silent. Xiao Yu withdrew his arm, removing the gun from her mouth. What is your name? He inquired. The woman remained mute. With a swift motion, a butterfly knife was unsheathed and plunged into her abdomen. A pained scream escaped her lips. In the next instant, Xiao Yu seized her neck, drawing her closer. Do not waste my time, shall we? The butterfly knife remained embedded in her belly. As he lifted his leg, his knee collided with the knife's hilt. The entire blade sank deep into her flesh. Hey, Avril. My name is Avril. She cried out, her voice laced with an unusual accent as she uttered the words in Mandarin. Now that's more like it. Xiao Yu replied with a chilling smile. Your affiliation? The United States. FBI. The woman answered through her agonized cries. Xiao Yu paused momentarily. The FBI. One of the most renowned intelligence agencies in the world. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Chapter 90. My 25-meter great knife is eagerly awaiting. Are you always so ruthless towards women? Gazing upon the blonde woman being fervently resuscitated by the doctor, Yi Hong felt an overwhelming urge to commit murder. It was not that he believed that his companion was excessively harsh towards women. Rather, It was the realization that he had nearly caused her death. What would the testimony entail? No, that was not the point. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, considering that he did not exhibit such behavior towards his mother or the women he favored. Yiheng, are you even listening to me? Is that what I was asking? He suddenly felt his lack of education keenly, realizing he needed to articulate his thoughts more clearly. After a prolonged silence, Yiheng, exasperated, said, I envy you. Envious that I have a girlfriend while you do not? Xiao Yu retorted mercilessly, dousing him with cold water. Yiheng gritted his teeth. I envy you for not being a hypocrite. Your perspective is rather limited, Xiao Yu chuckled. It was you who once told me that one must be shameless to live more easily. Yiheng opened his mouth, rendered speechless. He had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. How painful. How did your interrogation go? Xiao Yu decided to refrain from teasing the earnest lad. Both agents hailed from the United States. Yiheng reluctantly admitted they don't know much, just that they are someone's bodyguards. This corroborated what he had initially suspected. Xiao Yu's expression remained unchanged. Were they there to wreak havoc upon Long Country? Almost certainly, Yiheng nodded. The most direct method of causing harm was to place the weapon in the adversary's hands, as you once mentioned. Yet, sometimes that weapon could also become a double-edged sword, potentially inflicting harm upon oneself. For instance, Xiao Yu and Yiheng turned towards the printing machine in the secret room. There lay 2 shimmering golden dollar plates. Genuine dollar plates. Had they lost their minds? Yiheng struggled to comprehend how they could dare to engage in such reckless behavior. As long as acid-free paper and ink do not enter Long Country, we will never be able to produce genuine dollars. Xiao Yu shrugged. It's akin to a fighter jet. Unless you provide the engine, even if you possess one, it's merely scrap metal. That is why they dare to play such games. However, if one of their fighter jets were to suddenly land in our country, it would be quite difficult to explain. This was both a pretext and a cunning scheme. How do we resolve this? Yiheng furrowed his brow. Simple. We must not be greedy. Xiao Yu pointed at the dollar plates. Let us destroy them. Yiheng fell silent. Those were 2 authentic dollar plates. If only they could acquire the ink and acid-free paper. See, this is their cunning scheme. Are you not even reluctant to destroy them? Xiao Yu scrutinized Yiheng's eyes. But I can assure you, these plates have long been tampered with, akin to 2 bombs that could detonate at any moment. Do you believe that they would dare to engage in such actions without preparation? In this world, you are not the only one who is clever. Whatever you can conceive. They have already anticipated. A chill ran down Yiheng's spine. As a national security officer, he was acutely aware that there existed countless terrifying methods in this world. Even their own national security could not guarantee a complete resolution. If we cannot decipher this, it would indeed be terrifying. Let us contact the old man. We cannot make this decision ourselves. Xiao Yushin maintained a calm demeanor, leaving the resolution to those above. Yiheng, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved his mobile phone to make a call. Xiao Yu showed little interest in the conversation, his gaze fixed on the blonde woman being revived by the doctor. She looked at him with wide, terrified eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yu smiled, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She lowered her head, too frightened to meet his gaze again. The cold-blooded methods of Xiao Yu had thoroughly instilled a psychological shadow upon her. Little brother, Yiheng called out. Xiao Yu turned to look. The old man asked me to inquire whether there is a way to thwart their scheme without destroying the power board. Indeed, Xiao Yu sighed. Greed is the root of all evil. Yet, from the perspective of the nation, one cannot entirely fault it. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively, stating that capturing the mastermind behind it all was essential. Naturally, this individual would have considerable stature. Their stature denotes their identity. To be protected by FBI agents suggests that their status is far from trivial. The FBI has earned its reputation as a premier intelligence agency due to a plethora of exceptional agents. They are responsible for federal law enforcement, counterintelligence, and external intelligence operations. However, the FBI operates within the police system and is tasked with safeguarding the president and other high-ranking officials. In simpler terms, their elite agents are akin to the guards of the Dragon Nation. If someone is under the protection of the FBI, can their identity possibly be insignificant? Are you implying that? Yiheng's eyes brightened, realizing that if they could capture him, they could leverage him against any mischief from Sam's country. Turning the tables on them? Turning the tables sounds rather harsh, Xiao Yu chuckled, but it's akin to mud in one's trousers. Whether it's filth or not, it still stinks. Yiheng, your crude vocabulary makes my skin crawl. Time is of the essence. Xiao Yu glanced at his watch, noting that there were still 16 hours until the city's lockdown would be lifted. Little brother, I have absolute faith in your abilities. Yiheng patted his shoulder, jesting. But if you fail to locate that person, I might have to consider a different brother-in-law. Are you provoking me? Xiao Yu squinted, asserting his dignity. I am indeed provoking you. Yi Hang suddenly grew bold, pretending to take out his phone. Shall I call my parents and inform them about you and my sister? Xiao Yu instantly donned a smiling face. Brother, let us not go there. Let us discuss this amicably. What about your dignity? Yi Hang smirked sideways. What is dignity? Xiao Yu replied with an innocent smile. Yi Hang. He extended his thumb, declaring, you have potential. I concede defeat. Though he won the verbal exchange. Xiao Yu felt no triumph. Ultimately, the ugly bride must meet her in-laws. The mere thought of one day facing the parents of Qiu Chan and Qing Wu sent a shiver down his spine, casting aside the distractions in his mind. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and thought, no more hiding the truth. Speak up. Who is he? Yi Hang had already interrogated 2 FBI agents. It stands to reason that the identity of the mastermind had been uncovered. Just moments ago, upon revealing the solution to the predicament, Yi Hang had displayed a clear look of astonishment. The reason for his prolonged silence was likely due to the considerable significance of the individual in question. Or perhaps his importance was immense. Yi Hang retracted his smile, stating, FBI, D1 level, head of the counterintelligence division, John Bob. Xiao Yu responded, what are you talking about? Yi Hang elucidated. The employee rank within the FBI consists of 19 levels, with D for being the highest and A1 the lowest. D1 is equivalent to a bureau-level position in national security. Xiao Yu was taken aback. His first reaction was disbelief at such a high-ranking official being real. His second reaction was a fervent desire for an address, as his 25-meter-long blade was already yearning for action. Chapter 91. The Outsiders Outside the Paper Mill. Through the testimonies of 3 agents, it was revealed that the FBI counterintelligence chief was accompanied by 2 protective agents. Yi Hang gazed at his younger companion, echoing your deduction. John Bobber had dispatched 2 agents for sniping, intending to divert attention. Were there a total of 6 agents from the Sam country? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, 5 men and 1 woman? Indeed, approximately 6 individuals. Yi Hang nodded, albeit uncertain if any additional agents were in support. The 3 individuals killed by Xiao Yu in the secret chamber were not agents. Only the blonde woman, Avril, was an FBI operative. Including the 2 captured by Xiao Yu after his leap, 3 had been apprehended, leaving 2 to protect the counterintelligence chief, who was herself a top-tier agent. 6 in total. Have the sources of channels and firearms been traced? Xiao Yu's mind raced, analyzing various possibilities. Utilizing shipping containers, they had landed through the waters of Yangcheng. Yi Hang's expression darkened. Firearms and ammunition were also brought in via containers. Yangcheng, being a coastal city, boasts the 4th largest port in the world. With an annual cargo throughput exceeding 60,000 tons, smuggling through maritime routes is hardly a novel concept. Ordinary criminals can undertake such ventures, let alone agents. If they could smuggle, they could also transport illicit goods. Numerous cases of illegal arms smuggling are seized each year. It was no longer feasible for them to leave through conventional channels. Xiao Yu glanced at his watch. There were still 15.5 hours remaining. At this point, they likely realized that the entire Yangcheng was under lockdown. They would also know that once the city was reopened, various avenues for escape would present themselves. Before the city was unsealed, they would conceal themselves exceedingly well. The question remained, how could 3 foreigners hide? A cold glint flickered in Yi Hang's eyes. With the entire police force mobilized, John Bobber's profile and photograph had been disseminated, prompting police to conduct focused investigations. How would they evade capture? One must not question why national security possessed the FBI counterintelligence chief's information and photo. Inquiry would lead to secrecy. Great concealment lies in the palace. Moderate concealment in the marketplace, and minor concealment in the wild. Xiao Yu's thoughts were highly engaged. The best hiding place was darkness under the lamp. This notion of darkness under the lamp implies that standing before you, one remains unrecognized. How is this achieved? By altering appearance, physique, and skin tone. As an agent, utilizing makeup to change one's visage is a simple task. The art of disguise, often romanticized in martial arts novels, indeed exists in reality. Much like film makeup artists, who can age, shrink, rejuvenate, or even morph an individual into a monstrous form. Provided the materials for makeup and disguise are comprehensive, one can transform into myriad appearances. Training for intelligence personnel includes makeup and disguise as a core subject. Thus Yi Hang rubbed his temples. Finding them would prove challenging. Xiao Yu bowed his head, his mind ablaze with fervent reasoning. He feverishly deduced every conceivable possibility, each hypothesis emerging only to be swiftly dismantled, before embarking on renewed conjecture. Time slowly passed, half an hour. An hour. Suddenly, Xiao Yu lifted his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He is nearby. Yiheng exclaimed, Brother? I know my IQ is not as high as yours, but you cannot possibly be deceiving me. Xiao Yu, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, In truth, they have not fled at all. Not fled. Yiheng squinted. The reasoning was simple, yet Xiao Yu's expression turned peculiar. If you were abroad on a mission and the local security forces uncovered your true identity, how would you escape? Yiheng pondered for a moment, then chuckled bitterly. I'm doomed. No matter how strong one is, human power is ultimately limited. How can one possibly resist the relentless machinery of the state? Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded. Trapped within a city, where could they possibly run to? Currently, our people are everywhere in the city, and the police are conducting searches in every street and alley. The city's surveillance system has been fully activated, employing AI facial recognition scans. Should any suspicious individual appear, the police can respond in an instant. Therefore, no matter how they attempt to flee, escape is impossible. Given this situation, not fleeing becomes the wisest choice. Not fleeing? Yiheng's eyes sparkled with realization. Are you suggesting they remain hidden within the paper mill? No, you still do not comprehend my words. Xiao Yu shook his head. Let me ask you, what is the highest realm of drawing the tiger away from its mountain? The highest realm. Yiheng contemplated. Isn't drawing the tiger away from its mountain simply to capture its cubs? But what if there are no cubs? Xiao Yu queried with a smile. No cubs? Yiheng was dumbfounded. Then what is the point of drawing the tiger away? Is there a possibility, Xiao Yu inquired, that their true target is the tiger itself? Yiheng's mouth fell open. They must be insane, leading themselves into the tiger's den? Drawing the tiger away indicates fear of the tiger, implying an inability to confront it. To target the tiger despite this is tantamount to courting death. Precisely, it is akin to sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Xiao Yu affirmed. The two agents who lured us are the sheep. Yiheng's mind felt as if it were on fire. He still did not grasp what his younger brother was implying. Your complex facial expressions cannot conceal your simple intellect. Xiao Yu chuckled at his brother's bewildered expression. Please, don't make me laugh. Apologies for causing you amusement. Yiheng rolled his eyes. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly tell me what you have discovered. I have already stated, they have not fled. They are even concealed beneath our very noses. Xiao Yu locked eyes with his brother. They are watching us, the tigers, devour the two little sheep. Yiheng's body trembled suddenly. A flash of insight surged through his exhausted mind, electrifying and illuminating it. Drawing the tiger away from the mountain, using the sheep as bait. So when the tiger captures the two sheep, what will it do? Eat them? Take them away? Depart? Return to the mountain? Hence, the tiger would not pursue the location where it had caught the two sheep, for that place would already bear the scent of the tiger. In the mind of a rational individual, even if there were still sheep present, they would have long since fled in terror. The tiger shared a similar sentiment. A flash of lightning struck Yiheng's head, causing him to shudder and his lips to quiver. They are indeed concealed within the very building where we apprehended two agents? Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded. This is the true essence of darkness beneath the lamp. Remarkable. Yiheng sighed, realizing that they had deliberately led us to believe they had fled, while cunningly hiding right under our noses. Such a brilliant ruse. His sigh was a testament to his admiration for Xiao Yu's intellect, as well as for those FBI agents. Thus, when faced with such astute minds, one cannot help but feel a sense of exhaustion. It seems that one is born merely to exist in this world, like a mere statistic among the living. Chapter 92. Shall we take a few steps? Before a commercial building, Xiao Yu gazed at the edifice, his intense eyes set beneath a brow like a sword, emanating a cold yet profound brilliance. Countless military personnel disembarked from military trucks like dumplings, rushing forth to encircle the building. Simultaneously, two armed helicopters circled high above, deployed due to the FBI agents' possession of suspected flight assistance devices intended to prevent any aerial escape. These strategies were all conceived by Xiao Yu, effectively outmaneuvering the FBI operatives. With the agents concealed within the building, a meticulously laid trap was already in place. Shall we take a few steps? Yiheng's expression was one of complexity as he fixated on Xiao Yu. Realizing how profoundly mistaken he had been, his error was almost ludicrous. It was only today that he comprehended that the greatest anomaly of his younger counterpart was not his terrifying combat prowess, nor his ability to leap from great heights without harm, nor even his chilling investigative skills. Rather, it was Xiao Yu's intellect. When a person's intelligence reaches a certain terrifying threshold, the very thought of opposing them becomes inconceivable. Having already foreseen the outcome, why would one choose to court death? In the past, Yiheng had entertained notions of contesting Xiao Yu. Although he knew he could not best him, he believed he could still exert control in battle. Now, he realized how utterly foolish that notion was, engaging in a contest of strength with someone who was astute to the core. By the time one was outmaneuvered, they might not even grasp how they had met their demise. Report: the commercial building has been completely sealed off. All 17 floors are under surveillance. A captain of the SWAT team and a lieutenant of the armed police stood before Xiao Yu and Yi Heng, delivering their report. Show me your performance. Yi Heng teased Xiao Yu with a smile, indicating a good mood. The prospect of apprehending a high-ranking FBI official was exhilarating. Should they succeed, it would mark one of the most significant captures of foreign agents in recent years for Long Country. Such an achievement would be monumental. If the higher-ups awarded a first-class merit, Yi Heng would even entertain the notion of being slightly dissatisfied. That was just his nature. Xiao Yu, uninterested in Yi Heng's trivial banter, entered the commercial building and commenced the search from the first floor. The building had a total of 17 floors, each supervised by a national security officer for criminal investigators and 5 SWAT members to monitor the personnel within, activating his system capabilities such as Eagle Eye and Elephant Scent. Xiao Yu rendered any disguise superfluous. They meticulously searched each floor, first, second, third, conducting a thorough investigation of every individual and potential hiding place, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of any concealed FBI agents. Upon reaching the 8th floor, they arrived at an office suite rented by a company, housing over 90 employees. At that moment, all the employees stood in the corridor, pressed against the walls, awaiting inspection. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng observed as 2 national security personnel conducted thorough checks on these employees. Facial examinations, body searches, physical inspections. A physical inspection? Certain agents carry the marks of their rigorous training over the years. For instance, those who have practiced marksmanship extensively will develop calluses on their hands. Likewise, specific muscle groups may become exceptionally well-developed due to constant training. Furthermore, one must consider whether individuals wear colored contact lenses, wigs, synthetic skin, or silicone masks. Take, for example, the contemporary facial masks that, when donned, resemble the human skin masks found in novels. These masks, crafted through 3D printing technology, are as feather-light as stockings, achieving remarkable detail. They can be perfectly affixed to the human face with a special adhesive, mimicking a genuine visage. Such silicone facial masks have been in existence for 7 or 8 years. Can you imagine whether the agents of the world possess such items? As 2 national security officers finished inspecting 2 employees and prepared to continue their examination of the remaining staff, suddenly, Xiao Yu halted in front of one employee. His nose twitched involuntarily, detecting an unusual scent. Why describe it as unusual? There are aspects in which Westerners and Asians will never align. For example, 90 of Westerners emit a distinct body odor. This unique scent largely arises from differences in diet, lifestyle, and ethnicity. Generally, the body odor of Westerners is more pronounced than that of Asians. Although it can be masked with perfumes or incense, fooling an ordinary nose might be feasible. But can one deceive Xiao Yu, who possesses an exceptional sense of smell? Given the improbability of this, Xiao Yu turned in astonishment to regard the towering employee before him. He had just witnessed the national security personnel conduct a thorough inspection of this individual. They had even scrutinized the person's face without uncovering any discrepancies. Yet now, the individual clearly bore an Asian visage, so why did he emanate such a pronounced Western body odor? How did you manage to deceive our eyes in inspections? Out of curiosity, Xiao Yu inquired, voicing his internal question. The moment his words escaped his lips, the expression on the employee's face shifted dramatically. Fear and panic flickered in his eyes as he stiffly asked, "What are you saying?" His voice was distinctly articulate Mandarin. "Impressive, my FBI." Xiao Yu was utterly astonished. What a shame to squander such a promising hand. Why not disguise the body odor as well? Or did you think we would overlook this detail? Indeed, they had overlooked it. Those national security officers did not possess a nose like his. Upon hearing Xiao Yu mention body odor, the expression of the employee transformed abruptly. In an instant, his cheeks puffed out as if he were straining to clench his jaw. With a swift motion, a hand grasped the employee's chin. Bam! A fist struck the employee's abdomen. As the employee bent over from the blow, a hand struck the back of his head. The employee's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Yet, Xiao Yu grasped him by the throat, lifting him up. Surrounded by a crowd, everyone appeared utterly bewildered, their faces a portrait of confusion. Contemplating suicide? Xiao Yu gazed at the unconscious employee with incredulity, as if to say, "What on earth are you thinking?" With that, he tossed the employee to Yi Heng, who had something in his mouth. Yi Heng sighed, having fully accepted his role as a mere tool in this scenario. Donning silicone gloves, he pried open the employee's mouth and examined it closely. To his surprise, he discovered a false tooth nestled within the upper dental arch. Yi Heng nodded at his younger companion, astonished that someone would conceal poison within a dental prosthesis. Xiao Yu watched with keen interest, realizing that the reality was far less dramatic than depicted in films. The poison was indeed hidden within a false tooth. Yi Heng shook his head, explaining that such a device was typically worn during missions to prevent capture and subsequent torture, as no one would dare to wear such a thing in their daily life, risking their very existence. This was an enlightening experience for Xiao Yu, who nodded in understanding before proceeding to stride towards the remaining employees. Chapter 93. Now that we know, let the games begin. The discovery of an agent confirmed the accuracy of the deductions made. Another agent, alongside the head of the FBI's anti-espionage division, was also within the building. This revelation brought a sense of comfort to Xiao Yu, whose face radiated with joy. After thoroughly searching the 8th floor, no suspicious individuals were found. The captured agent, after a friendly exchange with Yi Heng, confessed willingly. The agent only knew that his leader and comrades were hiding, but he was unaware of their exact location. His role was merely to keep watch. They continued their investigation up to the 13th floor. Suddenly, an alarming situation arose. A hostage crisis unfolded in a women's gym on the 13th floor. A man, imposing and towering at 190 centimeters, faced off against the military and police. Surrounding him were a group of trembling women clad in workout attire. Upon arriving, Xiao Yu immediately recognized the man as an agent. Although he had disguised himself as an Asian, his unmistakable scent betrayed him. Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The man held a grenade in each hand. With the safety pins removed, should he release his grip, the grenades would detonate within a span of 2 to 7 seconds. The M67 high-explosive grenades were equipped with a delay fuse of 3 to 4 seconds. Yi Heng's demeanor turned cold as he spoke to his younger companion. If he lets go, what would be the outcome? Xiao Yu remained remarkably composed. Everyone would perish. Yi Heng surveyed the 11 women surrounding the man. Should the 2 grenades explode, they would likely be obliterated. Suddenly, the man holding the hostages shouted, demanding all police and soldiers to vacate the building within 3 minutes, or he would detonate the grenades. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yu turned to Yi Heng and suggested they move out of the man's line of sight into the corridor. Is there a solution? Xiao Yu inquired. None. Yi Heng replied decisively, shaking his head. Even if they could eliminate the man, it would be futile. They were unable to neutralize 2 grenades within 3 seconds. And there were no bomb disposal tools on site. Is there truly no way? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. If necessary, there could be. Yi Heng's tone was nonchalant, leaving his statement unfinished. Necessary for what? To apologize to those civilians. What else could be said? Sometimes, the blood of national security personnel runs dark. In the face of great moral dilemmas and national interests, they can sacrifice everything, including their own lives. That's ruthless. Xiao Yu glared coldly at Yi Heng. Aren't you afraid of nightmares when you sleep at night? I do not betray heaven, nor earth, nor my manhood. Yi Heng laughed heartily. As long as the country is at peace, why should I fear nightmares? Is that what you're thinking? Although Xiao Yu was momentarily lost in thought, he recalled a phrase, to honor the legacy, to cherish the prosperous era, to have no regrets for oneself, and to have no regrets for the times. He had always questioned whether anyone could truly achieve this. As I gazed upon Yi Heng, the blood that had long since cooled within me began to simmer once more. Hand me the gun. Xiao Yu extended his hand, eager to test it. You don't intend to kill him, do you? What about the grenade? Yi Heng grimaced. Do you realize if something goes awry, not only will my sister come after me, but so will my father. And then what? Xiao Yu fixed his gaze upon Yi Heng's eyes, contemplating whether to send those dozen men to their demise. Though he was no saint, nor did he possess any illusions of grandeur, he was a police officer. The National Security Agency might relinquish the lives of ordinary citizens, but he could not. Once donned in the police uniform, he was bound by that responsibility. Otherwise, what purpose did it serve to be a police officer? He might as well return home to till the fields. His father's words rang undeniably true. Yi Heng's expression turned complex. Your sense of justice is rather abundant. Is that not a good thing? Xiao Yu met his gaze, with a clear conscience towards heaven, the earth, and my own manhood. Damn it. You just love throwing my words back at me. Yi Heng drew his sidearm and tossed it to his younger companion. If you wish to die, then go ahead. Haha. I'm off to die then. Xiao Yu laughed heartily, If you wish for my demise, you must be dreaming. I have connections. He exited the corridor, stepping into the grand hall, striding past the SWAT officers, heading towards the FBI agent who had taken hostages. Stop. The agent bellowed from a distance of about 10 meters. Don't get me wrong. Xiao Yu raised his hand. I'm a negotiation expert. Whether others believed it or not, he certainly did. The agent's lips twitched. I've already stated, if all military and police personnel do not withdraw within 3 minutes. My arm is getting a bit sore. May I lower it? Xiao Yu interrupted with a grin. The agent. He closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply. The blink lasted a tad too long, 0. For seconds. However, the agent was unaware that ever since acquiring the King of Soldiers system ability, Xiao Yu could execute 2 feints within 0.5 seconds and propel himself 6 meters away in the same span. Boom. A dull thud reverberated. The moment the agent opened his eyes, Xiao Yu stood just 5 meters before him. Not only that, but a pistol now resided in his hand. The agent was taken aback. Bang. Boom. The sound of gunfire echoed, while the thud resonated from Xiao Yu's foot striking the ground. In an instant, the agent's head was struck as though by a heavy hammer, a bullet piercing his brow. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu appeared before him, grasping the agent's hands, seizing the grenade he held. Little did he know, the agent's once vibrant gaze now bore a peculiar smile. Xiao Yu pondered. Just then, a metallic scraping sound rang out. Xiao Yu's gaze darted towards the source of the noise. To his astonishment, beneath the agent's feet, a grenade pin was ejected. Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that another grenade lay at the agent's feet, its safety pin already pulled. Run! Xiao Yu shouted at the women surrounding him. 3 or 4 seconds remained before the grenade would detonate. Even if they tried to flee, how far could they possibly get? In a sudden burst of desperation, Xiao Yu swung his arms wide, grasping the hands of the fallen agent. He shook the lifeless body vigorously before swiftly pressing it down onto the grenade beneath. His intention was to use the corpse as a shield against the impending explosion. A chilling thought. Is it feasible to use a corpse to shield against a grenade? The beast form, rhino defense, snail transformation, bear strength. In an instant, Xiao Yu pressed his body down upon the corpse, exerting every ounce of strength to hold it firm. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yu, lying atop the body, felt as though he had been struck by a truck. Both he and the lifeless form below were propelled into the air. With a thud, he crashed against the wall behind him, then fell heavily to the ground, motionless. At this moment, the remains of the agent lay visible, their chest and abdomen obliterated, blood, shattered flesh, and entrails strewn across the floor. The ground where the grenade had detonated was cracked, a gaping crater left in its wake. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the others. Xiao Yu. Yi Heng rushed over like a madman. Don't touch me. On the ground, Xiao Yu lifted the hands of the agent, holding the grenade carefully, mindful of its potential to explode. Haha. Yi Heng laughed uproariously. You're still alive? If I were dead. Xiao Yu looked up and flashed him a grin. How could I still be your brother-in-law? Go. Yi Heng chuckled, offering a playful middle finger to his younger brother. Xiao Yu, with a pained expression, donned a mask of agony. It hurts like hell. Chapter 94, Little Brother. Do you have social anxiety? On the 13th floor, in the corridor. What manner of creature are you? Yi Heng gazed at Xiao Yu, who leaned against the wall, exhaling clouds of smoke. Surviving a leap from a dozen stories could be attributed to fortune, as could dodging bullets. Yet, how could one possibly endure the detonation of a high-explosive grenade? Although a corpse lay between them, absorbing the shrapnel, the instantaneous force and energy from the explosion could easily shatter a person's internal organs. Yet here stood this young man, seemingly unscathed. In the realm of scientific inquiry, such a phenomenon was indeed astonishing. As a member of national security, one ought not to indulge in superstition. Xiao Yu, with utmost seriousness, insisted on believing in science. Yi Heng. Little brother, do you suffer from social anxiety? Are you not afraid I might report you to the authorities? Go ahead. Try to hand me over. Xiao Yu, cigarette in mouth, wore a blend of defiance, mischief, and arrogance on his face, smirking as he awaited Sister Chio-chan's response. Yi Heng. Fine, you're impressive. Are you truly unharmed? Once the young man finished his smoke, Yi Heng ceased his teasing, concern etched on his face. I told you, I'm fine. Discarding the cigarette, but Xiao Yu stretched lazily and began to ascend the stairs. Let us go. That head of the counterintelligence department is likely growing impatient. On the 17th floor, within an expansive room, a middle-aged man with short brown hair sat quietly in a chair. His physique was not particularly robust, yet his broad shoulders and straight posture conveyed an air of authority. His face, grave and composed, bore a pair of pale green eyes that were deep, cold, and devoid of emotion, akin to a still pond. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. The wooden door shattered into pieces as a tall figure entered the room. The middle-aged man remained expressionless, seemingly unperturbed by the arrival, and in a gravelly voice asked in a peculiar tone of Mandarin, "In Dragon Country, there is a saying, to know oneself and to know one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. We are strangers, how can you presume to fathom my thoughts?" He truly could not comprehend. In the past, he had always been the one to meticulously calculate the downfall of others. What right did this handsome youth have to deduce his presence within this building? "I have a question for you, John Bob." Xiao Yu halted, compelled to pause as he encountered an imposing transparent barrier, a thick glass wall. "What do you wish to inquire?" John's indifferent countenance revealed no hint of emotion. "Why come to wreak havoc upon Dragon Country?" Xiao Yu inquired, feigning curiosity, almost childlike. John narrowed his eyes, asserting, "Between nations, no justification is needed. A superpower must suppress its rivals to maintain its strength. Only by trampling all others can one endure in supremacy. Do you not grasp such a simple truth? Might is the only reality I comprehend." Xiao Yu gazed at the middle-aged man as if he were a fool. "I ask you, why have you come to wreak havoc upon the Dragon Nation?" John, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Me? Indeed. Your personal actions will lead to the demise of countless lives." Xiao Yu nodded, perplexed. "What do you regard human life as?" "Human life?" John scoffed. "The very fact that you pose such a question reveals your existence at a base level, living like a mere reptile." "Human life? What a ludicrous term. Can one truly use the word human to describe a reptile?" Xiao Yu chuckled, recalling a recent encounter with someone who viewed his peers as ants. "Do you wish to know what became of him?" he teased. "Humph." John's expression darkened. "Did he die?" "No," Xiao Yu replied with a shake of his head. "However, he was transformed into an ant." John's mood shifted, growing heavy with apprehension as he quietly observed the handsome youth across the glass wall. He watched as the young man drew a handgun and pressed it against the glass barrier. Bang! A white dot appeared upon the surface, merely a dot. Xiao Yu was taken aback, glancing at the glass and then at the handgun he had acquired from Yihong. Could it be fake? He mused. It must be said that the bulletproof glass manufactured in the Dragon Nation is remarkably resilient. John seemed to mock. Using it to construct a safe house yields excellent results. "Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve?" Xiao Yu frowned. "What is a safe house?" Certain influential individuals prepare special residences for themselves. These abodes are not only bulletproof but also resistant to collisions and tremors. Even bullets and shells cannot shatter them. At times, they can withstand small missiles. Xiao Yu continued to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The magazine was emptied. Yet the glass wall showed no signs of shattering, only the white marks expanding. Xiao Yu was utterly astonished, shouting for help. Yiheng peeked in from outside, holding a phone to his ear. After glancing at the glass wall, he grimaced and gestured to Xiao Yu. Before long, a national security officer entered, brandishing an exaggerated sniper rifle. An anti-material sniper rifle. Wow. Xiao Yu felt tears of envy welling up. What true man wouldn't want to wield a powerful sniper? The national security officer handed over the sniper rifle. "This lad has potential." Xiao Yu beamed. Taking the sniper rifle, he aimed and pressed the barrel against the white mark on the glass wall. He noticed the national security officer and the head of the counterintelligence department within the safe house exchanging glances, as if regarding him as a simpleton. "You're really going to stand there and shoot with that heavy anti-material sniper rifle?" Ignoring their incredulous stares, Xiao Yu blinked. Beast form, bear strength, rhinoceros defense. He pulled the bolt, chambered around, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deafening roar echoed. In an instant, the immensely fortified glass wall visibly yielded, the bullet penetrating 1/5 of its thickness. Xiao Yu stood firmly in place, seemingly impervious to the tremors and the terrifying recoil, under the astonished gaze of the two observers. How on earth was this accomplished? The national security personnel were left dumbfounded. A monster. John, behind the glass wall, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Exhilarating. Xiao Yu gazed at the formidable sniper rifle in his hands. This truly is a toy for real men. Yet, when he aimed the barrel once more at the glass wall, his finger on the trigger abruptly halted. His eyes were fixated on something in John's possession within the enclosure. It was a small, transparent glass vial containing a flowing, pale green liquid. Xiao Yu, what on earth is that? Perchloric acid, the foremost among the 6 strong, inorganic acids, is the hydrated form of chlorine's highest valence oxide. John squinted at the small bottle in his hand. A mere drop on a person's body could completely corrode it within 3 minutes. Is this not the very corrosive liquid often depicted in novels? Xiao Yu lowered his sniper rifle, casting a cold glare at John. The performance is about to commence. Chapter 95. Please begin your performance threatening others with one's own life? Xiao Yu's gaze was piercing as he stared at John behind the glass wall. Please, commence your performance. You are in dire need of me now, are you not? A hint of self-mockery danced upon John's lips. Otherwise, how would one explain those 2 electric panels and the 70 authenticity of the dollars? With a crisp snap, the lighter ignited. Xiao Yu lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips, inhaling deeply. Calm, leisurely, and with an air of mockery, he regarded John ahead. Exhaling a plume of smoke, John squinted, coldly scrutinizing Xiao Yu beyond the glass. A wave of intense unease surged within him once more. He could not fathom why a young man could evoke such discomfort. Suddenly, his gaze froze upon Xiao Yu's striking visage. He understood. His unease stemmed from the chilling composure etched upon the other's face. From the moment Xiao Yu appeared, he maintained an unwavering calm that seemed entirely incongruous for one so young. Such poise was befitting only of the shrewd and cunning. John's pupils involuntarily constricted. He tightened his grip on the glass bottle, as if clutching at his own fate. Then, unexpectedly, he confessed, in truth, I am rather poor in my studies. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to the bullet embedded in the glass wall. I have a tendency to excel in specific subjects while faltering in others, however. My prowess in physics is commendable. If I were to fire my sniper rifle just twice, I could pierce this bulletproof wall. Do you believe me? He spoke without granting John the chance to respond. Raising the anti-material sniper rifle, he positioned the barrel against the bullet hole in the glass wall. He pulled the trigger. Boom. The gunfire erupted. The second bullet, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy and ferocious force, shattered the glass wall, creating a spiderweb of extensive cracks. The bullet passed through the previous hole, astonishingly penetrating half the thickness of the wall and causing it to bulge inward. John's expression finally shifted from neutrality to a blend of anger, fear, and disbelief. He calmly grasped the glass bottle, mimicking the motion of uncorking it. In an instant, Xiao Yu flicked his arm. Bang! The anti-material sniper rifle was discarded carelessly to the ground. I was merely jesting, Xiao Yu grinned. You aren't truly upset, are you? John furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained fixed upon him. It was evident that the young man was continuously testing him. What was he probing for? After a moment of contemplation, John replied, You have yet to answer my initial question. How did you deduce that I was hiding within this building? It is a rather lengthy tale, Xiao Yu countered. Are you certain you wish to hear it? I have ample time, John retorted, setting the glass bottle aside. His tone laced with sarcasm. Then let us commence from the moment Lu Hong appeared in the capital with a bag of counterfeit bills. Xiao Yu took a drag from the cigarette that had been perpetually perched between his lips, exhaling a plume of smoke. At first, I found it rather peculiar. Could it be that this woman had lost her mind, daring to appear in the capital with 1 million in counterfeit bills? However, upon arriving in Yangqing and conducting my investigations, I soon realized that my initial assumptions were misguided. There was no transaction at all. Rather, Lu Hong had been instructed by someone to deliberately transport the counterfeit currency to the capital, prompting our discovery. Subsequently, I traced a path through Lu Hong that led to further revelations. For instance, you guided us to uncover traces of suspected spies, and you informed us that Yangqing happened to host a paper mill capable of producing special acid-free paper. Then, you ordered your subordinates to deliberately murder a worker from that paper mill, ensuring we would identify it as the hub for counterfeit production. All these events appeared to be our own investigative endeavors, yet in reality, you were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, meticulously leading us step by step to discover that clandestine chamber within the paper mill. The ultimate objective was to unveil those 2 circuit boards, along with all the dollar-making apparatuses present in that secret room. Am I correct? Xiao Yu flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, casting a cold, piercing glance at John. You, the puppeteer of it all, who seeks to toy with us as if we were mere puppets. John appeared to transform into a statue, motionless in his chair. His expression had become vacuous, his eyes fixated on Xiao Yu in a daze. The once tranquil pools of his gaze were no longer calm, their luster dimming gradually, revealing a flicker of astonishment and a hint of overwhelming dread. Yu John's voice seemed to age in an instant. What manner of beast are you? This question had been posed by Yi Heng not long ago. At that time, Yi Heng referred to Xiao Yu as a monster due to his immortal body. However, John's use of the term monster pertained to Xiao Yu's intellect and deductive prowess. Monster? No, Xiao Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. I recall a phrase from my days at the police academy, uttered by one of my instructors. Those who perceive themselves as exceedingly clever often embody the greatest folly. In their pursuit of orchestrating their schemes, they habitually engage in various machinations, attempting to fathom the human psyche. In essence, they are merely embellishing their own narratives, continuously complicating matters, striving for perfection, and seeking to remain elusive like a gazelle with its horns hidden. Yet, how can perfection exist in this world? Humanity is inherently flawed, governed by desires and emotions. If humanity itself is imperfect, what grounds do you have to aspire for an impeccable plan? How dare you brazenly stand by and watch us being manipulated, presuming that others remain oblivious to your schemes? Xiao Yu regarded the FBI's counterintelligence executive, frozen in place like a clown, and wondered if he were truly worthy of such games. John seemed as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body rigid in his chair. Time, at that moment, appeared to be suspended. After a lengthy silence, he finally conceded, I have lost, but what does that matter? John sighed heavily, his voice laced with weariness and mockery. Would your dragon country truly dare to destroy those 2 circuit boards and obliterate the dollar-making apparatus? If I am not mistaken, upon discovering it, with your intellect and cunning, you would undoubtedly wish to obliterate it at the first opportunity. However, your superiors would likely disagree. Wouldn't they? Xiao Yu fell into silence. Heh. John sneered, mocking the essence of humanity and the state, whether it be human avarice or national interests. Neither would permit you to destroy it, would they? The underlying message was clear. I may have lost, yet you remain under my control. For those 2 circuit boards had been tampered with long ago. Aside from John, no one had any inkling of their true nature. The Dragon Nation yearned to possess those 2 boards, to acquire the craftsmanship of the dollar. Thus, John could not afford to perish. Only by remaining alive could he thwart the potential transformation of those tampered items into perilous weapons and leverage against the Dragon Nation. John had anticipated this scenario well in advance. If the potent acid in his possession were to spill upon himself, not even a corpse would remain for the Dragon Nation to claim. This was his ultimate threat. Chapter 96. That thing is quite filthy. Very well. I concede that I have been threatened by you. Xiao Yu scoffed. So what is your ultimate objective? Are you not quite formidable? John's tone was laced with sarcasm. Or perhaps you could take a guess. All right then, let me hazard a guess. Xiao Yu extended a finger, lightly touching the glass wall before him. Given your ability to devise methods for delivering blades to the Dragon Nation, I presume you have made ample preparations in advance. If I am not mistaken, before your FBI brought the dollar printing technology to the Dragon Nation, did you not employ some means to send the acid-free paper from the paper mill in Yanqing out of the Dragon Nation, where it has already been used to print a significant quantity of counterfeit currency? This counterfeit money would then be disseminated through certain channels, beginning to circulate in Sam's country or elsewhere. This is the first step. The second step involves surreptitiously bringing the dollar printing technology into the Dragon Nation, while covertly disguising a counterfeit factory at the Yangcheng paper mill. The objective is to entangle this counterfeit factory with the Dragon Nation, leading others to believe that the Dragon Nation is clandestinely printing fake dollars, thereby undermining the dollar market of Sam's country and destabilizing its economic system. Is that correct? As for the third step, why employ FBI agents instead of CIA spies? Although the FBI is classified as an intelligence agency internationally, its true nature is that of law enforcement, primarily aimed at combating crime, protecting Sam's country, and investigating foreign intelligence and activities targeting Sam's country. Thus, you brazenly infiltrate the Dragon Nation, ostensibly masquerading as an investigation into counterfeit currency, when in fact, you are the ones who have brought the dollar printing technology. A thief crying stop thief. Should the plan succeed, Sam's country will begin to disseminate news of the Dragon Nation's involvement in counterfeit production, thoroughly dousing the Dragon Nation in this murky water. Xiao Yu remarked with a hint of mockery. This is how the plan ought to unfold, right? This is precisely why he informed Yi Heng to destroy the dollar printing plates and the dollar technology. Otherwise, as long as those 2 plates remain in the hands of the Dragon Nation, no amount of words could elucidate the truth. It would become an insurmountable predicament. Meanwhile, Sam's country has likely long been prepared. All evidence would point squarely at the Dragon Nation. Before him, the FBI's anti-intelligence department supervisor could seamlessly transform from a sinister figure intent on framing the Dragon Nation to a righteous character engaged in secret investigations within the Dragon Nation. However, despite all the calculations, John had inadvertently included himself in the equation. Due to an oversight, Xiao Yu located him at the first opportunity. Yet, this was of little consequence. As long as he perished, it could be disguised as the Dragon Nation silencing him. All questions would dissolve into non-issues. Do not speak of the Dragon Nation's prowess in erasing traces of his presence. Sam's country would undoubtedly have calculated this, possessing evidence of John's secret investigation in the Dragon Nation. If John were to vanish, it would serve as an excuse for Sam's country to proclaim, "We have evidence that John was investigating in the Dragon Nation." Could you please explain how he has disappeared? Is there a way to unravel this? Indeed, as Xiao Yu conveyed to Yi Heng to decipher this situation, it is imperative to capture the puppet master John, the one instigating chaos in the Dragon Nation. He must be alive. One can brazenly leave behind the craftsmanship of the dollar, allowing the nation of Sam to suffer in silence. If you dare to utter a word, then we, the Dragon Nation, shall unleash John. This is a classic case of failing to impress, and instead being taken advantage of. How could this be? Why would it occur? On what grounds could he possibly deduce such a thing? Countless question marks surged in John's mind, causing his thoughts to momentarily freeze. The room fell into a profound silence. Through the glass wall, Xiao Yu and John silently gazed at one another. Until, even if you were to comprehend everything, to know our plans, what significance would that hold? John smirked coldly. The plan had indeed succeeded. He grasped the glass bottle in his hand. Do you have no elders? No spouse? No descendants? Not a single relative? Xiao Yu coldly regarded him, asking if he could relinquish his wealth and current status. John's hand trembled around the glass bottle as he painfully shut his eyes. He reminisced about his humble beginnings, reflecting on the trials he faced to ascend to the position of head of the counterintelligence department. He also recalled his parents, his wife, his children. Everything flashed through John's mind like a revolving lantern. Ultimately, it culminated in a bitter smile. If I do not act, my loved ones will perish. Do you not understand? Why should I understand? Xiao Yu's expression remained icy, declaring that your loved ones are life, while the people of our Dragon Nation are mere insects in your eyes, subject to your kind's bullying, persecution, and trampling, incapable of resistance. No wonder you Westerners conjured the tale of the Giant's Garden, a story that shatters conventional morals. What does the Giant's Garden narrate? It tells of a giant who possesses a splendid garden, yet the selfish giant forbids anyone from entering. When some individuals sneak into the garden, they are expelled by the selfish giant. The most straightforward metaphor: you have a house, which is your home. Others invade your home without your consent, and when you expel them, you are deemed wrong. You are too selfish. You are evil. Does that not shatter your worldview? Yet this story is lauded as a classic by Westerners. The most terrifying aspect is that this tale has been included in the 4th grade textbooks of the Dragon Nation. Why? Then, does this story appear in our nation, in our textbooks? The implications are chilling. Can you prevent my demise? In this moment, John's demeanor was chillingly ruthless. The light of life had vanished from his eyes as he once again grasped the glass bottle, preparing to uncork it and pour the caustic acid upon himself. I have not allowed you to die. Do you truly believe you can perish? Xiao Yu scoffed, reminding him of the words he had just spoken. Huh. John let out a neurotic chuckle, questioning what he had forgotten. I told you. Xiao Yu articulated each word deliberately. I excel in physics. Physics. John was taken aback. What are you saying? In the next moment, he comprehended the words of the handsome youth. He observed as Xiao Yu raised his arm and drew it back, mimicking the motion of throwing a punch. John was taken aback. Could he possibly shatter a bulletproof wall, impervious to sniper fire, with his bare fists? What a ridiculous notion. John vividly recalled Xiao Yu stating that it would require 2 consecutive shots from a sniper rifle to penetrate the wall. Although Xiao Yu had already fired once, was he now intending to use his own fist as the second bullet? Realizing this, John nearly erupted into laughter. It turned out he was merely a fool. Bang! Xiao Yu's fist struck the glass wall with tremendous force, precisely at the spot that had been repeatedly shot. The mockery and amusement on John's face froze. His expression became blank. A look of sheer astonishment illuminated his eyes. He watched as cracks began to spiderweb across the glass wall, fissures forming and a cacophony of sounds reverberating. In an instant, these fractures spread rapidly, engulfing the entire surface until it shattered into a flurry of white fragments. Boom! The wall burst apart, akin to a tempest of snowflakes and hail cascading downwards, clattering as they fell. They collided with the ground, splintering and scattering, until, with a soft rustle, the sound of leather shoes crunching on the glass reached John's stunned ears, pulling him back from the breathtaking spectacle before him. He beheld a towering figure standing before him. Xiao Yu's expression was one of derision, looking down upon John seated in his chair. Remember this in your next life. Do not come to Long Country to show off, for that is a filthy endeavor. Chapter 97. Embracing My Sister. Doubling my strength. John Bob, the head of the anti-espionage department in the Sam Kingdom, successfully captured a suspect alive, along with 4 FBI agents and the body of another agent, delivering them to the National Security Department in the capital. As for the subsequent tasks, they bore no relevance to Xiao Yu. The old man's orders had been flawlessly executed, akin to the completion of a system mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the counterfeit currency mission, the system rewards you with permanent preservation. All I desire is to be an ordinary police officer. Xiao Yu silently complained. System tasks were incessantly thrown at him, each more bizarre than the last. I feel like I'm about to crack. Morning arrived at 6 o'clock. The dawn still shrouded in darkness. Xiao Yu and Yihang sat at a food stall, surrounded by several national security personnel enjoying their breakfast. The group savored tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Xiao Yu inadvertently noticed that Yihang was adding sugar to his tofu pudding, which astonished him. He looked at his brother as if he were a heretic. Is sweet tofu pudding truly delicious? Xiao Yu stared intently at Yihang. It's quite good. Yihang slurped happily. Confirmed. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Yihang was indeed a complete heretic. He also added a spoonful of sugar to his tofu pudding and took a sip to taste it. The result nearly sent him into a state of shock. In the past, while in the military, witnessing some Southern comrades enjoying sweet tofu pudding ignited a strong urge within me to confront them. Yihang chuckled as he savored his tofu pudding. After enduring 3 months of field survival, I had sampled an assortment of items: beasts, insects, roots, tree bark. Upon returning to the barracks and having a sip of sweet tofu pudding, it felt like a divine delicacy. What are you trying to convey with that? Are you implying that I should stiffen slightly in respect? Xiao Yu shot a sidelong glance at his brother, questioning what he had consumed afterward. To survive. For the sake of the mission, one must eat anything. Yihang nodded, revealing that once he joined national security, he realized military training paled in comparison. Oh? Xiao Yu was taken aback. It sounds even more terrifying. During interrogation training, I once tried inserting needles between my fingernails. Yihang grinned, adding that he had even attempted to insert needles into all 10 fingers, losing consciousness twice in the process. Xiao Yu felt a profound respect. Those who become members of the National Special Forces are undoubtedly fierce individuals. Needle insertion under the fingernails is a form of torture that dates back to ancient times. It may seem to inflict minimal physical harm, yet the excruciating pain is unbearable for an ordinary person. The saying 10 fingers connected to the heart is no jest. Now, let us eat quickly. We still need to return to the capital afterward. Xiao Yu took a bite of his steamed bun, thinking of someone waiting for him at home. Yihang? What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me for being single? Have you heard this phrase before? Xiao Yu grinned. Embracing my sister doubles my strength. When 2 stunning beauties await you at home, you could crawl back if necessary. Yihang. I initially thought my little brother was holding back something profound, only to find he dropped a bombshell instead. The foul odor of this dog food is truly unbearable. After everyone finished their meal and boarded a business vehicle, Yihang produced 3 items and handed them to his younger companion. 2 identification documents and a handgun nestled in its holster. Xiao Yu? Don't ask, just take a look, Yihang chuckled. The documents have been specially authorized by the higher-ups, courtesy of the National Security Bureau in Yanqing, just delivered. Ignoring the handgun, Xiao Yu received the 2 documents with a puzzled expression. Upon glancing at the cover, a tremor coursed through him. The first document read, Public Firearm Use License. Gun Ownership Certificate. Issued by the National Security Ministry of Longwa Certificate Number 010153. Name, Xiao Yu Unit. National Security Ministry of Longwa Identity Card. Valid until. Red steel seal of the National Security Ministry. The second document bore a silver metal national emblem, with 3 silver characters inscribed below. Investigation Certificate Number 0101. Issuing Authority, National Security Ministry of Longwa. Name, Xiao Yu Unit. National Security Bureau. 9th Division Position, Special Operations. Xiao Yu was momentarily bewildered, glancing at Yihang. What is going on? Don't ask me. It's the old man's intention. Yihang teased recklessly. Why not ask him yourself? Damn it. Xiao Yu stammered, attempting to sound bold while uttering the most cowardly words. I'll ask when I have time. Ha. Yihang burst into laughter. The moment for the younger brother's public humiliation had arrived. Xiao Yu's face turned crimson from the laughter. To question the head of national security? How many fake drinks had I consumed to dare play like this? Nevertheless, Xiao Yu returned the documents to Yi Heng. Sorry. I am a police officer. Wow, impressive. 666. Yi Heng's laughter faltered. How did you even dare? Such matters of work scheduling. Do you think the system allows you to decide? At worst, I can return home and enjoy life with my sister, becoming a dashing gentleman. Xiao Yu shrugged. They would rather I not be a police officer. Yi Heng. Indeed, Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qing would not wish for you to remain a police officer. No woman desires her man to be out risking his life day and night. While women may adore heroes, it is vital that those heroes remain alive. If they perish, how can love endure? Yi Heng smiled gently, handing the documents and gun back to the younger brother. Xiao Yu, don't think that just because you might become my brother-in-law, I won't dare to hit you. Juggling two roles, Yi Heng's smile faded. Special operations can assume many identities: students, teachers, workers, white-collar employees, and even police officers. Can it really be played this way? Xiao Yu felt as if he had swallowed a dead rat, struggling to articulate his emotions. Was the earth no longer spinning for me? His mindset was on the verge of exploding. Can I refuse? Xiao Yu wore a face of despair, tears almost welling. The old man had given a direct command. Yi Heng relished the misfortune. Guess what? Do you think I won't guess? Xiao Yu silently tucked the documents into his pocket. Remove your clothing and properly secure the strap of the holster. In life, one must recognize the currents of the times to be deemed wise. The expression on my face, teetering on the brink of tears, is not one of grievance. Rather, it reflects the intricacies of human relationships. Primarily, it is the formidable stature of the head of national security that renders one unable to provoke. The airport has arrived. I boarded the flight to the capital. Xiao Yu was utterly exhausted, leaning against the seat and drifting into a deep slumber. Yi Heng cast a glance at the young man beside him and smiled silently, recalling the elder's assessment of Xiao Yu. Could he truly become a blazing sun? Yi Heng was filled with anticipation and took out his phone, sending a message to his sister, Yi Qiu-chan. Little sister, your brother has returned. Come to the airport. In the capital, within a traditional courtyard, in the living room of the rear residence, Yi Qiu-chan, dressed in comfortable home attire, sat on the sofa. She picked up her phone and glanced at the message. In that instant, her noble and aloof countenance revealed a hint of charm, and her enchanting beauty radiated a smile. Shedding the distant and cold demeanor, she transformed into an elegant and dignified